The story opens with a shot of birds snuggling together on a branch. The scenery here is incredibly peaceful, like a secluded paradise that makes you forget the way back. Beneath a small mound of earth is a deep mountain cave. Inside sits a man with white hair, his whole body enveloped in a blue light, huffing and puffing. He's meditating, circulating his cultivation technique with his hands, a faint blue light emanating from him. He suddenly opens his eyes, seeing a system panel appear before him, listening intently as it announces, "While watching the sunrise, your kidney absorbed the morning yang qi. Your kidney has completed the introductory cultivation technique, achieving a breakthrough to the first level of qi condensation." He points at the system panel, chuckling. Finally made it to the qi condensation stage. He strokes his chin, flicks his tongue out to lick his lips, saying, "Tomorrow is the final disciple acceptance examination for the Qingyun Sect. If I can't complete the introductory cultivation technique, I'll be kicked out." He stretches in front of the cave entrance, basking in the sunlight, as the system voice rings out, "Your kidney has absorbed the morning yang qi. Cultivation speed greatly increased." He crosses his arms, looks up at the sky, and says, "My name is Ye Qingba. I transmigrated here with this system. It can make my organs cultivate themselves under special conditions. All parts of me can." His entire body is enveloped in a faint light, and images of his organs appear. He smirks, revealing a faint smile, and says, "Including the 5 sense organs, the 6 viscera, the 5 internal organs, the 4 limbs, and the bihai." He hugs himself, thinking of the legend, and says, "Can't stay here for long. Rumor has it, a snake granny haunts this place. Gotta bail ASAP." He's startled and glances to the side, where he heard a small noise. He looks over there suspiciously, asking, "What's that?" A long purple tail quickly wraps around him and hoists him up high. Ye Qing lets out a piercing scream. An old, ugly hag with a snake tail coils tightly around him, cackling wildly. "Your flesh smells delicious, such a tender young thing, so fragrant." Ye Qing's face turns extremely ugly as he looks at her in horror, shouting, "Snake Granny!" She spits saliva and says with a cruel smile, "Granny's gonna eat you real good." His whole body trembles as he watches her approach, lamenting inwardly, "I'm done for. I'm so done." Suddenly he's jolted. He notices changes happening to his body, and the system's voice appears, stating, "Your kidney hasn't seen a woman in a long time, and is developing a strong interest in the snake demon before you." Another notice quickly appears, saying, "Your mouth feels your kidney is right. It also wants to taste the flavor of a woman." He glances around, shouting, "Wait, huh?" He looks down in embarrassment as he hears the system continues, "Your body expresses determined cooperation." Ye Qing's face darkens, and he puffs out his cheeks, muttering, "The hell?" She opens her mouth wide, her tongue quickly stretching towards him, saying, "Come here, it's been too long since Granny's had such tasty fresh meat." Suddenly she notices the problem on his body, and stops in surprise, letting out a cry of doubt. On the opposite side, his whole body is trembling. He tries to pout, and leans in to kiss her. Ye Qing closes his eyes in embarrassment, listening as the system notifies him, "Your kidney feels very excited. Your mouth has decided to begin action." He curses inwardly. Her head is full of question marks. Looking at his face up close, the system voice continues to notify him, "Your kidney is very excited. Your mouth feels the taste is also good." His eyes widen as his tongue automatically extends, and he can't believe what he is hearing as the system says, "Want to use your tongue to continue to go deeper into exploration to the end." His eyebrows furrow. Looking at his tongue moving continuously, he yells, "The hell? No, 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 don't." Suddenly, the snake tail on him and Snake Granny is covered with black smoke. He takes a step back, exclaiming. The bones gradually disappear, revealing a smooth pink braid in front of him. When the bones completely disappear, revealing a girl with pink hair, who looks at him, not saying a word. That pink-haired girl is blushing, extremely angry, looking at Ye Qing. He sits on the ground, stunned, looking at her, muttering, "Transformed, transformed, too beautiful." She turns away, scoffing, not looking at him. Behind her back she glances at him, asking proudly, "Yo, what's your name?" He heard her question and answered with a cheeky grin, "Me, I'm Ye Qing." She pointed a finger at him, saying haughtily, "All right, I'll remember you." She waved her hand, creating a pink light that soared upwards. Before leaving, she looked at him and said, "I'll be back for you." Ye Qing tilted his head back, watching her disappear, leaving behind only a small whirlwind. He crossed his arms and smirked, replying, "Sure." His eyebrows furrowed, his mind a tangled mess. He muttered to himself, "What the heck was that about?" He hugged his head, walking down the road, muttering, "Today's the last day of the Qingyun Sect's disciple recruitment exam, so I should head back." Above, the shade of the trees dappled the sunlight, and the clouds drifted lazily across the deep blue sky. Ye Qing climbed the steps, thinking to himself, according to the original owner's memories, I have an unencountered fiancée. As he walked, he thought about the memories of this body, how he had been taken in as a disciple by a fake cultivator passing through, and hadn't returned home in over a decade. This time, if he couldn't become a cultivator, he glanced sideways, guessing, with the difference between immortals and mortals, this engagement will definitely be off. He closed his eyes, walking forward, thinking, the Qing family that the original owner was from, although not a prominent clan, is still a scholarly family, so they definitely won't accept this, which is why they spared no expense to send him to the Qingyun Sect. In his mind, the image of the original owner's father patting his shoulder said, you must not fail the family's expectations, he muttered. But the original body's cultivation talent can't be called terrible. He wrapped his arms around himself, sighed, thinking, it can only be said to be trash. Wanting to pass the exam is really harder than ascending to heaven. Ye Qing braced his hands, looked up at the sky, exhaling confidently, and said, but now that I've transmigrated here, everything will change. He ran towards the great gate before him, saying, the urgent matter at hand is to find Senior Sister Su, confirm that I've passed the exam, and officially become a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Above, the shade of the trees blocked part of the sunlight, and the sun was obscured by the clouds, creating an extremely peaceful scene. In a large building, this place is the Qingyun Outer Sect's Dharma Transmission Hall. An extremely beautiful girl holding a longsword was walking in. Ye Qing hid behind a corner, licked his lips, and peeked at her. The system voice sounded, your eyes have decided to enjoy the beauty before you. A black-haired man behind him said to the brown-haired man, this kid's just joined the sect, right? Dares to stare at Senior Sister Su, the man replied. But it's normal. Senior Sister Su's appearance is like a celestial being. Anyone who sees her for the first time has to look longer. Su Qingyue seemed to notice him, glanced over here, and let out a questioning sound. Just as he was staring intently, the system voice said, your eyes feel it's too far away to see clearly, and have decided to get closer. Your legs feel it's very reasonable. Because he was too focused, he didn't pay attention to what the system said, so he just let out a sound in response. He looked puzzled, not understanding why he was automatically moving forward. Ye Qing quickly approached her, both of them startled, their eyes met. The black-haired man saw this scene and exclaimed, peeking is one thing, but staring so blatantly like that, isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? The man next to him also gasped in praise. This new junior brother is a bit brave. His face was covered in sweat. Looking at Su Qingyue's face right in front of him, he cursed inwardly, damn legs, you're gonna get me killed. Stop pandering to my own lustful desires, I'm not some pervert. She looked at him and opened her mouth, saying, junior brother. A purple light enveloped her, she coldly said. Please respect yourself. He looked embarrassed, and stepped back, saying, no. But the system voice rang out at this time. Your eyes feel that hair flying back and forth is blocking your view, and have decided to pull it out. Your left hand approves of this action. A blue light radiated from his entire body. When he heard the system say, your dantian provided spiritual chi support, he stared down at his left hand. He closed his eyes tightly, watching it quickly make a move towards her, crying inwardly, damn it, don't cause trouble. Ye Qing's hand, carrying blue, true energy, quickly struck towards Su Qingyue, who was standing opposite him. His hand could easily pass through the layer of purple, true energy on her body. She was startled, staring blankly as that hand gently brushed her hair behind her ear. The brown-haired guy hiding nearby cursed angrily, damn it, does this bastard have a death wish? How dare he flirt with Senior Sister Su in front of everyone? The black-haired guy stamped his foot in dissatisfaction, yelling, I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. Another person next to him shouted, don't stop me, I'm gonna beat him to death. He quickly backed away, sweat pouring down like rain, stammering to explain, Senior Sister, let me explain. Her hand swiftly formed a seal, creating a purple surge of power, and with a wave he was sent flying backwards. He let out a painful scream. He fell to the ground, barely opening his eyes to look at her, thinking to himself, it's golden core magic power. Su Qingyue took a step forward, calmly saying, seeing that you've cultivated spirit chi. Her eyes darkened, filled with danger. She warned, you must have passed the entrance examination. For the sake of our fellow disciple relationship, I won't hold it against you this time. But if there's a next time, I won't be so lenient. Ye Qing stood up and looked at her, sincerely saying, thank you, Senior Sister. In his heart he secretly rejoiced. Luckily, this Senior Sister Su has a cold exterior but a kind heart. She only knocked me back and didn't cause any real damage. Her voice rang out, saying, one more thing. He was startled, looking at her questioningly. He thought to himself, if a golden core cultivator had attacked in anger, even if I didn't die, I would have been seriously injured. She waved her hand, throwing a token towards him, saying, "This is proof that you're an outer disciple. Take it." Drip blood to acknowledge its ownership. He reached out and caught the token. He clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." He reached out and dripped a drop of his own blood onto the token, watching as the token emitted a blue light, with the two characters Ye Qing appearing on it. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of immortal magic." He held the token up to his waist, playfully saying, wear it on my waist." He was wearing a green jade pendant, and he pondered, deciding to just wear it on his hip, next to the engagement jade pendant. He was startled, looking towards her, curiously thinking, why is senior sister staring at me? Could it be she feels it's inappropriate for me to put the jade token and the engagement jade pendant together? Su Qingyue touched her chin, staring at the engagement jade pendant, appearing thoughtful, wanting to say something but holding back. Seeing her like that, he thought to himself, after all, it's proof of my outer disciple status. Hanging it on my waist like this doesn't seem too appropriate. He looked at her and smiled, stuffing the token into his chest, saying, "This is a precious item. I must hide it well." Her expression was calm, advising, "Ye Qing, with your talent you should focus on one thing. Choose one cultivation technique." She pointed to a spot, saying, "In there, in the most secluded spot on the bookshelf, there's a azure wood everlasting technique. You can take a look." Hearing this, he was startled, clasping his hands and saying, "Okay, thank you for your guidance, senior sister." He quickly left, feeling moved in his heart, saying, "This senior sister Su is truly a good person." He walked and smiled, thinking, I was so terrible before, and yet she still kindly reminded me. But he didn't know, behind him she was still staring at his departing figure. She stared at him silently, as if deep in thought. Ye Qing gently pushed the door open and entered the room. He stood looking at the books carefully arranged on the shelves, and couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation, sighing in admiration. Suddenly, he was startled when a man appeared next to him, introducing himself. "Hello, junior brother, I am Zhao Xulong." He held a book, clasping his hands behind his back. Continuing, "Inner disciple, responsible for managing the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion is divided into 3 levels. Outer disciples can only choose cultivation techniques on the first level." He turned to leave, continuing, "The selection time is half an hour. After you've chosen, come to me to register, and I'll arrange a place for you to comprehend the technique. Comprehending the technique only lasts 1 day, no matter how many techniques you choose, no matter how difficult the technique is. Therefore, know your own limitations." He clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Thank you, senior brother Zhao." He walked around, calculating. Just this first floor has dozens of bookshelves. There must be thousands of cultivation techniques on them. He closed his eyes, resolving in his heart, half an hour might not be enough. If inner disciples don't have special contributions, they only get 1 chance to choose a technique. This rare opportunity must be seized. He looked at the bookshelf in the corner of the room, muttering, as expected, there's a bookshelf in the outermost corner. Ye Qing picked up a book, saying suspiciously, "This is the Qing Mu Chang Sheng technique that Su Qingyue mentioned. Yet it's covered in dust, no one cares about it at all." He glanced at the other books on the shelf, exclaiming, "No wonder, this places all the most basic entry-level cultivation techniques." He scratched his head, saying, "Although they're all gentle, not prone to qui deviation, and not difficult to cultivate, progress is slow. The speed of improvement is like a snail's pace. Anyone with ambition won't choose them." He held the book in his hand, raising it with a smile. "But this technique is really suitable for me. It's the purest qi refining technique, with extremely strong compatibility, so all parts of my body can cultivate it." The space became extremely quiet, without a sound, as time slowly passed. After a few moments he held 2 different cultivation techniques in his hands, thinking, these 2, the Tiangong body refinement and the soul refining art. The former cultivates the heart, the latter cultivates the spiritual sea. He rested his chin on his hand, squatting on the ground, looking at the 2 techniques, saying with difficulty, "Both are high-level techniques, extremely difficult. Successfully cultivating these techniques can increase talent to the highest level." Ye Qing threw the 2 techniques on the ground, reaching for another one on the shelf, saying, "Maybe I should switch to 2 easier ones to cultivate first." The system voice sounded, "Your heart feels slighted and is extremely angry." At the same time, his face instantly became extremely ugly, and he coughed continuously. His whole body trembled as he clutched his chest and knelt down. Before he could stop, the system voice sounded again, "Your spiritual sea agrees with your heart." His face turned purplish blue, his mouth twitching, exclaiming, "Damn it, my heart rate is faster, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." His mind was like a tangled mess, looking at the 2 techniques in front of him, saying, "Damn it," he cursed inwardly, "don't cause trouble, I'll choose them, okay?" The space fell silent once more, and time slowly passed.
After a few moments, Ye Qing arrived behind Zhao Xulong, exclaiming, "Senior brother, I've made my choice."
He looked directly at him, saying sarcastically, "You actually know how to choose. The Tiangang body refinement and the soul refining art are both at the top of the thousands of techniques." He looked at the book in front of him, muttering, "Adding the Qing Mu Changsheng technique, although the difficulty gap is huge, you've got body refinement, soul refinement, and chi refinement all covered." His expression was extremely calm as he listened to him continue. "But one must know their own limits. These two techniques are extremely difficult to comprehend."
He picked up the book, turning to leave, saying, "Even senior brother me back then didn't have this courage. With your talent, you can at most comprehend the Qing Mu Changsheng technique thoroughly in a day." Ye Qing reached out, smiling, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, but I want to give it a try."
Zhao Xulong was angered by his lack of listening, turning his head to scold unhappily.
"What a joke! If you really had any talent for comprehension, how come you barely managed to successfully cultivate an entry-level technique and pass the outer sect assessment on the last day?"
His face was purplish-black as he pointed at him, disdainfully saying, "To put it bluntly, I think you're a typical ignorant fool." The system voice sounded in his ear. "Your Danshan, heart, and spiritual sea feel humiliated and have decided to fight back against his mouth and eyes, cooperating in this action. He tried his best, his whole body trembling, trying to stop them."
He calmly continued, saying, "Back then, Zhao Xulong, when I entered the sect, I didn't have such grand ambitions as you." His whole body trembled.
Uttering a contemptuous sound, he raised his eyebrows,
smirking, putting on a punchable face, telling you that you can't do it. Impossible. Now I'm the same.
He raised his head to face him, inwardly screaming and cursing. "You're causing trouble for me again. I guess I've seen it clearly now. No part of my body lets me rest easy. They're all troublemakers." Seeing him like this, he was stunned, not knowing what else to say.
Zhao Xulong crossed his arms, turning his head to sneer, saying,
"Good words are hard to persuade a dying ghost. Don't blame senior brother for not reminding you later."
Ye Qing picked up the book, scratching his head, turning to leave, saying, "Senior brother, then I'll go to the comprehension room first." In his heart, he thought, running away is the best option.
The space fell into silence once more. Without a sound, time passed quickly, and after a while,
the people reading books were startled to see Su Qingyue striding in. They exclaimed, "It's Senior Sister Su!" Whispers arose.
"It's usually hard to meet Senior Sister Su. What is she doing here?" She ignored the surrounding sounds, asking, "What techniques did Ye Qing choose just now?"
Zhao Xulong looked at her, startled, a thin layer of sweat breaking out on his forehead, thinking to himself, could it be that the trash kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth just now has something to do with Senior Sister Su?
He suspiciously guessed. Senior Sister Su has been in the sect for over a decade, but I've never heard her care about anything other than cultivation. He only managed a questioning sound. Her face was cold as she asked, "What? I'm talking to you." He clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowing respectfully as he replied. Replying to Senior Sister, "It's the Azurewood Everspring art."
She touched her chin and continued to ask, what else?" He closed his eyes and replied respectfully, "There's also the Celestial Physique Tempering Technique and the Soul Refining Method." She crossed her arms in front of her chest and slightly opened one eye, replying,
Zhao Xulong's face turned green, remembering Ye Qing's arrogant appearance, and he muttered in his heart, "Holy crap, this kid really has something to do with Senior Sister." She turned to leave, and before leaving she instructed, "After he comes out, tell him to come find me." He stood up straight and replied, "Understood." He touched his head and muttered, "What the hell is going on? What's this kid's relationship with Senior Sister Su anyway?"
He touched his chin, pondering and analyzing. But even if they do have a relationship, the fact that Senior Sister turned around and left shows that this kid is overestimating himself. Choosing 3 cultivation methods at once, 2 of which are extremely difficult. Zhao Xulong looked at the tightly closed room in front of him and said with disdain, "He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, thinking he's a born Tao seed or something." He was startled and surprised to see a blue light rapidly flying out from inside the room. A male disciple with purple hair exclaimed in surprise, "Someone has achieved great success in a cultivation method." The person next to him also said, "A breakthrough with a vision of great success in a cultivation method." Zhao Xulong looked at the surrounding azure mist and exclaimed in his heart, "Right now, only that kid Ye Qing is in there. Has he really broken through?" He glanced inside, incredulously shouting, "Are you kidding me?" He cursed inwardly. "How long have you been in there?" Looking at the room before him, he repeatedly exclaimed in astonishment, "He's mastered it all in just half an hour. Is he even human?" The room was completely silent, without a single sound, the entire space enveloped in a faint blue light. Ye Qing let out a long breath. He sat in the chair, looking at the book that was being lifted by a blue force. and praised his body with a smile. Impressive. I understood the entire cultivation method after reading it just once. Very impressive. He glanced at the system panel and listened to its explanation. Because your Danshin previously absorbed the morning sun purple chi, it stimulated the wood energy, greatly increasing your cultivation speed. He pointed to the system panel in front of him and said understandingly. So that's how it is. The morning sun purple chi is the divine yang energy of heaven and earth, so a wood attribute cultivation method naturally gets twice the results with half the effort. He froze in place when he heard the system continue to announce. Your Danshin is hoping to eat bamboo shoots, absorb wood energy, and eat them raw. Your legs, arms, and mouth approve of this action. The system's voice rang out, telling him their decision. The decision is to steal the purple bamboo shoots behind the mountain of Purple Haze Peak after nightfall. An unpleasant image immediately appeared in his mind, and he said, I'm not a panda. Can that stuff even be eaten raw? He gritted his teeth as he listened to the system continue to say. Your heart suggests that after eating the bamboo shoots, you can soak in the hot spring of Purple Haze Peak, as the hot spring has the effect of helping cue circulation. He supported his forehead in despair as he heard the system continue to say. Your legs strongly agree with this suggestion, and it has been unanimously approved. He held his head in his hands, looking up to the sky and roaring, This is trying to kill me. He cursed loudly. That's Purple Haze Peak. That's where all the female disciples of the Azure Cloud sect cultivate. The hot spring behind the mountain is a forbidden area for male disciples. Ye Qing was filled with anger, coldly snorted, and stepped towards the door, saying, Unbelievable, I'll go out first. Zhao Shulong turned his head to look at him, and he said to him gently, Junior brother Ye, my words just now were a bit presumptuous. Please don't take them to heart. He was startled to hear this. He smiled brightly and said, Senior brother is too polite? I didn't take it to heart at all. In his heart, he suspiciously thought, why is Zhao Zhulong suddenly being so polite to me? His face flushed as he probed. Then, later when you meet senior sister Su, saying this, he raised his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly, embarrassedly saying, Could you say a few good words for senior brother? Don't worry, senior brother won't treat you badly. Ye Qing heard this and asked, without understanding, Senior sister Su. He suddenly remembered and replied, You, look at this senior brother's memory. Senior sister said that after you finish comprehending, you should go find her. He approached him and whispered, Junior brother, what's your relationship with senior sister Su, exactly? Ye Qing crossed his arms, half opening one eye, and said, Doesn't matter at all. I've only met Su Shiji once. Zhao Shulong raised an eyebrow, disbelievingly saying, How could that be? Shiji just now deliberately came over to ask what cultivation technique you chose. If she wasn't extremely interested in someone, she wouldn't act like that. Saying this, he suddenly gasped in shock. He slapped his thigh, pointing at Ye Qing with his other hand, and shouted, I figured it out. You must have caught Shiji's eye. She likes you. Ye Qing glanced at the finger pointing at him and replied, amused, You really are a genius at deduction. The system's voice rang out, Your heart finds this extremely stimulating. Cultivation speed greatly increased. Ye Qing turned around, pressing his hand to his chest, and cursed inwardly, Stimulating my ass. How could Su Shiji possibly like me? Zhao Shulong looked at him suspiciously, Ye Qing's face full of gravity, and said, This is clearly settling accounts. Definitely can't meet her. I'll go through the back door. Then Zhao Shulong watched Ye Qing's back as he tiptoed away, murmuring doubtfully, Isn't Su Shiji in the front? Why is this kid going to the back? Zhao Shulong suddenly thought, No way, I can't let Shiji know I let this Ye Shiji go. He remembered her terrifyingly cold face, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, Otherwise, if Su Shiji gets angry, I'm dead for sure. Ye Qing quickly walked through a courtyard wall to another courtyard, where a lively sound rang out, Come over and see, come over and see. A plump man with a beaming face gestured towards him, inviting, New disciple sect competition, voluntary participation, winner takes all. He quickly approached, curiously asking, This Shixiong, what's going on here? How can a sect competition have so many people? Could it be there are prizes for the competition? Hearing his question, the man laughed and replied, Judging by your appearance, you just comprehended a cultivation technique at the transmission hall, so you probably don't know about the recent big event in our sect. I wonder if this Sharidi knows about the Qingyun Sect. Ye Qing crossed his arms and looked at him, saying, Qingyun Sect, I've heard of them. Seems like they're near the Qingyun Sect. Ye Qing turned his head, asking with surprise, Could it be that a great battle between good and evil is about to break out? The man put his hands on his hips, approaching Ye Qing, and said, You probably don't know. Recently, our Qingyun Sect and the Tianma Sect have been fighting over a newly discovered spiritual stone ore vein. He looked at Ye Qing, continuing, There have been quite a few conflicts, so the two sects have decided to organize a new disciple competition. The man put his hand to his lips, half opening one eye, and whispered,
The time is about 3 months later. If you can defeat the opponent in the arena by then, you'll receive rewards from the upper-level elders. You can choose any spiritual weapon or magic treasure. The man pointed to the sky, his voice full of enchantment, saying, "Moreover, the champion can also receive a reward from Sushiji, for Sushiji to help them comprehend cultivation techniques. Otherwise, why would these old fogies personally be involved?"
Ye Qing slapped his hand, feigning understanding, and said, "So that's how it is. It's because of Sushiji."
The man looked at him, probing. "I see that Shishidi has an imposing aura and extraordinary demeanor. Want to try participating?"
Ye Qing stroked his chin, pondering the pros and cons. His organs decided, "Tonight, I'm going to Ziha Peak to steal stuff. Oh, that will definitely cause trouble. I'll deal with the Ziha Peak matter first." Ye Qing turned his head to look at the man, smiling politely as he declined.
"Let's talk about this later. I have to go back and prepare. Cultivate diligently." The system's voice rang out. "Your heart thinks what you said is very reasonable, deciding to give you a little more blood and quit to prepare for tonight's trip to Ziha Peak. Thinking about going to eat purple bamboo shoots tonight, your mouth can't help but water, your legs want you to quickly take a bath, and it would be even better if you could meet a little miss." Hearing these words, Ye Qing forced a smile, not knowing what to say. The plump man watched Ye Qing's back as he left, regretting. Another disciple chicken to herd is gone. Oh well, never mind. The man's face turned purple as he grabbed a notebook and a pen, saying, "Having so many disciples participating is enough. This time I'm making a killing." The sky was clear without a single cloud. Looking from afar, the mountain peak was emerald green and crystal clear. Truly peaceful. Ye Qing walked step by step towards the top of the mountain, but was extremely unwilling. He shouted loudly, "Stop! This old man really doesn't want to go up Ziha Peak. It's so easy to get beaten up." The system's voice rang out. "Your legs feel what you said is unreasonable, so they resolutely continue to move forward." Hearing this, Ye Qing shouted unhappily, but his feet still didn't stop, stepping forward steadily. His face was sullen, unwilling. "To be honest, it's really troublesome. I can only scout ahead first."
Ye Qing bent down and picked up a small branch, muttering, "In any case, Ziha Peak is heavily guarded." He waved his hand, throwing the branch forward with force, shouting, "Go!"
He looked up as the branch collided with an invisible wall, instantly disintegrating. His face turned purple, feeling distressed as he watched the branch turn into tiny pieces and fall. Sweat poured down his body like a river, and he trembled, saying, "The formation is too strong. How am I supposed to get through?" He immediately turned to leave, groaning, "No way, this is suicide. I should just go back." The system's voice rang out. "Your heart thinks you're too cowardly. How can you retreat as its master? Your heart has decided to support you." After the voice finished, his whole body was quickly enveloped in a blue light. The blue light rapidly grew stronger, spreading outwards. System voice, "Burnus, your legs have gained a portion of natural spiritual energy so you won't be detected by the surrounding formation and want to see some beauty." He looked at his hands emitting a blue light and heard the system continue. "Your body has gained a surge of spiritual power." Ye Qing turned his head, scanning the formation behind him, and asked suspiciously, "Is this really going to work?" With that, he gently reached out his hand, glowing with blue light, towards the formation in front of him.
He watched his hand pass through the barrier of light with ease, and exclaimed joyfully, "It really works, I'm through." In that silent space he quickly passed through the barrier.
A moment later, in a forest full of green trees, he held 2 branches in his hands, moving swiftly forward. Hiding his face behind the 2 branches, he peeked around, saying, "Careful, careful." Suddenly, Ye Qing stood up straight, and the system's voice rang out at the same time. "Your liver thinks you're too cowardly. Your heart has decided to work with the other organs to make you cocky. Your limbs have decided to treat this place as their home, free and comfortable. Your mouth agrees too." All the organs quickly took control of his body. Striding forward arrogantly, he could only let out a questioning cry, "What is this doing?" As his figure gradually moved away, only his cursing could be heard echoing in the air. "Damn it! You guys want to kill me, don't you? How can you be so arrogant when you're stealing stuff?" In the hazy mist, the image of bamboo gradually appeared in the distance. He rested one hand on his knee, sighing in relief. "Here it is. It's right here." Ye Qing stood up straight, looking at the bamboo forest in front of him, and exclaimed, "No wonder it's called the purple bamboo forest. The flowing spiritual energy is endless, like waves crashing continuously." He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze blowing down the leaves, and said, "So comfortable. This place is even better than where I cultivate. No wonder so many female disciples like the purple bamboo forest." Ye Qing's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and he quickly drew his sword, charging forward, shouting, "Give it to me!" The sword in his hand had just slashed at the purple bamboo stalk when it immediately broke in 2. His face turned purple as he looked at the broken sword in his hand, saying, "Seriously? You want me to bite this thing with my teeth? Even an iron-eating beast might not be able to eat this." The system's voice rang out. "Your brain thinks you're a bit stupid and wants to personally guide you to steal purple bamboo shoots." The system's voice continued. "Your heart also agrees and is helping the brain find purple bamboo shoots around. Your hands want to help a bit too, just hoping your brain won't forget them later when it explores." He asked in disbelief, "What? I'm not just here to eat purple bamboo, I'm eating purple bamboo shoots." He looked up at his arm, which was emitting a blue light. The arm quickly grabbed a nearby purple bamboo stalk. Then he forcefully pulled it towards him. Ye Qing held the purple bamboo stalk high and wondered, how do these purple bamboos grow so arrogantly? It takes several hundred years, just pulling them up like that. He was startled as he looked at the bamboo shoots lying in the deep pit and heard the system's voice ringing in his ear. "Your heart has discovered the purple bamboo shoots you're looking for. Preparing to take the purple bamboo shoots. Your brain strongly agrees with your heart's actions and has criticized your limbs for not being clean. Your limbs have decided to dig up a few purple bamboo shoots to soak your feet." Hearing this, he put his hands on his hips in panic and said, "Use purple bamboo shoots to soak my feet? Are you kidding me? This is a top-grade spiritual medicine." The entire space was shrouded in a thin mist, and the bamboo branches swayed gently in the breeze. The green bamboo shoots were thrown onto the ground. He put his hands on his hips, looked at the fruits of his labor, and exhaled, saying, "I've dug up quite a few." He glanced around, thinking, with so many holes, if someone discovers them, I'm doomed. Just then, the system's voice immediately appeared. "Your heart feels that you're being cowardly again, so it has transferred a little heroic spirit to you." He was stunned as he heard the system's voice ringing out, "Heroic spirit, plus 1086. He stuck out his tongue and lightly licked his lips, staring intently at the purple bamboo shoots, drooling, saying, "Right now, the most important thing for me is to increase my cultivation." Shu Feng pounced on the pile of bamboo shoots, leaving a pile of small dirt pits behind, shouting, "Screw it, I'm eating it all!" His hand seal glowed with a blue light. He closed his eyes and meditated, chanting in his mouth, "Shi refining stage 2, Shi refining stage 3, Shi refining stage 4. There were still small bits of bamboo shoot on the corner of his mouth he didn't even notice. Exhaled a breath and said with a smile, "Awesome! This cultivation is increasing too fast." The space suddenly became extremely quiet. Without a sound, the scene immediately changed. Su Qingyue was sitting alone in a pavilion, holding a small teacup in her hand, waiting for him. She raised the teacup and said coldly, "Waiting for a whole day, this kid Ye Qing still hasn't come." She closed her eyes, shook her head slightly and said to herself, "In recent years, my heart has only been on the Dao, wholeheartedly seeking immortality." She turned around and stepped down, approached the stone table, and muttered, "Unexpectedly, Ye Qing didn't show up." She gently placed the teacup on the stone table, muttering, "If I didn't have immortal destiny." She remembered the half of the jade pendant hanging on him. She sighed to herself, "Maybe I would marry Ye Qing, becoming a beautiful folktale." But now, Su Qingyue secretly decided, perhaps I can give Ye Qing some pointers, which can be regarded as ending this karma, ending this love affair. At that time I can also beg my master, and she probably won't blame me too heavily. A coldness appeared on her face. She said in a deep voice, "But this guy is really infuriating. He doesn't even think about seeing me." She turned and left, saying, "Forget it. I'll go to the back mountain to soak in the hot springs, adjust my emotions." Already in a silent space, darkness completely enveloped the ground. On Purple Haze Peak, Ye Qing lay sprawled on the ground, exhaling a happy breath, shouting, "Qi, refining stage 9. He gave a bright smile and said, "I've made a killing today, I should scram. If others find out, I'm done for." He sat up abruptly when he heard the system sound appear in his ears. "Your heart feels that you have forgotten something, so it decided to remind you. Maybe you need to take a bath. Your feet also feel that way, and your hands also advise. Anyway, there are hot springs on Purple Haze Peak. Why don't you go relax a bit?" Ye Qing listened to their instigation, feeling like he was struck by lightning, hugged himself tightly and trembled, saying, "You really want me to take a bath? Don't screw me over." He stood up with a serious face, saying, "No way, I have to go back." But his feet didn't listen to his orders, and ran quickly towards the lake. He cried out desperately, "Hey, hey, hey! Why can't I control you guys? Don't go! I'm gonna be played to death by you guys today." A moment later, in the dark sky, the stars twinkled brightly, making the space extremely peaceful. Ye Qing stepped closer to the lake in front of him, saying, "I'm here." He quickly looked around, luckily it's night, so there's no one. He quickly took off his clothes, ran to the steaming lake in front of him, shouting, "Let's try it out." Ye Qing's whole body sank into the water, letting out a sigh, shouting, "So comfortable." He jumped when he heard a female voice shouting, "Who's there?" He blushed and looked to the side, lamenting. I'm screwed. It's senior sister Su. He quickly sank into the water, looking at the figure not far away, cursing. Damn it, it really is senior sister Su over there. Su Qingyun quickly turned to look at him, his whole body completely submerged in the water, only revealing a pair of eyes looking at her, asking, would senior sister believe me if I said this was a misunderstanding? A light mist surrounded her, but her voice was full of murderous intent, scolding. Not talking. Right, want to die. His body was soaked, not knowing if it was from the bath or cold sweat. He said in fear, I'll talk. She didn't bother to listen to what he said, but released a golden stream of power. Shooting straight towards him, she shouted, Die! Ye Qing quickly ducked to avoid the stream of power, shouting, What? The light quickly attacked the spot, causing a violent explosion. A person in black clothes jumped out of the explosion, letting out a cold snort. The man in black looked at her and praised, Not bad, Su Qingyun. You actually noticed. He turned his head, clueless, and said, What's going on? There's someone else here. The man in black quickly unleashed a palm strike filled with blue light towards her, saying, Since you've discovered me, then die. He let out a cold snort and quickly channeled his power into the lake, causing it to freeze rapidly. Ye Qing was startled as he looked at the frozen water before him and exclaimed, So cold, he froze the entire hot spring with a single move. He's definitely an expert. Seeing Su Qingyun quickly leaving the frozen lake, he shouted, Trying to run. He quickly slashed an attack towards her, yelling, Don't even think about it. She swung her sword, shattering the ice. She yelled loudly. She brandished her sword. Blocking his attack, she questioned, Who exactly are you? She swung her sword, slashing fiercely at him, asking, What's your purpose for infiltrating my Qingyun Sect today? The man in black struck a powerful palm towards her, arrogantly shouting, No matter what you think today, you're destined to die by my hands. The two of them exchanged blows fiercely. He gradually closed in, saying, Su Qingyun, the strongest senior disciple of the Qingyun Sect, best known for her Qingyun swordplay. The two of their powers collided forcefully, causing them to retreat. He raised his hands to block, saying, You long body technique and Qingyun footwork. If I'm not mistaken, your spiritual energy is probably mainly wood, right? She also retreated, letting out a painful ooh. Su Qingyun held her Qingcheng sword, which emitted a purple light, and said to the man in black, I didn't expect you to know so much about me. It seems there's a spy in the sect. He crossed his arms before his chest, arrogantly saying, So, Su Qingyun, don't bother trying to resist anymore, she calmly said. Although you're powerful and know my background, you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. Hearing these words, he burst into laughter, asking in return, Is that so? He brought a flute to his lips and began to play, and streams of ice and snow power emanated from the flute. The purple power on her body was affected by the sound of the flute, and quickly dissipated, she exclaimed. This is bad. My spiritual energy is dissipating so quickly. He quickly put away the flute, waved his hand, and laughed loudly, shouting, Kill! She raised her sword to block, unable to help but exclaim, My body's movements have slowed down. That icy aura quickly flashed past, cutting a small line on her arm, and fresh blood flowed from the wound. She cried out in pain. Her sword-wielding arm gradually loosened, and her legs became weak, causing her to kneel down. Su Qingyun's voice sounded, Damn it! There's poison on the weapon. More streams of cold air quickly shot out from his hand. The man in black said, Let's see how you escape this time. Ye Qing, hiding behind a nearby tree, watched this scene in silence. His face turned green, and looking in that direction, he thought to himself, Is it still too late to run? I'm just cannon fodder in front of these two. He stood up straight with a start when he heard her voice ringing in his ear. Ye Qing, I know you're nearby. I'm holding this person back. You quickly run and call the experts of the sect here, he exclaimed in surprise. It's senior sister Su's voice transmission technique. One hand clutching her arm that was bleeding black blood, her expression unpleasant, she continued the voice transmission. Otherwise, you and I will both die here today. His face was covered in sweat as he pondered. This, senior sister Su, actually wants me to run first. What should I do? What should I do? He was startled as he watched Su Qingyun being continuously forced back by the man in black's attacks. She knelt down on both knees, blood appearing on her face, and asked in a difficult situation, Who exactly are you? To be such a powerful expert and resort to such despicable tricks, only knowing how to launch sneak attacks in the dark. How did you infiltrate my Qingyun Sect? He looked at her, who was about to die, and said, Forget it, I'll let you die. Knowing the truth, listen carefully. He reached out, pulled down his black hood, and introduced himself. I am Wang Tiansha, a direct disciple of the Tianmo Sect. You must know who I am, right? Su Qingyun's eyes were full of disdain. So it's you. Only the people from your Tianmo sect would do such despicable things, attacking me before the match. She looked at him and shouted, If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. He clasped his hands behind his back, approached her step by step, and shamelessly said, "I am from the Qingyun Sect. Why should I care about such things?" A wicked smile crept onto Wang Tiansha's face as he said,
To deal with you, I deliberately went to the Supreme Elder to borrow a magical artifact, just to kill a genius like you. He looked at her pathetic figure sitting on the ground and said, I'm sure to win the match in 3 months, but before I kill you, I must absorb your yin energy to replenish my yang. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of such a beauty? Her eyes filled with anger, she shouted, Damn you, how dare you? Su Qingyue sat on the ground in despair, thinking to herself, What should I do? Who can save me? Can't I avoid this calamity today? His face was treacherous as he shouted, Little beauty, I'm coming, I'll make you feel good. She gathered a stream of purple energy in her hands and yelled, Don't even think about it. She stood up straight. Her whole body emitted a dazzling purple light, her aura facing him. Wang Tiansha covered his face with his hands, looked at the powerful force emanating from Su Qingyue's body, and shouted, What do you want to do? You want to self-destruct with me? His voice continued to echo. Go down together, I'm telling you, Su Qingyue, don't even think about it. Her face was covered in blood, but her expression was calm and emotionless as she cursed, Beast, even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. Ye Qing shouted with all his might, Wait! Hearing this, he let out a puzzled cry, turning his head to look at him. Disbelief on his face, he asked, You dare to come here? Seeing him come, she was filled with anger and anxiously shouted, Didn't I tell you to run away? What are you doing here? He calmly looked at the purple energy that was gradually dissipating in front of him, and calmly said, Senior Sister Su, in this situation, how can I leave you here alone and run away? In reality, tears were streaming down his face as he cursed inwardly. Do you think I want to come? But my legs won't listen to me. They just want to come over here. What can I do? She didn't know what he was thinking, and was touched when she heard this, thinking to herself, I didn't expect him to be so loyal. But she shouted out loud, You, Wang Tiansha. Wang Tiansha laughed, activated his move, and said, I was originally planning to deal with you after I killed you, but since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Hearing this, he raised a hand and shouted, Wait! Wait! Hearing this, he stopped, looked at him with a sneer, and asked, What, are you scared? I'm telling you, it's too late. A blue light emanated from Ye Qing's body as he asked softly, Are you ready? A blue light emanated from his hand, and at the same time the system voice rang out, Your hand is ready to accumulate attack power. From the position of his dantian, a ray of light also emitted, and the system continued to say, Your dantian has provided 100% of its spiritual power. Hearing what the system said, he replied, If that's the case, then let's hit him. He reached out, wiggled his index finger, and said in a provocative tone, Come here. Su Qingyue was worried and shouted, Ye Qing, don't be rash, you are no match for him. Wang Tiansha burst out laughing and said, This kid isn't moving at all, is he scared? Stupid. He looked at the palm of his hand carrying a stream of power in front of him, and let out a surprised cry. He slapped him hard in the face, causing him to spit blood and fly backwards. He shouted, Eat this slap. He knelt down, looked at his hands emitting light, and shouted in disbelief, What? Ye Qing's face was full of wickedness as he cracked his wrist and laughed loudly. Then he used all his strength to slap him hard on the face, saying, I'll give you another slap. Ah! Su Qingyue exclaimed in surprise. This, Wang Tiansha's face was bruised and battered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gasped, I didn't expect you to be at the 9th level of Qi refining. She bent down to pick up the sword from the ground, saying, Junior brother, now's your chance, kill him. He rushed towards Wang Tiansha, shouting in response, Got it. Wang Tiansha was startled, seeing them surround him from the front and back. He raised his arms to block Ye Qing's attacks, retorting, You little punk, wait till. Before he could finish, a sword with a purple glow pierced through his chest from behind. Wang Tiansha only had time to let out a pained cry. Su Qingyue, with a cold expression, said from behind Wang Tiansha, Not a chance. She quickly pulled out the sword. Wang Tiansha's eyes rolled back as he let out a loud cry. No. She watched him fall to the ground, letting out a soft breath. Ye Qing wearily squatted down on the ground, saying, We won. That was close. He tilted his head up to look at her, a look of confusion on his face. He jolted up, asking in a panic, Senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? Su Qingyue walked closer to him, her eyes fixed on him, and said, That's right, you are Ye Qing. He avoided her gaze, forcing a smile, and said, Of course I am. Then he let out an awkward laugh. She turned her head away, but glanced at him from the corner of her eye, and said, I remember your cultivation level was very low before, only at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refining. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she asked, You even went to the arts pavilion today, to take a cultivation technique, right? Ye Qing scratched his head, looking at her, and said, Well, senior sister, everyone has their own opportunities, and this isn't really something I can talk about. Hearing this, she didn't press the matter, but changed the subject, asking, Then talk about something you can talk about.
Why did you come to the Zihua Peak?
Su Qingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking at him, and said, You probably know that Zihua Peak has never allowed male disciples in, let alone the hot springs. He looked at her with an awkward smile, answering,
Well, senior sister, hear me out.
She held out her hand, calmly saying, All right, I'm listening. Ye Qing was pale, as he muttered to himself,
I'm screwed, how am I supposed to explain this? Just as he didn't know what to do, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Your kidneys are a little interested, and feel they can answer the beauty's question. Your mouth doesn't want to listen to your kidneys, and only wants to express itself.
His mouth suddenly opened, saying, Senior Sister Sue, actually, you don't know. I am a peerless genius who only appears once in 10,000 years.
He was startled, as it continued. I have been concealing my identity all these years. Hearing it say this, he thought in despair, I'm totally screwed.
Su Qingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest, repeating doubtfully, Not known by anyone, secretly protecting humanity. A peerless genius who only appears once in 10,000 years.
His mouth still didn't stop, continuing to brag. The reason I came here today is because I received information that disciples of the demonic sect have come here, so I ambushed them here to kill them.
She touched her chin, saying, Such sophistry is not without reason.
Hearing her say this, Ye Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Luckily, this mouth is reliable. Although it talks nonsense, it doesn't say anything completely outrageous.
She suddenly let out a cry of doubt when she heard Ye Qing call her senior sister.
The two of us? He pursed his lips tightly towards Su Qingyue, saying, Give me a kiss. Ye Qing's head was full of black lines, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, this mouth.
Her expression darkened when she heard him say, Senior sister, I love you. Her face turned extremely cold when she heard him continue,
Senior sister, come to my room tonight. Ye Qing used all his strength to cover his mouth, but it still let out a protesting sound. He continued, Senior sister, my blanket is super warm. In his heart he roared, Don't say any more. She raised her hand,
quickly rewarding him with a slap that made him yelp in pain. His face turned to the side, quickly swelling up. Su Qingyue turned and left, leaving Ye Qing lying on the ground with a swollen face, weeping and lamenting. Out of the blue, in the middle of the night, a breeze blew through the tall bamboo, and time passed quickly. After a while he exuded an aura of despair and obediently knelt on the ground. She reached out to fix her hair, glanced at him, and asked, So, are you going to cause more trouble? He lowered his head and replied, I wouldn't dare to cause any more trouble.
Her expression turned serious, and she said, No more joking around, let's talk business.
He tilted his head back, looking at her with a face full of doubt, and asked, What business? Su Qingyue looked at him and asked, Do you think we should tell the elders of the sect about what happened today? Ye Qing raised his hand to stroke his chin, pretending to be thoughtful, and mumbled, With the current situation, I feel like we shouldn't tell the higher-ups of the sect. She looked at him and said, Tell me your reasons, he softly explained. Although the Tianmo sect fights with our sect, there are ups and downs between the two sides. She pretended to think, listening to him continue. But overall, the two sides are actually not too far apart. Ye Qing raised a finger and continued to explain that Wang Tiansha is just a core disciple of the Tianmo sect, not a top-tier powerhouse. How could he sneak in here so easily? Su Qingyue stood up straight, glanced at him, and replied, Reasonable analysis. You're saying that there are spies within our sect. His expression turned serious, and he replied, Yeah, that's right. He looked at her back and said, Other than that, there's no other explanation. I know very well how difficult it is to get in here. Wang Tiansha was able to get to the back mountain and assassinate you. There must be someone secretly helping him, she said in a deep voice. Then I'll just report to the sect leader. He was startled, and didn't say anything when he heard her voice ringing in his ears. The sect leader is completely trustworthy. We must investigate this thoroughly. Su Qingyue suddenly turned her head to look back when she heard him say, We can't report this matter to the higher-ups of the sect. We can't even let them know about this. If you tell the sect leader about this, the sect leader will definitely tell the elders of the sect. The spy has the ability to bring Wang Tiansha in here. Ye Qing slightly opened one eye and raised his hand to point to the sky, implying something. It's very likely to be one of the elders. She turned her head to look at him and said, You're right. I was blinded by anger. He sat cross-legged on the ground and replied, Yeah. She turned around and calmly called out, Then let's wait until the two of us find out who the spy is, before reporting this matter to the higher-ups. She turned her back to him, her face full of anger, and said, If I find out who is behind this, I will definitely make them pay. He raised one leg to stand up and said, Senior sister, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Secretly pondering in his heart, investigate spies, bullshit, I wouldn't bother with such a dangerous thing. She turned her head to look at him and said,
It's fortunate that you reminded me this time. I didn't expect you to be such a thoughtful person. Su Qingyue calmly looked at him and said, "In a few days, you can come to my cave dwelling. I'll teach you some cultivation techniques." Hearing her words, his face turned red, and the system's voice immediately appeared. "Your heart has heard the senior sister's praise. Your heart has decided to confess to this beautiful senior sister in front of you, and wants to instigate other organs." Ye Qing quickly turned around, slammed his chest hard, and gritted his teeth and muttered, "No, big bro, don't mess around. Senior sister Su just changed her impression of me." She didn't hear his answer, so she asked, "Junior brother, Ye, you?" She was startled to see him quickly leaving, only leaving behind a sentence, "Senior sister, farewell." She supported her cold hands and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "This Ye Qing is really a difficult person to understand, sometimes uninhibited, sometimes serious, sometimes rational, and his strength is not weak either." She intertwined her hands and said, "He can also be considered an excellent cultivator, should I?" She quickly shook her head. "Gotta shake that thought out of my head. Nope, can't do it. I'm a cultivator, all about that Davo life." Su Qingyue told herself, "No way am I getting caught up in some corny romance drama." She bounced, leaving behind an echo, "Su Qingyue, girl, you can't get distracted by worldly feelings." After she left, the space quickly fell silent. Time flew by. The next day, staring at the giant pit in front of him, chatter immediately erupted. "Who did this? Digging up all the purple bamboo shoots on the mountain? Seriously, that's messed up." Female disciples in different outfits gawked at the pits and immediately started cursing. "That heartless jerk, if I ever see him, I'll skin him alive." A female disciple in green, face red with anger, yelled, "I was gonna make beauty pills this morning, but there's not a single shoot left." The female disciple in pink was equally pissed. "If I find out who did this, I'm gonna beat him to a pulp." From a tiny room, a hand shot out and flung the door open. Ye Qing stepped out, stretched and grinned. "One night of cultivation and my cultivation base is way more solid. Next up, figuring out how to break through to the foundation establishment stage." He tilted his head and said, "But breaking through to foundation establishment requires a bit of luck. Or a foundation establishment pill. Gotta find a way to get that breakthrough." He was startled when he heard the system's voice in his head. "Your eyes are telling you to go find some hotties to look at. Who knows, maybe it'll inspire the host to break through." He pointed at his eyes, gritting his teeth. "Shut it, I don't need you to feel. I want me to feel." Ye Qing started walking forward. "Guess I'll check out the sex plaza." A pair of legs was frantically running forward, as a voice shouted from behind, "Wang Aihu, stop right there." Wang Aihu, clutching a golden box, glanced back at the mob gaining on him, and groaned, "Crap, I'm so screwed this time." The brown-haired dude in the back yelled angrily, "You ain't getting away. When I catch you, I'm gonna hang you up and beat you for 3 days and 3 nights. He suddenly noticed Ye Qing walking ahead, and called out in confusion. He shoved the wooden box at Ye Qing and said, "Bro, this is the thing I found for you." The people chasing behind pointed at Ye Qing and yelled, "You and Wang Aihu are in cahoots." Ye Qing was confused, and the system chimed in. Your heart is like, huh, super confused, kinda surprised, but also finding this hilarious, and your mouth has decided to join in? He looked at the wooden box, then at the two groups, letting out a confused, huh. Finally, he turned to the mob, and his mouth automatically said, "Wang Aihu is my bro." He facepalmed, quickly clamping a hand over his mouth and explaining, "No, I don't know this short, chubby dude." In his head, he was screaming, "WTF?" The annoyed brown-haired guy barked, "What kind of crap are you spouting? I, Zhang Kui, had my eye on that foundation establishment pill. How dare you get Wang Aihu to compete with me? You got some nerve." The blonde lackey with the top knot puffed out his chest and smugly added, "Let me tell you, this is senior brother Zhang Kui, in the top 10 of the outer sect. You better kneel down and beg for forgiveness." Ye Qing was shocked, holding the wooden box. A foundation establishment pill. What I'm holding is a foundation establishment pill. At that moment, Zhang Kui spoke, bestowing a favor. "Hand it over, and I'll only break one of your legs." He glanced at the box in his hand, thinking, I really want the foundation establishment pill, but a top 10 outer sect disciple, someone I can't afford to mess with? He was startled when he heard the system's voice. Your heart gets your thoughts, and your mouth is on board too. Everyone's in agreement to take him down. The blonde lackey, hands on his hips, yelled arrogantly, "Are you deaf? Senior brother Zhang is talking to you." Ye Qing beckoned him over, saying, "Simone, come here." In his head he was screaming, "What are you guys planning?" The lackey asked suspiciously. "What for?" Ye Qing grinned. "I'll show you a big treasure." He reached into his chest, groping around. "Take a look at this." Inside he was yelling, "You guys want to cause trouble, right?" The blonde guy asked suspiciously. "A treasure. Show it to me." The blonde guy was stunned as Ye Qing flipped him the bird, complete with sound effects. His eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he roared furiously, "You dare mock me!" He was so startled that he couldn't believe his hand had decided to smack that blondie away on its own. Zhang Kui angrily roared, "You bastard! How dare you hit my man!" Ye Qing's mouth slightly opened, arrogantly saying, "Your man is nothing, I'd hit you too." In his heart, he muttered, "No way, I'm screwed, I'm gonna be 6 feet under this time." He pointed his finger downwards, arrogantly saying, "You guys better go call for backup now." His whole body emitted a blue light as he furiously shouted, "I'll kill you!" In his heart, he panicked and tearfully muttered, "Ranked in the top 10 outer sect disciples, I can't beat him." He charged towards Ye Qing with immense power, shouting, "Die!" With a face full of panic, he watched the fist get closer and closer, lamenting, "I'm done for, I'm done for, I'm done for." A stream of blue light erupted from his dantian. At the same time, the system announced, "Your dantian and heart have begun to gather a large amount of spiritual energy." A large amount of spiritual energy gathered on his hand. The system's voice continued, "Coordinate with your hand to unleash a super powerful move." Ye Qing raised his fist high, charging straight towards Zhang Kui. Seeing him dare to exchange blows, he sneered, "You want to fistfight me? You overestimate yourself." When their hands collided, he looked at Ye Qing's immense spiritual energy and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Ye Qing quickly punched him in the face, causing his face to swell and turn red. Even as he was sent flying by Ye Qing's blow, he still couldn't believe it, and shouted, "What?" Zhang Kui was sent flying far away by Ye Qing. Ye Qing looked at his fist in surprise, letting out a questioning sound. He suspiciously asked, "He's only that powerful even though he is ranked in the top 10 outer sect disciples?" As he sat up, he reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying, "You dare mock me." As he ran away, he turned his head to look at Ye Qing, threatening, "Just you wait, this isn't over. You hit the small fry, I'm going to find someone bigger to deal with you." Ye Qing put his hands on his hips, saying, "Going to find someone bigger? How can you say such a shameless thing so loudly?" Seeing him leave, Wang Aihu approached Ye Qing, saying, "Brother, you're awesome. You can even defeat Zhang Kui." He smiled, giving a thumbs up and praising, "I give you a thumbs up." Ye Qing angrily raised his middle finger, scolding, "I give you the middle finger." Seeing this, he said, "Brother, don't joke around." Ye Qing closed his eyes, turned around, and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." He startled and said, "Brother, wait." He pointed to the wooden box in Ye Qing's hand, saying, "That thing should be returned to me now." Ye Qing spun the box with one finger, turned his head to look at him, and said with a smile, "Isn't this the thing you found for me?" He hurriedly said, "Brother, you misunderstand. Return the item to me, and I'll treat you to a meal." Ye Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go, whose brother's with you? You pushed me into the eye of the storm." Ye Qing's face turned green, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "Right now, I wish I could pull out my sword and kill you." Wang Aihu anxiously said, "Brother, this thing has a background, and it's reserved by a big shot. You're sure you want to pocket it?" Ye Qing held the wooden box, raised it, and said, "This was originally mine, so how can it be called pocketing it?" Wang Aihu's body blazed with anger. He clenched his fists and shouted, "If you put it that way." Ye Qing hid the wooden box behind his back, raised his other hand, and asked, "What, you still want to make a move?" He was filled with anger, raised his fist, and let out a loud shout. Ye Qing was about to raise his hand to block, but unexpectedly, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed towards him. Ye Qing startled, staring blankly at the scene before him. He raised his hands above his head, tears streaming down his face, begging, "Bro, I was wrong. For the sake of being fellow disciples, please give my stuff back." Seeing him like this, he could only let out a gasp of surprise. He shoved the box forward, face twisted in a sneer, gritting his teeth. "Here, take it, HMPH, call me daddy." Wang Aihu clapped his hands, happily replying, "Okay, daddy." Then he quickly rushed over to snatch the wooden box from his hand, laughing as he ran off. "Thanks, daddy." He didn't even have time to react, standing there stunned. Ye Qing's head was filled with black lines, cursing with his eyes closed. "Holy crap, you have no principles at all." He crossed his arms, sighing. What a waste of a foundation establishment pill. If I had it, I could immediately break through to the foundation establishment stage. Supporting his chin with his hands, he muttered, "Although foundation establishment is good, breaking through without relying on the foundation establishment pill is the best choice for a cultivator. Your strength will be even greater." Just as he was sighing inwardly, the system's voice rang in his ears. Your Dantian heard your inner thoughts and decided to help you break through to foundation establishment without relying on the foundation establishment pill. Your eyes, nose, mouth, ears, throat, heart, liver, gut, lungs, and kidneys have also expressed their approval. He clasped his hands together, reciting the names of the gods, begging, "Okay, please don't mess around anymore, ancestors. Please be quiet." In the high sky, white clouds drifted lazily, and time quickly passed. A moment later, 2 male disciples were walking down the road, when suddenly, the gray-haired disciple stopped, exclaiming, "Why does it smell so good?" He looked at the small courtyard in front of him, saying, This is Su Qingyue's residence. Isn't Su Shiji known as the Cold Immortal? The purple-haired one beside him couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there's a natural fragrance. Ye Qing startled, looking back, hearing the two continue to whisper, "Keep it down. Su Shiji hates being disturbed and having people make noise. Be careful not to upset her." He looked at the courtyard wall in front of him, muttering, just wandering around, and ended up at Su Qingyue's place. The system's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. "Your kidney has decided to go find Su Qingyue. Only women can activate his potential. Your legs and arms have expressed their agreement and are coordinating their actions." His limbs automatically ran towards the door, much to the shock of the crowd. He groaned inwardly. "I knew it." Again, he reached out and gently knocked on the door. The purple-haired guy exclaimed loudly, "This bro is legit." I can't believe he dared to knock directly on the front door of Su Qingyue's residence. The disciple next to him asked doubtfully, "Don't you know Su Qingyue's title of Cold Immortal?" Watching Ye Qing continuously knocking on the door, that guy at Tianyun shouted, "He's so brave." After knocking for a long time without any response, he thought to himself, "Weird, is no one here? Could it be that Su Qingyue isn't home?" Thinking of this, he was overjoyed, slamming on the door with both hands, saying, "This is a good thing. These organs won't be able to cause trouble anymore." The purple-haired guy watched him still frantically knocking on the door, opening his mouth to advise, "Bro, don't overestimate yourself. Su Shiji's door isn't something you can knock on casually. I advise you to leave quickly, or you'll be done for if you anger Su Shiji," the guy added quietly. "Moreover, there's someone in the sect who's always been pursuing senior sister Su Qingyue. If he finds out, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it today." Ye Qing wept bitterly in his heart, crying out, "I don't want to knock either, but these guys won't give me a break." Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Your leg feels that this isn't the way to go, so it has decided to kick down the door," and he heard this sound of doubt. He looked at the leg that was raised, shouting, "You can't play like that." Feeling doubtful, he turned his head to look back, when a voice behind him shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" A man with golden hair appeared behind him. The purple-haired disciple behind him said, "Huang Xixiong, Huang Xinren, third place in the outer sect." The person next to him added, "I heard that Huang Xixiong has always been in love with Su Shiji, and has pursued her without success." Huang Xinren stood up straight, hearing the whispers behind him. "I also heard that it's not Huang Xiqiang who's in love with Su Shiji, but that there's a powerful figure behind Huang Xiqiang who's just sending Huang Xiqiang to guard this place, and not allow anyone to disturb Su Shiji." Ye Qing's hands didn't stop, continuing to knock, and he turned his head, trying to explain, "If I said I wasn't doing anything, would you believe me?" In his heart, he secretly decided, "It's best not to have too much contact with this girl Su Qingyue, otherwise I'll definitely attract countless troubles." He pointed at him, asking in a deep voice, "You think I believe that? A new disciple dares to come and disturb Su Qingyue Shiji." Hearing this, he quickly left, saying, "Sorry for the bother." In his heart, he thought, "I didn't do anything. It was all those organs acting on their own." Ugh! His eyes were filled with disgust and contempt as he said, "Get lost, you mediocre lizard brain." Upon hearing this, Ye Qing suddenly stopped. The system's voice rang out, "All your organs are upset hearing that. They've finally decided not to leave." He secretly tried to dissuade them. "This guy is one of the top 3 disciples in the outer sect. We just provoked someone in the top 10. Don't provoke the top 3, okay?" He tried to clench his teeth, but then he heard the system announce, "Your mouth has decided to curse back at him and let him know who's the real boss around here." Huang Shiren saw him standing still and asked, "Why are you stopping?" Ye Qing's face turned purple and green. "I'm stopping to hear you call me father," he groaned inwardly. "I'm screwed." He's super pissed. "What did you say?" He went into full trash talk mode, saying, "I said I'll leave if you call me father. Wherever I go, I gotta hear a dog like you call me father." Huang Shiren clenched his fist, questioning, "How dare you say such things to me? I think you're crazy. Are you finally gonna scram or what?" Ye Qing, with a calm expression, opened his mouth to mock. "What kind of short, stubby scallion are you? Look at your eyes and nose, people might think." He cursed inwardly. Does this trash-talking mouth have to be so ridiculously toxic? Huang Shiren's whole body trembled. So angry he couldn't speak, he could only shout, "You!" But Ye Qing's mouth still wouldn't stop, continuing, "What tombstone did you crawl out of? And besides, Su Shiji didn't say I had to leave. Are you speaking for Su Shiji? Aren't you being a little too thick-skinned?" Huang Shiren snapped his fingers and shouted, "Someone, tear his mouth to shreds for me." Suddenly, 2 men in disciple robes appeared from above. Ye Qing's eyes darted around. Huang Shiren stood behind the 2 of them, saying condescendingly, "Kid, kneel down for me, and I'll only break your legs." Ye Qing pointed behind them and shouted, "Huh? Is Su Shiji here?" Those 2 underlings followed the direction of his hand, and looked behind them, letting out a doubtful sound. He quickly flashed an evil grin. He quickly jumped up, looked at the 2 of them, and turned around to ask,
Where's Su Shiji? Ye Qing grabbed the heads of those two and slammed them together. He clapped his hands with a happy face, watching the two of them fall to the ground. The brown-haired one outside said, "OMG, this kid knows strategy. Ah, this is kinda sus. Ah," the blonde-haired one added, "he hit Huang Shixiang's men. This is gonna be huge." A red glow appeared on Huang Shiren's hand as he said to Ye Qing, "Today I'm definitely crippling you, you little bastard." A long spear immediately appeared in the light on his hand. Ye Qing looked at the spiritual energy emanating from him and said, "Ninth level of Qi refinement. Same strength as me." He swung the spear, enveloping it in spiritual energy, and rushed towards Ye Qing, shouting, "Kill." Ye Qing raised his hand to create a shield of spiritual energy, blocking his attack, and shouted, "Block." He looked at his spiritual energy shield being pierced by the spear and said, "Not bad, but I've only been at the 9th level of Qi refinement for too short a time, after all." He looked at the spear before him, murmuring, "My foundation is still not as strong as this Huang Shiren." Huang Shiren raised his spear, exclaiming in surprise, "You're still not dead." Ye Qing sat up from the ground, groaning, "This time, I'm in trouble." Huang Shiren quickly charged forward with his spear, shouting, "Take this!" Ye Qing frantically groped all over his body, urging, Hey, you guys are messing around? Give me some power, help me out, bros." A blue light radiated from his entire body, and right after, the system announced, "Your soul is using all its strength to mobilize spiritual energy. Your hand has decided to unleash a full-force strike." Ye Qing's eyes were full of confidence as he said, "All right, bring it on." He enveloped himself in powerful spiritual energy and charged straight at Huang Shiren. The moment his hand and the spear tip collided, it instantly shattered. He appeared behind him, bursting into loud laughter. Huang Shiren couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This kid's strength, how? How can a newbie be this strong?" Su Qingyue's slender legs suddenly appeared in his sight. She looked at him in surprise and called out. Ye Qing, Huang Shiren, pointed at him and said, "Senior Sister Su, this kid is here to cause trouble. Your brothers will teach him a lesson for you." Ye Qing glared at him angrily when he heard him continue. "Senior Sister Su, wait a moment, I'll make this kid kneel before you and apologize," she asked, ignoring him. "Ye Qing, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" he and the male disciples behind him asked in surprise. "What?" She walked ahead and said, "Since you're here, come on in." He stuck out his tongue and teased as he walked in. The brown-haired disciple said, "Why did Senior Sister Su invite this kid in?" Huang Shiren fumbled around, asking, "Am I seeing things?" A male disciple said, "This has never happened before." He shouted, "Kid, stop right there." He flinched and glanced back. He saw him turn around and said, "Senior Sister Su is the woman that the inner sect's top master, Senior Brother Quan, secretly admires." His voice threatened, "If you dare to go in, you're dead." Ye Qing, looking annoyed, raised his middle finger and said, "Here's this for you, you figure it out." Huang Shiren trembled with anger, shouting, "You!" The clear blue sky only had small clouds drifting silently. The space became extremely quiet. Without a sound, Su Qingyue, walking ahead, said, "Your current cultivation is sufficient." She raised her index finger and said, "But your techniques seem a bit limited. Is there anything you want to learn I can teach you?" Ye Qing touched his chin and asked, "Is there any movement technique that's relatively fast?" She turned her head and tilted it, asking, "What do you need a movement technique for?" He gestured, implying, "So I can run fast when I can't win a fight." She looked at him with despair. She sat cross-legged on the chair and said, "How about this?" She looked down at him from above and said, "I'll teach you a technique called the Heavenly Secret Chart." Ye Qing asked urgently, "Will I run faster after learning it?" She picked up her teacup and replied, "You won't learn to run faster, but your defense will be stronger." Su Qingyue brought the teacup to her lips and sipped it lightly, saying, "You'll be able to withstand more attacks?" he asked in surprise. With a doubtful sound, Ye Qing said disappointedly, "All right. This one then." White clouds appeared in the sky, and the light gradually drifted, covered by dark clouds. She was sitting in the courtyard, imparting the technique to him. She waved her hand, and a purple light appeared, saying, "This is the cultivation method of the Heavenly Secret Chart." A blue light emanated from his entire body, and he heard the system say, "Your heart has decided to speed up your cultivation upon seeing the beauty, and quickly inform the Dantian. Your hands and feet will not know where to place, directly and automatically circulating the technique." She turned around and stood up, asking, "What, did you learn it?" His hands clenched tightly, and he heard the system continue to announce, "Your Dantian feels that these two brothers are useless. How can you be timid in front of a beauty?" Ye Qing replied with a bright smile, "I've learned it." The system's voice continued, "So it decided to show off in front of the beauty. Your nose felt that she was an immortal from the heavens, and couldn't help but bleed." As the voice finished, a stream of fresh blood flowed from his nose. Su Qingyue whipped her head around, yelling, "Why are you staring at me like that? Your nose is bleeding, you dork." He wiped the blood from his nose and chuckled, "It's nothing, ding. System notification. Your Dantian, stimulated by the situation, has decided to put on a show in front of Su Qingyun to change her perception of you.
He was covered in black lines as he listened to the system's continuous stream. All your other organs have decided to cooperate and accelerate their functions. He was doubtful. But boom! Immediately, a powerful green light exploded from his entire body. A question flashed across her mind. What are you doing? His entire body rapidly circulated his cultivation technique as he stuttered. I can't explain it, he thought. Can I tell her that my whole body is speeding up for her? He stared at his hands and muttered. You bunch of perverts, she exclaimed in shock. This aura, you're breaking through to the foundation establishment stage.
Ye Qing shouted in surprise. I'm breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, I didn't even know. He covered his head with his hands and wailed.
Oh God, it's all fun and games until someone uses foundation establishment as a joke. Violet spiritual energy radiated from her body as she warned. Without a foundation establishment pill, breaking through will be incredibly difficult, especially if you're not prepared.
Su Qingyun calmly said, I think you should be careful. Stop now. He gripped his hands tightly, groaning. I can't stop. Her hair danced in the wind as her cool voice echoed. Randomly breaking through to foundation establishment can easily damage your cultivation base, she continued softly.
It will also affect your future path. And a flawed foundation establishment can even impact your ability to form a core. He cracked open one eye, saying, Senior sister, help me stop. He whined in his heart. I can't stop on my own.
Su Qingyun raised her hand, channeling spiritual energy, and declared,
All right. Ye Qing's entire body erupted with spiritual energy, and he let out a loud roar.
She was pushed back by the force, yelling, Ye Qing! The green light around him gradually faded, and he exhaled, saying,
That was refreshing. She stared at him in shock.
This kid actually succeeded in establishing his foundation.
He turned his head slightly to look at her, asking, Su, senior sister, are you all right?
Ye Qing looked at her and smiled.
I'm fine.
Su Qingyun stretched and thought to herself. Barely half a year since entering the sect, and he's already successfully entered the foundation establishment stage. Could he be a genius? She looked at Ye Qing pensively.
Clearly his aptitude is average, so how did he do it?
She calmly asked.
Ye Qing, tell me, are you hiding something from me? Not hearing her question, he crossed his arms and thought. To establish a foundation without a foundation establishment pill is something no ordinary person can do. 99% of cultivators couldn't, he said awkwardly. Well, this. Sweat poured from his forehead like a waterfall. He thought, I can't talk to senior sister Su about my organs, and even if I did, she probably wouldn't believe me.
Seeing him like this, Su Qingyun said, Forget it, it seems you have your own secrets, and if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. She stood up straight, silently musing. It seems Ye Qing and I have both received our own lucky encounters. She glanced at him, saying, It's a good thing for him, but Ye Qing's aptitude is average, so reaching this point is already impressive. She pointed at him, announcing, Oh right, now that you've established your foundation, you have to participate in the demonic sect competition.
His face turned green, and he pointed at himself, letting out a questioning cry, thinking, If I had known, I wouldn't have established my foundation so early. The sky was as dark as ink, with only a few small stars emitting a faint light. Night had completely enveloped the earth.
Ye Qing was sound asleep in bed.
Just as he was drooling in his sleep, a notification rang in his ear. Your ears send a warning, they hear footsteps. He mumbled sleepily. Shut up, I'm trying to sleep. His eyes snapped wide open, looking up. The system's voice echoed. To keep you awake, your eyes have been forced open, and night vision has been activated. He sat up, clutching at his hair, complaining. Before I even get old and die, you guys are going to kill me first. His eyes were bloodshot. He heard the system say, Ears are reminding, detecting sounds of two people sneaking up on your room, he asked suspiciously. What's going on? He stood up, frowning, and said, Someone's trying to sneak attack me. Two figures in black crept towards the room. He muttered to himself, This is Ye Qing's residence.
The purple-haired guy said annoyedly, Daring to mess with senior brother Huang Shi, you're asking for death.
The smoky-haired guy behind him said, Let's use sleeping gas to knock him out first.
The purple-haired guy retorted impatiently, No need for that, let's just go in and kill him.
The other guy stepped forward, pulling out a pipe, and said, Better safe than sorry if we really fight. The purple-haired guy snorted coldly and turned away. The guy jabbed the pipe into the room, saying, It'll alert others. Ye Qing looked at the pipe in front of him and smirked. A childish trick, trying to knock me out with sleeping gas. He chuckled, pinching his nose, and said, Gotta find somewhere to hide. The system's voice chimed in at that moment. Your mouth has a daring idea. He released his hand, asking suspiciously, Huh? What do you mean? Ye Qing approached, and put his mouth to the other end of the pipe. He whispered, Your idea is indeed bold.
The smoky-haired guy withdrew the pipe, smiling.
Just a moment. This kid will be knocked unconscious, and then he'll be at our mercy.
Suddenly, a puff of smoke shot out from the pipe. The guy asked in confusion, "Wait, what is this?"
The guy clutched his neck, his face turning green and purple, coughing and saying, "What?" The remaining guy watched his companion fall, and shouted in panic, "What's wrong? What happened to you?" He was startled when he saw Ye Qing standing in front of him and asked, "You, how did you get out here?" Ye Qing crossed his arms and chuckled, asking, "Surprised?" The guy looked at him and said, "You're actually okay," he said in a deep voice. "Speak. Who sent you?" He shouted calmly, "Kid, you dodged the sleeping gas, so I'll kill you myself." The purple-haired guy charged straight at Ye Qing, shouting, "Die!" He crossed his arms, unconcerned, and said, "Open your eyes wide today and watch. Let me show you." He held out one hand, easily blocking his fist, and said disdainfully, "What a weakling, pathetic, no ability whatsoever." He looked at his fist being blocked, and exclaimed in shock, "What? How are you at the foundation establishment stage? You're at the foundation establishment stage cultivation." He frowned and asked in a low voice, "Speak. Who sent you here?" He frowned and shouted, "Humph, I would rather die than submit." He grabbed his hand and twisted it backwards, kicking him hard in the knee, causing him to scream miserably. He said, "I specialize in treating those who refuse to submit." Ye Qing let go of his hand, causing him to fall to the ground. He said in surprise, "Why? Why is he so powerful?" His face darkened, and he asked unhappily, "So, are you going to talk?" A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He said, "If you still don't speak." He let out a terrifying laugh as he said this. The purple-haired guy paled when he saw Xu Feng like that, clasping his hands and begging, "Big bro, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. It's Huang Shiren. Senior brother Huang told us to come and kill you." Xu Feng stroked his chin, pondering. Huang Shiren, that guy really is a persistent ghost. He knelt in front of Xu Feng, reaching out his hand and saying, "Big bro, senior brother Huang has backing. I advise you to leave the sect quickly." Ye Qing's face turned ugly upon hearing this, and he glared at him, shouting, "Ye Qing is righteous. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" His face was covered in sweat, and he sighed softly. "It's not like righteousness can solve everything." Xu Feng crossed his arms, looked up, and said, "You go back and tell Huang Shiren. I'll settle things with him once and for all." The purple-haired guy's face turned green, and he asked, confused, "Settle things how?" Xu Feng pointed at him and said, "Tomorrow night, meet me in the bamboo forest of Xinxia Peak. I'll have a showdown with him and settle everything." He endured the pain, stood up trembling, and replied, "Okay, I'll report back to senior brother Huang." Ye Qing watched him leave, and said, "Tell him, if he doesn't dare to come, then every time he sees me for the rest of his life he'll call me Dad." The purple-haired guy's face was horrified, and he gave a thumbs up, assuring, "Big bro, don't worry, I'll definitely convey everything." After he left, the space fell into a quiet void again. Time passed quickly. A moment later, a bucket of cold water was poured directly on the smoky-haired guy's face. From above, Xu Feng's deep voice rang out, "You've been unconscious for so long, it's about time to wake up." The guy quickly sat up, disoriented, and said, "Who am I? Where am I? Where should I go?" The guy sat in the puddle, turned his head, and saw Xu Feng, shouting, "Ye Qing, I remember now." The guy raised his fist and rushed toward Xu Feng, yelling, "I'm here to kill you, die!" Xu Feng didn't hold back and slapped the guy right in the face. The smoky-haired guy's face quickly swelled up, and he mumbled incoherently, "You dare hit me, senior brother Huang will not." Xu Feng stood up and stomped hard on his hand that was about to attack, saying, "You idiot, you still dare to use your hands." Xu Feng's face was ugly. "I'm asking nicely. Huh? Are you awake yet?" The guy winced, raising his swollen hand, and said anxiously, "Awake, awake, completely awake." Ye Qing put his hands on his hips and turned to the side, saying, "Since you're awake, go do something for me." Water ran down his face, wetting the smoky-haired guy's face, and he stammered, What is it?" Xu Feng brought his face closer, put his arm around the guy's shoulder, and whispered, "Tomorrow night, you go to Zizhu Peak like this and like that." The guy turned to look at him, and replied, "Okay, got it, got it." Night shrouded the entire world. Not a single star in the night sky. Huang Shiren clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the disheveled purple-haired guy in front of him, and scolded, "Worthless! All of you are worthless!" The purple-haired guy said, "Senior brother Huang, that Ye Qing invited you to Zizhu Forest at Zizhia Peak tomorrow night for a decisive battle, to cut off everything." He heard this, and angrily shouted, "He actually challenged me. He has a death wish." The purple-haired guy raised his hand to his neck in a chopping motion, saying, "Senior brother, kill him when you go there tomorrow." He hesitated slightly, and said, "We can't be reckless. Zizhia Peak is full of female disciples. We can't go there easily." The guy probed softly, "Senior brother, that guy also said, if you don't dare to come, then every time you see him for the rest of your life you have to call him Dad."
Hearing this, he became extremely angry. Huang Shiren turned around, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Bastard! Let's go! We definitely have to go! Tomorrow night I will chop him into 100 pieces!"
The sky above with its floating clouds. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day.
Ye Qing was standing in the room, slowly putting on his clothes.
At this moment the system's voice rang out. "Your kidneys are unbearably thirsty. Your eyes are unbearably thirsty."
Shu Feng reached out and adjusted his clothes, pretending not to hear the system's voice echoing in his ears. "Your hands are unbearably thirsty. Your little brother is unbearably thirsty."
Finally, unable to bear it anymore, Zhu Feng raised his hands to cover his ears and shouted, "Grandpa, can you be quiet for a bit?"
The system's voice kept ringing.
"Your kidneys want a little sister. Your eyes want a little sister. Your hands want a little sister. Your little bro wants a little sister." Hearing this, he froze, letting out an incredulous cry. "Ugh." Ye Qing held his forehead, sighed, and said, "What a horn dog." Suddenly, a knock sounded from the door. He looked towards the door in surprise, asking, who is it?" He calmly listened to the voice from outside the door.
"Senior brother,
"It's Wang Aihu, here to pay my respects."
Ye Qing reached out towards the door, muttering, "Wang Aihu, that kid actually came himself."
As soon as he saw him, he clasped his hands in front of his chest, respectfully saying, "Greetings, senior brother." But when he clearly saw it was him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why is it you?" He frowned unhappily, asking back, "Well, why wouldn't it be me?"
He impatiently snapped,
"Spit it out." He held out his hands, saying, "I've come to see senior brother Ye Qing." He pointed his thumb at himself, saying, "I am Ye Qing."
Wang Aihu raised his index finger, shouting,
"I can't believe it. Impossible. Senior brother Ye is already Foundation Establishment."
Ye Qing stretched his back, replying,
"I'm already Foundation Establishment, you blind brat."
He raised his thumb
and scratched his chin, squinting his eyes, saying,
"No way, you don't have a Foundation Establishment pill. How could you be Foundation Establishment?"
Hearing this, he waved his hand and unleashed a palm strike, replying with a smile, "Don't believe me, want to try." Because of his palm strike, he flew up high, his mouth letting out a pieft. He fell to the ground with a thud, letting out an exclamation, "Oh dear, it's real Foundation Establishment Cultivation." He pointed his index finger to the sky, winking, asking, "How about it? Believe it now." Wang Aihu immediately knelt down, bowing his head low and clasping his hands in front of him, saying, "This commoner greets senior brother Ye. As expected of senior brother Ye, I was astonished the moment I met you." Ye Qing crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at him, muttering to himself, "Damn, you've got a lot of lines." He continued his spiel, saying he knew senior brother Ye was a genius with talent, just as he predicted, senior brother Ye achieving Foundation Establishment without a Foundation Establishment pill. There aren't many like that in the sect.
Ye Qing dug at his ear, annoyed, saying, "All right, enough with the nonsense. What do you want from me?"
He immediately spread out his hands, with a beaming face, saying, "Senior brother Ye, I'm a new disciple. Although I'm not qualified to sign up for the new talent competition of the Heavenly Demon Sect, but the sect has a rule that Foundation Establishment disciples must participate."
Ye Qing stroked his chin, pretending to think,
listening to him continue. "I've come to inform senior brother of that." He asked with a serious face, "I'm asking you, is the new talent competition dangerous?" Wang Aihu raised his hand to scratch his head, hesitatingly replying, Seeing his expression, he understood, saying, "It's definitely very dangerous, right? This time, all the participants are talented. A small mistake, and you'll lose your life."
He made a circle with one hand, and poked his index finger from the other hand into the circle, replying in a deep voice, "If you dare lie to me, I'll shove your head up your ass." Then he let out a peft. He jumped, saying, calm down, it depends on the situation." Sweat covered his forehead, his fingers pointing at each other, speaking softly. "To be honest, it's dangerous. Those little demon sect punks won't pass up the chance to kill our Qingyun Sect disciples." Hearing this, Ye Qing blurted out, "Damn, that's dangerous." He immediately turned his head, waving his hand, saying, "Help me decline, I'm not gonna—" He raised his hand, shouting, "Senior brother, it's a sect rule, you can't not go." He turned around, pointing at him, yelling, "You help me think of a way to decline." Wang Aihu crossed his arms in front of his chest, shaking his head, saying, "I have no way." His expression was extremely unpleasant, reaching out to gesture like before, threatening in a low voice. "You have no way. I'll shove your head up your ass, Wang Aihu. Don't forget you owe me a Foundation Establishment pill." He scratched his head with one hand and waved the other repeatedly, saying, calm down, I'll think of something." He turned and walked into the room, saying, "I'll be waiting for your news." That night, a plume of golden smoke dissipated, and Huang Shi instantly appeared in the bamboo forest. He looked at the scene before him and said, "This must be the place, right?" The purple-haired guy appeared behind him. He looked around and replied, "Huang Shixiong, this is the place. This is the purple bamboo forest. He glanced around, saying, "Where's that brat? Why isn't he here?" The guy's voice immediately rang out. "Yeah, can't see him anywhere," he angrily said. "If he dares to play me, I'll chop him to pieces." The purple-haired guy heard footsteps gradually approaching, saying, "Someone's coming." 3 female disciples, their faces full of anger, charged over furiously and yelled as soon as they saw the two there. One hand pointed at him, saying, "You bamboo shoot thief, we've finally caught you." His face instantly turned purplish blue and unsightly as he explained, "I'm not the bamboo shoot thief." Before he could finish, a female disciple with long green hair opened her mouth to question, still trying to deny it. "If you're not, what are you doing in the purple bamboo forest in the middle of the night?" Hearing this, he stammered, well that." The female disciple next to her immediately shouted, "Catch him! Don't let him run!" His face was covered in sweat as he heard them say, "Beat him! He's stolen so many of our bamboo shoots." Huang Shi tried to explain, No. Let me explain, I'm being framed." In the moonlight-infused space, the voices of the female disciples echoed. "Beat him to a pulp," he shouted loudly. "Ye Qing, you framed me. I'm not done with you." The light of the sun appeared again, dispelling the darkness. The next day was just another ordinary day. Ye Qing stretched and yawned as he walked out of his room. Wang Aihu appeared like a gust of wind behind him, laughing and saying, "Ye Xixiong, I've got an idea." His face full of annoyance, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at him, saying, "You scared me to death. What is it?" Wang Aihu smiled brightly, pointing his index finger to the sky, saying, "Become an inner sect disciple. As long as you become an inner sect disciple, you won't be considered a newbie anymore, and you naturally won't need to participate in the newbie competition." Ye Qing made an X with his hands in front of his face, saying, "Are you kidding me? Is becoming an inner sect disciple something ordinary people can do? I've only been in the sect for a few days, you know." He pointed to the sky, continuing, "Ye Xixiong is an unparalleled genius. You reached foundation establishment without a foundation establishment pill. I believe in you." Hearing this, his face turned green and purple, and he closed his eyes without saying a word. He sighed inwardly, muttering to himself, "The reason I reached foundation establishment was because I had a cheat item helping me. Becoming an inner sect disciple normally requires golden core cultivation. Asking me, who's only at the early stage of foundation establishment, to compete with golden core disciples for a spot in the inner sect is basically asking for death, isn't it?" Thinking of this, he shook his index finger, turned his head to look at him, and said, "No way. Change the idea." He raised one finger and said in a deep voice, "Then there's only one last way left." Ye Qing looked at him and said slowly, emphasizing each word, "Tell me the details." Wang Aihu smiled and replied, "Fake an injury." Hearing these words, he fell to the ground in disappointment. He jumped up, angrily yelling at him, "Does nobody know about this? Are you taking people for fools?" He crossed his arms in front of his chest, smiling and replying, "Your Shidi is untalented, but I'm the one in charge of this competition." He glanced at him, suspiciously asking, "Just you?" He opened his palm, revealing a golden token in his hand, saying, "Xixiong doesn't believe me. Let me see." Ye Qing stroked his chin, looking at the token in his hand, saying, "Enforcement Elder Token. You're really in charge of this. Didn't realize you were such a big shot." He spun the token around with one finger, whistling and replying, "Of course, Wang Aihu is also someone of importance in the Qingyun Sect." He crossed his arms and looked at him seriously, saying, "Tell me the truth." He reached out and touched his head, smiling and saying, "Mainly because no one wants to handle this, because facing the demonic sect is too dangerous, and it's easy to be hated by them." He pointed at him, asking, "What kind of good conditions did they offer you to do this?" He scratched his head, replying softly, "It's nothing much, just that the next time the sect opens the secret realm, there's a spot for me." Hearing this, he was startled, asking suspiciously, "Seklet's secret realm?" He patted him on the shoulder, walking forward and saying, "That's not important. What's important is that I can help Xixiong arrange to be injured, so you don't need to participate in the competition, and can just lie around." Hearing this, he said, "Good idea." In the vast blue sky, there wasn't a single cloud. Time flew by real quick, like 5 days just zoomed past. Wang Aihu, Ye Qing, and a bunch of other disciples were all standing around silently in the plaza. He crossed his arms and asked the elder, "When do we head out?" The elder put his hands on his hips, chuckled, and said, "Soon. This newbie competition doesn't allow intersect elders or higher to participate, so the sect is arranging a teleportation array to send me over there." A pair of boots, black with gold embroidery, appeared, asking, "What's the situation?" The third elder appeared with Su Qingyue. He asked, "Is everyone here?" Wang Aihu quickly clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowed his head, and reporting to the third elder, "Everyone's here." The third elder said seriously, "Wang Aihu, you're in charge this time. Remember, you have to win for our Qingyun Sect." Wang Aihu bowed. "Yes." The third elder turned to Su Qingyue and said,
Qingyue, do you have anything to say?
Su Qingyue glanced at Ye Qing, hesitating.
Finally, she softly said. Come back alive. The male disciples behind Ye Qing got hyped and shouted, Senior Sister Su cares about us, so touching. Don't worry, Senior Sister, we'll definitely come back alive. Ye Qing clasped his hands behind his back, his face flushed, feeling like he was having a party in his head, thinking, was she talking to me? Thinking this, he started laughing. The system voice chimed in, your heart is slightly touched. Your hands want to give her a hug of love. The third elder raised his hand, and a golden light appeared. He said in a deep voice,
before we leave, I want to emphasize one more time, if any of you can achieve results for the sect.
He waved his hand, opening a golden portal, and continued, you will be greatly rewarded. Let's go. All the male disciples immediately lined up, stepping into the portal. Wang Aihu saw Ye Qing about to go in, and patted his shoulder, saying, Senior brother Ye, wait up. Hearing this, Ye Qing looked back, puzzled, and asked, what's up? Wang Aihu smiled and replied, let them go first. Let them scout ahead.
Hearing this, Ye Qing turned to look at him, puzzled, and asked, is it that dangerous?
Wang Aihu crossed his arms and said, the demonic sect is full of tricks. Better safe than sorry.
Ye Qing stepped into the portal, saying,
all right, almost everyone's gone. It's fine now. Let's go. As he stuck his head in, he clicked his tongue and said, do we really need to be this careful? One of his legs quickly went through the golden portal. As soon as he went through, a bright red sword light appeared in front of him, slashing towards him.
Ye Qing quickly dodged the attack from a brown-haired demonic sect disciple, shouting, kill. Ye Qing looked in shock at the Qingyun Sect disciples being slaughtered by the demonic sect disciples, exclaiming, what's going on? Wang Aihu, following behind, saw this scene and shouted in surprise, this is...
He turned to Ye Qing and shouted, Senior brother Ye, those demonic sect bastards actually dared to set up an ambush. Get ready to run. Hearing this, Ye Qing cursed, holy crap, these guys are really dangerous.
Suddenly, Wang Aihu was shocked to see a blade appear, pointing directly at him. He quickly dodged the blade slashing towards him, saying,
I dodge. A yellow-haired demonic sect disciple landed a strong kick on him, sending him flying, and he let out a painful sound, Huchio. The demonic sect disciple raised his sword.
Seeing Wang Aihu fly several meters away, and unable to get up, he raised his sword and rushed forward, shouting, give me your life! Luckily, Ye Qing arrived in time and gave him a solid punch to the chin.
The sword in his hand immediately fell to the ground.
Ye Qing brought his fist close to his mouth and blew on it. Wang Aihu immediately sat up and thanked him. Senior brother Ye, thank you for saving my life.
Ye Qing put his hands on his hips, turned his head, and smiled, replying, no need to thank me. I should be thanking you for the reminder. I went in last. Otherwise, I might have been chopped up already. The demonic sect disciples, seeing how formidable he was, immediately fled, shouting, retreat! Our objective is complete! Let's go! The purple-haired guy yelled as he ran. The Azure Cloud sect disciples behind him slowly stood up, coughing. Voices from behind him rang out, damn these despicable demonic sect guys, they deserve to die. A male disciple wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, ugh, these wretched bastards. Wang Aihu's face was drenched in sweat. He raised his hand and said, about a third of our disciples died this time. From now on, everyone needs to be more careful. He looked at Wang Aihu and asked,
where do we go now? Wang Aihu led the way forward, introducing as he walked,
let's go, let's head out. The newcomer competition is just outside.
Seeing the scene before his eyes, he suddenly stopped. Before him was a gigantic boar demon, sitting with its chin propped, waiting. Surrounding it were the demonic sect disciples from earlier. The short brown-haired guy with a scar on his face opened his mouth and scoffed. Look at those Azure Cloud sect idiots. The guy with a scar near his eye chuckled, adding, we probably killed quite a few of them. Now they're all scared pantsless.
Hearing these words, the white-haired Azure Cloud sect disciple immediately cursed loudly, bastards, how dare they insult us? The male brown-haired disciple angrily said, this is infuriating. I really want to give them a beating. Wang Aihu immediately raised his hand to stop them, saying, hold back. Don't let small things ruin bigger goals. The gigantic boar demon, sitting on a mound in the square, asked, snort, everyone here?
Ye Qing crossed his arms over his chest and asked doubtfully,
what's this boar demon doing?
Wang Aihu stood in front and replied,
he's the judge. In charge of this newcomer competition, our righteous faction doesn't trust the demonic sect. Looking at the huge boar demon making snorting sounds, Wang Aihu continued, naturally, the demonic sect doesn't trust us either, so they invited a boar demon to be the judge. The boar demon stood up straight, one hand on his hip, and said, snort. Today, since you, Azure Cloud sect, and the demonic sect, invited this lord here to be the judge, I shall enforce justice fairly. The brown-haired male disciple from earlier heard this and angrily said, damn it, Enforce justice fairly. Why didn't you stop those demonic sect disciples when they attacked us just now? The boar demon clasped his hands behind his back, let out a thin puff of smoke, and said, Attacked you, did they, Snort?
Hearing this, the disciple loudly continued,
Of course they did. You can see the corpses inside. The boar demon crossed his arms over his chest, glanced to the other side, and asked, Snort, did you guys attack them? The scarred-faced guy spread his hands wide, shamelessly saying, They clearly just teleported in and then tripped and died on their own. The purple-haired guy next to him also feigned innocence, saying, Lord Boar, they're making things up. The demonic sect disciple behind them, arms crossed over his chest, chuckled in agreement. Exactly. It has nothing to do with us. Having said that, the guy burst into loud laughter. The boar demon immediately glanced towards the Azure Cloud sect, saying, Snort? They've said it, you guys are making things up. The disciple could hardly believe it. He stepped closer and said, How can something so obvious be slander? The boar demon immediately tilted his head back and impatiently bellowed, Shut up, I didn't see them act, so it's slander, oink. The brown-haired male disciple angrily said, Damn it, this pig demon, it's in cahoots with the demonic sect. The green-haired male disciple also scoffed, HMPH, what justice? Just spouting nonsense. Hearing these words, the boar demon let out a loud snort and bellowed, Snort! How dare you slander this lord? The boar demon tensed up, his entire body engulfed in red flames, and said in a deep voice, It seems you guys have a death wish. Wang Aihu's forehead was covered in sweat. He immediately stepped forward to mediate. Lord Boyar, you've misunderstood. It's getting late. We can start the competition now. The boar demon crossed his arms over his chest and plopped down onto the ground, saying, HMPH, this lord is the most fair. Anyone who dares to slander me, I will not spare them. Then let out a soft grumble. HMMPH, HMMPH. The green-haired demonic sect disciple laughed loudly, saying, Idiots! How dare they defy Lord Boar? The guy with a scar near his eye also laughed. I'm dying of laughter. Do they have a death wish? The boar demon exhaled deeply, glanced to the side, and said, No more talk. The newcomer competition begins. Then the purple-haired demonic sect disciple said, Lord Boar, the competition rules haven't been stated yet. The boar demon raised a hand to stroke his chin and said, Oh, this thing even has rules. He pondered for a moment, then pointed forward and bellowed, Here's the deal. Each side sends one person to the arena. If they die, drag them off and send in a new one. We'll only stop when one side is completely wiped out. Hearing this, Wang Aihu roared in disbelief. What? Before the Qingyun Sect disciples could even retort, he immediately crossed his arms, sat down, and said, Get started. This lord is getting sleepy. The scar-faced guy immediately laughed out loud, crossed his arms, and walked forward, saying, Let me kill a few of these punks first. He then immediately bellowed, Brother Ye Qing is injured. Rest for now. The rest of you, prepare for battle. The blue-haired male disciple spoke up, Who's fighting first? The brown-haired male disciple also asked, Who's up? That guy in the middle of the arena laughed loudly, spreading his arms wide in disdain as he bellowed, You brats from the Qingyun Sect? Are you really that scared of? Yours truly. Hurry up and send someone for me to trample. Finally, the brown-haired male disciple, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward and declared, Damn it, I'm up. He condensed his internal energy in his hand, then charged forward, yelling, Take this! The scar-faced guy quickly clapped his hands together with a loud smack, then laughed. He rapidly lunged at the guy, but was astonished to pass right through his body. He turned his head to look, but the phantom image was gone, leaving only a bright red glow. He shouted, What? Just as he stared intently at that spot, from above, that guy reappeared, asking, What are you looking at? From his palm, a net woven from crimson threads appeared, and he flung it hard towards him, yelling, Gotcha. Instantly, he was tightly bound by those threads, only able to thrash and yell, What? He fell to the ground, watching the guy slowly approach, and choked out, You cheated! The guy neared him, letting out a cold snort. That guy raised his sword, which was covered in red bones, and said, Go die. Then he stabbed downwards with full force, laughing maniacally. One hit KO. Fresh blood splattered everywhere from the wound. A brown-haired disciple from the demonic sect watched the guy pull out his blood-dripping saber and scornfully sneered, I thought you'd last more than a few exchanges in a real fight. Dead already? What a wimp! Wang Aihu saw this scene and immediately yelled, Lord Zhu. They used hidden weapons. That's cheating. Aren't you going to do something about it? Zhu Yao crossed his arms, looked towards the demonic sect, and asked, Did you guys cheat? The brown-haired demonic sect disciple immediately retorted, No way! Was anyone actually stupid enough to say hidden weapons weren't allowed before the fight? The scar-faced guy, holding his blood-dripping sword, laughed along,
Exactly. It's clearly their fault for not listening to the rules properly. After hearing that, he lifted his head high and announced, "They didn't cheat. Keep going." The remaining Qingyun Sect disciples were filled with righteous indignation, yelling,
"This is infuriating. It's clearly favoritism. Do they think we're blind or something?" A powerful surge of energy swept past, immediately knocking the two of them onto their butts.
Zhu Yao's face was contorted in fury as he huffed, "Hurry up! Get on with the fight! Say one more word of nonsense and you're dead for sure."
Wang Aihu, furious, clenched his fists, his entire body trembling, and hissed, "Damn it! Keep going! Keep the fight going!"
Ye Qing raised a hand to his chin, thinking to himself,
HMPH, this can't go on like this. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "You are slightly angered. Your Danshin approves." He had a look of utter resistance on his face, hearing the system continue. "Your hands, eyes, ears, nose, and throat approve." He muttered under his breath. All right, you guys seriously need to shut up." The Scarface guy waved his finger, taunting them. "Hey, come on! Are you sending just one person for me to kill?"
Scared now, that guy pointed towards the furious Qingyun Sect disciples, saying, "Or, you could just kneel down, call me Grandpa, and I'll let you off." At this, the guy burst out laughing, then continued, "That's right, call me Grandpa, and I'll spare your lives." The shaggy, brown-haired male disciple quickly charged forward, yelling, "Damn you, I can't take this anymore, die!" He lunged in, one hand parrying the guy's saber-wielding arm, while his other fist, poised to strike, was snatched by the opponent. The guy then swiftly kicked him hard in the gut, making him release his grip in agony. That guy raised his broadsword high and said, "Die." Then he stabbed straight down into the guy's back, splattering fresh blood everywhere, and the guy quickly fell. From afar, a male disciple with a ponytail rushed over, shouting, We of the Qingyun Sect would rather die than submit." The scarred guy used one hand holding his broadsword to block the ponytail guy's sword attack, while his other hand quickly gathered a stream of bright red demonic energy. That guy unleashed a palm strike towards him, saying, "Since you're here, don't even think about retreating unscathed." The ponytail guy was shocked when the smoke enveloped his mouth and nose, exclaiming in surprise, "What is this, knockout gas?" Coughing, he said, "My mind is starting to get hazy." Taking advantage of the ponytail guy being affected by the knockout gas, the scarred guy slashed at him with his broadsword, shouting, "Die!" The ponytail guy looked at the sword coming at him and thought, "Crap, I can't dodge it." The ponytail guy's face turned green, he gritted his teeth, grabbed his sword, and charged forward, saying, "Screw it! If I can't dodge, then let's die together." The scarred guy slashed hard at his neck, but the ponytail guy didn't care about getting injured, and stabbed hard into the scarred guy's chest. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The scarred guy, pale as a ghost, looked at the sword piercing through his chest, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? You? Blood flowed from the ponytail guy's neck as he slowly fell backward, laughing and saying, "My death won't be in vain." In the end, the two of them fell into the pool of blood at the same time, completely losing their breath. The blonde male disciple, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "Tragic, so tragic, an eye for an eye." Wang Aihu also let out a sigh, saying, A bald disciple of the demonic sect appeared in the middle of the arena, saying disdainfully, HMPH. "So this is all the Qingyun Sect is capable of." The bald disciple's lips curled up slightly, saying, "Trading lives for lives for those Qingyun Sect brats? Send one out here, I'll crush him to death." That blonde male disciple was furious, circulating spiritual energy in his hands, and shouted, "I'll open your eyes for you." The bald guy raised his hand, which had a golden bracelet on it, blocking the attack. The blonde guy was upset, saying, "What? Hidden weapons again?" The bald guy raised his other hand towards him, then grabbed his neck and lifted him high. The blonde guy couldn't breathe and could only struggle, making meaningless noises. The bald guy snapped his neck, saying, "You don't even have a chance to trade lives with me." After that, he threw his body to the ground, laughing loudly and saying, "Couldn't even withstand a single blow. Hey, don't keep me waiting for too long next time." The blonde male disciple trembled all over, standing behind the trembling Wang Aihu, saying, "Going up there is just dying, and it's a meaningless death. I'm not willing." That Zhu Yao guy rested his chin on his hand, looking at the crowd, urging, "Hey, didn't you guys hear me? Hurry up and send someone else. Hurry up, Zhu Ge is losing his patience." Seeing that no one was coming up, a giant arm phantom appeared from behind him. He opened his mouth, saying, "No one's coming up, huh?" he voiced. "In that case, Zhu Ge will choose randomly." That hand quickly grabbed a black-haired disciple into his palm. His voice rang out, "It's you, Wang Aihu." Seeing this scene, he was upset and shouted loudly, "Damn it, how dare you treat my Qingyun Sect disciples like this?" That hand quickly dropped him in front of the bald guy. Wang Aihu was surprised and let out a cry of doubt. The bald guy smirked, saying, "Be scared, tremble."
Then he laughed wildly. Wang Aihu clenched his fist tightly, gritting his teeth and cursing loudly. I spit on you. If I'm going up there to die anyway, you want me to be scared and tremble. Dream on! He jumped up, clenching his fists and shouting, Die! One punch landed squarely in his chest, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot, and he let out a scream. The bald guy looked at him like that, opened his mouth and laughed, saying, Killed with a single punch, you still gotta look to our demonic sect, kid. You can close your eyes now. Wang Aihu raised his hand to grab tightly onto his arm, fresh blood staining the corners of his mouth, saying, Even if I die, I'll tear off a piece of your flesh. As he spoke, he kept making retching sounds. Huck! Huck! After speaking, he used all his strength to bite hard into his arm. The bald guy felt the pain and struggled with all his might. He was so angry that he shouted, Get off! Get off! Get lost, you hear? Finally, he roared and flung the black-haired disciple backward with a violent wave of his hand. Wang Aihu covered his face and groaned. The disciples of Qingyun Sect are so miserable. The blonde disciple behind him chimed in. Too tragic. He stared at the body on the ground, panting. Damn Qingyun Sect. He turned his sweaty face to the crowd, snarling, Bastards, you dare bite me, I'll make you all die. A hand shot out, accompanied by a voice. Let me do the making. He paused, confused. A pink-haired disciple clenched his fist and stepped forward bravely. Even if I die, I gotta be like that senior brother. He gritted his teeth and pointed at him, yelling, Tear off a piece of flesh from this demon's body. He bit down on the bandage on his injured arm, sneering, Still dare to bite me, then I'll twist your head off. Suddenly, Wang Aihu shouted, Hold up. He squinted, saying, Go back first. Don't throw your life away. He turned to look at him, replying, Senior brother Wang, someone has to die anyway. He glanced ahead, retorting, Shut up, I know, I'm next. He hesitated. Senior brother Wang, how will you fight? You're the leader this time. We. He brushed past him and walked forward. Me, Wang Aihu, just wants to eat and wait for death. Trying to get some small advantages, but today I don't want to let it go, just because I'm really pissed off today. Golden light radiated from his body. Ye Qing crossed his arms, watching the scene and sighing. Didn't think Wang Aihu had it in him. Just then, the system voice sounded. Your heart is surging with passion. Your Dantian agrees. Your eyes, ears, nose, and throat agree. Hearing this, he sighed. Orange gold light radiated from his body as he looked at the bald dude opposite him, saying, If everyone has to die, then count Wang Aihu in. Come on, let's fight. He quickly raised his hand and charged, yelling, You're just relying on clowning around to get brave. Fine, one punch from me will kill you. He retreated, letting out a loud shout, raising his hands to block. He chuckled, raising his fist. You actually blocked it. Color me surprised. Wang Aihu's arm trembled, he continued. But it just means I have to throw a second punch. Seeing the fist approaching, he clasped his hands together and twisted them, chanting, Qian-kun righteous art, shrink to an inch. The bald dude punched through, but he was gone. He disappeared from his sight. He turned his head to look around, shouting in surprise. What's going on? Where is he? Get out here. His voice sounded in his ear. Grandpa is here. He immediately turned his head but saw no one, and let out a questioning cry, Huh, down below. Wang Aihu raised a fist and punched upwards hard between his legs. He sweated bullets in pain, clutching his crotch and yelling, My foundation, my descendants, you shameless bastard, I'll definitely deal with you. The brown-haired Qingyun Sect disciple who saw this exclaimed, Is that even allowed? Unbelievable, the pink-haired disciple said. Who cares if you believe it? Beating the demon sect disciple is all that matters. In the Qingyun Sect disciples, praise. Senior brother Wang's move was beautiful. He raised 2 fingers and waved them. Smiling brightly, Yan Qing couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Didn't think Wang Aihu had some tricks up his sleeve? The bald dude's face turned green as he raised his fist and shouted, I'm going to smash you to death. Wang Aihu quickly jumped to dodge, yelling, I dodged it. His fist landed on the ground, shattering it. He jumped back, looked at his butt sticking out, and burst out laughing. Then he made a gun shape with both hands, shouting, Great 1,000-year kill. He raised his hand, jumped up, and stabbed down hard, letting out a loud cry. Ouch. He felt pain from behind. His eyes widened and bloodshotted. His mouth gaped open, and sweat poured down like rain. The brown-haired male disciple, sweating profusely, said, Is that even allowed? The black-haired disciple also broke out in a cold sweat. He can fight like that. The pink-haired disciple touched his forehead, his face pale, and said, His shoal's gonna explode. Ye Qing, drenched in sweat, cried out softly, Ayo, sounding very painful. The bald guy stood up straight and looked at Wang Aihu. Too big, you bastard. I'm gonna tear you apart. He let out a small cry, then quickly grew back to his original size. He unleashed a move. A stream of power split into many different streams flying towards him. He shouted, 10,000 flowers bloom. Instantly,
Those golden, heroic energies quickly shot through him. The Qingyun Sect disciples, seeing this scene, excitedly shouted, "We won! We actually won, Senior Brother Wang, go go go!"
He looked at him falling to the ground, panting and saying, "Phew, phew, that wasn't easy. Finally won a round."
From behind, a voice rang out, "I'm next."
Then he laughed.
A demonic sect, male disciple, his face purple,
approached and said, "Punk, you won't be so lucky next time." Wang Aihu quickly gathered his strength and shouted, "Strike first to gain the advantage." He bent over and launched the energy forward, shouting, 10,000 flowers bloom, but he moved quickly, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. He looked at this scene in disbelief and cried out, "What?" He dodged them all. He stuck out his tongue and licked his finger, letting out a nasty laugh, and rushed forward, saying, "My turn." He looked, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of him. Needless to say, the speed was too fast, so he had to turn his hand and say, "Body shrinking technique." He leaned over and jumped up to dodge his attack. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Want to run?" The brown-haired demonic sect disciple could easily grab him in his hand. He laughed and said, "Can you escape?" he exclaimed in surprise. "What? I've been caught?" He held him in his hand and said, "I'm the speed type. Your little tricks." He threw him hard into the small pit in the ground, saying, "Are useless against me." The blue-haired male disciple immediately worriedly shouted, "Senior Brother Wang." The brown-haired disciple also said, "Not good, this time, Senior Brother Wang." He raised his foot and kicked hard at Wang Aihu, who was lying in the small pit, saying, "Die." He awkwardly clasped his hands together, shouting, "The law of expansion." As immovable as a mountain, Wang Aihu instantly became dozens of times larger. The skinny monkey trembled as he looked at the huge shadow in front of him, stammering, "This is him." He reached out and grabbed him tightly, lifted him up, and said, "How does it feel to be looked down upon?" He lay in the palm of his hand, struggling, and yelled, "Damn it, let me go!" The pink-haired male disciple raised his fist and said, "Senior Brother Wang is mighty. Not only can he shrink, but he can also enlarge." The brown-haired male disciple also raised his hand and cheered, "Turns out Senior Brother Wang still has a trump card." The blue-haired male disciple touched his chin, blushing, and said, "I have a bold idea." The other two immediately had black lines all over their heads and shouted in unison, "You better act normal." Ye Qing, watching from behind, grinned with amusement. Wang Aihu hoisted the skinny monkey high in the air, crushed him, and then tossed him to the ground. He exhaled, slowly shrinking back to his normal size. The pink-haired male disciple instantly cheered, "Wang Shixiong is mighty. Awesome." The demonic sect brats didn't expect that, did they? A green-haired demonic disciple with a dark expression said, "Didn't realize this guy had some skills. You don't actually think Skinny Monkey's dead, do you?" The seemingly dead skinny monkey suddenly opened his eyes wide, let out a sinister laugh, then turned and sat up, hurling a dart in his hand towards him. Turning around, he noticed the dart flying towards him and exclaimed, "What? Not good?" He jumped back, watching Wang Aihu get hit by the dart, retreating a few steps. The brown-haired male disciple anxiously shouted, "Wang Shixiong." The pink-haired male disciple pointed at him, yelling, "Damn it, he faked his death to ambush." Ye Qing exclaimed in worry. Wang Aihu, Skinny Monkey cackled, turning to leave, saying, "Told you, the demonic sect will win in the end." Just as he turned his back, Wang Aihu suddenly charged forward, coming from behind him. A blade pierced through his chest from behind, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe it, shouting, What you?" Wang Aihu squatted down, watching him fall to the ground. "You're done for," Ye Qing said in surprise. Wang Aihu is so brave. At this moment the system's voice rang out. "Your heart wants to go on stage and kill them. Your Danchin agrees. Hands, eyes, ears, nose, throat." Wang Aihu stood still, his heart a tangled mess, saying, "Hey you guys." The pink-haired male disciple looked at him, asking worriedly, Wang Shixiong, are you all right?" He turned his face, covered in wounds, towards him, and replied with a smile, "I'm fine. I can still fight." The green-haired demonic disciple said uncomfortably, "Damn it. The righteous sects are using underhanded tricks too." The green-haired disciple next to him replied, "Why are you panicking? Just send one person to kill him." A pink-haired female disciple stepped forward, extending her hand and saying, "Let me," she arrogantly said. "How do you want to die? I'll let you choose." Fresh blood flowed from the wound on Wang Aihu's abdomen. Soaking his clothes, he spat. Then, he quickly gathered his spiritual energy and charged forward, shouting, "I can take one of you down with me." "Take this." Wang Aihu looked in shock as a hand rapidly approached him. His face took a hit from the pink-haired female disciple, sending him flying backwards. She extended her hand, summoning her weapon, disdainfully saying, "You're half dead already. How can you fight me?" Then, she gripped the axe tightly in her hand, jumped high, and chopped down, yelling, "Go die." He looked at the axe blade right in front of his eyes, shouting in horror, "I'm done for." Seeing this, the system's voice rang out. "Can't take it anymore?
borrowing your legs for a sec?" Ye Qing looked in surprise at his legs automatically charging forward, saying, "Huh, what's this all about?" She still didn't know danger was approaching, excitedly saying, "You're dead!" Then burst into laughter. Suddenly, he rushed down from above, kicking her hard in the face, causing her to let out a painful scream. A. The green-haired Qingyun Sect male disciple, his face covered in sweat, shouted, "Whoa, what the heck?" The brown-haired male disciple next to him, also covered in sweat, shouted, "Holy crap, when did he get so OP?" The demonic sect disciple said in surprise, "Ugh, this kid." Wang Aihu was also shocked, staring blankly at him. She slapped his feet away from her face, yelling furiously, "HMPH. Bastard. You dare step on my face." He was knocked back, his feet barely touching the ground. He glanced at Wang Aihu, gave him a thumbs up, and said, "Wang Shidi, you go on." Then he grinned. He pushed himself up from the ground, trembling as he knelt, and said, "Ye Qing Shixiang. Suddenly, his face was full of doubt. Confused, he cried out, "Huh." His legs were frozen in place, not moving an inch. He asked in surprise, "Huh. Go, Clement. Why can't I move?" The system voice chimed in again. "The blood in your legs has rushed to your brain." Absolutely refusing to move, his face was covered in cold sweat as he said, "Oh dear." The system voice continued to chime. "Every organ in your body agrees with that." Ye Qing raised his hands and cried, looking up to the sky and shouting, "Stop messing around, let this one go. My ass, I'm the master here. You can't go against my will." Wang Aihu, seeing him standing there, quickly clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Yi Shixiong. You're so righteous, I'll leave the rest to you." He watched him run away and reached out, calling, "Hey, not you, wait there." The pink-haired female disciple pressed hard on her bleeding nose, and said with a smile, "Next up is another pretty boy, who makes people feel they just have to kill him." Sweat dripped down his forehead, a cold wind blew strongly, and he said sadly, "Crap. This time I'm in deep trouble." From behind, the Qingyun Sect disciples gave him a thumbs up and cheered, saying, "This Shixiang's got some balls. It's okay, keep going. Win or lose, you're still a hero." He heard these words and remained silent. Ye Qing quickly mobilized the spiritual energy throughout his body, and the system voice rang in his ears. "All parts of your body are full of enthusiasm, deciding to unleash 200% of their power. Your Dantian has decided to unleash 300% of its power." She raised her hand, forming a claw, and rushed forward, shouting, "Die!" He quickly leaned to the side, saying, "I dodge." He stopped in shock when he heard the system say, "The parts think, why bother dodging? Let's go hard." He stood motionless in the arena, secretly communicating with the parts of his body. "Hey big brothers, this is a life-or-death battle," the parts replied. "Go hard, what's there to be afraid of?" The green-haired male disciple pointed at him, saying, "Huh, why isn't he moving at all?" The brown-haired male disciple next to him replied, "Could it be that he's distracted? This is the end?" She quickly rushed forward, mocking, "Little brat, scared, stiff." He quickly unleashed a fart, sending her flying backward a long way. The pink-haired female disciple lay on the ground with a swollen cheek and let out a choking cough. Ye Qing looked at his fist in amazement, saying, "Heh, so powerful." Then he laughed loudly. On the Qingyun Sect side, the male disciples excitedly raised their hands and shouted, "Ye Qing Shixiang blew her away with one move." Another male disciple said, "Awesome, so he wasn't careless, but underestimating her." Sitting on the ground, wiping the blood from her face, she cursed loudly, "Bastard, daring to hit my face!" Then, she jumped up and rushed forward shouting, "I'm gonna kill you." He raised his hand and rubbed it, licking his lips and saying, "Perfect timing." Then he raised his hand and punched her hard in the face. Not stopping there, he punched her again in the chest. He quickly rushed forward, raising his hand and continuously punching her in the face. Seeing him like this, the Qingyun Sect disciples' voices rang out, "Too much, Shixiang. Beat her up for us, hit her hard." The green-haired demon sect disciple shouted, "What's going on here, damn it? This is an undisguised humiliation of our demon sect." The purple-haired male disciple excitedly said, "Ye Qing Shixiang is mighty. Press them to the ground and slaughter them." Ye Qing stood in front of her, reaching out and holding her face, asking, "So, do you admit defeat yet?" She let go, revealing her swollen face, and screamed, "Damn talisman, you only hit my face, bastard. I'm gonna fight you to the death." She quickly charged towards him, only managing a short gasp of surprise. He raised his hand and punched her hard in the stomach, sending her flying upwards. Her knees slammed into the ground, blood gushing from her mouth as she clutched her stomach. Trembling, she glared at him with hatred, yelling, "My dantian is shattered, you actually crippled." The Qingyun Sect disciples behind him immediately cheered. We won again! Senior brother Ye Qing is so awesome." He crossed his arms and chuckled loudly, looking back. The pink-haired female disciple lay on the ground, looking up with hatred, shouting,
"Why did you cripple me? I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you." A demonic sect disciple with a burnt face walked over to her and said, "Junior sister, I'll avenge you." She stopped in surprise. She stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her hair, pulling her back. He brought his face close to hers and whispered, "Junior sister is crippled. Don't let your cultivation go to waste. Better give it to me." Her eyes widened, filled with bloodshot veins, and she looked back in horror, saying, "Senior brother, please don't. I don't want to die." He held out one hand, gathering spiritual energy that emitted a purple light, and said, "Junior sister, be on your way. I'll help you get revenge." Ye Qing, seeing this scene, exclaimed in shock, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" He stared blankly at the blood splattering in front of him, and a voice said, "These demonic sect people are all beasts. They even attack their own." The purple light enveloped the two of them. He lifted her up high, licking the corner of his mouth as he absorbed her spiritual energy. After absorbing it, he threw her corpse to the ground and stepped towards him, saying, "Absorbing her cultivation means she's definitely dead." Ye Qing's face turned green at this sight, and he said angrily, "Beast, you're even worse than a beast. Even beasts don't kill their own kind." Purple light appeared on the body of the demonic sect disciple with the burnt face. He spread his arms out, stepping forward and saying, "Kid, I'm fighting you next." Ye Qing asked anxiously, Hey, all you ancestors inside me, are you sure about this time?" Looking at his face, the system voice sounded, "Your Dantian feels easy. All your body organs agree." Ye Qing immediately raised his hand into a fighting stance and said, "All right, come on then." He rushed forward, a mocking smile on his lips, and said, "Kid, you're just lucky. This time, I'll definitely kill you." Ye Qing also rushed forward, disdainfully replying, "Kill me. Keep dreaming." He flashed to dodge Ye Qing's fist, laughing loudly and saying, "There's an opening." He appeared behind Ye Qing, reaching out towards him, shouting, "Die." A fist carrying a strong force struck towards his face, causing him to let out an incredulous scream. Ye Qing bent over and used his hand forcefully behind him, knocking him away, his mouth spewing blood, his ugly face covered in blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shouted, "What? Why?" Ye Qing jumped high into the air, higher than the burnt-faced demonic sect member, and at the same time, the system voice continued to sound, "Your Dantian is providing your fist with 300 pH of energy, please punch." Ye Qing punched him hard, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, saying, "Eat my punch." Ye Qing landed on the ground, looking at his still figure lying on the ground, and snorted coldly. His face was purple and ugly, and said, "Pui. Rest in peace, you beast." The Qingyun Sect's brown-haired male disciple clenched his fists, excitedly shouting, "Senior brother Ye Qing won again! So amazing! Let out some steam!" Whoa! Intense! Ye Qing wiped his forehead, panting, and sighed. That was a close one. Another victory. Suddenly, the system chimed in. "Your Dantian feels you're killing too slow." He was like, "Huh," and pointed at the demon sect goons. "What acha mean?" "Yo." The system voice continued. Correct. All your organs agree." He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Oi. What do you guys want? Hands off. What are you planning?" Then a blue-haired demon sect disciple clutched his chest, staring at the pointing finger, and asked, "What's this kid doing?" The green-haired disciple yelled, "Yeah, what do you want?" A smirk crept across his face as he spat. "You damn demon sect bastards!" he roared. "Come at me, bros. All of ya." The green-haired disciple's head filled with black lines as he shouted, enraged, "What? How arrogant!" "He's asking for it," Wang Aihu, face full of shock, yelled, "Oh my god, is this guy nuts?" Ye Qing's eyes welled up as he lamented inwardly, "If Dad finds out, I'm so screwed." The Qingyun Sect disciples' eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up and worshipping him. "Senior brother Ye Qing, awesome. A role model for our generation. Even if he gets beaten to a pulp, he's still a hero in our hearts," he thought. "Well, you're not the ones getting beat, so easy for you to say." A pair of black-booted feet stepped forward, declaring, "If this kid's begging for death," the demon sect disciples quickly surrounded him, yelling in unison, "We'll grant his wish." Watching the green-haired disciple charge at him from behind, he figured, "Looks like it's do or die." He threw a punch straight into the dude's face, thinking, "Guess there's no other choice." Ye Qing kicked a demon sect disciple flying, muttering, "If that's how it is, then let's fight. Might as well die trying." Two more demon sect disciples rushed in, yelling, "Let's get him!" Instantly, blue light shot from his legs, and the system announced, "Your legs are outputting 300 points of power." The two demon sect disciples gaped as their fists missed, exclaiming, "What?" He dodged. "What kind of speed is that?" He suddenly appeared behind them, announcing, "I'm over here." The system blared, "Your arms are outputting 200 points of power." He punched down with both hands, sending them flying far, far away. The purple and blue-haired disciples stood back to back, the blue-haired one grumbling, "Damn it, how is this kid getting stronger?" The demon sect disciples instantly gathered demonic energy, charging towards him. The blue-haired one yelling, "No more holding back, everyone, kill him!" The purple-haired one added, "Unleash your ultimate moves together." Wang Aihu squeezed one eye shut in fear, exclaiming, "Such a fierce attack, even the elders can't withstand it, let alone senior brother Ye Qing." Seeing this, Ye Qing sighed slightly and closed his eyes. Just then, the system blared. "Your Dantian is erupting with 800 points of power. Immense power surged through him," he roared. "If that's how it is, bring it on." His face was calm as he watched the demonic, energy-infused fists hurtling toward him. Everything exploded in a massive blast, cracking the ground beneath into huge fissures. The demon sect disciples immediately retreated, the blue-haired disciple staring at the explosion and asking, "Is he dead?" Another disciple yelled back, "You gotta ask? He's gotta be a Tish." The green-haired one added, "Gotta give it to him. The kid had skills. To be surrounded and killed by so many of us, he can brag about that." The blue-haired disciple stepped towards the Qingyun Sect group, yelling, "We won! Anyone else from Qingyun Sect want to come up and die?" A brown-haired male disciple pointed angrily and cursed, "Damn it, you jumped him! What kind of victory is that?" The blue-haired one wiped blood from his nose, replying, "That kid was asking for it. You guys can jump us too, we'll gladly send you all to hell." Then, he turned to the demons and said, "My lords, the Qingyun Sect is scared stiff. You can announce the results." He immediately shouted, "Okay, I announce, you win, the dem." A pair of feet emerged from the mist, interrupting his announcement. "Hold up," Ye Qing, covered in ash, pulled down his tattered cloak, saying, "Who said I was dead? Who said we were scared?" The green-haired dude's face turned super ugly, shouting, "How is this possible? He's not dead." The light green-haired guy was dripping with cold sweat, saying, "This, no way!" Eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty red light, saying, "I'm not dead yet, keep going." The brown-haired disciple jumped up and down with joy, shouting, "Awesome! Senior brother Ye Qing is still alive." Wang Aihu also clenched his fists, excitedly yelling, "Senior brother Ye Qing is amazing." The light green-haired dude was gathering a huge amount of demonic energy in his hand, yelling, "Even if that kid isn't dead, he's already weak and exhausted." That hand instantly turned into a claw, grabbing towards him, his voice ringing out, "Let me send you to your death, straight to the Yellow Springs." Not only did he easily dodge, but he also reached out and grabbed his neck. He couldn't breathe, letting out a meaningless cry. He was lifted high by his neck, only able to struggle, letting out an unbelievable cry, "You! Let go!" After dealing with that guy, he casually slammed him into the ground. Ye Qing turned his head, a red light flashing in his eyes, saying, "Next? Bring it on, bitches!" Ye Qing cast his red-lit eyes around, shouting loudly, "No one's coming up, right?" A demonic sect disciple wearing an eye patch said, "Go, what's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us." The purple-haired guy next to him immediately added, "This kid is a bit weird, clearly only at the Foundation establishment stage, but his strength far exceeds it." Waiting, and they still didn't rush up, he impatiently said, "If you guys aren't coming, then I will." He quickly pierced through that group of demonic sect disciples, those he passed through. He sent them to the other world. The purple-haired guy saw him stop right in front of him, panicking and shouting, "Crazy! This guy is crazy! A god of death! This is a god of death!" Ye Qing turned to look at the remaining demonic sect disciples, sticking his tongue out to lick the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. Seeing him like that, those demonic sect disciples fearfully ran away, one running and looking back, shouting, "No way! Quick, run!" The brown-haired disciple running in front yelled, "Scatter! Run!" His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, chasing after them and shouting, "Run! You think you can run?" The system's voice rang out, "Your legs are providing you with 500 points of speed." He quickly jumped up, chasing after the group of demonic sect people fleeing ahead. He quickly passed through the group of disciples in front, one of them shouting in disbelief, "What is this? What kind of speed is this?" After eliminating the last one in front, he landed. The male disciple with smoky hair praised, "Too fast, too strong of an attack." Wang Aihu also happily said, "Senior brother Ye Qing is so scary." The smoke-haired disciple looked at the splattering blood behind him, fearfully shouting, "We're done for. We can't run at all." A demonic sect disciple in the back saw him in front and immediately knelt down, shouting, "Surrender, surrender, I surrender." Seeing the scene before them, the voices of the Qingyun Sect disciples rang out. Senior brother Ye Qing actually forced the demonic sect to surrender. Awesome, that's cathartic. So refreshing. The remaining demonic sect disciples all knelt down and kowtowed to him, begging, "I also surrender." Ye Qing's eyes flashed with a bright red light, glancing at the group, and said in a deep voice, "Surrender. Did I say you could?" The dark green-haired demonic sect disciple turned back to look at the pig demon, saying, "Lord Zhu, save us. We've already surrendered." He immediately replied, "Okay, fine." He quickly rushed forward, punching through the stomach of the demonic sect disciple who had just spoken, causing him to let out a painful cry. The pig demon excitedly shouted, "Stop. If the demonic sect has surrendered, then this competition is over.
Seeing Ye Qing ignoring his words and continuing to kill demonic sect people, he immediately yelled, "You little brat, impudent! Didn't you hear what I said?"
His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he said to him, "These beasts used any means necessary to kill my Qingyun Sect disciples, and now they want to surrender. No way in hell," he angrily yelled.
"You."
Looking at his knees touching the ground, he thought unhappily, "Damn it! This is still the competition phase, I can't interfere."
After wiping out that whole crowd, he collapsed on the ground, panting, and said,
"Finally, it's over."
Wang Aihu, leading the Qingyun Sect disciples, rushed to where he was lying and asked with concern, Senior Brother Ye, are you all right?"
Ye Qing barely opened his eyes and said wearily, "I'm fine, just let me rest for a bit," the system voice chimed in. "Your Danshan is completely depleted of spiritual energy, requiring a deep sleep temporarily. Your limbs are overexerted, requiring a deep sleep." He clutched his chest, listening to the system's continued notifications. "Your heart, stomach, and kidneys require a deep sleep." He sighed, saying, "Great. After this fight, all my organs are exhausted." Seeing the scene of him surrounded by the Qingyun Sect people, the demon beast clenched his fists in disbelief. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he pondered, "This guy actually killed all my demon sect disciples by himself. Crap. This guy will definitely be a major enemy of the demon race in the future. Crap, can't let him live."
Wang Aihu turned his head, extended his hand, and said, "Everyone, it's time to announce the winner." He immediately raised his face to the sky and shouted, Crap! This round of the competition, the Qingyun Sect wins." He turned to the remaining disciples and exclaimed excitedly, "We actually won! This is a miracle," the green-haired male disciple happily said. "Luckily, we had Senior Brother Ye and Senior Brother Wang." Suddenly, his voice deepened as he added, "But Ye Qing violated the rules of the competition." Right, Wang Aihu, hearing this, immediately stood in front of him, yelling, "What? You dare?" The voices of the crowd rose. "You dare kill our Qingyun Sect people? We will never forgive you." The demon beast's entire body radiated demonic energy as he raised his hand and charged forward, yelling, "Useless to say more. I must kill this guy." Wang Aihu led the other Qingyun Sect disciples to rush forward, shouting, "Stop him! We can't let the Qingyun Sect lose a talent like Senior Brother Ye."
Wang Aihu stared blankly at the fist, carrying terrifying power that was already in front of him.
The demon beast waved his hand,
sending the people blocking his path flying. With blood splattering everywhere, he yelled, "Get out of my way!"
Ye Qing, seeing this scene, had a grim expression and said, "Damn it, this bastard wants to kill me, but I can't move right now."
He knelt down, trembling all over, reached out to touch his stomach, and cried out, "Dear big bosses, stop sleeping, help, save me." The system voice responded, "Your organs are all in deep sleep and cannot react," he said disappointedly.
Speechless, the demon beast's enormous body appeared before him. He grinned, saying, "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too monstrous. A human prodigy like you can't be allowed to live."
Ye Qing looked up at the figure before him and groaned inwardly, "It's over, it's over, it's over. What should I do?" Just at this critical moment, the system voice appeared. "Your liver has heard your call." Deciding to explode the liver, a stream of spiritual energy condensed from his chest.
He raised his hand, gathering all his demonic energy into his fist, aiming at him, and shouted, "Die, Wang Aihu!" His face covered in wounds, lay on the ground, shouting, "Damn it, Senior Brother Ye!"
A green light appeared in his eyes, and he shouted, "Explode the liver!" He unleashed a punch that sent the demon beast flying high into the air. He couldn't believe it, and yelled, "What? You can still resist?"
He raised his fist, his eyes full of sinister ruthlessness, and shouted, "If you dare to make another move, I'll make you pay dearly, even if it costs me my life."
Hearing this, he was slightly intimidated, and stood still with his arms crossed, looking at him, snorting coldly, and said, "My grandpa will not be threatened." Finally, he turned and left. Before leaving, he said, "It's just that I'm tired today. Forget it, I'll kill you another day." Ye Qing collapsed, completely exhausted. Before passing out, he said, "Finally, it's over." In his vision, the last thing he saw was Wang Aihu's worried face as he shouted, Senior Brother Ye, wake up."
The green-haired male disciple also cried anxiously, "Senior Brother Ye." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "What's wrong with you guys? My eyelids are so heavy."
The sky was a deep blue, without a single cloud. Time passed quickly, and it was already the second day. Sunlight shone on the roof of the small building. Ye Qing, lying on the bed, suddenly woke up with a start. He sat up in shock, looking at his hands, and said, I'm back." A male disciple carrying a tray entered, saying, "Senior Brother Ye, you're awake." This is the primordial qi decoction refined by the pill chamber, specially for restoring senior brother's energy. He looked at the male disciple and picked up the cup to drink. As soon as he finished drinking, the system notification sounded. Abundant qi and blood in the abdomen. He felt like he could immediately down 3 big bowls of this yuan qi medicinal soup. He exclaimed softly, good stuff. It hits the spot. His eyes lit up as he handed the bowl to the disciple, asking, is there more? Another bowl. The disciple immediately replied, there's no more. This medicinal soup is exclusively for you, senior brother, extremely precious. Normally, only the elders are qualified to use it. He licked his lips, then raised the bowl high to examine it, asking, I made such a great contribution. Besides the yuan qi medicinal soup, aren't there any other rewards? The disciple hugged the tray close, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. This, as far as I know, that's all. Hearing this, he felt annoyed.
Ye Qing immediately exclaimed excitedly, what? That's it, I risked my life to defeat so many demonic sect disciples.
He stood up, waving his hands around, saying, it's not just that I won the competition for the sect, but also obtained a spirit stone vein, and all I get is a bowl of soup.
The disciple could only console him.
Senior brother Ye, don't be impatient. This isn't something this junior brother can resolve, he angrily decided. No way, I have to go find them. The third elder clearly said I'd get a generous reward. Wang Aihu entered from outside, calling out, Senior brother Ye. Then he turned to the person beside him, saying, you go out first.
Ye Qing saw him arrive and said, you've come at the right time, come with me to demand justice.
He held out both hands, looking at him standing opposite, explaining, Senior brother, it's useless to look for anyone about this, because the person holding back your reward is the 4th inner sect elder. He reached out and stroked his chin, saying suspiciously, the 4th elder, have I offended him before? He said softly. The 4th elder is the grandpa of Zhang Kui. The image of that guy appeared in his head. He hesitated, asking, the same Zhang Kui who said to find the elders when bullying the younger generation. Wang Aihu quickly stepped forward, whispering in his ear, it's him. The 4th elder is extremely protective. Otherwise, he wouldn't use such a big matter for personal gain.
Ye Qing angrily grabbed his robe and rushed straight to the door, saying, then I'm gonna go reason with Zhang Kui.
His voice rang out, advising, Senior brother Ye, this isn't good. He turned his head back angrily, replying, nothing's not good about it. His grandpa, the 4th elder, won't give me my reward. I'll beat him until he pisses his pants. He narrowed his eyes, adding, but the 4th elder, he, Ye Qing angrily turned his head back, asking, he what, would he dare kill me in the sect? He crossed his arms, looking at him, replying, he wouldn't dare do that. There are sect rules, after all.
Hearing him say that, he kicked open the door, shouting, then what's there to be afraid of? Let's go. If I don't beat him until he pisses his pants today, consider him. As he was walking, he saw Su Qingyue standing in front of him.
He continued, spick and span. Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise,
junior brother Ye Qing.
He immediately clasped his hands and bowed, saying, greetings, senior sister Su. Is there anything senior sister needs from me? Hearing him ask, she awkwardly played with her hair, not daring to look at him, replying, nothing. I heard you were injured, so I came to visit, Wang Aihu from afar. Oh my god, senior brother Ye Qing is so amazing that even a heavens chosen like senior sister Su would take the initiative to visit him. He chuckled, replying, thank you for your concern, senior sister, I'm already fine. Hearing this, she added, that's good, I haven't. Before she could finish speaking, Ye Qing had already turned around, scratching his head, saying, senior sister Su went through the trouble to make a trip. I'm busy, so I'll head off first.
She reached out, calling out to him, Ye Qing, He turned his head back, asking suspiciously, does senior sister have anything else? She kept her hand outstretched, softly calling out, but in the end, couldn't say it, only able to turn her face away, saying, nothing, you can go. She stood silently, watching him lead Wang Aihu away. As he walked, he thought to himself, I just feel like Su Qingyue is a bit strange today. Waiting until he was gone, Su Qingyue sadly said, I'm about to break through to the transcendent realm. The mortal and immortal planes are different, so to be safe, my master told me to cut off all ties to the mortal world, but I don't know how to tell Ye Qing.
Wang Aihu, following behind him, asked suspiciously, Yi Shixong, what's your relationship with Su Shiji? Without a second thought, he replied, relationship. No relationship.
Hearing this, Wang Aihu didn't believe him and said, no relationship, then why did Su Shiji come looking for you? You should know that Su Shiji is famous as a high and mighty flower. She'd never take the initiative to get close to anyone.
He raised a finger to the sky and said, there's only one possibility. Wang Aihu, hearing this, curiously pressed, what possibility?
He turned his head, licked his lips, and said with a confident face, I'm too handsome. Su Qingyue couldn't help but be attracted to me. Hearing this, Wang Aihu broke out in a sweat and said,
"Ah, oh, pure white clouds float lazily in the deep blue sky." After a while, the clouds drifted away quickly.
Ye Qing and Wang Aihu hid behind a corner. Looking into the small courtyard, Wang Aihu pointed and said, "Shixiong, Zhang Kui is over there."
Inside the courtyard, Zhang Kui was wearing a red blindfold, playing around with a group of beautiful women. He laughed and said, "Don't move. Whoever I touch has to drink cross-cupped wine with Santa. My little darlings, I'm coming for you. Don't run. No one move."
Seeing this scene, Ye Qing's face turned purple with anger, and he cursed. "He's ugly as hell, but he plays so fancy."
As soon as Ye Qing approached, Zhang Kui grabbed him with a huge laugh. He groped around on Ye Qing and said, "My little darling, I touched you. Come on, let me feel your hand." Why is this hand a bit rough, darling?"
Ye Qing's mouth twitched in anger as he looked at Zhang Kui's hand groping his. Zhang Kui's voice kept ringing out.
"You usually have to pay attention to maintenance. When you get back, CACA will give you a bottle of beauty pill."
Not stopping there, Zhang Kui reached out and felt Ye Qing's chest, saying, "Let CACA feel your chest." Zhang Kui suspiciously pulled down the silk ribbon from his eyes and said, Why is it a flat chest?" Ye Qing's angry voice rang out. Happy, satisfied.
Not seeing that the person in front of him was Ye Qing, Zhang Kui shouted, "Ye Qing, aren't you disgusting? Who would want to touch a man like you?"
Ye Qing hugged his chest and asked, looking at Zhang Kui's retreating back. "Do you know why I'm here?" Zhang Kui snapped impatiently. "What you do is none of my business. Don't forget our leader's orders, scram." Ye Qing frowned and said, "I'm here to chin you." Hearing this, Zhang Kui burst out laughing and said to the two girls in front of him, "Did you two hear what he said? He said he wants to chin me." Suddenly, an enormous surge of spiritual energy struck him. Zhang Kui surprisingly let out a cry of confusion. Ye Qing had already given him a punch. Immediately, Zhang Kui was sent flying. Zhang Kui looked at Ye Qing in disbelief and shouted, You dare hit me!" Looking for death, Ye Qing raised his fist, his face ugly, and asked back, "I'm hitting you, so what?" "Oh, so you're pissed?" Zhang Kui touched the wound on his cheek caused by Ye Qing and asked, "You little punk, you think I, Zhang Kui, am easy to bully?" Ye Qing clenched his fist, mobilized all his spiritual energy, and said, "Laozi is already foundation established." He also mobilized all his spiritual energy and said disdainfully, "Like anyone isn't foundation establishment." Zhang Kui rushed towards Ye Qing and shouted, "You're already foundation establishment too. No wonder you dare to hit me. Do you know who my grandpa is?" Ye Qing raised his hand and gave Zhang Kui a slap so hard that his face turned to one side, and said, "The more you mention your grandpa, the harder I'll hit." Zhang Kui reached out with his claws, grabbing towards Ye Qing, and shouted loudly, "My grandpa is the fourth elder. How dare you disrespect my grandpa?" Ye Qing reached out and grabbed Zhang Kui's arm in front of him, and said, "I'm hitting you precisely because I'm respecting your grandpa." With one hand grabbing his arm, the other hand gave him another slap, saying, "It was fine if you didn't say anything, but the more you talk, the angrier I get. Shut your mouth." An unfamiliar green-haired male disciple appeared behind Wang Aihu and said, "Isn't that the newly joined disciple, Ye Qing? His moves are really vicious." A blonde male disciple added, "He's too arrogant, daring to hit Zhang Kui. He's the fourth elder's grandson." Hearing this, Wang Aihu immediately turned his head and said, "You guys don't know, Ye Qing Shixiong and Su Qing Yue Shiji are very close." The green-haired disciple immediately changed his attitude, saying, "Oh, I see. Then let's fight without holding back." The blonde disciple added, Yeah. He let out a joyful laugh. Zhang Kui immediately brought out a shining tower, saying, "Damn it, you forced me to do this." "The Linglong Pagoda," Wang Aihu hurriedly explained. "Senior brother Ye, be careful. This Linglong Pagoda is the treasure of the fourth elder." "I didn't expect it to be in Zhang Kui's hands. This pagoda is a Xuan-grade weapon with immense power."
Ye Qing calmly said, "I didn't expect this kid to have a trump card. The system is currently under maintenance, so I can only rely on myself."
Zhang Kui raised the tower high, shouting, "Crush him to death for me!"
Ye Qing clasped his hands together, using his spiritual power to create a Tai Chi symbol, shouting loudly,
"Heavenly secret diagram." Zhang Kui, with one hand raising the tower to activate spiritual power, and the other pointing directly at him, disdainfully shouted, "Overestimating yourself, trying to use your flesh to resist the Linglong Pagoda."
Looking at the streams of spiritual power approaching him, he added, "You're just asking for death." As soon as he shouted block, a blue barrier appeared around him, blocking all those attacks. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Kui's forehead, and he cried out in disbelief, "What? How did he block it?" Seeing this, Ye Qing praised inwardly, "Excellent. As expected of the technique that senior sister Su taught me, it's truly powerful. I didn't have the chance to use it during the competition with the Devil Sect, but now it seems it's indeed useful." Zhang Kui immediately shouted, "Explode for me." He held the tower floating in the air, while his figure disappeared, leaving only a voice behind. "Do you have another chance?" Then he suddenly appeared in front of him, delivering a punch to his stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He loudly said, "Still exploding! Today I'll beat you until you sub—" Zhang Kui knelt on the ground, shouting, "Wait! Don't hit me yet, I have something to say!" He stood in the air, yelling, "Speak, you old fart! I'll just keep hitting you!" He looked up at him in the air, asking, "My grandpa is the fourth elder, don't you want to live anymore?" Hearing this, Ye Qing angrily scolded, "You really know how to talk. I'm beating you precisely because of your grandpa. I ask you, do you submit?" Zhang Kui immediately stood up, cursing, "Submit your mother, you hit me, and I'll definitely chop you into pieces in the future." He cracked his knuckles, saying, "Still acting tough, I have to give you a taste of your own medicine." Seeing this, he panicked, shouting, "Where did you guys come from? Get him. Are you just gonna stand there and watch me get beat?" Two people wearing Qingyun Sect disciple robes appeared in front of him, saying, "Young master, leave him to us." He looked at the two of them, scornfully shouting, "Huh! You guys are just farts. If you saw the previous spar, why aren't you running away yet?" He knelt on the ground. As the two ran away, they shouted, "Senior brother Zhang, we're not his match." The brown-haired one next to him also shouted, "Senior brother Zhang, good luck to you, I'm going to the bathroom." Ye Qing tilted his head, cracking his knuckles, saying, "All right, it's just us then. Let's continue. I'll beat you until you submit today." He was terrified and immediately kowtowed to him, saying, I submit, I really submit, don't hit me anymore." After a long while, just as the space completely fell into silence, without a sound, Zhang Kui stood straight in front of the table, carefully pouring tea. Ye Qing was sitting cross-legged on the chair, propping his chin up and sighing, saying, "Beating him made my mouth dry, quickly pour me a cup of tea to drink." He brought the cup of tea to his mouth to drink, and heard him say, "Big brother, please have some tea." He immediately spat all the tea in his mouth onto his face, saying with a disgusted expression, "What kind of terrible tea is this? It's not sweet at all." His face was covered in tea, and he asked in confusion, "Big brother, is there a sweet kind of tea leaf?" His expression was extremely frightening, and he patted his shoulder, asking, "Really, there isn't?" HMPH. Zhang Kui immediately turned around and ran away, saying, Yes, big brother, wait a moment, I'll go get it for you now." Seeing this, Wang Aihu worriedly asked, "Senior brother Ye, aren't you afraid of him, the fourth elder, if you keep beating him like that?" Hearing this, he turned around and asked, "Does being scared even matter? Fourth elder has already set his sights on me. Does he think that just because I didn't beat Zhang Kui, he'll let me off the hook?" He stroked his chin, saying, "Yeah, no, fourth elder is narrow-minded. Once he targets someone, he'll hound them to death." Zoom, big bro, the tea's here. Zhang Kui, holding a pot of tea, rushed over, shouting, when he saw Ye Qing, "Just brewed, bro." Ye Qing reached out, Gimme, let me try it." He picked up the cup and downed the whole thing in one gulp. After drinking, he felt spiritual energy surge through his whole body, and exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of tea is this? It's making my spiritual energy flow all over, so invigorating." Zhang Kui, sporting his bruised face, gave a thumbs up and said, "Big bro, this is enlightenment tea. The sect doesn't even have 10 pieces total, super rare stuff." Wang Aihu was startled and excitedly asked, "Enlightenment tea, I've heard of it, but this is the first time I've seen this treasure. Where'd you get it?" Zhang Kui immediately clasped his hands in front of his chest, flattering him, "I stole it from my grandpa, specially to show my respect to big bro." Ye Qing was taken aback, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed. "A trap. You stole it to show your respect. I accept you as my bro. From now on, in the Qingyun Sect, I've got your back." Zhang Kui immediately knelt on one knee, raising his hand high, respectfully shouting, "Yes, big bro, please accept this one's bow." Ye Qing was surprised, but still responded, He raised his hand, looking awkward, and muttered, "You doing this makes me feel a little bad about beating you earlier." As the sun sets and rises, 3 days quickly passed, and the entire space was filled with tranquility. Ye Qing was floating in mid-air, cultivating with his eyes closed. Just then, the system's voice sounded, "Your hands and feet have awakened. Your stomach has recovered, wanting something to eat. Your dantian has recovered. Your kidneys have recovered, wanting to stir up some trouble." Ye Qing smiled and sat on the bed, saying, "These big shots have finally recovered. They may be a little unreliable, but things were a bit boring without them." Wang Aihu pushed the door open from the outside and burst in, yelling, Ye Shixiong, I'm here again." Ye Qing calmly asked, "Why the rush? What's up?" Wang Aihu said urgently, "The sect issued a mission, and I want to invite Shixiong to come with me." Ye Qing walked with him, asking, "What mission?" Wang Aihu walked quickly forward, saying, "Let's talk as we go. I'm afraid someone else will snatch the mission." Ye Qing muttered, "So mysterious. What kind of mission is it that you're so afraid of it being stolen?" The space was covered in a light pink hue, and time quickly passed. A moment later, in front of the door of a small courtyard, a crowd of people gathered, clamoring, "Give me one! I want to accept the mission too." Ye Qing, seeing the scene, asked in surprise, Why are there so many people? Wang Aihu quickly squeezed into the crowd, saying, "Make way! Give me a mission tag!" Wang Aihu quickly ran forward, but still didn't forget to say, "Shixiong, wait for me, I'm gonna snatch a mission." Wang Aihu squeezed into the crowd, raising his hand and shouting, "Esteemed elders, give this little one a mission." Ye Qing, seeing this scene, couldn't help but mutter, "Is this really okay?" Wang Aihu held a mission token and ran out happily, saying, "It wasn't easy to snatch a mission tag." Ye Qing clenched his fist and said, "Awesome." Wang Aihu opened his hand to reveal the words on the tag, "Flower Protector Envoy." A doubtful voice rang out, "Flower Protector Envoy? What kind of mission is this?" Ye Qing stared at the mission tag, asking suspiciously, "Is this reliable?" Wang Aihu softly explained, "This is a great mission. In Qingyun Sect's Holy Land, there's a princess of an ancient kingdom cultivating here. This time, we're escorting the princess back to her ancient kingdom to visit her family. Most importantly, the mission rewards are 100 times higher than other missions." Hearing this, Ye Qing's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up, saying, "All right, this is the one. We'll take it." A pink light appeared, covering the entire space. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Third Elder, with his arms crossed, stood straight, looking at Ye Qing, Wang Aihu, and the others, instructing, "You all know the mission. I won't say much more. I'll remind you one more time. You must ensure the princess's safety. Set off." A male disciple in purple clothes blushed and said, "I heard the princess is very beautiful, comparable to Shigtpp, and this mission is easy with generous rewards." A black-haired male disciple next to him also blushed and replied, "So lucky to be able to snatch the mission." Looking at Ye Qing's departing back, Third Elder called out, "Ye Qing, stay a moment." Ye Qing turned his head in surprise and asked, "Third Elder, is there something you need from me?" Third Elder opened his hand, revealing a sphere surrounded by golden light, saying, "This is for you." Ye Qing looked at the sphere close to his eyes, asking, "Third Elder, what is this?" Third Elder's voice rang out, "Last time you fought the demonic sect, turning the tide. But because of Fourth Elder's," Third Elder frowned and continued, "You suffered unfair treatment. This elder couldn't stand it. But Fourth Elder's power is great." Ye Qing smiled, taking the bead, saying, "Thank you for Third Elder's concern, but I've already resolved this matter." Third Elder closed his eyes, crossing his arms in front of his chest, saying, "Resolved? You're young but already boasting. Not good." Ye Qing held the bead in his hand, laughing, "I'm really not boasting." Third Elder looked at Ye Qing, urging, "Take it. Either way, this elder has already given the gift, so I can't take it back." Finally, Ye Qing could only cup his hands, accepting it, saying, "If that's the case, then thank you, Third Elder." A voice sounded from behind, "You're Ye Qing." The two of them heard the voice and were shocked as they looked behind them. They saw a man walking over with his hands clasped behind his back. San Zhanglao's voice rang out, "Si Zhanglao, why are you here?" He immediately stood in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I'm warning you, don't mess around. Ye Qing still has a mission." Without turning his head, he told Ye Qing, "Si Zhanglao is here to cause trouble for you. Run, I'll hold them off here." Ye Qing replied from behind, "Huh, is that really necessary?" San Zhanglao's face darkened, and he turned his head to shout, "What do you mean, is that really necessary? Hurry up and go, it'll be too late if you don't." Si Zhanglao pushed him aside and said, "Lao-san, get out of the way, I'm not here for you." San Zhanglao raised his hand to his forehead, sighed softly, and said, "Why doesn't this kid listen? What if Si Zhanglao directly makes a move against him?" Saying this, he sighed again. Si Zhanglao threw a small pouch into Ye Qing's chest and said, "Kid, take this storage pouch." Ye Qing reached out and took the pouch, asking, "What's this?" He pointed to the pouch and replied, "Your reward from the last Xinbing Shengma Men competition is all in here." Hearing this, Ye Qing bowed slightly and replied, "If it's mine, then I'll take it." Si Zhanglao looked up at Ye Qing and said, "Kid, if my grandson Zhang Kui recognizes you as his big bro, and we can let bygones be bygones, come find this Zhanglao if anything happens in the future." Sweat broke out on San Zhanglao's forehead, and he pointed at Ye Qing, asking, Si Zhanglao, you weren't here to cause trouble, so this kid wasn't really bragging." Si Zhanglao clasped his hands behind his back, watched Ye Qing's back as he left, and said, "This kid's not bad. This Zhanglao isn't that petty. What's there to be afraid of?" Ye Qing quickly ran away and said, "Si Zhanglao, no matter what, thank you for today, I'm leaving now." Above the vast blue sky were pure white clouds. The higher you go, the denser the clouds. Looking down from the cliff, there was a huge carriage slowly approaching, surrounded by a large number of guards. Ye Qing walked forward, asking Wang Aihu, "Hey, I'm asking, where's the princess?" Wang Aihu calmly replied, "She's in the carriage right in front." Ye Qing gaped in surprise and asked, "The princess of your house is riding in a carriage? This is a cultivation world. Shouldn't she be flying on a sword?" Wang Aihu crossed his arms and said, "Shixiong, I heard that this princess of ours is not ordinary." Hearing this, the system's voice immediately appeared.
Ye Qing, who loves to gossip at this time, was extremely excited. His eyes were bright, his expression was refreshed. He licked his lips and urged, "What's so extraordinary? Does she have 3 heads and 6 arms? Tell me quickly." Wang Aihu pointed forward and asked, "Do you know about our Qingyun Sect Holy Land?" Ye Qing walked beside him and replied, "No, duh, of course I don't know." Wang Aihu hugged his chest, raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Ye Qing with a resentful expression, and said, "Huh, you were so confident that I thought you knew. You made me feel a twinge in my waist." Lian stood straight on the carriage, raised her hand to signal to stop, and said, "Princess needs to rest. Wait for orders on the spot." Ye Qing was startled and looked at a male disciple with blue hair, who said with a displeased expression, "How long has it been since we left and she already wants to rest?" A gray-haired disciple next to him crossed his arms and replied, "Who knows? How long will it take to get to the capital at this rate?" Wang Aihu propped up his cheek with one hand and raised the other to explain in a low voice. "The Holy Land is where true immortals live. Every 5 years or so, 1 or 2 disciples can enter. Su Shiji is more talented than others. She is the seed that can enter the Holy Land in the future. In short, the Holy Land is full of geniuses." Ye Qing reached out and touched his chin and asked suspiciously, "What does this have to do with the princess?" Wang Aihu raised his hand and pointed at Ye Qing and said, "It has a lot to do with it. The reason why this weak and sickly princess was able to enter the Holy Land is, thanks to her connections. I heard that the reason why she's returning this time is because—" Before Wang Aihu could finish speaking, Lian Er's arm pointed at the two of them, and she scolded loudly, "What are you two whispering about over there?" "Shut up," Ye Qing cursed softly under his breath. "Damn, she can still hear us talking from so far away." The green grass here once again became extremely silent. Time passed. After a while, on the roof of the carriage, Lian looked at the side of the carriage and raised her hand to shout, "Set off! Everyone hurry up!" Ye Qing looked at the crowd and asked in a low voice, "Why are there so many of us protecting the princess on her way back? Could it be that someone wants to harm the princess?" Wang Aihu replied in a low voice, "I don't know about that, but I heard that things are very complicated." While they were on their way, 2 men with weapons appeared on the cliff, standing on the cliff and shouting loudly, "Stop! This tree was planted by me, this mountain was opened by me. If you want to pass this road, leave the princess behind." Ye Qing heard these words, looked up. He crossed his arms, his face full of black lines, and pouted, asking, "Are these 2 going out to learn how to rob? How can it feel so funny?" Lian stood on the carriage, pointed at the green-haired disciple in front, and shouted, "Hey, send someone to deal with them." The green-haired disciple quickly replied, "Ah, okay." The white-haired robber stood up straight, shouting, "Dude, these guys really don't think we're anything." The brown-haired bandit, who was sitting and listening, yelled, "Looking for death?" That dude, holding 2 battle axes, quickly charged down, shouting, "Let them see the awesomeness of Blackwind Fort's big boss." The green-haired disciple gathered spiritual energy in his hand and rushed towards that guy, yelling, "Don't be so cocky!" His hands, gathering spiritual energy, pierced through that guy, saying, "Eradicate." That guy cried out in disbelief, "What? Too fast?" Lian glanced in surprise at the side where the bandit's blood had splattered. "Ugh, I'm pissed." Pointing at that green-haired disciple, I scolded loudly, "Couldn't you guys be a bit more careful?" The blood splattered on the carriage. The green-haired bandit, seeing his boss get killed, grabbed his weapon with both hands, jumped down quickly, and shouted, "Bastard! I'll avenge my boss." Wham! She jumped up and kicked him hard, sending him flying down, shouting, "Get lost!" He was kicked, and let out a scream. Ew! I spotted the bandit's weapon stuck in the carriage next to us and exclaimed, "Seriously!" I crossed my arms in front of my chest and angrily shouted, "You guys are clumsy and careless. Disturbing the princess is a capital offense. The carriages are all dirtied." He just landed and was shocked to hear this. He quickly ran back to grab his weapon, replying, Yes, it was my recklessness. I'll clean the carriage now," I sighed and said, "Seriously, everyone take a break. The princess can't stand the smell of blood, so we have to clean the carriages a bit." Ye Qing folded his arms, annoyed, and said, "The princess is such a weirdo. Can't a cultivator stand the smell of blood?" I peeked out of the carriage and pointed at him, shouting, "You still won't shut up, will you?" He fearfully clasped his hands and bowed, saying, I'm quiet. Ye Qing turned and pointed to one side, whispering, "Hey, Wang Aihu, let's go wander over there." He heard him call and asked suspiciously, "Senior brother, where are we going?" He calmly replied, "We're going to check out that bandit's lair." He was calm and without emotion, adding, "It doesn't make sense to only send 2 people to a bandit's fort, no matter how you slice it. In the vast blue sky, not a single cloud." After a while, Ye Qing and Wang Aihu stood straight, looking at the fortress before them. He happily said, "Found it. It's right here." He next to him asked, confused,
Why do I smell blood? Hearing this, he rushed forward in panic, shouting, Could it be? And then
he walked in and saw the corpses lying in pools of blood before him, exclaiming, They're all dead. How cruel. You spared no one, not women, not children. Who did this? He looked at him beside him with a cold sweat, asking, considering the fort was slaughtered, did those two bandits really have the mood to rob us? He also broke out in a cold sweat, asking, What you said does indeed sound problematic. What is the purpose of the mastermind? Ye Qing put his hand on his chin, pretending to be lost in thought, speculating. Perhaps they were using those two bandits to scout for information about our group. The mastermind, no matter what they want to do, is no good person, willing to slaughter an entire family for a small purpose. Saying this, Ye Qing quickly turned to leave, saying, Let's hurry back, in case something happens to the princess. Wang Aihu glanced behind him and replied,
Okay. The space here was enveloped in silence. Without a single sound, he and him stood straight not far from the carriage, waiting. After a long while, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and cursed under his breath, This princess is such a pain, she's still not done yet. Li and suddenly rushed out from behind the two of them, saying, You're talking bad about the princess, I heard you. He was startled and cursed loudly. Where the hell did you come from? A voice sounded from inside the carriage. Leon, call the person who was talking to me over here. She quickly stepped forward and replied, Yes, princess. She turned and pointed at him, her voice commanding, Hey, you! Come over here, the princess is calling you. He turned his face away, using his arm to nudge Wang Aihu, urging, Go over there, the princess is calling you. He scratched his head awkwardly, pointing at himself, asking, Me? Hearing this, she was very angry. Lian transformed into a fierce demon, her face red with anger, pointing at Ye Qing, shouting, Calling you, you. He had a gloomy face, striking a pose he thought was handsome, saying, All right, as expected. A handsome person is like a firefly in the night, you can't hide it. She angrily scolded. Good for nothing, madman. He stepped up to stand in front of the carriage, saying, Hey, princess, I'm here. My dissatisfied voice came from behind. Hey. When talking to the princess, don't stand so sloppily. A voice sounded from within, calling out, It's okay, little Lian. What is this young master's name? Seeing this, he replied, Ye Qing. That voice continued to sound, saying, Ye Qing, the road is quite boring. Could you talk to me? He looked thoughtful, then said, Talking is fine. In that quiet scene, time passed quickly, and before long, half an hour had passed. Ye Qing sat outside the carriage, saying, That's the end. That was the story of the white-bone spirit thrice mocked. The sound from inside the carriage was full of anticipation, asking, And then, did Sun Wukong go and cause chaos in the heavenly palace again? He crossed his arms, tilted his head back to look at the sky, leaned against the back of the carriage, and replied, After that, I was a little tired. A voice inside the carriage hesitantly asked, Or would you like to come inside the carriage and continue talking? Hearing this, his face brightened, but he still pretended to say, Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Hearing this, she replied, Indeed, it would be inappropriate. He lifted the curtain and stepped into the carriage, saying, Actually, there's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm coming in, Lian walking beside the carriage, angrily pointed at him and shouted, You, get out here, that's a princess, you can't disrespect her. Ye Qing looked at the princess inside, and let out a sound. Oh, he thought to himself, so this is the princess. Qingyun Sect sat kneeling in the carriage and said, Hello, Ye Qing. I am Qingyun Sect. You don't need to call me princess, you can call me junior sister, or you can call me by my name. He blushed and replied, Ah, okay, Yunner. In his heart, he exclaimed, She's only in her teens. Already so beautiful. She asked in surprise, Just call me by my given name. He rushed over and sat down next to her, laughing as he said, Calling you that is quite intimate. Next, I want to tell you the story of Dream of the Red Chamber. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, Okay, sounds good. The system voice rang out at just the right moment. Your eyes feel brighter, this little miss is very comfortable, your kidneys are now very chaotic, your heart now wants to burst. Ye Qing angrily punched his chest and shouted, Shut up, you unruly bunch. She looked at him in confusion, not understanding. The sky was clear, without a single cloud. The clouds quickly drifted away. Half a day had passed. Feng Yunye quickly rushed over and asked, Did Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu not end up together? He wearily tilted his head back, slumped to the floor, and replied, No. In his heart, he sighed, I didn't expect telling stories to be so tiring. She asked doubtfully. Then he ended up with Pan Jinlian. He turned his head back and replied, That? Not really either. The system voice rang out. Your ears hear danger. Lie down immediately. He startled, sat up abruptly, and muttered, What? Could it be? Ye Qing quickly rushed over and pushed her to the ground, shouting, Lie down. An arrow quickly landed right next to the two of them, causing them both to stare in shock. He tilted his head to look at her, and asked with concern, "Princess, are you okay?" Fang Yunye raised her hand to block, turned her face to one side, and said, "I'm fine. Could you get up first?"
Hearing this, he stood up, embarrassedly turned his face to one side, and pretended to cough, saying, "I'll go outside and take a look." She blushed, covered her mouth with her hand, and called out,
He quickly rushed outside, shouting, "Where did these bandits come from?" Li and turned back and said, "I didn't see anyone. They're just shooting arrows from the shadows." Hearing this, he continued, "Looks like we've been targeted. I'm afraid it won't be safe on the road ahead." Suddenly, he was surprised to hear movement beside him. Ye Qing reached out and grabbed an arrow that was flying towards him. He raised the arrow, examining it, and said, "Just a normal arrow. Seems like it's just a test attack." He turned to look at her, waved his hand, and said, "Next, increase the speed of the journey. It's best to disrupt all previous arrangements, so the enemy won't be able to react in time."
She hugged her chest with both hands and asked, "Why should I listen to you?" He replied wearily, "I didn't tell you to listen to me, just giving you an opinion." Ye Qing turned around to prepare to climb into the carriage, saying, all right, I'll go inside first," Li angrily shouted. "Get down here, you can't go inside."
His foot was about to step up. Without turning his head, he replied, "I'm going inside to protect the princess, for the safety of the princess." She grabbed the end of his hair from behind, using all her strength to pull him back, puffing out her cheeks and saying, "If you go inside, the princess won't be safe."
She startled when she heard Fang Yunye's voice ring out, "Lian let Ye Qing come in." She startled and replied,
"Ah, yes." He raised two fingers with a bright smile, turned his head to tease her. "What? This is the princess actively telling me to come in? Isn't that making you mad?" Her expression was ugly, and she cursed, "HMPH. What's so great about it, you smooth-talking liar?" Inside the carriage, Ye Qing knelt on one knee on the floor, saying to her, "Princess, I have a question I want to ask you," she replied softly. "Go ahead and ask," Ye Qing recounted with a calm face. "Why do we have to take a carriage back? It's not only a waste of time and effort, but also full of danger. Why not just fly back?"
She raised her hand to cover her mouth, surprised, and asked, "Fly back, like Sun Wukong's somersault cloud, flying 108,000 miles.
He said unhappily, "Don't joke with me. Is that all you remember from the story I told you?" She let out an embarrassed laugh.
Suddenly, the carriage sped forward. Due to inertia, he flew straight towards her, pressing his face into her chest, letting out a cry of surprise.
Aha! He naturally puts his arm around her. He turns his head and yells outside, "Hey, what's going on out there?" A voice replies, "Nothing, just tripped over a rock." He responds, "Good, if nothing happened, keep a close eye on the surroundings."
Fang Yunye blushes, not daring to look at him, and says, "Ye Qing, could you get up before you say that?"
He quickly lets go, scratching his head sheepishly, saying, "My bad, I was just focused on handling things. Now hurry up and answer my question."
She turns to the side, hugging her knees, and says softly, "Actually, I don't know. It was my royal brother's decision. He told me to return in a carriage. That way it's easier to observe the people's lives, and it's an experience for me."
Ye Qing crosses his arms, his forehead covered in black lines, and sighs, saying, "Sigh, your royal brother is so ruthless." Hearing this, she immediately rushes over to explain, "What do you mean, royal brother is very good to me?" Hearing this, he turns his face away and sighs, saying, "You airhead, I'm talking about you." Suddenly, the carriage becomes unsteady. He and she quickly fly to one side. He reaches out towards her, shouting, "Princess, careful!" Outside the carriage, a Qingyun Sect disciple sits up, holding his head. A loud voice shouts, "Quick! Enemies are attacking!" A nearby disciple shouts, "Quick, defend!" A white-haired male disciple raises his injured face, shouting, "It hurts! Someone's using firearms to ambush us." Li stands straight in the smoke and orders, "Everyone, listen up. Quickly protect the princess. Kill any enemies without mercy."
Inside the carriage, Ye Qing looks at Fang Yunye across from him and asks, "Princess, are you okay?" She covers her mouth, concerned, and says, "I'm okay. Are you okay?" He calmly replies, "I'm okay too."
Then, he turns around, kneels down, and covers his head, saying, I'll go out and take a look. I didn't expect there to be an attack so soon." She looks to one side, blushing, and replies, He looks at Lian's back and says, "This time the casualties are serious. It seems those assassins in the dark are really going all out." She hears this and asks, "What is it?" Then turns her head to look back. She approaches the carriage and asks, "Princess, are you all right inside?" She says from inside, sounding self-reproachful, "I'm okay. So many people were injured this time, it's all because of me."
She looks at him and orders, "Ye Qing, you stay here and protect the princess. I'll go find those bandits."
He frowns and looks at her, replying, "You stay here. Let me go find them."
She turns her head, waves her hand, and says, You can't. You're better off staying here to entertain the princess." He crosses his arms, thinking to himself, "This girl dares to look down on me." The system's voice rings out at this moment. "Your ears, your nose. Sense the direction of the enemy. You want to do something big." He reaches out and rubs his nose, muttering, "I'll show you my skills later." Under the vast blue sky, the scenery is extremely peaceful. A moment later, Ye Qing crosses his arms, leaning against the side of the carriage, looking interested, and says, "Lian Yer, judging from your expression, you haven't found anything, have you?" She closes her eyes, walking forward, and replies, "HMPH, none of your business." Lian Fair clasps her hands in front of her chest, respectfully reporting, "Princess, we haven't found any traces of the bandits. It's likely that the assassins in the dark have already retreated." Ye Qing covers his mouth from behind, snickering, and says, "What use are you then?" She glares angrily, widening her eyes, and turns her head, shouting, "Who are you talking to?" Hearing this, he winks and replies, "Of course I'm talking to you. I'll go find those bandits." With that, he puts his arm around Wang Aihu's shoulders, pulling him away before her eyes. He asks in surprise, "Ye Xixiong, where are we going?" He laughs and replies, "To find those assassins in the dark." Lian Gayer crosses her arms, disdainfully saying, "Princess, this kid's skills aren't much, but his boasting skills are quite something." He looks towards him and asks, "Can we really find them? They've probably already run away." He replies with a smile, "Don't say too much, just follow me." The two people said nothing. The space fell into an extremely stillness, so quiet that there was not a sound. The two are walking on a steep slope, then suddenly he asks, "That's right, what's the casualty situation this time?" He walks behind, and replies, "Half of the brothers are injured, but there are no deaths. But this time the firearms are not ordinary. It is a spiritual weapon specially used to target cultivators." Ye Qing looks up at the sky and murmurs, "Spiritual weapon? This is not common. This mission is getting more and more extraordinary." Hearing this, he said, "Spiritual weapon, let's go back first. There are no bandits in the deep mountains and old forests here." He crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and mutters, "My two friends, ears and nose. It's time for you to show off." He suddenly jolted awake, eyes wide open, and exclaimed, "Found them." A system notification chimed in. "Hosts, 8 directional listening ear, skill activated, detecting movement southeast." Wang Aihu chased after him in surprise, asking as he went, "Found them? Where? I don't see anything." He took the lead, running in a direction, and said, "Follow me, let's go get M." The other man ran after him, adding, "Get who? How can you tell? I don't see a thing." "Oh well, I'll just follow along and see. Ye Xixiong, wait for me." Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. "Here it is, it's right here." In front of the two, a guy with blue hair and another with brown hair were squatting down. The brown-haired guy looked at them and said, "That kid's coming towards us." The person next to him said, "Why are you panicking? We have stealth talismans on us. He can't see us. Shut up." Ye Qing raised his hand to his ear, listening intently. The system said, "According to the ear's guidance, those bandits are probably around here." The brown-haired guy, sweat beading on his forehead, asked, "What now? That kid seems to know we're here." The blue-haired guy next to him yelled, "Why are you panicking? The stealth talisman is unbreakable. He can't find us." Wang Aihu said from behind, "Ye Xixiong, what are you looking at?" "There's nothing here," he said softly. "There's no sound. Now, those bandits are probably holding their breath." He stood up straight, observing carefully, and muttered, "Ears, give me some hints." The system sound rang. The ear temporarily did not detect any movement. The other man stood there looking at him, thinking, Ye Xixiong is just muttering to himself. He reached out and said, "Ye Xixiong, we really can't find them. Let's go back first." He raised his hand to stroke his chin, saying, Wait a minute, what's that smell?" The system's sound rang. Host's nose smells the aura of infidelity. The location is about 30 meters in the south. He turned his eyes in that direction, laughed loudly, and shouted, "Finally found you!" Looking at the figure approaching step by step, a voice sounded, "That kid is approaching us." Another scolded, "Don't talk, he can't detect us." He folded his arms, looking ahead with a smile, thinking, "It's right here, but those bandits are probably in the bushes. They're just in a state of stealth. For now, we can't see them." The brown-haired guy was sweating bullets, cursing inwardly. "He's getting so close, it's probably just a coincidence. There's no way he could have found us." Wang Aihu looked at him from behind and asked, "Ye Xixiong, what are you looking at?" He didn't answer but asked back, "Are there any stray dogs here?" The other man was startled and suspiciously asked, "Where are the stray dogs? I don't see them." Of course, he didn't believe him. He threw a dart forward, smiling brightly, and said, "Stray dogs, reveal yourselves." The two quickly and awkwardly dodged the dart, knocking down a lot of green leaves. The brown-haired guy shouted, "Not good, get out of the way."
The other cursed inwardly. Damn it, how did he find us? He looked at the two people in front of him, unable to believe it, and shouted, What? There really are bandits hiding here, Ye Qingba? How did you find them? The brown-haired guy jumped up and down, shouting, Even a stealth talisman can be detected. This is unreasonable. The blue-haired guy also rushed over, yelling, Never mind him, we've been discovered. Kill them, they might not be a match for us. Wang Aihu jumped straight up, raising one leg and shouting loudly, Wang Aihu, my invincible divine kick. His leg quickly enlarged, stomping down hard, crushing the blue-haired guy. Ye Qing looked at the minced meat in front of him and shouted, Damn, Wang Aihu, you were hiding something. He secretly waited in his heart. This Wang Aihu has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He must have some kind of opportunity behind him. The brown-haired guy immediately appeared behind him, shouting, You're asking for death. The system sound rang. Host's fists are itching. Prepare to unleash a one-hit kill. His fist automatically gathered spiritual energy, raised, aiming at the other man. This punch quickly punched the other man's face hard, causing him to spurt blood and fly backwards into the sky, unable to believe it, screaming, What? What kind of skill is this? The other man ran up from behind, shouting, I'll capture these two bandits for Ye Qingba. He glanced back slightly and replied, Oh, okay, then I'll leave them to you. The sunset was gradually dyeing the earth, and the space was shrouded in silence. The two men, with bruised faces, were tied up, silent and unmoving. Wang Aihu pointed at the two of them and said, The next words Ye Qingba asks you, you must confess honestly. He folded his arms in front of his chest and nodded in agreement. The brown-haired man, with one cheek swollen, asked, You want us to confess? What kind of trash are you? He slapped the uninjured cheek of the other man straight away, to the point of distortion, and shouted, Say that again! He let out a cry of pain. Ugh. The man glanced at him and calmly threatened, I advise you to let me go. Don't bring trouble on yourself, otherwise it will be difficult to protect yourself. He watched the other man slapping the man's face non-stop, thinking, Why did you provoke him? Aren't you just asking for a beating? He slapped the man's face hard while cursing loudly, Motherfucker, you dare to talk. After a long time, he stood up and looked at the man, asking, So, can you talk now? That dude's face was swollen like a pig's head, mumbling incoherently, I did say something, but I need to think first. Hearing this, Zhao Zhulong got pissed, raised his hand and shouted, You dare think! Today I'm gonna. Ye Qing crossed his arms, closed his eyes and said, Hold up, how long will it take to interrogate these guys like this? Let me. Ye Qing, with a menacing look, raised a sword and said, I'll ask the questions, you answer. Whoever answers first gets spared, otherwise you're gonna get it. The green-haired guy scoffed. HMPH. You're wasting your breath, the brown-haired guy chimed in. Threatening us is useless. Ye Qing raised his sword to the sky and asked, First question, who sent you here? Wang Aihu said softly, Qingxiong. Neither of them answered. Ye Qing stabbed the green-haired guy in the chest without hesitation. Very good, the guy yelped. What are you doing? He didn't answer first. Why are you stabbing me? Ye Qing raised the blood-dripping sword, looking like he was asking for a beating. Because I felt like it. What are you going to do about it? Second question. What are your names? The green-haired guy shouted. Zhang San. The guy who got stabbed earlier also yelled, Lisi. Ye Qing stabbed Lisi in the chest. That guy let out a questioning sound. Huh. Ye Qing calmly explained. You answered a little slow. The guy looked at the sword in his chest and screamed, How was I slow? We clearly spoke at the same time. Ye Qing held the sword in one hand, threatening casually, You dare talk back to me. Here's another stab for you. That guy immediately screamed, I won't anymore, I won't anymore. Wang Aihu, beaming, gave a thumbs up and praised. Qingxiong Ye is so badass, stabbing people when he doesn't like what they say. Ye Qing, with a dark face, turned to look at Wang Aihu and said, Your descriptions are so weird. Ye Qing raised the sword, admiring it, and slightly smirked. All right, next question. How old are you? Zhang San immediately jumped up and shouted, 25 years old. Li Si wasn't far behind, yelling, 24 years old, Zhang San. Li Si, with their hands tied, kneeling on the ground, gasped heavily. Hoof! Ye Qing waved the sword around a few times and praised, Very good, very good, very good. This time you were quick to answer, no one got stabbed. Ye Qing, with a beaming face, stared at them and said, Listen carefully. The next question is very important. Who sent you here? Zhang San, before Ye Qing could even finish asking, blurted out, It was young Master Kongshu who sent us here, Ye Qing asked in surprise. Young Master Kongshu, that guy? With a swollen face, Zhang San explained, Young Master Kongshu is a rogue cultivator on Mount Kongshu. He's the one who sent us. Ye Qing swept the sword horizontally, saying lightly, Very good, you've all learned to compete for answers. I'm very satisfied. Wang Aihu, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, He got the mastermind so quickly. Qingxiong Ye's teaching methods are truly admirable. Ye Qing chuckled and continued, Next, you guys compete to answer, I won't ask any more. Zhang San scrambled to say, I'll speak first. Li Si is young Master Kong Shu's subordinate. Not to be outdone, Li Si shouted. I'll speak first. Young Master Kong Shu is said to be taking orders from a mysterious person. Suddenly, both of them started bleeding everywhere, letting out painful screams. Rolling on the ground, Zhang San shouted to Ye Qing, Save me! Save me! Li Si, lying on the ground, begged. Great hero, save me! Ye Qing walked over, reached out to feel around, and said, These two are dead. Looks like they were cursed. Once they reveal certain information, the curse activates and kills them. Ye Qing stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful, and said, Looks like the mastermind is not simple. Ye Qing carried one of the corpses forward and said, Take these two corpses back with us. Wang Aihu carried the remaining corpse on his shoulder and followed behind, replying, Yes. The space fell into endless silence. In another place not far away, Lian Gar cupped her hands respectfully and called out, Princess, we've rested long enough. It's time to set off. Fang Yun-grer covered her mouth, blushing and muttering. But Ye Qing and the others haven't returned yet. Lian Wei put her hands on her hips, slightly opened one eye and said, That kid went to find bandits? I bet he's just spouting nonsense. It's been so long and he hasn't come back, he's definitely run away. Suddenly, behind her, Yang Qing appeared, carrying Zhang San's corpse, and said, Lian Gar, talking smack behind people's backs will give you a sty, you know? Hearing that, she jumped in fright, letting out a tiny cough. Fang Yun-grer excitedly cried out, Ye Qing, you guys are back. He roughly tossed the corpse to the ground, clapped his hands, and said, These two ruffians attacked us. I interrogated them for a bit, then they suddenly dropped dead, and only got a tiny bit of info. She stared at him in surprise, asking curiously, You actually caught the ruffians? How'd you do it? He winked and said, You guess. She huffed, annoyed. Tell me or don't, I couldn't care less. He looked at her and said, Yun Fair, these two ruffians confessed that someone named Kong Shu sent them. Hearing that name, she covered her mouth, exclaiming in disbelief, W.H. What? He crossed his arms, looking at her with certainty, and said, Looks like the princess knows this, Kong Shu. She quickly turned away, answering awkwardly, No, I don't. Let's get in the carriage, Lian Chair. We're leaving now. He glanced at her, thinking to himself, Looks like something's definitely up. No sounds emerged. Silence quickly enveloped them. A moment later, inside the carriage, only Ye Qing and Fang Yun-er remained. Both silent, the space was dead silent. Unable to bear the atmosphere, she glanced at him, asking cautiously, Ye Qing, why aren't you talking? He closed his eyes and replied, Are you hiding something from me? He leaned his face close to hers and whispered, You know Kong Shu, right? She turned her face away, not daring to look at him, and said, No, I don't. She then let out a nervous laugh to dispel the awkwardness. He gently tapped her nose and said, Still lying, huh? People always blush when they lie. She blushed, letting out a surprised gasp. Her entire face was beet red, and her sparkling eyes looked at him as she asked, Is it that obvious? He calmly replied, Crystal clear. Now, spill the beans. Otherwise, I can't do this anymore. I'm out. She immediately grabbed his sleeve in a panic, crying out, Don't go, I'll tell you. Fang Yun-grer sat opposite him in the carriage and said, Actually, Kong Shu is a friend of my royal brother. A few years ago, I even saw royal brother and Kong Shu drinking and chatting. Ye Qing heard that and said, Figures. He calmly looked up and said, If that's the case, your royal brother is highly suspicious. She immediately retorted, No way. Royal brother treats me really well. He pulled back the curtain, poked his head out, and yelled, Hey, Lianer, stop the carriage. Lian Care glanced at him standing in the carriage and shouted, Ye Qing, what's wrong with you? Why are you stopping when we're going perfectly fine? He reached out and pulled her out of the carriage, announcing, We're not taking the carriage anymore, we're flying back directly. She hesitated and said, But this is royal brother's test for me, I can't. Ye Qing put a finger to her lips and said, No, can't. His eyes were full of seriousness, thinking to himself, If we keep playing along like this, everyone will die. I can't go slow with her. After some careful thought, he persuaded her in a low voice. It's pretty clear now that your royal brother is the one causing trouble. So there are two paths. First, we fly all the way to Huangdu, or second, we head straight back to the Qinggyun Sect. She looked thoughtful, then hesitated and asked, Is there no other choice? He firmly stated, There is no other choice. Lian Here's face turned ugly, and she roared, How dare you, Ye Qing? How are you talking to the princess? You have no right to speak to the princess like that. He turned his head, waved his hand dismissively, and said, Big head, pea-brain, step aside. She was absolutely furious, letting out a small cry, Erg. She was so enraged that she spoke indistinctly, shouting, WH, where am I big? It's not my brain that's small. After a moment of thought, she finally decided and said, If that's the case, We'll fly directly back to Huangdu. I'll ask royal brother about this clearly.
He raised his hand high, happily shouted, and announced, "Okay, brothers and sisters, everyone look at me. From now on, we'll be soaring through the air, flying directly to Huangdu." Hearing the announcement, the entire group looked at him. A purple-haired disciple said,
"It should have been like this from the start. How can cultivators just travel by foot?" The green-haired disciple beside him also smiled brightly and said, "Exactly. This whole journey has been such a pain."
Against the vast blue sky, white clouds formed a breathtakingly beautiful expanse. Ye Qing and the entire group soared through the sky. Wang Aihu looked at him in front and shouted, "Senior brother Yi, flying is still faster. We've already covered half the journey in just a moment."
While flying, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears.
"Your ears have detected an unusual sound 3 kilometers ahead and have determined there's a problem." He quickly braked, then raised his hand high, shouting, "Everyone, stop!" Lian Hare, behind him, opened her mouth to question, "Ye Qing, what are you up to again?" Suddenly stopping, "Aren't you afraid of danger?" Wang Aihu and the other disciples quickly landed on the ground with him. A brown-haired male disciple asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" Wang Aihu looked around and said, "There must be danger ahead again. Everyone be careful." Suddenly, he raised a hand high, shouting, "All eyes on me. Take a break right here." Lian Hare rushed in front of him, hands on her hips, demanding, "Ye Qing, what do you want to do? We've only been flying for half an hour and you want to rest." He replied nonchalantly, "I'm tired. I just want to rest." She looked at him sitting on the ground and angrily shouted, "You're going to be the death of me, princess. Aren't you going to do anything about him?" He winked, glanced at her, and said, "Don't just stand there. Sit down and rest. Replenish your spiritual energy." She coldly mocked, saying, "You're the one who said to fly, and you're the one who said to rest. I think you're just full of it." A male disciple sat down, arms crossed, saying, "All right, let's rest then." A blue-haired male disciple sitting nearby sighed softly, "At this rate, when will we ever arrive?" Fang Yunye looked at her and said, "Lian Fer, Ye Qing is doing this for a reason." She crossed her arms, unconvinced, saying, "What reason could he possibly have? I think he's just lazy." Her voice echoed across the mountaintop. "Princess, this kind of person shouldn't be in the team." A purple-haired guy stood on the cliff, suspiciously asking, "What's going on? Why did they stop?" The black-clothed, black-haired guy said, "Looks like they're resting." The purple-haired guy behind him added, "Isn't that weird? They haven't been flying for long and they're already resting." Wang Aihu squatted down next to Ye Qing, asking, "Ye Xixiang, what's wrong? Why did we suddenly stop to rest? Is there danger?" He calmly said, "Wang Aihu, you noticed it." He sat down next to him and slowly said, "Yi Shixiang wouldn't do something unreasonable. There must be something wrong." That's why Yi Shixiang stopped. He stretched out his legs and continued, "That's right, you saw it. Lian here didn't see it," he exclaimed in shock. "Could it be that you discovered something wrong with Lian Air?" He supported his back and stood up and said, "I don't know about that. Let's go. It's time to get to work." The group on the cliff stood observing the people below. The purple-haired leader asked, "So, should we just charge in and kill them directly?" The black-haired guy behind him seriously said, "Don't be reckless. Wait for the enemy to tire out, then attack, killing them before they can react." Wang Aihu watched his back and front and asked, "Ye Shixiang, where are we going?" He moved forward, without turning his head back to answer, to clean up the ambushers ahead. Lian Hare immediately appeared behind him, pointing at him and shouting, "Hey, Ye Qing, what are you doing?" He sighed, thinking, "Here she comes again," he then replied. "Is where I go any of your business?" She looked at him and loudly said, "I order you not to leave the group without permission. This is your mission. You have to stay here." He looked straight ahead and answered, "Get out of the way, don't follow me." Her voice rang out, saying, "If you don't go back, I'll always follow you." He turned his head to look at him, raised his thumb, full of freshness, saying, "Oh, Wang Aihu, show off your weapon." He replied, startled, "Got it." He raised the machete in his hands, asking, "Ye Shixiang, what do you think I should do?" She looked at the sharp blade in front of her, shouting in disbelief, "You guys actually dare to rebel? I'll make the Qingyun Sect punish you." Ye Qing knocked hard on his head, making a loud sound, scolding loudly, "Put it away! Who told you to show off your knife?" He had a big bump on his head, turned his head and asked, Didn't Ye Shixiang tell me to show off my weapon?" He pulled him to the side, whispered in his ear, saying, "I told you to show off this. Real weapon?" He asked in confusion, "Weapon, real?" He explained in a low voice, "Of course, it's the weapon for peeing." He hesitated and said, "Isn't this bad?" She listened curiously to the two of them talking. His voice sounded urging. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," he replied. "Then let's show off together." "I feel embarrassed alone," he replied. "What's the point of having you come on?" Ye Qing turned his head to look at her, smiled, and shouted, "Hey woman, I'll ask you again, are you going or not?
Do you really want to follow us? She put her hands on her hips, full of determination, saying, If you don't go back, I'll follow you. He put his hands on his hips, saying, Then I'll take out a big treasure. Don't be scared to tears. She snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, Humph. As if Likianer hasn't seen the world. Being scared to tears by cats and dogs, ridiculous. He quickly reached out and unbuckled his belt, revealing his toned abs, and said, Okay. Starting to take off my pants to take out the treasure, Wang Aihu also quickly unbuckled his belt, shouting, Got it. Her face turned red, covered her face with her hands, looked, and yelled, You guys. What are you doing? He licked his lips with a perverted look and said, We need to take a leak. If you want to admire it, we won't stop you. Look to your heart's content. He watched her running away, and laughed out loud continuously. She ran while cursing. You pervert! You pervert! I'm going to tell the princess to kill you, you scoundrel. He put his belt back on and said, As if you can even touch her, you little brat. Wang Aihu also put his belt back on, saying nothing. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Your little darling feels a bit dissatisfied because you haven't taken it out. It hasn't seen the sunlight in ages, and it fervently requests that you take off all your clothes. He was startled and cursed inwardly. What the hell, if I strip naked I'm afraid I'll get beaten to death. All the noise vanished. Time passed quickly. A moment later, Wang Aihu followed behind him, asking doubtfully, Ye Qingba, which way are we going? He continued walking forward and said, The enemies are in front. We'll go around and deal with them from behind. The purple-haired Motu squatted down, looking below, and said, I'm getting a little impatient waiting. Should we just go straight for them? The smoky-haired guy behind him said, With your impatient nature, how can you achieve anything great? All you know is kill, kill, kill. Ye Qing sat behind a rock not far away, arms crossed, and asked, Well, did you see clearly? Wang Aihu replied, Crystal clear. I didn't expect there to actually be ambushing bandits. Ye Qingba is truly like a god. He clenched the two knives in his hands, stood up, and shouted, Let's go butcher them. He was startled, reached out to grab him, and shouted, Get back here, don't act rashly. He asked doubtfully, Ye Qingba, aren't we going to kill them anymore? Ye Qing pointed at Wang Aihu's face and said, Reckless. Of course we're going to kill them, but do you know their strength? What if we can't beat them? He turned to face backward and shouted loudly, I understand. Qingyu means to call for backup. Call all the other Qingyu goddess over here, quick! He was startled, his face darkened as he looked at him. His head was full of black lines, and he covered his mouth with his hand, saying, Shut your damn mouth! You almost ruined my big plan. He was surprised and said nothing. He probed quietly, Ye Qingba, if that's not okay, then what should we do? He held up a set of black clothes, smiled slyly, and said, Take these, and put them on. He hugged the clothes, smiled, and said, The clothes are exactly like those three guys. Ye Qingba, I get it. He chuckled and said, You get it. Complete silence enveloped the place. Time passed quickly. A moment later, Ye Qing and Wang Aihu had finished changing into the black clothes. He crossed his arms and said, All right, let's go meet those three. The black-haired guy clasped his hands behind his back and said, Those guys really know how to relax. They still haven't made a move. The purple-haired guy looked below and said, I'm getting so sleepy waiting. Should we just take a nap first? A pair of feet wearing black shoes appeared, asking, Hey, what are you three doing? The smoky-haired guy was startled and turned his head too quickly. The purple-haired guy pointed at Ye Qing and Wang Aihu, asking, Who are you two? He raised his thumb and pointed at himself, shouting, How dare you? Who do you think we are? Can't you even recognize us? The purple-haired guy was startled and said, The clothes are the same as ours. You're also the great prince. The black-haired guy raised his hand and yelled, Shut up! Don't talk nonsense! The purple-haired guy exclaimed in surprise. The smoky-haired guy glanced over and said, Don't talk nonsense, you don't even know who they are. Wang Aihu shouted loudly, Can't you tell who we are from our clothes? Why are you asking such obvious questions? The black-haired guy said. You two, try stating your identities, the purple-haired guy asked. Who exactly are you? The other guy added. What are you here for? He raised his fist, planning to roll up his sleeves, saying, I have such a hot temper, and I can't believe you guys don't trust us. Are you rebelling? He raised his hand and pushed him, saying, You two, if you don't believe these clothes of ours, then I'll just say it straight. We, like you, are all people of the Gere, the princess, and the first prince. The black-haired guy pointed at them and said, You're also people of the first prince. The smoky-haired guy next to him added, With the clothes, it seems like there's no problem. He resisted the urge to retaliate, saying, What I have already say, that it's our man you guys suspecting ghost black hair hand, Tiger added. I asked you, if you are the first prince's men, what are you doing here? He put one hand on his hip and pointed at the group of people below, saying, What are we here for? Isn't it because of those people in front of us? Specifically because of the princess. The purple-haired guy crossed his arms and said, If you say so, I believe you. Then let's act together next. Ye Qing crossed his arms and looked ahead, asking, "Tell me, what's the situation up ahead?" The purple-haired guy put his hand on a rock and said, "Those people are in front now." He was startled and shouted loudly, "Careful, the people in front have noticed us. Lie down and hide." Then he said, "Everyone, quickly lie down." The purple-haired guy shouted loudly, "You're right, caution is paramount. Brothers, let's lie down. This brother, we've lied down, you can talk now." The purple-haired guy turned to look at them and said, "Hey, brothers, we're down. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and join us." Ye Qing grinned. "Don't rush, we're coming down right now." With that, he raised his blade and charged forward, shouting, "Let's move!" Wang Aihu also rushed up with his weapon. The black-clothed dude was sweating bullets, yelling, "You bastards, how dare you!" A piercing scream rang out. "Ah!" Fresh blood splattered, echoing on the huge rock beside them. It was all over, and the space returned to silence. The two black-clothed guys were goners. Ye Qing pointed his blade at the remaining one. He panicked and shouted, Who the hell are you guys?" Ye Qing calmly replied. "We're the guys you were planning to ambush up ahead. Now, tell me everything." He yelled hysterically. "Just kill me. The first prince will never forgive you. Sooner or later, the first prince will make sure you die without a burial place. None of you will escape." Ye Qing turned to leave, ignoring him. Grabbing him by the collar, he said, "Dying isn't that easy, Wang Aihu. Take them to see the princess." The air was utterly silent. Meanwhile, not far away, Lian Er looked at Fang Yongxi, who was sitting in front, with two guards beside her, and said, "Princess, Ye Qing still hasn't returned. We can't wait for him any longer. Let's set off immediately," Fang Yongxi replied. "Maybe something happened to Ye Qing. Let's wait a bit longer." Lian Er urged anxiously. "Princess, even our hiding place is dangerous now. Delaying things could cause complications. Let's go quickly." Ye Qing and Wang Aihu returned, dragging the black-clothed guy. Ye Qing saw the group and shouted, "We're back!" The group immediately cheered. "They're back!" Fang Yongxi looked at the guy collapsed on the ground and asked, "Who is this?" A voice responded, "This is a bandit who ambushed us ahead." Fang Yongxi exclaimed in surprise, "What, a bandit?" She pointed at Ye Qing and yelled, "Nonsense! You just grabbed someone from somewhere and claimed he's a bandit? What proof do you have?" Ye Qing put a hand on his hip and held out the other, saying, "Miss Lian Er, you're not questioning the bandit, but instead questioning me." Lian Er stammered, I was just too surprised." Ye Qing kicked him hard, sending him rolling. He snapped. "Speak, who the hell are you?" the man cried out. "I don't know anything. Don't ask me, I won't say anything." Ye Qing turned and ordered, "Won't talk, huh, Lao Wang? Give him a little taste." Wang Aihu raised his blade, replying, "Got it?" Wang Aihu punched the guy hard and said, "Lao Wang will let you experience the peak of human pleasure." The air fell silent, with only the screams of the black-clothed bandit remaining. The sound filled the entire area. Before long, the black-clothed man was covered in wounds, bleeding. With tears streaming down his face, he raised his hands and pleaded, Stop, please stop, I can't take it anymore, don't stab me again." Lian Er pointed at Ye Qing and shouted, "Ye Qing, you're using torture to extract a confession. Even if he talks like this, it won't count. Stop it now." Ye Qing ignored her and crossed his arms, instructing, "Keep going, don't stop." Not long after, the man knelt on the ground and raised his hands, shouting, Stop, don't stab me anymore, I'll tell you everything." Only then did Ye Qing raise his hand and shout, "Stop, I'll ask a question and you answer." The man looked at Ye Qing, sweating coldly, and begged, "Please don't torture me anymore, I'll tell you everything, anything," Ye Qing calmly asked. "Question number 1, who sent you?" The man reached up and scratched his face, asking, "Don't you already know?" Wang Aihu slapped him across the face, sending him crashing to the ground, and yelled, "Why are you wasting time with words? Tell us what we asked." The man immediately cried out, "I'll talk! The first prince sent us." Fang Yongxi was struck dumb by this news, her face pale, and she exclaimed, "What? That's impossible." Ye Qing quickly rushed to her swaying figure, asking with concern, "Princess, are you all right?" She closed her eyes in pain and cried out, "Ye Qing, Garage, is this true? I can't believe it's true. Garage has been so good to me." Lian Er clenched her fist behind her back, saying, "Princess, this man is lying. Don't believe his words. The first prince has been so good to you, he couldn't possibly harm you." Ye Qing looked at the tear in the corner of her eye and said, "Princess, don't be so naive. Everyone can see who's behind this, only you refuse to believe it," Fang Yongxi said sadly. "But," Ye Qing turned and pointed at the black-clothed man, saying, "No buts. Question number 2, is there a spy of the first prince among us?" The man looked at him hesitantly and said, This. Wang Aihu threw Qing Dao at him, yelling, "What this? Speak up!" The man cried, I'll talk! Lian Er clenched her fists, shouting, "Enough! This guy is clearly lying. Don't say anything more." Ye Qing pointed at him, shouting, "Spit it out," he stammered, pointing at her.
There's a subordinate of the first prince. It's Lijin. She drew her sword, stabbed him hard in the neck, and shouted, "Liar, shut your mouth." He lay on the ground yelling, "What? You Fang Yuner?" Seeing the black-clad man stabbed, asked in shock, "Lian Care, what are you doing?" The black-clad man died with his eyes wide open, saying, "You're so cruel, Ye Qing." Standing behind her, questioned, "Miss Lian Hanger, is this a confession without torture or a murder to silence someone?" She turned to him angrily, shouting, "Ye Qing, who do you think you are, to dare speak to me?" Wang Aihu, hearing this, was furious and about to rush forward, yelling, "How dare this girl talk to senior brother Ye like that? I'm quick-tempered, I need to teach you a lesson." He raised his hand to stop him, saying, "No rush, you're the one in a hurry, not us." Fang Yunfair looked at her intently and shouted, "Lian Fair, explain yourself." Her face turned pale, and she knelt on the ground, crying out, "Your Highness, forgive me. Liansher was just momentarily impulsive. This bandit was truly hateful. I couldn't help but kill him." His eyebrows furrowed. He pointed at her and asked loudly, "This clumsy excuse, do you think the princess will believe you?" She raised her hand to wipe away tears, pretending to be pitiful and complaining. "Your Highness, Lianer has been following you for over a decade. My loyalty to you is unwavering. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Your Highness, you must believe me." Fang Yunyer called out, "But you," she continued to elaborate, "Lianyer has been losing control these past few days because of the bandits' harassment. That's why I acted." She raised her head to look at her, adding, "Furthermore, I don't want the bandit to sow discord between you and the first prince. The brotherly and sisterly affection between the two of you, Lianyer sees it clearly." She approached and reached out to help her up, saying, "Lianyer, stand up and speak." Ye Qing couldn't believe it and asked, "You just believe her like that?" She turned to look at him, retorting, "Lianger grew up with me. She wouldn't hurt me," he angrily shouted. "You're so naive and foolish. Get rid of your naivety." She asked, confused. "What do you mean by, get rid of your naivety?" he calmly said. "What I mean is that you're an idiot. You can't see something so obvious." Lian Hare angrily pointed at him and yelled, "Shut your mouth, Ye Qing. How dare you talk to the princess like that? I won't forgive you." Wang Aihu gave her a hard slap that sent her staggering to one side, yelling, "Bitch, get out of the way." She covered her swollen red face with her hands and screamed angrily, "You dare hit me? How dare a lowly servant like you hit me? I'm gonna kill you." He was also furious, kicking her hard and shouting, "Your great-granddaddy, what the hell are you?" She raised her sword high, shouting, "Rebellion! Rebellion! Your Highness, I want to kill them." Fang Yunher, seeing this scene, hurriedly advised, "Ye Qing Gage, Lian Hare, everyone, stop fighting, stop fighting." He quickly rushed forward, shouting, "Arrest her!" He clenched his fist, yelling, "Witness Wang Aihu's fist that strikes both men and women." She jumped back to dodge, disdainfully saying, "Petty tricks. You can't even get close to me." He quickly appeared above, kicking her and yelling, "Little bitch, what are you so proud of? I'll make you fall flat on your face," she shouted angrily. "You humiliate me like this, I will definitely kill you." He placed his sword on her neck, threatening, "Now tell me the truth, or I'll take your head," she pleaded in fear. "Your Highness, save me." Fang Yuner covered her face and said, "Ye Qing Gage, release Lian first. Let's talk it over," he calmly said. "Your Highness, if it weren't for our protection along the way, you would have died 800 times over," she said. But I don't believe Lian Fur would harm me." He pressed the sword harder against her neck, shouting, "Whether she's harming someone or not, let her say it herself." "Speak up," she retorted sarcastically. "I won't say. What can you do to me?" He drew the tip of the sword across her face, saying, "Then I'll disfigure your face first." Her tone immediately changed, screaming in panic, You dare! I'm irreconcilable with you!" Ye Qing threatened loudly. "Well, still not talking? I'll strip you naked," she yelled. "You dare, you lecher." The system sound then rang out. "Your eyes are very interested in stripping clothes. Your hands are willing to contribute strength. Your kidneys are eager to move." Ye Qing's expression turned ugly, shouting, "Shut your mouths, this is none of your business." He kept the sword on her neck with one hand, glancing at Wang Aihu, and said, "Wang Aihu, it's up to you. Show her the real weapon, subdue her." He said in surprise, "Such a difficult task is entrusted to me." "All right." The guy rubbed his hands together, approached Lianer with a perverted grin, and said, "You strip first, or should I?" She cursed loudly. "Get lost! If you dare touch me, I'll chop off your hands." He laughed, tore a piece of cloth from her clothes, and said, "You still dare not listen even at a time like this? Then I'll strip you first." She cried miserably, turned her head towards her, and begged for help. "Let me go, princess, save me, princess, save me." She couldn't bear it. To think Ye Qing Gerge would treat Lianher like this. Ye Qing raised a hand to stop her. "Don't say anything, just watch from the side." Time passed, and after a while she finally gave in, saying, "Don't torture me anymore, I'll talk, I'll say whatever you want." He gave him a thumbs up and shouted,
Ye Qingba, all good.
Ye Qing stood opposite her and asked the first question. Who are you a spy for? Lianzware didn't dare to hide anything and said, the first prince. It's the first prince who told me to monitor the princess's every move.
Fang Yunkar couldn't believe it and blurted out, What? Garage? Really, Garage? Why would he do this?
He looked at her and asked the second question.
Did the first prince tell you to kill the princess? She glanced at her and replied, Yes, the first prince wants to kill the princess. He tried to get me to poison the princess several times, but I didn't do it, princess. I really haven't completely betrayed you.
Hearing this, she widened her eyes and said in disbelief,
Garage wants to kill me. Why would he want to kill me? He used to love me so much.
He put his hands behind his back, looked at her, and guessed, not completely betrayed. Which means you've betrayed her a little. You're the one who told the first prince our location, right? So he can find the princess at any time. She honestly replied, That's right, I used a magical artifact to send the location to the first prince. His voice rang out. Where is the magical artifact hidden? Lianer pointed to the carriage. In the treasure box, in the wheel of that carriage. Wang Aihu followed her finger and replied, I'll go find it.
He looked at her and asked the third question. Why does the first prince want to kill the princess? Fang Yunkar, standing beside him, also said, I don't understand. Why would he want to kill me?
Her expression became serious as she replied, Does the princess even need to ask? It's very obvious. Because your talent is too strong. Moreover, your talent is getting better and better. Although you haven't officially started cultivating yet, once you do, you'll be incredibly amazing. She looked at her hands, hardly believing it, and exclaimed, My good talent means he wants to kill me. I don't understand. He glanced at her and thought to himself, No wonder I felt like the princess didn't have any cultivation. Turns out she hasn't really started cultivating yet. She raised her fist and shouted, Because after your cultivation becomes powerful, the position of ruler will be yours. The first prince's years of ambition will be shattered, she calmly shouted. But I've never wanted to be the ruler, she yelled. Just because you don't want it doesn't mean you can stop others from thinking. Princess, wake up. Yan Qing glanced at her and asked, The situation is very clear now. What do you plan to do next? She shook her head and replied, I don't know. I still don't want to believe that Genj would do something like this. Jiang put her hands together to persuade, Princess, go back. You can't go to the imperial capital. Going there would put you in the hands of the first prince, and who knows what would happen then. He glanced at her and advised, I think so too. Turn around now and the team will go directly back to the sect. She lowered her head, appearing thoughtful. Let me think. I'm a little confused right now. He pointed at her and asked, So how do we deal with her? She hesitated and asked, Ye Qingba, what do you think? He calmly said, What's the use of keeping her around? Just kill her. She cried and pleaded, Bao Ye Qing, my crime doesn't deserve death. I've said everything. Why are you killing me, princess? Spare my life. An arrow pierced through her from behind. She excitedly screamed, Lianer! She looked at her and shouted, Princess, run! The first prince won't let you off. Ye Qing raised his Qingchang sword high, turned his head to look at the other Qingyun Sect disciples, and shouted, Everyone, strengthen your defenses and prepare for battle. Thousands upon thousands of arrows rushed towards the other disciples. They quickly shouted, Ah! Be careful! Wang Aihu raised two sabers and slashed away the incoming arrows, shouting, Ye Qingba, the enemy is in the dark. Shooting arrows isn't easy to deal with. He used his sword to block the arrows, saying, Let me take the princess away, Duanhao. He looked at the incoming arrows and muttered, This isn't good. These arrows aren't ordinary, and they have such power. He quickly raised his sword to block the advancing arrows and shouted, Run! But these arrows have spiritual energy. We can't resist them. Dodge them. Don't let the arrows hit you. Wang Aihu pulled Fang Yunkar and ran away, turned his head to look at the arrows chasing after them, and shouted, What the heck is this? Ye Qingba, save me. He swung his sword and chopped the arrow in two, saying, Break! His voice rang out, exclaiming, That was close. Lucky. Ye Qingba arrived in time. Gripping the sword tightly, he yelled, Where did you thieving bastards come from? Get your asses out here. Stop hiding, or I'll fucking kill you all. Two guys in black rushed forward, shouting, Big mouth brat, die! He turned his head and told everyone to go first. The guy grabbed her hand and pulled her along, saying, Let's go, princess, she asked worriedly. Will Ye Qingba be okay? The guy gave a thumbs up, proudly saying, Two insignificant worms are no match for Ye Qingba. Let's hurry up and go. Don't cause trouble for Ye Qingba. A black-haired dude appeared behind him, shouting, Kill him! The other black-haired dude stood in front of him and said, Kid, let's see how you dodge this. He tilted his head to dodge the incoming fist, saying, Dodged it! The black-haired dude threw a punch that sent Ye Qing flying. He said, Kid, you're too naive. With our combo attack, there's no way you can dodge. He couldn't believe it, shouting, What? He landed on the ground, looking at his sword stuck in the ground, saying, Damn it, dodged one but not the other.
At this moment the system's voice rang out. Your hands are feeling very excited. The system's voice continued to announce. Your legs also want to join the fight. Your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose are fully supporting you. He smiled and said, since my bros have spoken up, then I'll fight again. The purple-haired dude leaned on his hand, coldly offering a favor. Kid, surrender, hand over the princess, and we'll spare your life. He raised his hand, saying, cut the crap, you two snake-bodied losers, bring it on. The purple-haired dude raised his fist, saying, seeking death, daring to provoke us. The brown-haired dude also rushed forward, shouting, we'll grant your wish, brat. The brown-haired dude appeared in front of him, saying, I'm in the front. The other dude jumped behind him, saying, I'm in the back. He cursed inwardly, damn it, surrounded again. The brown-haired dude raised his fist, shouting, this time you're so screwed. The other dude also rushed forward, yelling, see how you dodge this? He stood still when he heard the system's voice appear in his ear. Your hands have found an opportunity to attack. Your legs are also confident of victory. He raised his leg and kicked the black-haired dude in front of him, flying. He couldn't believe it, shouting, what? His hand then turned backward, punching him. He shouted, take this. The dude was pushed back and also couldn't believe it, shouting, how is this possible? Ye Qing looked at his fist, laughed loudly, praising. Awesome, bro. He happily asked, are you two still acting tough? The purple-haired dude behind him asked puzzledly, what's with this kid? The dude in front stared at him, replying, no idea. That stance and technique have never been seen before. Can a human even do that? He raised his sword high above his head, saying, if you guys aren't attacking, then I will. The space fell into silence, without a single sound. Time passed just like that. After a moment he raised his sword to chase after the two men in black. The purple-haired guy raised his hand and shouted, it's over, can't dodge anymore. The other guy looked at him and shouted, help. The two of them stood straight, emitting heavy gasps. He swung his sword horizontally towards them, shouting, it's too late to call for help now, I'll send you to the afterlife. He raised his sword and jumped up, exhaling a breath, saying, phew. Finally solved it. Now I will go look for the princess, so they can reunite. 5 guys in black quickly appeared, surrounding him. They asked, kid, can you even leave? He raised his sword and cursed loudly, motherfuckers, 5 of you. A black-haired dude stood in front of him, shouting, kid, stop right there. The green-haired dude coldly said, kid, put your hands up and surrender. Hand over the princess to us, and we'll spare your life. He raised his foot and kicked hard towards the dude who had just spoken, cursing, stop talking crap. Talk after you can beat me. Die. The black-haired dude rushed forward and punched down hard, shouting, kid, don't get too cocky. I'm here. He quickly jumped back to dodge, saying, you think I couldn't dodge that, huh? The green-haired guy appeared behind him, sneering, the real attack is here. He glanced behind him, saying, not good. These guys are using a combo technique too, so sneaky. The green-haired guy punched him hard, sending him flying. He shouted, die, kid. He clutched his chest, gritting his teeth, saying, that hurts. Luckily only one of them hit me, otherwise I'd be seriously injured. The black-haired guy with a sword appeared high above behind him, rushing down, saying, kid, let me warn you, I'm attacking from behind. He flinched, clutching his chest, and yelled, what? He quickly retreated to avoid the black-haired guy's slash, screaming in his mind, it's like calling for help from the higher-ups. Hurry and think of something. I can't hold on much longer. Another black-clad guy quickly appeared on his right, shouting, there's one on the right too. He glanced at the black-clad guy on the left, rushing towards him with a sword. He sneered, asking, there's one coming from the left too. Can you defend against all of them? Ye Qing jumped to avoid the black-haired guy's sword slash, shouting, not good. He dodged again. The system voice rang out, saying, your strategist is devising a plan. Note, please hold on a bit. Another black-haired guy quickly punched him hard in the face from above, saying, you think that's all? There's an attack from above too? The sound of the hit rang out, sounding painful just listening to it. The brown-haired guy in front of him punched him hard in the stomach, making a loud sound, saying, this front attack will make you dizzy. Ye Qing clutched his stomach, panting heavily. In his mind he muttered, I can't take it. Still can't think of a way. I'm about to get beaten to death. Feng Yunshi, standing on the cliff, saw this scene and was about to rush down, saying, not good. Ye Qingge is surrounded. I have to go save him. Wang Aihu reached out and grabbed her hand, saying, princess, you can't go, she said with tears in her eyes. Lianxie is dead. I can't watch Ye Qing die before my eyes. Wang Aihu said loudly, if something happens to you, how can I face senior brother Ye Qing? Princess, stay here, I'll go save senior brother Ye Qing. Fang Yunge watched his retreating figure, blaming herself. It's all my fault. It's because my strength is too weak, causing so many people to be in danger to protect me. The brown-haired guy holding a sword asked, kid, you still not thinking about surrendering? The black-haired guy behind him said, if you don't surrender, we'll torture you to death. Ye Qing knelt on the ground, saying, Forget it, I'm no match for you guys anyway, so. The black-haired guy was satisfied to see this, laughing loudly and saying, "That's more like it, kneel down and surrender and wait to cooperate. We've captured the princess, He turned around and quickly ran forward, shouting, "I surrender, you old geezer." The group of black-clad guys quickly chased after him. The leader cursed in annoyance. "Damn this kid, he tricked us and ran. Catch him, chop him into 100 pieces." While running, he urged in his mind, "Oh, great strategists, haven't you thought of a plan yet? I'm about to collapse." The black-haired guy appeared, punching hard towards him, shouting, "Kid, you can't escape." He startled and turned his head back. "What did you say?" He turned his head and used a punch that sent him flying backwards, cursing loudly. "Damn you, I'd be afraid of you if it was just you." The black-haired guy looked at him, surrounded by the group, excitedly ordering, "Surround him! Don't let him escape! Kill him! I must kill him with my own hands! Cut him into pieces!" Wang Aihu rushed from behind, shouting loudly, "Senior brother Ye, I've come to save you!" The black-haired guy turned to look at him, saying, "Oh, another one eager to die." He punched him hard, saying, "Overestimating yourself." He flew backwards, exclaiming, "Damn, that's powerful." He stepped on him with his sword, saying, "If you came, then I'll satisfy you. Let you die comfortably." Ye Qing watched him raise his sword high to stab down, widening his eyes and shouting, "Stop, let him go, aim for me if you have any problem." He sneered, saying, "Don't worry, you'll die even if you come." His whole body was covered in green spiritual energy, and the system voice rang out, announcing, "Your strategist has found a plan, and is mobilizing all the power in your body, preparing to fight." His whole body emitted a green light, rushing forward and shouting, "Stop it!" The purple-haired guy stood upright, tauntingly saying, "You can barely protect yourself, and you still dare to save others. You die first." He raised his hand and punched hard, sending those two flying, shouting, "Get out of here!" The sound of flesh impacting rang out with a splurt. The other guy who was hit couldn't believe it, shouting, "What?" The black-haired guy stepped on Wang Aihu, raising the katana high, saying, "Kid, don't meet me in the next life." He struggled to escape from below, making uncomfortable noises. He jumped over and kicked the guy away with one foot, shouting, "Get out of here!" Ye Qing reached out to help him up, asking with concern, "Are you okay, Junior?" He looked at him, saying, "I'm okay. Senior brother came just in time. I was so scared I peed myself." His face turned green and white, and he covered his nose, pushing him away, saying, "Stay away, stay away. Why do I keep smelling pee?" He blushed and said nothing. A whole bunch of guys in black appeared behind him. The big guy with blue hair grumbled, "Kiddo, you still have the nerve to chat. You're dead meat today." The black-haired guy raised his sword and yelled, "Kill him!" Wang Aihu, standing behind him, anxiously said, "Senior brother Ye, if it's too much, just run first." He raised a hand to stop him from stepping forward, saying, "Step back. Next up is my showtime." He quickly charged forward, shouting, "A man never says no." Wang Aihu watched his retreating back and warned, "Senior brother Ye, be careful." The brown-haired guy raised his hand and yelled, "Combined strike technique, tear him to shreds." The black-haired guy holding a saber roared, "Attack from all directions." His legs instinctively kicked away two black-clad figures, while he shouted, "Let me show you the 18 spiral kicks of the ancient mechanisms." The smoky-haired guy's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? This kid broke our combined strike technique." 5 black-clad guys surrounded him and charged at the same time. The smoky-haired guy yelled in disbelief, "No way, keep killing." The black-haired guy with a knife charged forward, declaring, "I don't believe it." He charged in, sent the group flying, and calmly said, "The 18 spiral kicks, plus a left-right pouncing fist combo." Ye Qing reached out, grabbed the neck of the scummy brown-haired guy, lifted him up and said, "Only your left." The guy struggled, saying, "What? How is this happening?" He sneered, crushed the guy's neck, and said, "Die for me. Just like you said, don't ever cross me in your next life." Wang Aihu cheered excitedly, "Senior brother Ye is so badass." The remaining guys clutched their chests and stood up. The gray-haired guy clutched his chest, got up, and said, "Third bro is dead." The black-haired guy also covered his chest, saying, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. How did this kid suddenly become so formidable?" The 4 remaining guys grabbed their weapons and charged forward, yelling, "That hateful bastard! Avenge third bro!" Another one added, "We must kill him." Ye Qing instantly snatched the sword from the black-haired guy's hand, shouting, "Give me that!" The guy cried out in disbelief, "My sword!" He swung the sword, sending the guy straight to Qingyun. The guy only managed to utter a reluctant gasp. "What?" The 3 remaining guys looked at him warily. The light pink-haired guy cried out, "Fourth bro is dead too." He calmly looked at him and said, "Next up are you 3 brothers?" The black-haired guy screamed in fright, "Don't come over here!" The light pink-haired guy yelled, "Quick, run!" He violently hurled the sword, impaling one of the black-clad guys, and said, "Think you can run? Leave your head for me." Wang Aihu cracked his knuckles, appeared in front of the two remaining guys, and chuckled. Senior brother Ye said to finish you off, so you guys better stay put.
The dark purple-haired guy forcefully pushed the other one forward, saying, "Brother, shield me for a bit." The guy who was pushed cried out in disbelief, "Second bro, you're not human," betraying trust and justice at a crucial moment. Wang Aihu's punch ripped through that guy, and he said, "You're all about to die, yet you're still so chatty, I'll give you a push, then go be vengeful ghosts and find him." The last remaining guy quickly leaped over his head and escaped, not forgetting to threaten, "Kid, just you wait. The first prince won't let you off. You'll be chopped into 1,000 pieces," Wang Aihu exclaimed in surprise. "What?" He glanced at Ye Qing and said, "Senior brother, one got away." Ye Qing, arms crossed, replied, "It's fine. I'll rest for a bit first, then call the princess back here." He slightly frowned, pondering, "Why is my body so weak after this fight? That's really weird." The area was enveloped in a pink aura. Time seemed to speed up. A moment later, Fang Yunquer, with a worried expression, reached out and hugged him, asking, "Big brother Ye Qing, are you okay?" In the distance, Wang Aihu covered his mouth and snickered. With a look, as if he had nothing left to live for, he said, "Princess, I'm fine." Then raised a hand and continued, "Princess, could you go check if you recognize any of these bodies?" She agreed, saying, "All right, I'll go check." She then reached up and removed her black veil. Her face turned ashen, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "What? This is my royal brother's personal guard." She looked at the other bodies and continued, "And this one too. A personal guard of my royal brother, who even protected me before." He calmly continued to ask, "So princess, do you still harbor any illusions about the first prince now?" She turned her head to look at him, and seriously said, "I must go find him and get to the bottom of this." He closed his eyes and calmly recounted, "Everyone's already run off now. It's just us remaining. How about we return to the sect first and plan for the long game?" She jumped up and flew away, saying, "Big brother Ye Qing, thank you for protecting me all this way. You two go back. I'm heading to the imperial capital by myself." He heard this, utterly shocked, and yelled, "Whoa, come back. Who told you to just leave like that?" Such a reckless young lady. Wang Aihu raised a hand to scratch his chin, probing. "The princess is determined to go. What should we do?" He jumped up to pursue her, saying, "Go, follow her. Ain't no way I'm surviving alone till we reach the imperial city." He quickly chased after them, replying, "Got it, always." Time flew by. A while later, fluffy white clouds appeared against the deep blue sky. Ye Qing followed behind Fang Yunquer, asking, "Princess, let me ask you something. Who's in charge of the imperial city right now?" She glanced back at him, answering, "My imperial father, of course. Father is still around. I don't know why Big Bro would do this." He hugged his chest with both hands, bowing his head and saying, "That's good, as long as I'm not walking right into a trap." Suddenly, a system notification rang in his ears. "You have detected an ambush ahead." He raised his head and cursed inwardly, "Motherfucker, there's still an ambush. Can't a guy catch a break?" He reined in his non-existent horse, raising his hand to say, "Princess, turn, let's go that way." On a high mountain peak, a group of people were shocked to see this, asking, "What's going on? Why did the princess change direction?" Another person guessed, saying, "Could it be that she discovered our whereabouts?" A guy dressed in black with brown hair raised his hand and ordered, "Quickly report to the first prince. What should we do next?" The guy behind him immediately stood up and replied, "Understood." Light shone everywhere in the space. Time passed quickly. Half a day later, all three of them, Ye Qing, saw the city walls appear before their eyes. Fang Yunquer looked ahead, saying, "We're here, that's the imperial city up ahead." Wang Aihu couldn't help but sigh. This whole journey can be compared to Sanzang's journey to the west. Finally we've arrived. The brown-haired man kneeled down, observing the situation, hesitantly saying, "Are we really going to act here? This is the imperial city?" The leader said. "The first prince has said it. This is our last chance. Win big or go home. Better to die than surrender. Kill them." Wang Aihu stamped his foot on the ground, saying, "Finally safe. Next I want to find an inn to take a good bath and enjoy myself." He noticed something, raising his hand and shouting, "Careful, there's an attack." 3 black-clothed men immediately rushed over, shouting, "Go to hell." Wang Aihu sweated coldly, saying, "My body won't move. These guys are too strong," he said quietly. "They're at least 2 realms higher than me. I'm dead this time." Fang Yunquer immediately stood forward, shouting loudly, "How dare you? I am a princess. How dare you assassinate me in the imperial city?" The leader gathered purple spiritual energy in his hand, preparing to strike, saying, "Accusing the princess is to kill you. Have a safe journey," she asked in surprise. "What?" "This is Uncle Liang's voice. Uncle Liang wants to kill me." Uncle Liang yanked down his mask, replying, "Forget it. This old man will let the princess die, knowing why." She couldn't believe it, asking, "Why?
Why does everyone want to kill me? He quickly rushed forward, replying, Princess, blame yourself for being born into an imperial family. A loud voice rang out. How dare you, stop. Hearing this, he was startled, asking, What? He raised his head to look at the newly appeared woman in a red dress, shouting, No, this is bad. It's the imperial advisor. She struck him down, shouting, Traitorous scum, die! Fang Yun looked at the person in front of her, happily saying, Master, that's great, you've arrived. She landed on the ground, looking at her gently, saying, Princess, this old servant is late, you've been frightened. The purple-haired man sweated profusely, saying, The imperial advisor isn't easy to mess with. Let's go, let's retreat. The black-haired man next to him added, Liang is dead too, let's go quickly. The two of them quickly turned around and ran away, one of them saying, Quickly report to the first prince. Quick, run. The imperial advisor gathered spiritual energy in her hand, waving it out, asking, So rebellious, and you still want to run? The stream of spiritual energy slashed towards the backs of the two fleeing men. She shouted, Die! She turned her head, looking at Guan Xin, asking, Is everything resolved this time, princess? Are you all right? She clasped her hands in front of her chest, smiling and replying, I'm all right, master. You arrived just in time. I'm relieved this time. Bro folded his arms, eyeing her, thinking, Holy moly, the imperial advisor is actually the princess's master. Wang Aihu raised his hand and said, Ye Qingba, we're good this time. This princess's master is a major cultivator. Bro crossed his arms and said, I almost screwed things up. Good thing her master arrived in time. She quickly flew after her, leaving the two stunned in the back. She asked suspiciously, Shifu, what exactly is going on, Wang Xiang, he? The imperial advisor raised her hand to stop her, saying, This isn't the place to talk, princess. Let's return to the palace first. Wang Aihu scratched his head, asking in surprise, She's gone already. What about us? Bro calmly said. We've been dumped here. The imperial advisor and Fang Yunyer suddenly appeared in front of the two. She looked at them, saying, Little friends, come back with me. He scratched his head and said, Guess they didn't forget about us after all. Silence engulfed the space. Not a sound was to be heard. The group quickly landed on the ground. Wang Aihu looked at the palace before him, unable to help but exclaim, As expected of the imperial palace, so magnificent and imposing, way more impressive than the Qingyun Sect. Ye Qing beside him scoffed, saying, Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before. Fang Yunjer glanced at her, asking, Shifu, where's father? The imperial advisor calmly said, Princess, please follow me. The space became eerily quiet again. The group quickly moved on. Time passed swiftly. After a while, the imperial advisor stopped in front of a bed, looking at Fang Yunyer rushing towards the sickbed, slowly recounting, Princess, the emperor has been unconscious for months. She hugged the person on the bed, crying out, What's going on, father? Father, wake up, it's Yunyer. She approached her, saying, Princess, now isn't the time to grieve. The urgent matter is how to wake the emperor. She looked up at her, asking, Tell me, what exactly happened to father? The imperial advisor softly said, Princess, follow me. Too many people around, it's not convenient to talk. Bro watched the two disappear before his eyes, throwing his arms up and yelling, Are you kidding me? They disappeared again. Wang Aihu also complained, We've been abandoned again. Ye Qing turned to leave, saying, Forget it, let's go, we can take a walk around. Then the imperial advisor immediately appeared, blocking their path, saying, The princess said she trusts you. Follow me. The space became silent. No one said anything more. She looked at the three people before her, saying, I've set up a formation here. No one can eavesdrop. Fang Yunker softly inquired, Shifu, what exactly is the situation now? Why are even you so cautious? She didn't answer, but asked further, Princess, you were ambushed all the way here. You must understand something, right? She softly asked. I know a bit, but I can't believe it's really Wang Xiang who tried to kill me. She sadly asked, The first prince's people have already made moves outside the city like that. How can it be false? Ye Qing looked at her and asked, What's the first prince after? The throne. The imperial advisor naturally replied, Of course, it's for that position above everyone else. Ever since the emperor fell unconscious, the first prince has completely lost all restraint. Now, the entire imperial capital is under his control. She worriedly asked. Shifu, first tell me, why is father unconscious? Her voice echoed in reply. I don't know, but the first prince is definitely involved, Fang Yunger excitedly shouted. He actually laid hands on father. She turned to say, I'm going to find him now, and ask him clearly. She reached out to stop her. Princess, don't be reckless. This matter requires long-term planning. She turned her head to look at her, sadly saying, Shifu, what can we do to wake father? We must save father. She calmly said, According to my observations these past few days, the emperor has probably been poisoned by some rare toxin. Perhaps the Hanhui herb can help detoxify him. Hearing this, she excitedly asked,
Where can I find the Hanhui herb? She raised her hand and softly explained. 30 miles west, in the Great Mountains, there's a cold pond. In the cold pond, there's a type of herb. She quickly ran off, determinedly saying, I'll go find it right now. Time continued to pass quickly, and the space here fell into silence. The four appeared on the square, walking forward step by step. The imperial advisor walked beside Fang Yungair. She softly advised, Princess, the first prince is targeting you now. Going there casually, without knowing the situation, might lead to an attack from him. She took each step forward, saying, I have to go. I have to save father. She stroked her chin, pretending to be deep in thought, and said, Princess, don't be reckless. Let me think of a plan. I am being watched by the first prince and cannot leave, so we need to find someone the first prince won't pay attention to. She turned to look at her and asked, You won't be noticed. Ye Qing looked at her and refused. Why are you looking at us? We're not going on such a dangerous mission. She turned her head to look at him, saying, You too, if you can obtain the Hanhui herb, I can give you 10,000 lychee stones. He raised his hand to refuse, saying, 10,000, still too dangerous, not going. She reached out and grabbed his hand, shaking it and pleading, Ye Qingba, I beg you, please save my father, I'll agree to anything. He closed his eyes and sighed, saying, Since the princess has said so, I agree. He covered his mouth, cursing loudly. Damn you, taking over for me. The system's happy voice announced, Your organ is currently very excited. This mission to save a beautiful maiden must be completed. Your mouth has agreed for you. He cursed inwardly, You damn bastards, always screwing me over. She happily said, That's great, Ye Qingba, you agreed. He pretended to clear his throat and said, It's fine to agree, but you have to add money, she said with a bright smile. Okay, no problem. Add money, Shifu, add money, it's all settled. All sounds disappeared, and the space became quieter than ever. The imperial advisor watched Ye Qing and Wang Aihu's disappearing backs, saying, Hopefully, they can successfully obtain the Hanhui herb. The emperor might be saved. Fang Yunye waved her hand, calling out, Ye Qinggeje, wait, you two come back. Wang Aihu looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Shixiang, why do we have to wade through this murky pond? Are you perhaps interested in the princess? He sighed, rubbing his forehead, and said, To tell you the truth, I'm being forced into this. On the other side, the national preceptor turned to look at the princess beside her and said, Your Highness, stay with me these next few days to avoid any mishaps, she softly replied. Shifu. The preceptor calmly said, It's best if you don't meet with the first prince right now. Once we've cured the emperor, everything can be easily resolved. General Pacey appeared, leading a group of soldiers, and shouted, Your Highness. The preceptor glanced back and said, It's General Pacey, the top general under the first prince. Your Highness probably knows him. General Pacey smirked and said, Your Highness, aren't we two very familiar? Why do I feel like you don't recognize this humble servant? The preceptor turned to look at him and shouted, How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the princess? General Pacey looked at her and replied, National preceptor, I'm here on behalf of the first prince. The preceptor pointed at his face and scolded, I don't care why you're here. You must kneel when you see the princess. Kneel, General Pekini reluctantly shouted. General Pei and the other soldiers, kneel. Pay respects to the princess. Pay respects to the national preceptor. Fang Yungair looked at the kneeling people before her and asked, What did the first prince send you here for? Speak. General Pei lowered his head and said, The first prince said that he hasn't seen the princess in a long time and misses her dearly. He wants the princess to come to the prince's manor to catch up. The preceptor clasped her hands behind her back and said, The princess isn't feeling well and cannot go. Tell the first prince to come to the palace to see the princess in person. General Peskai looked at the preceptor and shouted, National preceptor, I'm asking the princess, not you. Don't answer on her behalf. The princess looked at the preceptor and said, My Shifu's words are my words. I will not go. General Pacey raised his hand, urgently advising, Your Highness, think carefully. The first prince is giving you a chance. The princess coldly snorted and said, Tell him that doing too many unjust things will lead to death. General Patry turned to leave. Before he left, he glanced back at the princess and said, Since that's the case, this general will return and report to the first prince. Oh right, Your Highness, we were childhood sweethearts. How about this general invites you on an outing some other day? The princess angrily yelled, You're not worthy. General Penet led the soldiers away, laughing loudly as he raised his hand to wave, and said, Your Highness, you won't be saying that in a few days. This general will make you willingly follow me. The national preceptor watched the group leave, annoyed, and cursed. These people, abusing their master's power, they don't even respect the princess. A soldier following beside General Pei reached out and touched his nose, smiling lewdly, and said, General, in my opinion, instead of being interested in the princess, why don't you just snatch her and take her home as a concubine? General Pei glanced at the soldier and said,
After all, she's the first prince's younger sister, so this general still needs to restrain himself a bit. Another soldier raised his hand and said,
This humble one had already personally sent people to assassinate the princess, but it was just lucky that she survived. General Peggy immediately slapped the soldier who had just spoken. Knocking him to the ground, General Peggy shouted, Shut up, don't you know what you should and shouldn't say? General Peggy threatened. Dare to speak carelessly again and I'll cut out your tongue. That soldier immediately knelt down, his face filled with fear, and begged, General Penny, please forgive me, we wouldn't dare again. The other soldiers also knelt down, shouting, We know our mistake. Elsewhere, Wang Aihu and Ye Qing had arrived at a large lake. Wang Aihu stepped forward and said, Xixiang, this is the cold pond. The cold dew herb should be here. Ye Qing followed behind, loudly reminding, Be careful, this lake is too calm, I have a bad feeling about this. Hearing this, Wang Aihu threw a large rock into the lake. The water in the lake splashed up high. Wang Aihu looked at the lake, which was gradually calming down, and said, It seems to be fine. There are no monsters in the lake. Suddenly, a large rock flew out of the lake. Ye Qing was startled and shouted, Something's up! Be careful! Get out of the way! Dozens of rocks flew towards the two people's backs. Seeing this, Ye Qing turned his head and reminded, Careful! Wang Aihu cursed. Damn, what's in the lake? To throw a rock with such power. Looking at the large rocks flying from above, Wang Aihu exclaimed, So many rocks! Ye Qing looked up and saw this, and said, Quickly find a place to hide. A huge rock hit Wang Aihu's back. Wang Aihu jumped up and shouted, Crap, this isn't good, Ye Xixiang, save me! Ye Qing reached out and grabbed Wang Aihu's clothes, lifting him up and flying away, and said, I'm coming! Wang Aihu looked at the dust flying everywhere from the rock's impact, still frightened, and said, That was dangerous. I almost got smashed to death. Who would have thought such a large rock would have so much power? Ye Qing loudly interrupted. Stop reminiscing. The urgent matter now is to find out what's in the lake. Blue sky, white clouds, an extremely peaceful scene. Tranquility within the first prince's manor. General Pasi was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, in front of the first prince, who was sitting in a chair, holding a wine glass. The first prince held the wine glass in his hand, savoring it, and asked, Did the princess say anything? General Penki clasped his hands respectfully and reported, First prince, the princess refused to meet with you, and instead asked you to go see her. The first prince crushed the wineglass into many pieces, calmly saying, It seems my little sister has grown up. General Peifi looked at the first prince, seeking his opinion, and asked, Should we capture the princess and bring her to you? The first prince stood up straight and said, There's no need. It's been a while since I visited our royal father, so I'll just enter the palace and take a look. The first prince glanced to the side and asked, Oh, right, I heard that this time the princess brought back 2 Qingyun Sect cultivators. General Pega's voice rang out in response. That is indeed the case, but those 2 haven't been seen. The first prince walked towards the door and said, They've probably gone to find the cold dew herb. General Piquet walked beside him and replied, That place is a death trap. They're simply seeking death. The first prince calmly added, So there's no need to worry about those 2. Let's go, I'll go see that little sister of mine, and the national preceptor. Elsewhere, Wang Aihu and Ye Qing were hiding behind a large bush. Wang Aihu softly asked, Xixiong, have you discovered anything? Ye Qing irritably said. Be quiet, can't you see I'm observing? The system's voice sounded in his ear, announcing, Your ears heard something under the lake, 5 meters below the surface of the lake, Ye Qing happily said. Finally, some news. He patted the old guy on the shoulder, laughing. Move over there, prep for action. The old guy looked at him, puzzled, and asked, How are you going to act, bro? I don't see anything. The system's voice chimed in. Your eyes can't see, but they are working hard to evolve into eyes of insight. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes, grinding his teeth. Eyes of insight? What the heck is that? Sounds kinda cool, though. Time flew by quickly. A moment later, Ye Qing and Wang Aihu stood on a large branch. Wang Aihu, holding a bow and arrow, aimed in one direction and whispered, Bro, it's really over there? You sure I should shoot? Ye Qing clutched his chest and said, Shoot! Shoot it hard! Blow that thing up for me! Wang Aihu excitedly released the arrow, and it flew away from the bow. He shouted in response, If that's the case, it's time for Wang Aihu to show his divine powers. Fire! He watched as his arrow caused water to splash everywhere on the lake surface, excitedly yelling, Bro, nailed it! Just see what's underneath! A bit excited, a bit nervous, but after a long while, nothing moved. He whispered tentatively, Bro, are you sure you sensed it right? Nothing's happening? Ye Qing snatched the bow and arrow from his hand, saying, No way I'm wrong, keep shooting, let me do it. Ye Qing repeatedly knocked arrows and fired in that direction, constantly saying, I don't believe you won't come out, fire. Before long, half a key had passed. Wang Aihu scratched his head and asked, Ye Qing, we've been shooting for half a key, and there's still no movement. Is there really something in there? Ye Qing knocked an arrow, adding, there definitely is, he thought to himself. The system has never been wrong. It definitely won't screw up this time.
A huge thing broke out of the water, and an excited voice rang out, it's coming out, there really is something. A giant red octopus, its body covered in arrows, appeared. It opened its mouth wide, angrily yelling, damn humans, I was originally going to let you go, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Shooting here non-stop? Wang Aihu asked in horrified gritted teeth. What is this thing? Ye Qing also replied in surprise. It's my first time seeing this kind of demon. Looks pretty OP.
The octopus flung off the arrows on its body, swinging its tentacles and charging over, angrily shouting, I'm gonna make you pay! Seeing this, Ye Qing immediately yelled, not good, get out of the way! It swung its tentacles at Wang Aihu, saying, you can't escape, all of you die for me. Wang Aihu held his blade in both hands, slashing at the tentacle, saying, bro, I'm gonna chop it off. The blade struck, but it was completely unharmed. He exclaimed in shock, what, I can't cut it. It flicked Wang Aihu away with a tentacle, disdainfully saying, insignificant humans dare to attack me. The giant octopus crawled onto the ground, looking at the two of them, and said, if you two kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll give you a decent death. Ye Qing stood behind him, saying softly, don't get excited. We didn't mean to offend you. We're here to find Han Hui grass. It swung its tentacle, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth, yelling, then you're even more deserving of death. Is Han Hui grass something insignificant humans like you can covet? It raised a tentacle and struck at the two of them, and they quickly jumped away to dodge. Ye Qing shouted, this demon is beyond reasoning, get out of the way. Ye Qing, holding his sword, charged towards the great octopus, shouting, damn it, I don't believe I can't chop you to pieces. He turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, damn bro, why does this big guy keep attacking me, come save me. He was hit hard by its tentacle, and flew backward, unable to help but yell, no way, why is this demon's defense so strong? Its disdainful voice rang out, kid, you think you can mess with me? You overestimate yourself. Another tentacle grabbed Wang Aihu and lifted him high, and he groaned inwardly. I'm done for. I've been caught. The octopus brought him in front of its face, opening its mouth wide and laughing. Human, do you want to be swallowed whole to die directly, or be slowly eaten, suffering for a few more days? Wang Aihu shouted loudly. If possible, I hope you don't eat me. It opened its mouth as wide as possible, bringing him closer, saying, that's impossible. You have deeply offended me. I can only eat you, to warn those who come later. Ye Qing stood in front of it, raising his hand to stop it. Wait, I have something to say. It frowned and opened its mouth wide. Why should I listen to you? You want to save him? No way, Ye Qing said with a cold hand. I don't want to save him. On the contrary, I want to kill him, Wang Aihu asked, confused. Huh, bro, what do you want to do? The octopus temporarily put him aside. It smiled and said, if you say so, I feel interested. Ye Qing raised his hands and asked, eating him like this has no flavor. How about I take care of him for you? Wang Aihu, who was being held, didn't understand and asked, what do you mean? It pouted, suspiciously asking, take care of him, do you mean what I'm thinking? Ye Qing, with a serious face, made, of course. This man's name is Wang Aihu. He doesn't wipe his butt, hasn't showered in 10 years. You'll easily get constipated eating such a smelly thing raw. Wang Aihu, who was being held by the tentacles, couldn't bear it and said, no, Ye Qing, I'm not that dirty. The octopus threw away the tentacle holding him, drinking water and saying, indeed humans, only fragrant girls are the most delicious, said. Try it, how do you want to deal with it? Ye Qing was startled and exclaimed, WTF, what are you? It opened its mouth wide and drooled and said, let him go into the lake to wash and take a bath. Ye Qing raised his hand to stop him and said, that won't work, that would drown him, and it wouldn't be delicious anymore. It raised Wang Aihu out of the water with a displeased face, shouting, what a pain, tell me quickly how you want to deal with it. Wang Aihu was lifted up and burst into tears. Damn it, I almost choked to death. Ye Qing stood still, raising his hands and slowly recounting, people like Wang Aihu are most suitable for a water sauce, a steamed dish, a braised dish. It threw him hard at Ye Qing and said, human, you have successfully attracted my interest. He was soaking wet, water dripping from his body into a puddle, raising his hand and shouting, Xixiang, run quickly! He looked at his pitiful appearance and said, don't talk, it's not time to run yet. Tentacles rose from the ground in all directions, surrounding the two of them. It chuckled, reminding them, I'm watching you closely now, so don't even think about running away. Obey me and take good care of me, and I'll reward you handsomely. Wang Aihu hugged his head, yelling as the tentacles squeezed him, damn it, this damn thing has surrounded us. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is troublesome. Who would have thought that this great demon would be so intelligent? Its voice urged, humans, let the performance begin. He pretended to be calm, tricking it. It's like this, I need to find some spices to make it palatable. Its eyebrows furrowed as it asked. Tell me what you want, and I'll find it for you, he calmly recited. Saskatchewan peppercorns, cinnamon bark, bay leaves, angelica root, cardamom. Silence filled the space, without a single sound. In the royal palace, Fang Yuanker stood before a large window, looking into the distance, worriedly saying, I wonder how Ye Qing and the others are doing. The national preceptor standing beside her said, Princess, don't wait any longer. If they could return within half an hour they would have. If they don't, then— Hearing this, she turned her head in shock and questioned, Shifu, what do you mean? Is retrieving the Hanhui grass extremely dangerous? She closed her eyes and replied, Very dangerous. 9 deaths and 1 life, she exclaimed in shock. What, Shifu? Why didn't you tell me sooner? If it was so dangerous, I wouldn't have let them go. She said indifferently, Princess, some things need others to do. A loud shout rang out from outside the door. The first prince has arrived. The two of them looked towards the door simultaneously, and she exclaimed in disbelief, What? The first prince has actually arrived? Fang Yuanker said with a serious face, Good, I'll go find him and ask him clearly. The national preceptor reached out to stop her, saying, Princess, you wait here first. I'll go out and take a look. In the azure sky, clouds drifted lazily, white wisps floating along. The first prince, leading General Pei and a group of soldiers, appeared. He looked at the national preceptor and asked, Maimei, I've come. Why haven't you come out to greet me? He saw her blocking his path, preventing him from proceeding, and said, First prince, the princess has just returned and is not feeling well. It's not convenient for her to receive guests. Hearing this, General Pei pointed at her and shouted, How dare you? Is the first prince a guest? Quickly tell the princess to come out. He raised his hand to stop him. National preceptor, if the princess is unwell, I should visit her even more. She raised her hand to block him. First prince, please stop. It's really inconvenient for the princess right now, he said calmly. National preceptor, by blocking me like this, aren't you preventing me from seeing my Huangmei? With that, he waved his hand and shouted, Get out of my way! She stood firm, yelling, First prince, this is the royal palace. How dare you attack? He struck a blow, sending her flying backwards, crashing into the wall. Only then did he say nonchalantly, The royal palace. This is also this prince's royal palace. A national preceptor like you really doesn't consider herself an outsider. Begging for a beating, she stood up and said, Despicable. This first prince's cultivation has increased quite a bit. General Pei drew his sword, leading the soldiers closer, threatening, If the national preceptor dares to resist, kill her directly. Fang Yuanker pushed open the door and stepped out, shouting, Stop! This princess is here. Don't even think about making things difficult for the national preceptor. In the blue sky, a cloud was gradually forming, slowly drifting forward. The giant octopus used its tentacles to throw the ingredients that Ye Qing had requested in front of him. Its voice rang out, Human, I've found all the spices you wanted for you. Wang Aihu scratched his head, saying, This great demon is really fast. He looked at his Shixiong's back, at a loss for words. Shixiong, can we still run out of here? He glanced at the tentacles and added, It's like this, I'm still missing a pot, bowls, a ladle, a wooden basin. The clouds gathered more and more on the blue sky, the clouds slowly drifting away. Before long, some time had passed. The giant octopus looked at the pot placed over the fire, drooling greedily. Human, I've prepared everything you need for you. Start already, I can't wait any longer. With that, it let out a loud laugh. Ye Qing looked at Wang Aihu and suggested, Wang Aihu, how about getting into the pot first? Tears streamed down his face, asking in disbelief, Shixiong, don't joke around, you really want to cook me? In the silent space, the clouds continued to drift lazily. On the other side, the first prince spread his arms, approaching Fang Yuanker, saying, Maimei, it's been a long time, she pointed at his face, questioning. Enough. No need to pretend to be polite with me. I'm asking you, did you send people to assassinate me? He smiled, admitting. That's right, she exclaimed in disbelief. You actually admitted it. Did you poison Father Emperor? His eyebrows furrowed, patting his chest. So what if I admit that I poisoned him? Tears welled up in her eyes, shouting, You actually admitted it? How can you shamelessly admit these things? The national preceptor behind her, holding a sword, said, Princess, don't talk to him anymore. Let's attack together. Today, we must kill him. General Pei drew his sword, leading a group of soldiers holding swords, shouting, How dare you? The world now must listen to the first prince. You're courting death. On the other side, Ye Qing was stroking his chin, lost in thought, saying, What to do? Can't run away, can't talk either. The giant octopus kept urging, Human, hurry up, I can't stand the hunger anymore. I want to eat or else I'll eat you first. In his heart he kept calling out, My trusty system. Think of a way. If you can't come up with a plan when I'm in trouble, I'm doomed. The system's voice responded,
Your system has no solution. A tentacle stabbed down towards him, but luckily he dodged in time. The monster's voice boomed. Hurry up! Are you deaf to my words? Wang Aihu frowned, looking at him, and asked, Senior brother, do you have a plan? He glanced at him and said, Don't rush me, I'm still thinking. Or should you go in the pot first? He jumped in fright, shouting, Senior brother, you really want to cook me? He slapped him on the head, scolding. Stop yapping. Get in there now. Stabilize that great demon. Otherwise it'll kill us directly.
The space was dyed purple, then gradually turned pale pink.
Wang Aihu sat in the boiling pot, looking at him, pacing back and forth, unable to resist, urging, Senior brother, think of something quickly, or I'll be cooked soon. The octopus, with a face full of impatience, said, Human, how long until I can eat delicacies? Ye Qing held up 2 fingers, smiling ingratiatingly, and said, Half an hour and it'll be ready. 1 person, 2 ways to eat it. It pouted and whined. I can't wait that long. I have to eat it in a quarter of an hour. If you're not done by then, I'll eat you too.
He broke out in a cold sweat, but still replied with a smile, As you wish, I guarantee it'll be cooked in a quarter of an hour.
In that quiet space there wasn't a sound. Feng Yuni clenched her fist, asking the first prince, Give me a reason. Why would you do this? The first prince clasped his hands behind his back, smiling as he asked, What do you think? Why would I do this?
She burst into tears, shouting, I don't know, I just don't understand why you would do something so beastly.
General Pacey furrowed his brow, yelling, Seize her! How dare she disrespect the first prince? Arrest her! He raised his hand to stop him and the soldiers from advancing,
saying with an interested look, Hold on, let her finish.
I'm very interested in talking to this little sister of mine.
She raised her sword, pointing it at him, shouting, Give me a reason. No, today I'll kill you, he said dismissively. There's no reason, and you can't kill me.
She said through tears, Brother, don't force me. I'll really kill you. Give me a reason, he smiled, urging. My good little sister, why don't you make your move? Her eyes closed tight. She charged forward, shouting, You're forcing me to do this.
The imperial advisor rushed forward, grabbed her sword arm, and stabbed forward, shouting, Princess, I'll help you kill this traitor. Her eyes widened. She screamed in horror.
What? Her face full of panic, she looked at the sword piercing his chest, stammering, Brother, why didn't you dodge? General Pacey, sword in hand, led the soldiers forward, yelling, Seeking death! Kill! Kill them all!
She unleashed a palm strike, sending him flying, disdainfully asking, Now that the first prince is dead, do you think I'm afraid of you lot? The first prince raised his hand to stop them, saying, Who said I was dead? Stop fighting. He anxiously looked at Ye Qing, asking, Everyone stop! Seeing this, the imperial advisor yelled, First prince, what tricks are you playing now? You're already like this. I don't believe you still have a chance to turn things around, the princess angrily said. Join me in killing him to avenge this, he sneered.
Turn things around? Did you think I needed to turn things around? The game has always been under my control.
She, shamed into anger, rushed forward with a palm strike, shouting, Stop faking your death.
He unleashed a palm strike, hitting her. I told you, get out of my way! She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying backward.
Feng Yuni reached out to support her, anxiously asking, Master, are you all right? The imperial advisor, confused, asked, I'm all right, but the first prince isn't injured at all. What's going on? She stood up straight, looking at him, saying, It's good you're not dead. Then today I'll get to the bottom of this, first prince. Is it because of the throne that you wanted to kill me? He casually replied, If you say so, then it must be. She excitedly pounded her chest, shouting, But I never wanted to fight you for this position. Moreover, Father Emperor also wanted to give this position to you. Why were you in such a hurry?
His expression was indifferent as he said, Can't help it. I'm an impatient person.
Feng Yuni angrily shouted, Brother, you're being so dismissive I can't talk to you. The first prince calmly replied, If you don't want to talk, then don't. Someone, seize the imperial advisor for me. The imperial advisor, face twisted in ferocity, shouted, How dare you? I am the imperial advisor, except on the orders of the emperor who dares to arrest me.
General Peng gestured, the soldiers stepping forward, saying, We certainly dare. If you dare to resist, kill her. Time passed quickly. The space was eerily quiet.
Elsewhere, Wang Aihu, face covered in sweat, sat in a large steaming pot, saying, Senior brother still hasn't thought of a way. It's so hot, I'm about to be cooked. Ye Qing paced back and forth nearby, replying, Almost, almost, don't rush. He rested his hand on his chin, closing his eyes, mentally bargaining.
Oh, great system. Even if there isn't a way, you have to come up with one for me. If you can think of a way, I'll take you to the pleasure house, to listen to 3 songs. The system's voice immediately replied, Your components have heard, and are instantly invigorated. The system's voice continued,
Dude's kidneys are straight up radiating emperor vibes, his dantian's about to explode from hype, and his brainstorming solutions. Zhu Feng's face is all scrunched up, muttering under his breath, Seriously, you guys suddenly got energy, now. Dead silence in the area. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the royal palace, the imperial advisor, face twisted with cruelty, swats away approaching soldiers, yelling, "You think you're worthy to arrest this imperial advisor?" The first prince barges in and slams a palm strike into her chest, shouting, "What about this prince, huh?" She coughs up a mouthful of blood, screaming, "Piaft, first prince! Are you plotting a rebellion? How dare you?" The first prince lunges forward, roaring, "What do you think I'm doing, Dai?" Fang Yunyer throws her arms out to stop him, yelling, "Stop! Stop it!" The first prince's rage is off the charts. "Get out of my way!" She looks up at him, pleading. I won't let you kill my master." He glares down at her, threatening. "Then I'll kill you too." Unyielding, she yells back, "Go ahead and try. You think I'm scared of you?" He raises his hand, palm ready, screaming, "You asked for it, I'll grant your wish." She closes her eyes, feeling his hand getting closer, thinking miserably, "Is this how I die? Is this really the brother I knew? Why is he so cold, so ruthless?" But the strike never lands. She cautiously cracks open her eyes. She sees the first prince's back. As he walks away, she yells, "I'm not dead. You didn't kill me." Without turning around, he says, "Killing you would be so boring. Let's play this out a little longer. It'll be fun." She refuses to give up, shouting, "Stop right there. Explain yourself before you leave. You owe me an explanation." General Penny steps forward, blocking her path, warning, "Princess, please." The first prince's patience is wearing thin. The first prince turns his head, his expression unreadable, and says, "I'll be back in 3 days. That's when I become emperor, and that's when I give you your answer." Time flies, and soon 3 days have passed. The imperial advisor stands behind Fang Yunyer, looking grim, saying, "Princess, it seems the first prince's true colors are showing. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing." She doesn't know what to do, asking her master, "What should we do now?" Looking calm, but deep in thought, the imperial advisor says, "Right now, the only person who can stop the first prince is the emperor. But the first prince controls the entire imperial city." Fang Yunxi says worriedly, "It's been days, and Ye Qing and the others still aren't back." Elsewhere, far from the palace, the octopus is getting impatient, yelling, "Hey kid, time's up. Is my food ready yet?" Ye Qing is huddled by the fire, and on hearing the octopus quietly asks, "Are my ahem parts ready?" At that, the system voice responds quickly, "The ahem parts are in progress, but some time is needed." Ye Qing, looking despairing, says, troubled, "There is no more time. I'm gonna die." The octopus raises a tentacle towards Ye Qing, saying, "Kid, silence equals no. Whatever. I will endure a little more, and eat you first." Shocked, Ye Qing turns to look at the octopus, and exclaims, "Huh." Wang Aihu quickly jumps out of the pot, causing the pot to spill, splashing everywhere, and the campfire to go all over the place, cursing loudly. "I can't take it anymore. I am burning to death," the monster asks, surprised. "Huh, you are not dead." And frolicking around, Wang Aihu draws the blue saber, saying, "Senior brother, we're going to die either way. Let's fight this monster." Ai Yi also clenches the sword, responding, "That is all we can do." The tentacles rush forward from every direction. The red octopus's voice can be heard. "Looking for death? I'll let you taste the cruelest death there is. I'll let you die without a burial place." The system speaks up at this moment. "Your ahem parts, after much deliberation, finally has a way to deal with this great demon. Will you use it?" The corner of Ye Qing's lip lifts slightly, smiling. "Finally, use it." Flames quickly spread all over his body. Ye Qing is shocked, asking, "What is going on? Why am I on fire?" Wang Aihu is behind him, and quickly says, "Senior brother Ye, you're on fire." Ye Qing turns around, wide-eyed, and exclaims, "Damn it, I know, no need to tell me." Suddenly he turns his head and sees that the monster's tentacles that touch the fire are being severed, and is surprised. "Huh." The giant octopus looks at his severed tentacles, incredulous, and exclaims, "How is this possible? How could this little human hurt me?" The system speaks into Ye Qing's ear. "Currently, your ahem parts are risking fatigue, giving you control over the elements, while transforming into an elemental body, the element of fire, not burned or hurt, specializing in restraining aquatic life forms." Ye Qing, covered in flames, understands. "So that's how it is. Well then, let's do this." He quickly swings his sword and slashes the tentacles. The monster's voice rings out, exclaiming, "Tiny humans who do not know the immensity of the heavens, I'll beat you to death." Ye Qing retorts without hesitation, "Tiny monster, you don't know how awesome your grandpa is. Perish." Wang Aihu, standing nearby, clenches his fist, laughing, "Bao Ye Shixiong is awesome. Let's show it who's boss." That octopus quickly launched its tentacles towards him, shouting, "I don't believe it.
I have a tentacle. I don't believe you can chop them all off. He quickly charged towards the pile of tentacles, slashing wildly in all directions, chopping off all the tentacles, and said, "Then you can try. I'll chop off all your tentacles. Chop you into oblivion." The giant octopus looked at its severed tentacles in disbelief, shouting, "How can this be? How can this be? My tentacles are all chopped off." Ye Qing, his whole body ablaze, landed on the ground, laughing loudly. Wang Aihu, his face full of joy, shouted, "Ye Qingba, you're my idol. You never let me down." Ye Qing, his whole body engulfed in flames, raised his sword straight ahead, shouting, "You big lug! What do you have to say now? Surrender?" The giant red octopus was terrified by the flames on the human's body, gnashing its teeth and saying, "You think you've won now?" It opened its mouth wide, spitting out a blast of icy aura towards him, saying, "I still have my strongest killer move. Die!" He couldn't believe it, shouting, "What?" Watching Ye Qing turn into a huge block of ice, Wang Aihu's surprised voice rang out. "What? Ye Qingba is frozen? Ye Qingba, are you okay?" The giant octopus, with its severed tentacles bulging with veins, laughed loudly, shouting, "Kid, you thought a true form could handle 2 moves against me? What? Aren't you frozen by me?" Then it burst out laughing. Small cracks appeared in the ice. Ye Qing inside slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, letting out a loud laugh. His whole body burst into flames, shattering the ice, shouting, "You wish?" Its face was ugly, questioning in disbelief. "What? You're actually okay? How did you do it?" He held his sword and rushed closer to it, asking, "Wanna know? After you die, I'll burn it for you." Watching him approach, it was sweating bullets, panicking, and turning to crawl towards the water, saying, "No way, quick! This brat is too weird." Wang Aihu pointed forward, calling out to remind, "Ye Qingba, it wants to run into the lake. Absolutely, don't let it enter the water, otherwise it will be very difficult to deal with." Hearing this, he opened his mouth to inquire, "Not good. That great demon wants to enter the water. What do you guys have?" The system's sound rang out, replacing the mechanisms to respond. "Your mechanisms are ready. One full force move." Hearing this, a sword appeared, and the power instantly transformed into a fire monster rushing forward. He shouted, "Good answer!" Mobilizing the fire element throughout his body, a full force move. The octopus was engulfed by that power. It let out a miserable plea. "No, save me, I was wrong, hero, spare me." Ye Qing collapsed to the ground, and the sword also fell from his hand. He breathed heavily, huff huff, finally dead. This great demon was too hard to deal with. Wang Aihu quickly ran over to support him as he fell. He said in a panic, "Ye Qingba, are you okay? Why did you fall?" Supported by him, he replied tiredly, "I'm okay, just too tired." The system sound rang out at this moment. "Your mechanisms use too much force. Please replenish energy, otherwise there is a risk of depletion." Ye Qing, his face haggard, turned to look at him, instructing, Quickly find me some food." Hearing this, he asked doubtfully, Ye Qingba, where is there any food here?" He pointed to the octopus that had been dealt with, saying, "Its tentacles look pretty good. Grill them for me," he suddenly realized, slapping his hand and replying, "That's right, there's already food available." The space was submerged in a dark, purplish-black color. That purple gradually faded away. Feng Yunye stood upright, worriedly saying, "I wonder if Ye Qingba and the others have encountered any accidents." The national teacher standing behind blamed himself. "Princess, it's all my fault. I was worried about the safety of the emperor, that I let them go on an adventure." She lowered her head and blamed herself, saying, "It's not your fault. I'm the one who harmed them, Ye Qingba. You must survive." On the vast blue sky, clouds were gradually forming. They were getting bigger and bigger. Wang Aihu looked at the grilled pieces of tentacles, smiling and saying, "Not gonna lie, these tentacles smell pretty good. My mouth is watering before I even eat them." Ye Qing, his eyes shining brightly, looked at it, urging, "Quickly give me a skewer so I can try it." As soon as he took a bite, the system sound rang out. "Your mechanisms are frantically absorbing spiritual energy, have completely recovered, your stomach feels very satisfied." He praised endlessly while eating. "So delicious, I feel the spiritual energy throughout my body is surging." He worriedly raised his hand to dissuade. "Ye Qingba, don't eat anymore. You've already eaten several hundred pounds, that's several times your own weight in food." In his heart, he thought anxiously, what is Qingba's stomach made of? He can eat too much. He stood up, rubbing his stomach, asking doubtfully, "Really? Have I really eaten that much? I still don't feel full." He stood behind him, reminding, "Qingba, don't forget the main task." He stepped forward, looking around, asking, "That's right, we still need to find Hanhui grass, but I don't see Hanhui grass anywhere." He pointed towards the lake, asking, "Could it be in the lake?" Ye Qing heard this and looked at him, saying, "Maybe, let's go take a look." He asked in surprise, Me?" He handed him a pat on the back and said, Stop talking nonsense, go now, I ate too much so it's not convenient for me to go into the water. He immediately jumped into the water but didn't forget to remind him, Ye Qingba, please watch over me, what if there's still some great demon in there? He stood up straight, arms crossed, and assured, don't worry, with me here nothing will happen. White clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky. On the blue sky appeared a green patch of forest. Time passed quickly. After a while, Ye Qing crossed his arms and pondered, I didn't expect finding the Hanhui grass to be so dangerous. If it's so dangerous, why did the national preceptor still ask us to come? Isn't she afraid the princess will blame her? Suddenly, Wang Aihu emerged from the water, waving his hand and shouting, Ye Qingba, I'm back! He looked at him and asked, Did you find anything? He stepped ashore, pointed at the lake, and replied, Qingba, the Hanhui grass is indeed down there. Besides the Hanhui grass, I also found something good down there, Ye Qing asked curiously upon hearing this. What good stuff? He reached out and pulled him towards the lake, saying, Let's go, Ye Qingba, you'll know once we go down there. Under the water were pale green patches of grass that swayed with the water, gradually tinging the water with a pale blue color. Ye Qing looked at the palace at the bottom of the water and exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect there to be a palace at the bottom of the lake. He walked in front, leading the way, and said, Qingba, there's good stuff inside. He looked at the piles of jewels in front of him and said, Awesome, this great demon's accumulated wealth of hundreds of years is all here. Wang Aihu held a long sword in his hand and introduced, Qingba, this is the gang sword. Only direct disciples of the Qingyun Sect can use it. It's good stuff. Then he raised a bottle of elixirs and said, There's also Bu Ling Dan, a high-level elixir. If your spiritual power is exhausted, one pill can restore you to full strength. He stood with his hands on his hips and said, Stop talking. Pack it all up and take it away. The underwater space gradually quieted down, with only a few small bubbles appearing from time to time. Wang Aihu threw a small bag toward him and said, Qingba, I've packed everything up and put it in the storage bag. Ye Qing reached out to catch it, but still asked with doubt, Where's the Hanhui grass? Why can't I see it? He waved his hand, leading the way, and said, Qingba, follow me, it's over here. He led him to a large pit, inside which lay a purple flower. He exclaimed in surprise, This is the Hanhui grass. As expected, it's extraordinary. This spiritual power fluctuation is very unusual. He pointed at the bundle and said, Qingba, this is a high-level elixir. I have a suggestion. His voice full of doubt, he asked, What suggestion? Wang Aihu reached out and grabbed the Hanhui grass. This Hanhui grass is extremely precious, Ye Qing replied. In my opinion, we risked our lives to get it, so why should we give it to some emperor to treat his illness? We should just take it back to the sect. Wang Aihu slapped him hard on the face. Bao Tui said so, but don't say it next time. He didn't stop, continuing. No, Qingba, think about it. That old hag national preceptor almost killed us, and we're still risking our lives for them. Ye Qing crossed his arms, sighed, and said, Now that things have come to this, we can only give face to our fellow disciple, the princess, and help her. Upon hearing this, he gave him a thumbs up, praising, Ye Qingba, you truly have a kind and reliable bodhisattva heart. Ye Qing quickly turned to leave, saying, Stop talking nonsense. Let's go back and give the Hanhui grass to the princess, then we'll go straight back to the sect. Wang Aihu held the Hanhui grass in his hand and quickly followed. In the azure sky, the clouds drifted away, becoming thicker and thicker as they rose higher. Elsewhere in the palace, Fang Yunge stood in the courtyard, looking up at the sky, saying, It's getting late. It's been so long, Ye Qingba, I'm afraid. Suddenly Ye Qing's voice rang out, Princess. She couldn't believe it and asked, Ye Qing's voice, am I hearing things? Ye Qing quickly appeared in her sight, saying, Princess, we're back. Wang Aihu, holding the Hanhui grass, also quickly landed, saying, This trip wasn't easy, we almost died out there. She saw him, and excitedly threw herself into his arms, saying, It's Ye Qingba, it's really Ye Qingba, you're not dead, Ye Qing awkwardly exclaimed. This hug isn't very appropriate. She looked up, her face full of tears, and recounted, Ye Qingba, I thought you were dead. Then she burst into tears. Ye Qing reached out and pinched her cheek, comforting her. Okay, stop crying, we brought back the Hanhui grass. Fang Yunge heard this, and happily ran towards the room, shouting, Great, I'll go tell my master the good news, she'll be very happy. Ye Qing stood straight, watching her receding figure. The national preceptor heard her and was startled, asking in doubt, What? They survived and came back? She quickly replied, Not only did they survive, but they also brought back the Hanhui grass. She heard this, and her face was full of smiles, saying, Very good, very good. They are the great heroes of our dynasty. The emperor is saved. I'll take them over there now. In this quiet space, a deep blue color is gradually taking over, fading away.
Gradually turning white, all four of them appeared in the emperor's room. Ye Qing handed the Han Hui grass to the national preceptor, saying, "National preceptor, this is the Han Hui grass. Give it to the emperor." She clutched it tightly in her hand, her expression unclear, saying, "It's the Han Hui grass. Moreover, it's top-quality Han Hui grass. I'll save the emperor now." Fang Yunye looked at him and smiled, saying, "Ye Qingage, you've done a great service this time. When father wakes up later, I'll ask for a reward for you." "What do you want?" Wang Aihu, his face flushed red, rubbed his hands and replied, "I want a beautiful young lady." Ye Qing reached out and pushed him aside, saying, "Step aside, no one asked you." The princess heard this, and asked suspiciously, "Huh? Is it that urgent?" He heard her question, spread his hands, and replied casually, "It can't not be urgent. Your kingdom has too many conspiracies. We almost died out there." Her eyes filled with tears, she said, "I'm sorry." Ye Qing reached out to chase Wang Aihu out, his face annoyed.
"Why do you keep interrupting? Shut your mouth and stand aside for me." Wang Aihu heard this, covered his head, glanced at him, and muttered a sentence. "Isn't it all the truth?" Ye Qing looked at Fang Yunye and smiled, saying, "Princess, let's not talk about other things now. Let's treat the emperor first." She heard this and replied, "Okay." The national preceptor stood in front of the emperor's bed and began to chant incantations. Xuan Guang, Great Earth, appear to question the spirits. Urgent, urgent, as the law commands. Go heal the emperor immediately. The flower-carrying tree, with a surge of spiritual energy, flew straight into the emperor lying on the bed. She asked with concern, "Master, how is father emperor?" The master glanced at her and replied, "Having used Han Hui herb, in less than an incense stick's time, the emperor will wake up." Hearing this, she looked delighted and said, "That's great." A solemn voice rang out, interrupting, saying, "But now is not the time to be happy. Everyone be careful and stay on guard." She hesitated and asked, "Does master mean the eldest prince will come?" Her master glanced at her, saying, "Not sure, but we must be prepared." The national preceptor turned around, clasped her hands towards Ye Qing, and pleaded, "You too. This national preceptor has a presumptuous request. Please stay and wait for the emperor to wake up." Hearing this, Ye Qing calmly refused. "Well, to be honest, we want to leave already." The national preceptor stepped towards him, intending to kneel down, saying, "For the great cause of our dynasty, I kneel before you too." Ye Qing reached out to support the national preceptor, exclaiming, "National preceptor, this is not right. You are the princess's master. How can you kneel before us?" The national preceptor looked at him intently, exclaiming, "If you two do not agree, I will." Ye Qing raised his hand to his forehead, finally compromising. "We agree." The national preceptor stood up and walked out the door. Wang Aihu peeked his head in from outside the door, shouting, "Not again! Ye Shixiong, do you still want to wade into this muddy water? Didn't we say we were leaving?" Hearing him say that, Ye Qing got annoyed, cursing in his heart, "This guy, I really want to kick him." "Send him flying," Ye Qing angrily yelled. "Get out of my sight. Shut your mouth and don't talk to me." The national preceptor clasped her hands, bowed, and said sincerely, "Ye Qing, valiant hero, our dynasty will remember this kindness in our hearts, and will surely repay it in the future." In the quiet, gray space, small, faint white lights suddenly appeared. The eldest prince was sitting on a high chair, taking a sip of wine, and lamenting, "I, as the eldest prince of the dynasty, was born with everything, but I cannot control everything. Therefore, in this world, even the things I want to be the sole arbiter of, let them end." A pair of panicked feet ran in, accompanied by urgent cries, "Eldest prince! Eldest prince! Something bad! Something bad!" Sitting on the high chair, he asked with dissatisfaction, "What's the panic? Speak slowly." General Pei stood before him and reported, "The two people the princess brought back have returned to the palace, and even brought back the Han Hui herb." Hearing this, he was shocked, and crushed the glass in his hand, shouting, "What? Is the news reliable?" General Pacey clasped his hands and said, "The source of the information is reliable. We have at least 5 intelligence reports confirming this news." The eldest prince couldn't sit still, leading the way as he flew forward, shouting, "Go! Immediately go to the palace! No matter what, stop them! Save the emperor!" In the clear blue sky, white clouds were slowly drifting. Looking closer, one could see the high mountains in the distance. In the emperor's chamber, Fang Yunxie stood before the bed, anxiously asking, "Master, why hasn't Father Emperor woken up yet?" The national preceptor stood beside her, comforting, "Princess, don't worry. With the Han Hui herb, the emperor will definitely wake up." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out outside, "The eldest prince is here!" The national preceptor was startled, turned her head, and exclaimed, "Damn it! The eldest prince actually came at this time." Fang Yunye glanced outside in surprise, saying, "Let's go out. No matter what, we must stop the eldest prince from entering here." The eldest prince led a large number of soldiers, looking at the group of national preceptor, and asked, "Did you guys give the emperor Han Hui herb already?" Fang Yunye, hearing the question, quickly replied, "So what if we did?" The eldest prince, waiting for Father Emperor to wake up will. Wang Aihu beside him whispered, "The eldest prince is here. Looks like he doesn't have good intentions." Ye Qing crossed his arms before his chest, gently saying, "If we can fight, we'll fight. If we can't fight, we'll run." The eldest prince furrowed his brows, giving the order, "Men, charge in." Fang Yunhe frowned, shouting, "I think you're crazy." "How dare you?" General Pedi led a group of soldiers, raising his sword and charging forward, shouting, "Princess, don't stand in our way, or this general will not be polite." She swung her sword, slashing at the soldiers, cursing, "You dog slaves, I'll kill you." The soldier who was struck cried out, "Ouch, my ass!" He raised his broadsword high, slashing towards her, yelling, stubbornly seeking death. Fang Yunke, seeing the broadsword right before her eyes, secretly cried out, "This is bad, I can't dodge in time." Ye Qing appeared in front of her, delivering a slap with spiritual energy, sending the soldier flying far away, saying, "Get lost! Can't you see this great master is here?" The soldier was furious, covering his face with his hand, cursing loudly, "Damn it! A lowly commoner dares to attack this general. I must chop you into pieces." Wang Aihu appeared behind him, kicking him hard in the back, shouting loudly, "Your mama, your second great master is here." General Pengi, repeatedly humiliated, couldn't endure it any longer, shouting, "This is too much bullying, men. Bring all 10,000 imperial guards here for me. Hack them to death." The eldest prince, seeing the princess standing in front blocking the way, shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." She didn't listen, spreading her arms out, saying, "It's fine if you want me to get out of the way. Step over my dead body." He quickly flew forward, saying, "You're still as stubborn as ever." The national teacher stood in front of her, blocking the way, and said, "How dare you? Does the first prince want to rebel?" His voice rang out, "Old witch, you deserve to die the most." She raised her hands into claws, saying, "You think this national teacher is afraid of you? Today, it ends." He struck her stomach with a palm, shouting, "Die!" Feng Yungaker reached out to support her, asking, "Master, are you all right?" She closed her eyes and said, "I'm fine, princess. No matter what, we must stall until the emperor wakes up. Once the emperor wakes up, everything will be resolved." She looked at him suspiciously, asking, "First prince, why are you so powerful now? What is your cultivation level, exactly?" He laughed loudly, stepping forward, saying, "My cultivation is enough to suppress you all. Surrender." The national teacher glanced behind her, saying, "Princess, the first prince is using a secret technique to burn his lifespan, forcibly increasing his strength." Hearing this, she was shocked, shouting, "What? He's really gone mad! Burning his lifespan for this position." Wang Aihu looked at General Pei and the soldiers aiming their swords at him, saying, "Shixiong, maybe we should retreat. Who can withstand this? There are so many of them." Ye Qing stood beside him, comforting, "Don't panic, watch and see." He laughed loudly, pointing at the two of them, yelling, "If you two don't surrender, we'll shoot you full of holes." Wang Aihu crossed his arms, disdainfully replying, "Don't spout nonsense, you think we're scared." General Pei angrily shouted, "Men! Shoot them dead!" He saw Ye Qing and Wang Aihu rushing in front of him and yelled, "Why are you coming in front of me?" Ye Qing smiled and said, "All right then, let's go together. If you want to be shot full of holes, we'll be shot full of holes together." He was furious, raising his broadsword, shouting, "Damn it! You guys have no martial ethics?" A soldier glanced at his comrade beside him, asking, "Should we still shoot?" The one next to him hesitated and replied, "Shooting now might accidentally send General Penny to heaven. Better not." Not far away, the first prince unleashed a move, knocking the national teacher away, then shouted, "Die!" Fang Yunye anxiously ran over, crying out, "Shifu." She reached out to look at her, instructing from behind, "Princess, you must stop him. The emperor will wake up soon." He jumped into the river, shouting loudly, "No one can stop what this prince wants to do. No one can stop me." She stood straight, spreading her arms to block the way, saying, "Stop, first prince, stop for me." He looked at her, shouting, "Get out of the way. Don't think I won't kill you." She looked at him, loudly pleading, "First prince, turn back. You've done too many wrong things already. You're not the same brother you used to be." From within the emperor's room, a golden ray of light appeared. Seeing this, the national teacher happily shouted, "Great! This is a sign that the emperor is about to wake up." The first prince pushed Fang Yunye aside with one hand, shouting, "Get out of my way!" She still didn't forget to shout, "Stop him!" Ye Qing rushed from behind, shouting, "First prince, stop!" He swung his sword at Ye Qing, shouting, "It's you guys who ruined my good plan. Get lost." Wang Aihu reached out to support Ye Qing, worriedly asking, "Ye Shixiong, are you all right?" Ye Qing softly replied, "I'm fine. The first prince's power is so profound, it's probably as easy as flipping his hand for him to kill us." Hearing this, Wang Aihu immediately turned and ran away, saying, "It's so dangerous, let's run." Ye Qing reached out and grabbed his clothes, pulling him back, scolding, "Run your head, stop!" The first prince pushed the door open and rushed into the room, shouting,
He won't wake. Seeing this, Qingyun cried out, "No, Father Emperor, First Prince, you dare!" The national teacher also exclaimed in panic, "Emperor." Suddenly, the first prince flew backward out of the room and into the courtyard. The emperor appeared at the door, with his hands clasped behind his back, shouting, "Rebellious son, you are so audacious." Seeing this, the first prince gritted his teeth and shouted, "What? You're awake?" "Damn it," Qingyun cried out with tears in her eyes, "Father Emperor." The national teacher also happily said, "Great, the emperor has finally woken up unharmed." The soldiers hesitated, looking at each other, asking, "Who do we listen to now?" Another soldier glanced back, saying, "How would I know what to do?" Someone else shouted, "What now? The emperor is awake." She looked at the emperor with concern, asking, "Father Emperor, how is your health?" He reached out his hand, saying, "Father Emperor is fine. Step back first. I will kill this rebellious son." Wang Aihu sighed in relief, saying, "Too dangerous. This emperor has finally woken up." Ye Qing stood beside him, saying, "Observe the situation first." The emperor raised his hand, pretending to be benevolent, saying, "Rebellious son, if you kneel down and surrender now, I will grant you a whole corpse." Hearing this, the first prince laughed disdainfully, saying, "Don't waste your breath, let's see if you have that ability." The emperor struck a palm toward him, shouting, "Insolent, I will kill you." He was not afraid at all, raising his hand to meet the attack, saying, "Based on you alone." The old geezer retracted his hand and praised, "Your cultivation has increased rapidly." Ye Qing also withdrew his palm and replied with a smile, "Same to you, your progress isn't slow either." The emperor glared at the soldiers, yelling, "What are you doing?" The soldiers immediately threw down their weapons and knelt down, begging, "Your Majesty, please forgive us. We, your servants, know nothing. Your Majesty, spare our lives." General Pei kicked a soldier hard, shouting, "You bastards! All of you, get up! Don't forget you are soldiers of the first prince." The old geezer gathered his strength and flew over, shouting, "Stubborn, die!" He swung his sword, striking hard at the old geezer, saying, "In my heart, only the first prince is worthy of being emperor. Die!" The emperor punched General Petit in the stomach, resulting in a splurted sound. He cried out in disbelief, "What is this?" The old geezer quickly grabbed his neck, gathering his power, sucking him dry, then saying, "This emperor is still weak, so I'll use you, traitor, to replenish myself." He struggled, crying for help. "Ah, save me," Wang Aihu, seeing this, asked with a grim face. "This fake emperor is actually sucking General Pain dry." Ye Qing, standing next to him, added, "That's why we observe first and then adapt." The first prince rushed over, raising his fist to punch the old geezer, saying, "Today I must kill you, you old dog." The old geezer also raised his fist to block, saying, "Little brat, you're still too green." Qingyun pointed at the old geezer, asking, "National teacher, master, what cultivation technique is father practicing? Why haven't I seen it before?" She looked at her and replied, "The emperor received guidance from an expert and learned this immortal technique." The old geezer unleashed a surge of red power, blasting him away, and said, "Die! You think you can kill me based on just that?" Wang Aihu, seeing this, said, "Looks like the first prince is out of chances," he continued, arms crossed. "Let's keep watching." The old geezer raised his sword, stepping toward him, shouting, "You rebellious son, now you shall die." Ye Qing opened a porcelain bottle and threw 2 pills into the first prince's mouth, exclaiming, "How could I die so easily? If I die, I'll take you with me." The first prince, carrying immense power, flew quickly toward the old geezer, laughing loudly, shouting, "The feeling of power is truly too magical." The emperor was startled, asking, "Rebellious son, what did you eat again? Your cultivation actually increased so quickly." The first prince, with a punch carrying mighty power, sent the old geezer flying. The old geezer cried out in disbelief, "What?" The first prince punched hard, saying, "Damn old man, go die." The national teacher reached out to support the old geezer, asking, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Qingyun also reached out to support the other side, asking, "Father, are you all right?" The old geezer replied, "I'm fine, get out of the way." The emperor quickly rushed forward, shouting, "This emperor doesn't believe it, I'm not a match for this rebellious son." Next, the first prince swung his hand, knocking away the old geezer's weapon, saying, "Old man, I said you can't, so you just can't." The old geezer cried out in pain. Ugh, puffed. The old geezer clutched his chest, cursing, "Damn it, how did this rebellious son become so powerful?" The first prince, standing not far away, said, "Now you shall die." Qingyun rushed forward, spreading her arms in front of the old geezer, shouting, "Stop, first prince, have you gone mad? You're killing your own father." The first prince stepped forward, saying, "Get out of the way," she shouted. "I won't." Still that same line, "Step over my dead body." Wang Aihu, standing from afar, stroked his chin, saying, "What to do? The princess is being stubborn again." Ye Qing,
arms crossed, calmly replied, "Observe and adapt, immovable as a mountain." The old geezer unhappily said, "Ugh, that line again, senior brother. Do you even care about the development of the situation?" Ye Qing pointed a finger to the sky, saying, "If nothing unexpected happens, a good show is about to begin." The emperor turned his head to look at the national teacher, asking, "National teacher, is there another way?" She raised her hand, saying, "There's no other way. This first prince is too heaven-defying." The old geezer raised his hand, grabbing forward, shouting, "If that's the case, this emperor will play a big game. Come here for me." The first prince instead raised his hand, rushing forward, shouting, "Junker, be careful! Quick, get out of the way!" She turned her head in surprise, crying, "What?" The emperor grabbed her neck. Raising her high, she reached out to grasp the hand, squeezing her, asking, "Father, what are you doing?" The old geezer said indifferently, "Daughter, don't blame your father. This is your fate." Wang Aihu's eyebrows furrowed, confused. "What is this? I don't understand anything. Why did the emperor suddenly attack the princess?" Ye Qing, seeing this, understood, saying, "So that's how it is." The first prince angrily shouted, "Release the princess, otherwise I will kill you." The old geezer laughed loudly, saying, "First prince, where do you get the courage to say these words? Absorbing Yunxinger's bloodline power, this emperor's power will increase tenfold." Fang Yunhe reached out to grab the hand squeezing her neck, unhappily asking, "What? Increase power, father? What are you actually doing?" The old geezer looked at her calmly, saying, "Daughter, don't you understand? In reality, you've always been a human-shaped tonic, nurtured by your father." She squinted her eyes, saying, "A human-shaped tonic." Then the first prince, the national teacher, smiled, explaining, "The first prince, in order to save you, poisoned the emperor. That's why he rebelled." With tears in her eyes, she looked at the woman and asked, "Then what about you, master?" The woman laughed from afar and replied, "Of course I'm going to trick the emperor into completing his divine skill and achieving eternal immortality. Don't blame me, princess." The first prince looked at her and explained softly, "Yungir, the reason I sent people to assassinate you was actually to force you to come back, to keep you from coming here. I didn't expect you to still come." Hearing this, she burst into tears and said, "Why did it turn out like this?" Wang Aihu asked in disbelief, "My dog eyes are blind. How could things develop like this?" He hugged his chest and said, "I felt like something was off, so this is the truth." A ring of red energy quickly enveloped the emperor and Feng Yunye. The old man laughed and said, "Now Yunye, use your life to satisfy your father." She let out a painful cry. "Ah!" The first prince quickly rushed forward and shouted, "How dare you, you beast! I'll kill you!" The emperor tossed Feng Yunguer's body to the ground and laughed loudly, shouting, "Success! It's a success!" He reached out and hugged her, asking softly, "Yunner, how are you? You can't die." Her face was turning purple as she said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I always misunderstood you. It turns out you were always protecting me." He reached out and held her tightly, saying, "Don't say any more, I won't let you die." Her voice rang out, "Brother, leave quickly, father is crazy." The emperor clenched his hands, and the red energy surged out. He laughed loudly, saying, "Power! This is the feeling of invincible power. Now this emperor controls the universe." The national teacher knelt on the ground. Congratulations to the emperor on completing his divine skill. From now on he will not fear any power. May our dynasty last for 10,000 generations. The old man turned his head and looked at her, saying, "National teacher, you deserve half the credit. You told this emperor that he could devour his own clan, and this emperor will not mistreat you." She clasped her hands and smiled, saying, "Thank you, emperor. Shouldn't the emperor resolve the immediate problem?" Ye Qing looked at her and said, "See, this national teacher is the most evil." Wang Aihu next to him agreed. Indeed, she was the one who told us to go to our deaths, to find the Han Hui herb. The old man looked at the first prince and shouted, "That's right, this rebellious son, you deserve to die." He threw Feng Yunye towards Ye Qing and Wang Aihu, saying, "Take care of the princess for me." He reached out to catch her and asked with concern, "Princess, are you all right?" She lay in his arms and asked, "Ye Qing Gage, am I very stupid?" Wang Aihu replied without hesitation, "Indeed, you're not very smart, so easily seduced by your evil master." Hearing this, he angrily scolded, "Get lost! You're the only one who's talkative." He looked at her and gently advised, "Princess, don't say any more. I'll take you back to the sect. Maybe the Qingyun Sect will have a way to save you." She closed her eyes and said, "It's useless. I can't live any longer." The first prince rushed towards the old man, shouting, "Beast, die for me!" The old man punched him hard in the stomach, shouting, "Rebellious son! You only have this little bit of skill, yet you dare to be arrogant with this emperor. The one who deserves to die is you." The emperor looked at him, clutching his chest and sitting on the ground, saying, "What other tricks do you have? Just bring them out. This emperor is invincible." The first prince clutched his chest with one hand and began to use a forbidden technique, shouting, "Burn all my lifespan, forbidden technique fully activated." The national teacher stood behind him, pointing and shouting, "Emperor, the first prince is crazy. He's burning himself, trying to drag you down with him." The old man's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he shouted, "Rebellious son! You really are a rebellious son. I'll kill you." The first prince was enveloped in golden light, striking towards the old man, shouting, "You think you're very powerful. You're nothing." The old man cried out in disbelief. What forbidden technique are you cultivating? How is it even more powerful than me?" He reached out and grabbed the old man's neck, causing him to spit out fresh blood, saying, "You die first. If you want to know, wait until you die and I'll burn it for you." The old man cried out in disbelief. "What? Impossible?" He threw the old man hard to the ground, saying disdainfully, "Beast, this is your retribution. You are not worthy to be the emperor, to be a father." Seeing this, the national teacher cried out, "What? The emperor is dead. Impossible. How could the emperor die? Something must be wrong." The first prince approached step by step, saying, "Little sister, I've come to save you." Hearing this, Qingyun Sect refused. "No, brother, I don't need you to save me. I want you to be safe." He touched her head, saying, "Be good, don't talk." She looked up at him, shouting, "Brother." He placed one hand on her chest and the other on her head, beginning to cast a forbidden technique, saying, "Burn my blood, burn my bones, burn my skin, burn everything of mine. I will transform into pure power. Forbidden technique, activate." She cried out in horror, "Brother, no, brother, stop." His face gradually turned gray, and he said softly, "Yunder, you'll get better soon. I said I would protect you." Ye Qing looked at the scene before him and said, "The affairs of the world are impermanent. The affairs of the world are unpredictable." That is what this is talking about. Wang Aihu behind him sighed. This first prince is truly a man of loyalty and righteousness. The sound of a sword entering flesh rang out, "Prift!" The first prince looked in surprise at the sword piercing through his chest, shouting, "What?" The emperor held the hilt of the sword behind him, laughing loudly. "You thought this emperor was dead? This emperor was just tricking you? Devouring my own clan means I have another life. You can't kill me." The national teacher clenched her fists, laughing loudly. "As expected, he's not dead. I knew that the emperor, blessed by heaven, would not die so easily. He really came back to life." The first prince collapsed, saying, "I was careless." Qingyun Sect rushed over, shouting, "No, brother, it can't be like this." He reached out and grabbed her arm, saying, "Yunner, leave quickly, hurry." She cried out, "No, brother, I'm not leaving." He gathered his strength, turned around, and rushed forward, shouting, "I'll fight you to the death. If we die together." Seeing this, she shouted, "Bro." The emperor swung his sword across her waist, sneering, "You think you're worthy to die with me? Turn to ash." Her desperate voice cried out, "No!" Wang Aihu frowned and yelled, "Damn it, the emperor's still alive, that damn old fart." Ye Qing grumbled. "Crap, I knew we shouldn't have brought the Han Hui herb back." The imperial advisor looked at the crown prince's corpse before him and cackled. "Serves you right. This is what you get for disobeying the emperor. You're all gonna die." The emperor grabbed his sword, saying, "Next, it's your turn." A massive surge of power suddenly erupted from Qingyun Sect. She threw her head back and roared, "You killed my brother, give him back!" Wang Aihu asked in shock, "What's going on? What's happening to the princess?" Ye Qing, standing beside him, replied, "Looks like some kind of transformation." The emperor glanced at the imperial advisor behind him and asked, "Imperial advisor, what's happening to the princess?" She raised her hand and scratched her head, replying with difficulty, "This is beyond my knowledge, I don't know either." The power gradually spread, and she walked step by step toward the old geezer, shouting, "You killed my brother! I'm gonna kill you!" He pointed at her, sneering, "Qingyun Sect, I already crippled you. What can you do to kill me? I can cripple you once, and I can kill you again." She channeled her power and charged forward, yelling, "Die!" He raised his sword to meet her, scornfully saying, "You're overestimating yourself." The power released from her struck him hard, sending him flying backward and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Wang Aihu asked in astonishment, "What the hell?" The emperor got knocked back. Ye Qing also asked in surprise, and with just one move, this princess seems to have awakened something. The emperor trembled and collapsed to his knees, cursing, "How is this possible, this little bitch? How can she be so strong?" Qingyun Sect gathered a surge of bright red power, striking toward him and shouting, "Die!" The imperial advisor cried out in disbelief, "What? The emperor was defeated? Impossible!" Seeing this, Wang Aihu clenched his fist and exclaimed happily, "Awesome. That old geezer's finally gonna die." Ye Qing stroked his chin, saying, "Not necessarily. That old fart's not that simple." He instantly reappeared in a red mist, raising his face to the sky and roaring, "You little bitch! You actually managed to beat me. Looks like I'll have to drain you dry." The imperial advisor, standing behind him, also shouted, "The emperor has an immortal body.
Drain her dry. The golden power on Fang Yunye's body quickly surged toward him. Her face was grim as she shouted, "I said you'd die, you have to die." He quickly vanished into the red mist. Seeing this, the imperial advisor was sweating buckets, asking in disbelief, "What?" The emperor couldn't withstand a single move from the princess. "Why?" Ye Qing quickly rushed forward, jumped up, and kicked her, cursing, "Go to hell, you old hag! Why are you still yapping here?" She stopped herself with her feet and shouted, "You little bastard, you dare kick me? I'm gonna kill you." Wang Aihu charged from behind, kicked her hard, and yelled, "Go to hell, you! Me too, I'm gonna kick you to death." She slammed her face into the ground, letting out a splutter. The emperor reappeared unscathed, his body wreathed in smoke, saying, "You can't kill me. I've killed dozens of my own children, devoured my own kin. I have an immortal body. No one can kill me." Fang Yunye raised her hand, destroying the upper half of his body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as she calmly said, "Die." The upper half of his body quickly regrew, and he shouted in annoyance, "You traitor! You're also a traitor. You dare kill your father." He opened his mouth and shouted, "I have something to say." Before he could finish, she destroyed the newly formed upper half of his body, saying, "I won't stop until I kill you today." His voice echoed, shouting, "Imperial advisor, quickly tell her to stop." The imperial advisor, her face covered in dirt, shouted, "Princess, stop! That's your father. You can't treat him like this." Wang Aihu quickly kicked her hard in the back, yelling, "Shut up, you're still talking." Ye Qing and he pounced on her, punching and kicking her repeatedly. As he hit her, he cursed, "You old hag are the worst one here, I'll beat you to death." She reached out from the pile of bones, yelling, "Don't hit me anymore, stop, I'll kneel to you." Fang Yunye's face was calm and unwavering as she said, "I won't forgive you. Do you have any last words you want to say?" The emperor quickly recovered his body almost completely. He looked at her and said softly, "Father can't hold on anymore. You're still my daughter after all. You can't treat me like this." Her entire body was enveloped in golden light. She looked at him and shouted, "You still have the face to say that? When you wanted to kill me, why didn't you think about the fact that I was your daughter?" He was naked from the waist up, kneeling on the ground, looking at her, hovering high above, begging, "Let's talk calmly. We can discuss it. I can cede the throne to you." Her beautiful face remained unmoved, saying, "I don't want it. Go die." Hearing this, his face turned purple, and he shouted, "You traitor! I will definitely kill you." She quickly gathered her power and struck toward him, her voice filled with indifference, saying, "Next, I will send you away from this world, ending your life of sin." Sensing that the power could destroy him, his head was full of black lines, and he turned to say, "This is bad. This attack is enough to completely annihilate me. Run." The royal advisor knelt before him, yelling as he fled, "Your Majesty, don't leave me. You can't abandon me." The emperor quickly reached out, shouting, "Get over here." He grabbed the royal advisor by the throat, lifting her high. She struggled, crying, "No, Your Majesty, I've done so much for you. How can you do this?" He ignored her, replying, "Royal advisor, you've done so much for me. Can you do this one last thing for me?" He quickly tossed her into the path of Fang Yunye's attack. She saw the approaching force and screamed, "Ah, no, I've been so careful my entire life, like walking on thin ice. I don't want to die." The moment she and the energy collided, a massive explosion erupted. Wang Aihu, watching the debris fall, gritted his teeth and said, "Serves that old hag right. Good riddance to a lifetime of sins." Ye Qing, arms crossed, said, "That's what they call karma." The emperor ran, shouting, "You died a worthy death. Once I recover my power, I'll avenge you." Fang Yunye suddenly appeared before him, saying, "Hold it right there, you're not going anywhere." Sweat dripped down his forehead as he said, "Do you really want to kill me?" She stared at him firmly, saying, "I have to kill you, to avenge those you've murdered." He quickly opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp, pointed teeth, and said, "If that's the case, let's die together." She stared in shock, yelling, "What?" Wang Aihu exclaimed, "What is that thing?" It swallowed the princess whole. Ye Qing, standing beside him, also yelled, "Princess!" The emperor's eyes turned black as he laughed wildly, saying, "I am the ultimate winner. I am the emperor. I am the lord who controls everyone's fate." He then burst into a terrifying, continuous laughter. Wang Aihu sweated, asking, "What is that thing, bro? Should we run?" Ye Qing chuckled upon hearing this, responding, "Don't panic. The princess isn't as simple as you think." The emperor, who was laughing maniacally, suddenly turned green. "You two little punks, you must die. You're next." He paused. "Ah, what's going on? It hurts." He knelt on the ground, crying out in pain, "Ugh, my stomach hurts so much." Wang Aihu, seeing a golden light, asked in surprise, "What's going on? What's wrong with him?" Na's lips slightly curled up, responding, "Yeah, maybe it's because Princess Fang Yunye is surrounded by that golden light and is tearing apart his stomach from the inside, bursting out." And he looked up to the sky and screamed, Don't." She glanced back slightly, taunting, "To think you'd become something that's neither human nor demon in the end.
You don't deserve to be human. Veins popped on his forehead as he yelled, I could eat you once, so I can eat you a second time. Die. She swung her hand, slapping his face to the side, saying, like Ye Qing said, I'm gonna give you the SML, you damn scumbag. Ye Qing, arms crossed, doubted his whole existence, asking, Huh, did I say that? Wang Aihu turned to him replying, You did say that, but it feels weird hearing the princess say it like that. The emperor adjusted his head on his neck, saying, Damn it, I don't believe it, I am invincible, I must kill you. Fire surrounded her as she looked back and said, You should just scram. Fang Yunke gathered a massive amount of power in her hand, saying, Rest in peace. Wang Aihu stroked his chin, saying, This doesn't look right no matter how you look at it. Ye Qing winked, saying, Looks like the princess is completely relaxed. Her increased strength has changed her state of mind too. Wang Aihu heard this and exclaimed in surprise. The emperor with black eyes turned around to run, yelling, I must run, just you wait, sooner or later I will kill you. Fang Yunhe turned her head to look at the explosion behind her, saying, You can't escape, you must die. Wang Aihu crossed his arms and watched him, saying, It's over. This old man has also ended his sinful life, Ye Qing said softly. Dying like this seems too good for him. Fang Yunge hugged her head and cried, It's over, it's all over, brother is also dead. Ye Qing reached out to support her, asking, Princess, are you okay? She turned around, jumped up, and hugged his waist, crying and wailing, Ye Qing Girij, I've lost everything, I have nothing left. He reached out and patted her head, comforting her. It's okay, you still have me. Wang Aihu laughed and gave a thumbs up. Good idea, Shixiong. In this situation, you're the princess's only support. Why not get together? He turned around and kicked him away, scolding loudly. Get lost! Are you going to keep talking nonsense? He shouted. Did I say something wrong again? Against the clear blue sky were white clouds. The weather was incredibly beautiful today, and time passed quickly. 3 days had already passed. Wang Aihu followed behind Ye Qing, asking, Shixiong, are you just leaving without saying goodbye to the princess? He clasped his hands behind his back, asking, still calling her princess. He slapped his head, saying, I forgot. We should call her empress now. He walked forward, saying, Never mind, Yungshir hasn't been on the throne for long. She still has a lot to deal with. From behind, Fang Yunye raised her hand and waved, shouting, Ye Qing Gej, wait for me. Both of them turned to look at her. He exclaimed in surprise, Yunye, what are you? She approached and said, Ye Qing Gej, I'll go with you. He hesitated and said, But you just ascended the throne. The court still has many things for you to handle. Hearing this, she replied, I've already arranged everything, so you can rest assured. Wang Aihu took the lead and flew up, saying, If that's the case, let's go. She flew along, saying, I find cultivation more suitable than dealing with politics in the court. He looked at her, saying, Yun Xiaoji, I have a question I'm very curious about. I don't know if I should ask it, she said softly. We are friends who have gone through life and death together. Just ask whatever you want to know, he whispered. It's just that at the very end, why did you suddenly erupt like that? Your cultivation was so high that even we couldn't see it. She patted her chest in response. I don't know either. I've had a special constitution since I was little. That's also why I was sent to the Qingyun Sect. Hearing this, he murmured thoughtfully, Special constitution. It seems Yunye's aptitude is extraordinary. The white clouds floating in the blue sky became fainter and disappeared as they drifted further away. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Aihu looked at the large mountain in front of him, saying, We're almost at the sect. We'll be there after we pass the mountains ahead. Ye Qing looked at the mountain and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the mortal world, the sect is still much simpler. Suddenly, a group of people from the demonic sect appeared in front of the three of them, shouting, Stop! He gently reminded from behind. They're from the demonic sect, be careful. A leader with light gray hair laughed, raising his thumb and pointing at the people behind him, saying, You two little brats don't recognize us. Last time when you competed with us, you won, causing the demonic sect to lose a mineral vein, suffering heavy losses. Ye Qing crossed his arms and laughed, saying, So you're looking for us because of what happened last time? Your demonic sect sure holds grudges, huh? Speak, how do you want to settle this? The group quickly rushed forward and surrounded the three. The gray-haired man shouted, Nonsense! What kind of demonic sect would we be if we didn't hold grudges? Brat, today you are definitely going to die. Charge, kill them, and leave quickly. He crossed his arms with disdain, saying, I, Ye Qing, don't even need to make a move against such mediocre people. Wang Aihu stood beside him, saying, Let me show off a bit too. I, Wang Aihu, don't even need to make a move. Just a few words from me will make you disappear like smoke. She stood in front, staring blankly at the brown-haired man holding a knife, grinding her teeth and scolding loudly. 2 pieces of trash letting a little girl stand in front. So useless. I'll kill this female cultivator first. Fang Yunye waved her hand, and a burst of power struck the group.
The group let out unbelievable cries. Now, now, kill! Wang Aihu looked at the eliminated group of people and praised. Yunyue Xiaoji's move is truly extraordinary, defeating everyone with just one move. He stood watching the scene, saying, "This matter must be reported to the sect. The demonic sect ambushed us right outside the Qingyun Sect's encirclement. It seems they're very arrogant." Two people wearing black robes watched the backs of the three people, saying, "We thought we were 100% sure to kill the Qingyun Sect's favored disciples, but unexpectedly, I killed them all with one move." Another person exclaimed in surprise, "That little girl doesn't look like she has any real power. She's very powerful." The person in black robes looked at the backs of the three people walking away, saying, "I didn't expect there to be a favored disciple even stronger than Ye Qing. Send the message down. We must kill them by any means." The person in black robes next to him replied, "Don't worry, I'll arrange it." The white clouds floated in the sky, fading as they drifted further away. In a large courtyard, Ye Qing looked at Fang Yunye and said, "Yunye, we'll separate here." She waved her hand, saying, "Ye Qing Gij, come visit me when you have time." Wang Aihu stood beside him and laughed, saying, "Shixiang, to be honest, Fang Gunyang is really good, beautiful, kind, and very strong." He waved his hand, saying, "Go wherever you want to go." Su Qingyue stepped forward from behind him, calling out, "Ye Qing?" He turned his head in surprise, asking, "Su Shiji, why are you here?" She crossed her arms, asking back, "Why can't I be here?" He whispered in his ear, "I forgot that Shixiang still has." Su Shiji. It seems like Su Shiji is jealous. With that, he quickly ran away, saying, "Take care of yourself, I'll take my leave first." He glanced at his back, cursing inwardly. This guy, Su Qingyue, looked at him, asking, "I'm asking you, where have you been these past few days?" He scratched his head, saying, "Let me explain this to you slowly." In the clear blue sky, there was only a small cloud, and it was slowly taking shape. Time passed quickly, and a moment later, Su Qingyue pointed at Ye Qing, saying, "So that means you and Feng Yunge are in that kind of relationship?" He waved his hand, saying, "No way, absolutely not. What are you thinking?" She huffed, turned around, and left, not forgetting to say, "Whatever. Hope you find your Dabio companion soon." He scratched his head, watching her go, muttering, "Weird woman. Comes and goes as she pleases. What's going on in that head of hers?" As she walked, she touched her chest, wondering, "If Ye Qing really finds a Dao companion, I should be happy for him. After all, it's the best outcome for both of us. I can focus on my cultivation, but why do I feel a little uneasy?" The azure sky was clear, without a single cloud, when suddenly white clouds gathered from nowhere. Ye Qing reached for the door, thinking, "Finally back. Time for some R&R." Suddenly, the system voice chimed in, transferring a message. "Your ears detect an ambush in the courtyard, with 3 people." His eyes widened. "Say what now, people?" He turned around, his face darkening, and clenched his fist, cursing, "Damn it! Whoever you are, you're toast." The black-robed figures inside were surprised. "What's going on? Why isn't Ye Qing coming in? Why is he leaving?" Another replied, "Dunno, hold your horses. He just got back to the sect. Probably has some stuff to deal with." Night fell, and a full moon appeared in the sky. The brown-haired guy in black scratched his head. "It's late. Why isn't Ye Qing back yet?" The guy next to him crossed his arms. "I'm getting antsy." "Nah, I'm dipping first." Ye Qing descended from above, sword in hand, shouting, "You're getting antsy, I'm just getting started." Another looked up, exclaiming, "Crap, this kid figured us out, hide." He landed, creating a massive explosion that sent the 3 flying. His voice echoed, "Nowhere to run." He glanced at the trembling figure, saying, 2 dead, 1 left alive." The guy trembled, saying, "Damn it, not only did the ambush fail, but we got counterkilled." The surviving brown-haired guy gritted his teeth, cursing, "That cunning brat, how did you know we were here?" He pointed his sword at the guy. "Now I ask the questions. You don't get to ask me, got it?" The guy grabbed the sword, piercing his chest. "You'll get nothing out of me," Ye Qing exclaimed in shock. "What? You're killing yourself." The guy grinned maniacally. "Kid, you won't last long. The great god is descending, and you'll face divine punishment." He looked at the bodies that were disappearing, saying, "These guys died without leaving a trace, turning to ash. That's definitely the demonic sect's MO. But the fact that these 3 could sneak in proves that the Azure Cloud sect has a demonic sect mole." Silence fell again, without a sound to be heard. He was meditating on his bed when the system voice chimed in. "Your client is feeling unwell. Either give him a woman or a cold shower to cool him down." Ye Qing got out of bed, stretching and cursing. "Find a woman, bite me. Where am I going to find a woman like that? I'll take a cold shower." Suddenly, the door opened from the outside. He looked at Fang Yungxi in surprise. "Huh, what are you doing here?" She smiled sweetly at him. "Big brother Ye Qing, I came to play with you." The system voice echoed in his ears. "Your kidneys say the woman has arrived.
Seize this opportunity and be a real man.
He was forced to hear it repeat again. Your kidneys say the woman has arrived. Seize this opportunity and be a real man.
He looked at her, smiling. Youngsie, what do you want to play? She raised her hand, smiling. Let's play with birds. Ye Qing immediately blushed, waving his hand. Cool it. Suddenly exclaiming, Huh, that's not a great idea. The system voice immediately chimed in. Your whole body feels this suggestion is not bad. Quick, let her play with your bird. Fang Yongxi immediately grabbed his hand, pulling him forward, smiling as she went. What's wrong with it? Let's go, big brother Ye Qing. Let's find a secluded place to play with birds, he said awkwardly. No, you, hold on, I'm not ready yet. The system voice chimed in, cursing in place of his organs. You wimp. What do you need to prepare? Your bird has already agreed to let her play. Silence immediately fell, with no one saying anything more.
Fang Yongxi led him into an extremely deserted forest, smiling as she said, Big brother Ye Qing, this is the place. Ye Qing looked around, saying, This place is indeed very quiet, with no one around. She looked at him expectantly. Big brother Ye Qing, lie down. He blushed, scratching his cheek, asking, Are you sure, Yongxi? Once we start playing, it'll be hard to stop. She waved her hand cheerfully, assuring him, I'm sure. Hurry up and lie down.
Ye Qing smiled and laid on his back, saying, So I should lie down on my back, not on my stomach. All right, I'm lying down.
She laid on her stomach, pointing forward, reminding him, Big brother Ye Qing, you can't see the bird in front of you if you're lying on your back. He sat up, blushing, asking, Are you kidding me? There's a bird in front of me. He lay down, looking at the large bird in front of him, complaining, Ugh, there really is a big bird. She glanced at him, asking curiously, I asked you to come and play with the bird in front of us. What were you thinking? He scratched his head, forcing a smile, trying to make excuses. I thought we were going to play with a little bird, while cursing internally. Damn it! Why am I feeling a little disappointed? She quickly rushed forward, saying, Ye Qingge, that big bird looks delicious. Let's go catch it. He quickly chased after her, laughing. All right, if you want to play with birds, then let's play.
Silence as deep as the ocean descended. No one said another word.
Ye Qing and Fang Yunnier sat in front of a bonfire, roasting the big bird they'd caught.
After eating, she held up a drumstick and said with a smile, Ye Qingge, today was such an awesome day. It would be great if every day could be like this. He also held up a drumstick, promising with a grin, Next time you want to play with birds, I'll get you some, and I'll play with you.
She looked at him with a smile and said, Ye Qingge, it's getting late, we should head back. But in her heart, she thought wistfully, Ye Qingge, I wonder when we'll see each other again after this farewell. The place fell silent once more. Without a single sound, Fang Yunnier ran off, waving and calling out with a smile, Ye Qingge, I'm heading back now. I hope we can still play together in the future. Ye Qing waved back, but thought to himself, Why does Fang Yunnier seem so strange today? He stood in front of his courtyard gate, pushing it open and saying, Whatever, I'll head back first. The system's voice rang out. Your ears sense someone in the courtyard, but you don't sense any danger. Hearing this, he was surprised and wondered, who's in there? Could it be Wang Aihu? He stepped inside and saw Su Qingyue sitting and waiting on a stone bench in the courtyard. He asked suspiciously, Sushiji, why are you here? She glanced at him, not answering but instead asking, Went out playing with female cultivators again. He explained with a bright smile. Don't get the wrong idea, we just went to play with big birds. She was taken aback for a moment, then asked, Play with big birds? He raised his hand to the sky, laughing. It's not what you think, we just play with real birds behind the mountain. He secretly thought to himself, Oh crap, the more I explain, the worse it sounds. Su Qingyue stood up uncomfortably, saying, I don't care what you play, you silver-tongued devil. You're such a flirt. Watch your image in the future. Ye Qing pointed at himself, asking in confusion, What's going on? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything. As if remembering something, she tossed a token to him, saying, Oh right, here, this is for you. He caught it, asking, What's this? She turned and walked away, instructing, Come to the mission hall tomorrow morning. I'll take you on a mission, so you don't have to go playing with birds every day. He watched her leave, sighing, Women? I really don't understand them. Why would she suddenly take me on a mission for no reason? All was silent. Before long, the next morning arrived. Ye Qing was walking down the road when he saw Wang Aihu. He immediately spread his arms, asking, Wang Aihu, what are you doing here? He came up to him and answered, Shixiong, I have good news. I'm going to take you to an awesome place. Ye Qing sighed and declined. I can't go. Sushiji wants to take me on a mission. He was startled and asked suspiciously, What, Sushiji? You mean Su Qingyue? Ye Qing brushed past him, saying, No duh. How many Sushijis are there in the Qingyun Sect? It's almost time, I have to hurry. Wang Aihu watched him leave, laughing.
As far as I know, Su Shiji has never taken a male disciple on a mission before. Looks like Su Shiji isn't treating Ye Qingba like a normal disciple. The space was engulfed in a white expanse. There was nothing at all to be seen. Ye Qing saw Su Qingyue waiting for him ahead, and asked tentatively, Su Shiji, I'm here. Are we setting off now, or should we grab some snacks first? She quickly flew off with him, turning back to instruct, Let's go, we need to hurry, follow me closely. The two quickly set off. Without another word, Ye Qing panted as he chased after her, saying, Su Shiji, slow down a bit, I can't keep up. Su Qingyue stopped and waited for him, mockingly asking, How can someone as weak as you play with birds? Ye Qing sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Su Shiji, can you not mention that, Aya? What kind of mission are we going on? She looked at him intently, saying coldly, To kill birds. Ye Qing looked up at her, replying, Whatever, as long as you're happy. The two looked at each other in silence, and the space became eerily quiet once more. Su Qingyue chased after some chickens with her sword, shouting, No matter what kind of bird you are, I'll kill you with a single strike. Ye Qing watched her chasing and killing the chickens in the distance, secretly groaning, I'll endure. Seriously, all the birds here are about to be wiped out by Su Shiji, one strike per bird. What kind of hatred is this? After finishing them off, she turned her head to look at him, asking, What are you standing there for? Follow me, Ye Qing quickly replied. Okay, coming. He looked at the gloomy mountain cave before him, curiously asking, Shiji, what is this place? The yin energy is so heavy. She walked beside him, answering, This is the territory of the Kun Yao. Hearing this, Ye Qing asked suspiciously, Kun Yao. It clearly looks like a chicken. Why not call it Ji Yao instead? She turned her head to look at him, replying, That's because you don't know. Both Ji and Kun can refer to chicken. Either word works. Ye Qing stepped into the mountain cave, muttering, Strange knowledge acquired. Behind Ye Qing, a large number of Kun Yao suddenly appeared, and Su Qingyue's voice rang out in warning. Careful, there are many Kun Yao coming. Her face was cold as she exclaimed, I hate creatures like Kun Yao the most. Moss covered the walls of the cave. Time flew by, and after a while, Su Qingyue glanced at the Kun monster corpses and said, All dead. Let's move on, Ye Qing, standing next to her, whispered, Shiji, are we just going to walk right in? She glanced at him suspiciously and asked, What's wrong? Are you a big man? Scared? He was startled by her words and exclaimed, Huh. He put his hands behind his back and said, I am a man who stands between heaven and earth. How could I be afraid? I just want to know, what exactly are we here to do? A massive Kun monster burst out from the inside. Its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth, it roared, You all must die. All who invade my territory must die. He immediately hid behind her, shouting loudly, Oh, Su Shiji, save me. She glanced at him, her eyes hinting at something, and asked, Is this the man who stands between heaven and earth? She charged towards the Kun monster, sword in hand, shouting, Kill! All Kun monsters must die. It opened its mouth wide and roared, Humans! Why are you invading my territory? She leaped lightly, and with one slash severed one of its wings. Her voice rang out, Perhaps you've forgotten what you've done, beast. It opened its mouth wide and spat out blazing flames, roaring, You're going too far, I'll burn you to death, you bitch. His worried voice rang out, Shiji, be careful, that's the blazing yang flames. She lightly waved her sword and shouted, Ice art, freeze. It was quickly frozen solid, only able to utter an incredulous sound. What? How can you wield such powerful ice magic? Why? She raised her sword and said, Now I'll make you understand clearly. The Yen family's grain convoy in Jinjiao was attacked by you. The smoky bones gradually dissipated. Her face emotionless, she recounted how 15 members of the Ye family had died unjustly, all because of you. She turned and left, leaving the ice that sealed the Kun monster to shatter. She asked, I haven't wrongly killed you, have I? Ye Qing emerged from the mist, chasing after her, asking, Su Shiji, wait for me. How do you know about the Ye family? Divine decree, no. Su Shiji said my family. Su Qingyue walked forward and said, Let's go, there should be some things in the Kun monster's lair, let's go see. He quickly chased after her, asking, Wait for me, Su Shiji. What did you mean just now about the Ye family in Jinzhou? She continued forward, replying, You'll know later. The full moon had risen high in the sky. Time passed quickly, and it was later. Ye Qing looked at the piles of gold, silver, and jewels emitting light before him, and exclaimed in shock, Oh my god, looks like the Kun monster has done a lot of bad things here, there are so many treasures. He turned his head, his eyes shining, gave a thumbs up, and asked, Su Shiji, can we take whatever we want here? Su Qingyue replied without emotion, You should take that thing lying on the ground. He knelt down, reached out, and picked it up, and asked, What is this? Is it a token? He looked at the words on the token and said, It even has the character, Ye, written on it. Could this be? She used her spiritual power to lift it high, replying, That's right. This is the Ye family's ancestral token, the Ye family divine decree, he asked in surprise. The Ye family divine decree. He looked up at the sky, reminisced, and then slowly recounted. The Ye family divine decree. It said that once, my fourth uncle was attacked while out, and the entire group was killed by demons, and the Ye family divine decree was also lost. Could it be? Su Qingyun nodded in response. That's right, this is the divine decree that was stolen by the demons years ago. She turned and left, saying, the Ye family divine decree is a symbol of the Ye family. Afterwards, the Ye family put in great effort to find the divine decree, but it was never found. They have been searching non-stop for years. I never expected to find it today. Return the divine decree to the Ye family. I should also return. Hearing this, he called out in doubt. Su Shiji, wait for me. How do you know about the Ye family divine decree? That's not right. How do you know I'm from the Ye family in Jinzhou? I don't quite understand. She turned her head to look at him and asked, Want to know? Ye Qing nodded affirmatively in response. Very, extremely, definitely must know. She turned and left, saying, I won't tell you. He chased after her, saying, Ugh, you're so stubborn. The entire place was immersed in a gray void, which gradually became brighter. Su Qingyun walked forward, telling Ye Qing, If you want to know everything, then return to the Ye family and you will know. He said doubtfully, Can't you just tell me directly? Returning to the Ye family is such a hassle. She firmly replied, No, go find out for yourself. He winked slightly, muttering, How strange. Oh well, I'll call Wang Aihu to come along. Ye Qing glanced at the command token in his hand and said, Su Shiji gave me a riddle. Looks like I have to make a trip back to the Ye family. Time flew by, and a moment later, Ye Qing kicked open the door, yelling, Wang Aihu, get out here. Inside, he was groping the hand of a female disciple, saying, Come on, come on. He turned his head in surprise, asking, Ye Xixiong, why are you here? The girl shyly pulled her hand back and ran off, saying, Ah, Wang Xixiong, I'll go first. He turned his head and shouted, Shimei, wait, don't go. He put his arm around his neck and asked, Wang Aihu, what are you doing? He replied, Xixiong, I'm reading this Shimei's palm, such a beautiful scene, and you had to come and ruin it. He whispered, Is your palm reading on the up and up? He calmly replied, Palm reading is an honest profession. Hearing this, he sneered, You're one hungry dude. Ye Qing quickly flew away from the Qingyun Sect. Only then did he say, Come with me for a trip home, gotta take care of some stuff. He chased after him, and upon hearing this, asked suspiciously, What? Home? In the vast expanse of white, filled with silence, the moment soon arrived. Ye Qing quickly descended in front of a large city, introducing it. This is Jinzhou City, the residence of the Ye family. Wang Aihu looked around and praised, Xixiong, your family's got some serious clout. Jinzhou is a well-known big city, and the Ye family is a famous clan. He pushed open the large gate, calling out suspiciously, Strange. Why is the gate tightly closed? The Ye family always welcomes guests from all directions. From inside the mansion, a group of people in official uniforms walked out. The man at the back carrying a large bag, saying, Not bad, the Ye family truly lives up to its name. As a great family, we've made over 10,000 taels of silver. The bearded guy laughed, Awesome. The leader laughed, Yeah, so awesome. Enough for us to have some fun. Wang Aihu looked at the group of people coming out in surprise, asking, Someone's coming out. Huh. Why are they government officials? Uncle Lai, with white hair, followed behind, shouting, Officers, you can't do this. The Ye family has never treated you badly. Aren't you just robbing us today? A yamen runner kicked him straight to the ground. He scornfully scolded, Get lost. Dare to ruin my good deed, I'll kick you to death. The bearded guy turned his head and shouted, If you try to stop us again, I'll stomp you to death, you old geezer who doesn't know what's good for you. The blond guy next to him added, Stomp him to death and throw him in the mass burial ground. He quickly grabbed the leg of a yamen runner, begging, You can't go. Leave the silver. This is the life-saving money for the family head. The bearded guy angrily yelled, You still dare to stop us? I see you're really tired of living. Today, I'll make your old bones fall apart. Ye Qing appeared behind that guy, shouting, Hey, stop right there. That guy immediately turned his head to look, his expression unsightly, asking, Kid, who are you? Daring to tell us to stop, you looking to die. Uncle Lai saw him and exclaimed excitedly, Young master? Is that you, young master? You're back. That's great. He quickly helped him up, asking caringly, Uncle Lai, are you okay? He looked at him happily, shouting, I'm fine. It's good that young master is back. Good that you're back. He looked at him suspiciously, asking, What's going on? He immediately waved his hand, saying, Young master, this place has nothing to do with you. You should quickly return to the sect. The group of people immediately rushed over, questioning loudly, Hold on.
Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. You're the Yed family's young master, he asked nonchalantly. So what if I...
The bearded guy immediately burst out laughing. So you're that good for nothing? The famous good for nothing of Jinju City has returned. The guy with the mustache took the lead, pointing at him and laughing, "Ha, this good for nothing used to be famous."
Wang Aihu angrily rolled up his sleeves, shouting, "Daring to talk to Ye Qingba like that? So annoying, you guys are really an eyesore." Ye Qing held him back, saying, "Wang Aihu, step back first, don't rush to teach them a lesson." He looked at Uncle Lai, asking softly, "Uncle Lai, tell me what's going on here first." He looked at him and recounted, "Young master, since you left, the family head has fallen seriously ill." Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Wang family and the city colluded with the Jinzhuo prefecture to bully our Yam family. They want to completely destroy the Yam family. He was shocked when he heard this, widening his eyes, asking, "What? Father is sick." He closed his eyes and sighed, saying, "The family head has been bedridden for a long time. These beasts are taking the opportunity to plunder the Ye family's assets." The 10,000 taels of silver in their hands were originally meant to buy spirit medicine for the family head.
The mustached guy put his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. "HMPH, your Yi family head is beyond saving, just wait for death." The bearded guy pointed at him and said, "To be honest, there won't be a place for your Yi family in this Jinzu city anymore. Get lost soon, and you might be able to save your lives." He looked at him coldly, asking, "Uncle Lai, my father, why did he get sick? Why didn't anyone tell me?" He looked at him and explained, "The cause is unknown. The family head fell seriously ill. Not informing you was also, according to the family head's wishes, afraid of disturbing your cultivation." The mustached guy, being ignored, angrily pointed at him and yelled, "Kid, said enough yet? We're still here. You have to kneel down and kowtow to me." Ye Qing grabbed the finger pointing at him, bending it backward, asking, "Who are you pointing at? You dare point at me?" The mustached guy screamed in pain, you little brat, you dare to attack, charge and beat him to death. We have the Wang family and Lord Prefect backing us." The bearded guy drew his saber and charged forward, shouting, "You little brat, I'll kill you. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Wang Aihu immediately kicked the guy away, cursing loudly, "Your grandpa, I've been holding back for too long. Finally, I can make a move." The remaining guys grabbed their weapons and charged forward, shouting, "Dare to fight back. Go, beat them to death." Another guy drew his saber and shouted. He punched the guy in the chest. He couldn't believe it, shouting, "What? How is that possible?" Another guy behind him yelled, What is this power? How is he so strong? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless scrub?" Ye Qing rushed over, grabbed another by the neck, and said, "You're next. No one gets out of this alive." The guy instantly panicked, begging for mercy. "Young Master Ye, please spare me." He casually snapped the guy's neck, saying without a care, "Too late to beg now. Be a better person in your next life." The pink-haired lackey turned and ran, shouting, "He's a demon! He's a demon! Run!" He quickly chased after him, saying, "I told you, you can't escape." He quickly jumped and stomped hard on his leg. He screamed in agony, begging, I was wrong. Please don't kill me, young master, grandpa. Yay, please don't kill me." He stomped his head into the ground, making him cough up blood. He calmly said, "From the moment you stepped into the Yi family, your death was already decided." Li Shushu exclaimed in disbelief, "What's going on here? Am I seeing things? Has the young master, who's always been weak, suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that his cultivation has finally succeeded?" He cracked his knuckles, looked at the last lackey, and said with a smile, "Now you're the only one left. Guess if I'll kill you." He trembled and replied, You will kill me." He laughed in praise, smart. He immediately clasped his hands together, crying and begging, "Master Ye, I have an old mother and young children, and 7 middle-aged wives. What will they do if I die?" He kicked him hard, replying, "I'll take care of your 7 wives for you, so you can rest easy on your way." Li Shushu behind him looked at him in astonishment, asking, "Young master, how did you become so powerful?" He turned to look at him and replied, "Li Shushu, we can talk about it later. Let's go see my father first." The space quickly fell silent, the whole area devoid of any sound. Ye Qing sat in front of the sickbed, asking, "Father, how are you feeling now?" He thought to himself, "Even though I haven't been transmigrated to this world for long, the memories in my head still make me feel a sense of closeness to this father." The Yi family head, lying on the sickbed, ordered Li Shushu, "Butler, help me up." He leaned on Li Shushu's arm to sit up, stroking his beard, and said, "Qing Shurir, you shouldn't have come back. Our Yi family is currently surrounded by the Wang family and the prefect, and the situation is already difficult to bear. I'm afraid the Yi family is about to be destroyed." He patted his chest in reassurance. "Father, don't worry. Now that I've returned, I won't let the Yi family be destroyed. Tell me about the specific situation." In this quiet space, he softly recounted the situation. Time passed unconsciously, and soon it was a while later, the Yi family head finally said,
That's roughly the situation. The Wang family and the Jinzhou prefect have joined forces to deal with our Yi family, and I'm sick, so I no longer have the strength to resist.
Ye Qing raised his hand, and a beam of light enveloped him. He softly asked, "Father, first I will examine your condition." Li Shushu next to him asked quietly, "Young master, how is it?"
He turned back and said, "Father has clearly been poisoned."
Li Shushu was shocked when he heard this, asking, "What poison? Who is so cruel as to poison the family head?" The Yi family head lying on the bed snorted coldly. "You don't need to think to know it must be the Wang family, no doubt about it. They have long wanted to harm me in secret," Li Shushu asked anxiously. "Then what should we do? Is there any way to cure the family head? Should I use money to buy elixirs now?" He crossed his arms and replied, "Li Shushu, ordinary elixirs won't work, and you can't buy them anyway." He heard this and asked in disappointment, "It's useless. Then is the family head just waiting to die?" The Yi family head resigned himself and comforted. "Life and death are destined, and wealth and glory are also determined by heaven. This family head has already taken life and death lightly, so don't worry too much. I just can't bear to leave the Ye family."
Ye Qing took out a bottle of pills in his hand and said, "Father, you don't need to worry either. I brought pills from the sect. Taking this medicine will cure you immediately." He took the medicine bottle in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really that miraculous?" His voice rang out in assurance. "Father, you only need to take this medicine. I guarantee it will work." A white space quickly enveloped everyone. Time quickly passed. After a while, Li Shushu raised his hand to ask with concern, "Family head, how do you feel now?" A puff of green smoke appeared. The Yi family head raised his fist, his face refreshed, and said, "It's amazing. It's really amazing. This family head now feels like his body has been reborn," Li Shushu said happily. "It seems that the young master's elixir really has a miraculous effect. It's truly worthy of being brought from the Qingyun Sect." The Yi family head got off the bed, patted him on the shoulder, and said happily, "It seems my son is doing quite well in the Qingyun Sect, able to bring back such precious medicine."
Li Shushu happily showed off, "Family head, you don't know. Just now outside, the young master killed 4 people alone." He heard this and exclaimed in shock, "What, killed 4 people? Is that really so?" Ye Qing looked at his father's worried expression and asked, "Father, what are you worried about?" The Ye family head heard this and replied, "It's troublesome. You killed 4 people. I'm afraid the Wang family's people will come looking soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed in, the leader shouting, "That brat from the Yi family, come out here!"
The Yi family head frowned and scolded, "Damn it, I didn't expect them to come so quickly, Qingger. You should hide first. I'll go meet them." He calmly replied, "Father, let's go into battle together. Let's go together."
He heard this and laughed, leading the way forward, saying, "Very good. Worthy of being a descendant of the Yi family, none are ordinary. Let's go. Today, father and son will face them." He pretended not to know and asked, "Wang family head, what's the matter that you're so angry about?" The old man saw him and asked, "Yi family head, how come you're not dead yet?" He heard this and laughed loudly, replying, "Even if you die, I won't die. Not only am I not dead, but I'm also living healthily." He followed behind, crossing his arms and scolding, "Idiot, were you the one who poisoned my father?" A disciple of the Wang family immediately stood up and berated, "Impertinent! How dare you speak to our family head like that?" Ye Qing chuckled and retorted, "What? Is the Wang family just a bunch of dimwits? Am I wrong?" The disciple instantly flared up, "You want to die? I'll kill this punk." But the family head stopped him. "Hold up, he's definitely gonna die today, but no rush. Let's have a match first."
Ye Qing turned his head to Wang Aihu and yelled, "Wang Aihu, get ready for a big fight." Wang Aihu clenched his fists and shouted back, "Don't worry, Shixcheng, I've been itching for a brawl. How dare these mortals provoke us? They've got a death wish." The Wang family head pointed at Ye Qing and questioned, "Kid, did you kill the officers from Jinzhou Prefecture?" Ye Qing scoffed, "So what if I did? You want to mess with me?"
The family head burst out laughing. "I thought I'd have to put in some effort to get you to admit it, but you're a real idiot, confessing so quickly." A brown-haired disciple added, "Killing officers of the prefecture is a capital offense. It's like going against the entire court."
Ye Qing's face remained expressionless. "So what? Today, your Wang family is doomed, including the Jinzhou prefecture." Infuriated by Ye Qing's disdain, the family head roared, "Insolent! I've had enough of your arrogance."
Ye Qing swiftly threw a punch at the family head's face. "Just die, you bunch of idiots." The family head was struck and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. "Ugh! Ah!" The Wang family head clutched his swollen face, grinding his teeth. "I got hit. I actually got hit. I was hit by a punk."
2 Wang family disciples immediately rushed to help him up. The green-haired one yelled, "What? You dare?" The gray-haired one worriedly asked, "Family head, are you all right?" The family head furiously shouted, "I'm not all right. This kid's too cocky. I want him dead. He won't get away with this." Ye Qing pointed his thumb at himself and shouted, "Stop yapping, you Wang family morons. Come and fight me if you've got the guts." A brown-haired disciple quickly charged forward, yelling, "Daring to insult the Wang family, you must die, and you'll die in unbearable pain." Wang Aihu dashed forward from beside Ye Qing, scoffing, "Who are you? You're not worthy to kill my Wang Aihu's. Shixiong Ye Qing, you're not even worthy." With a single move, Wang Aihu grabbed the disciple's neck and slammed him down. The disciple exclaimed in shock. "What? How are you so strong?" Wang Aihu calmly replied. "Because I've always been this strong." The disciple struggled as he was choked and lifted into the air. "Save me, family head. Kill this bastard." The Wang family head immediately yelled, "Release my Wang family disciple, or I'll make sure you have no place to be buried." Wang Aihu lightly snapped the disciple's neck. Wang Aihu scoffed, "I really want to see how you're going to make sure I have no place to be buried." The Wang family head looked at the corpse thrown before him, yelling, "You're so bold, you're dead meat. In Jinjiao City, someone actually dares to touch my Wang family." Ye Qing's family head stroked his beard, smiling, and said, "No wonder Ye Qing is so full of vigor. Turns out he brought a master from the Qingyun Sect." Uncle Lai behind him worriedly said, "Family head, if we kill the Wang family now, it's like completely cutting off relations." The Wang family head angrily shouted, "Men! Surround them! Kill them!" The Wang family disciples surrounded the two of them. The family head's voice echoed, "No one is allowed to escape today. Kill them all. Do these punks not know where the Wang family stands in Jinjiao City?" Wang Aihu, seeing this, said with joy, "Looks like I can have some fun today." Ye Qing ordered from behind, "No need to be soft or merciful, just kill them directly." Wang Aihu charged forward, replying, "Understood. I won't let a single one survive." Two Wang family disciples didn't take it to heart, laughing and saying, "This punk actually dares to charge forward. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Wang Aihu unleashed a punch so powerful that it blew the disciple's head off. Wang Aihu said, "You brought this upon yourselves. You can only blame yourselves for going to hell." The green-haired disciple's eyes widened, exclaiming, "What?" The gray-haired disciple beside him shouted, "This guy is more powerful than we imagined. We might not be a match." Wang Aihu punched a disciple hard in the chest, causing him to vomit blood. Wang Aihu said, "Next up is the autumn harvest feast. All of you lowly beings, just die." Wang Aihu jumped up and locked another disciple's neck. The disciple immediately cried out, "Don't! Spare my life." The Wang family head, seeing this, couldn't believe it, shouting, "How is this possible? The Yan family actually invited such a strong master." Ye Qing's family head stroked his beard, smiling and saying, "Refreshing. Kill them for me. Kill these grandchildren. It's best to chase them down and exterminate them." Saying this, he burst into laughter. The remaining disciples immediately turned and ran, their panicked voices echoing, "Run! We don't have the strength to resist at all. Fighting him is a death sentence." Wang Aihu quickly chased after and killed the remaining three. Wang Aihu said, "Don't even think about escaping. All of you go to hell." The Wang family head stood there dumbfounded, saying, "These are all elite disciples of my Wang family, and they all died like this. They died so easily." Wang Aihu quickly unleashed a palm strike that sent the family head flying, saying, "Old man, you're next. Don't even think about run." Wang Aihu approached, raising his fist and yelling, "Die!" The old man immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Hero, wait, I have something to say." He raised his hand and said, "You still have last words. Say them in hell." Ye Qing approached, stopping him. "Hold on, let him speak." He looked at the old man and said, "Speak. I'll give you half a quarter of an hour to live." The old man clasped his hands in front of his chest and called out, "May I ask for the hero's name?" Wang Aihu slapped him, replying, "I, your grandpa, am Wang Aihu." The old man turned his face to the side and cried, asking, "Why did you hit me?" He switched hands and slapped the other side of his face, saying, "Since I'm letting you live a little longer, I naturally have to collect some interest. You say one sentence to me, I'll give you one slap." Hearing this, the old man endured the pain and said, "Hero Wang, I'm also surnamed Wang. Are we family?" He slapped him hard, cursing, "Damn it! Don't you dare insult the Wang surname. You're just a beast." The old man shouted loudly, "Hero Wang, I can give you money, as much as you want, as long as you agree not to attack the people of my Wang family." He coldly asked, "How much will you give?" The old man, with lips swollen like sausages, replied, "I'm willing to offer 52,000 silver taels to the hero." He gave the old man another slap, saying, "Not enough. Give me 52,000 taels of gold. Get it here." The Wang family head cried and held out a bag, saying, "I'll give it. As long as the hero asks, I'll give it all." Wang Aihu grabbed the bag with one hand and slapped the old man with the other, saying, "This granddaddy has accepted it?" The old man raised his hand to cover his face, asking, "Didn't you already get the money, hero? Why are you still hitting me?" He threw a punch that sent the old man flying, smashing the rock into pieces. He calmly said, "Me killing you and taking your money are unrelated. Even if I want to kill you, I'll still take your money." The old man, his face bruised, gritted his teeth and shouted, "You don't keep your word. What kind of cultivator are you? What kind of righteous sect are you?" Wang Aihu looked at the old man and said, "A villain like you naturally needs a villain to deal with. I, Wang Aihu, am a villain. Today, no matter what, I'm going to kill you." The old man gnashed his teeth and roared, "If you have the guts, don't kill me. My Wang family still has experts. If you have the guts, wait for my Wang family's experts to arrive." He raised his hand and shouted, "Wait until your grandpa kills you." Ye Qing immediately opened his mouth to stop him. Wang Aihu stopped. He turned back and shouted, "Shixiong, you really want to leave this guy for me to talk to? Why not just kill him swiftly?" He looked at him and explained, "Killing someone requires a motive. Let him call the experts of the Wang family over." The Wang family head raised his head and released a signal. Good, you said it. Don't go back on your word. I'll immediately call all the experts of the Wang family here." The signal flew up and quickly spread out. The old man stood up and laughed loudly, saying, "An arrow piercing the clouds. Wang family disciples gather. You're finished. You're all going to die." A group of Wang family disciples quickly rushed in, worriedly asking, "Family head, we're here. What's the situation? Did you fire the cloud-piercing arrow? Family head, who hit you?" The old man angrily pointed forward and shouted, "Do you see these people in front of you? Insulting my Wang family to the extreme? They're out of their minds. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." Ye Qing looked at the newly arrived crowd and smiled, saying, "Very good. Your Wang family came as a nest, but looking at them, they're not worth worrying about." Wang Aihu looked at the crowd and also said, "Shixiong Ye, these pieces of trash are still not worth you making a move. I can handle them all." Ye Qing stood behind and instructed Wang Aihu, "Still the same. Don't hold back. Kill them all. The more miserable, the better." He adjusted his sleeves and replied, "Shixiong, rest assured, it'll be taken care of." The Yang family head stepped forward anxiously and said, "Qingba, all the elites of the Wang family have arrived. You should run first. I'll help you hold them off." He raised his hand to assure him, "Father, there's no need. We've already said that. On the battlefield, father and son are equals." The Wang family head waved his hand and ordered, "Kill these little beasts for me. Use the most cruel methods in the world to make them regret coming into this world." A brown-haired Wang family disciple rushed forward and said, "Family head, calm down. Let me help you kill this trash to vent your anger." Ye Qing gently grabbed the brown-haired disciple's neck with one hand. The disciple shouted in disbelief, "What is this? How is this possible? Isn't this Ye Qing a cripple?" His voice calmly rang out, "Your worst choice in this life was to attack me." He tightened his grip and said, "Now you can go die." The man gasped for breath, veins popping out, looking ferocious, shouting, "You little beast, stop right there, otherwise I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces." He sent the Wang family disciple away and laughed mockingly, saying, "You guys are just a bunch of weaklings. Killing your Wang family disciples is like killing dogs." The remaining Wang family disciples drew their weapons and rushed up, shouting, "Let's go together, hack him to death with a chaotic flurry of blades." The Wang family head raised his hand and ordered, "All disciples, listen to my order. Attack together, you little beasts. You damned little beasts. How dare you do this?" Ye Qing threw the corpse hard at him, saying, "Didn't you want it like this? Here's the corpse for you." The disciples quickly rushed forward with their weapons, shouting, "There are so many of us, he's no match. No matter what his cultivation is, we'll hack him into 10,000 pieces." One disciple with a blade lunged at Wang Aihu from above, shouting, "Kill him, I'll go first." Another raised his blade and charged, shouting, "One more, chop off his limbs first." Seeing this, he scornfully shouted, "You bunch of trash, your opponent is me. You're not worthy of fighting Shixiong Ye." He punched one flying, saying, "Get lost." Then he turned around and kicked the other, saying, "You get lost too." He held two blades in his hands and rushed toward the remaining Wang family disciples, laughing loudly. "You little pieces of trash. Today, I, Wang Aihu, will let you know what pleasure is. Crush them." The Wang family head behind him yelled, urging them on, "Kill! My Wang family is the unrivaled hegemon of Jinzhou. Kill him! Chop him up for the dogs to eat! Stop him! Attack together! You must kill him for my Wang family." The blades in Wang Aihu's hands swung, sending the disciples flying. He laughed loudly, saying, "Just based on you guys, don't forget you're mortals and we're cultivators. I'll kill, with one blade to behead, 2 blades to chop off arms and legs, 3 blades to castrate you." Exhilarating. Awesome. "Ah," Ye family head exclaimed in shock. "This killing maniac. The Wang family disciples are all being slaughtered by him, one by one." Uncle Lai, standing behind, said excitedly, "With such an expert, the Ye family has nothing to worry about anymore." In the vast blue sky, there were only a few small clouds.
Suddenly, clouds gathered from nowhere, obscuring the sky. Wang Aihu swung his blade down at the last remaining disciple, saying, "You can finally go meet your grandma in the Western Paradise." The Wang family head, looking at the corpses lying all over the ground, cried out in disbelief, "How could this be, all dead? My Wang family's elite disciples are all dead. How am I supposed to live?" Wang Aihu rushed forward and placed his blade on the old man's neck, shouting, "Old geezer, you're next. Go down and join them." The old man cried out in panic. "Don't kill me, I have something to say," he retorted. "But I don't want to hear it. Go tell your grandma." With that, he raised his blade high. The old man closed his eyes tightly and shouted, "The Wang family has experts. If you have the guts, let me call someone." Hearing this, Ye Qing immediately spoke up. "Wang Aihu, stop," he questioned. "Bro, Ye, are you kidding me? Let this old geezer call someone. They'll all be ugly freaks. It's a waste of time and they're not even worth killing." The Wang family head trembled, a puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him. He stuttered. "This time it's an expert. A true Wang family expert. Do you dare let me call him?" Wang Aihu placed his blade on his neck, saying disdainfully, "If you weren't so scared that your pants are wet, I might actually believe you." Ye Qing pointed forward, saying, "Let him call. My goal today is to uproot the weed completely, to completely wipe out the Wang family, to let this old geezer despair." The Wang family head quickly released a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky, shouting, "Good, you said it. Don't you go back on your word." An arrow piercing the clouds, the descendants of the Wang family come to meet. The huge white clouds in the sky were gradually dissipating, revealing a clear blue sky. Time passed quickly. Half a key had passed. Wang Aihu slapped his blade, shouting, "Wang family head, it's been half a key already. Where's the person you called? I'm gonna chop you up." The Wang family head panicked. "Spare me, hero. Don't rush. The Wang family's expert will be here immediately." He raised his blade high, yelling, "I can't wait any longer. I'll chop you up first." Suddenly, from above, an old man with white hair and beard flew down. Seeing him raise his blade, the old man shouted, "Which little thief dares to be so impudent? Stop right there." The Wang family head looked up and smiled brightly. "Father, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have died. Kill them all, father, don't leave a single one alive." Wang Aihu, displeased, kicked the old man away, shouting, "Nonsense, what's this? Get out of my way." The Wang family head's father rushed in, shouting, "Courting death, you dare hit my son in front of me. Do I have no face anymore? Die." Wang Aihu, unafraid, charged forward, yelling, "Who are you trying to scare? I ain't afraid of your grandpa. Break." A red illusory palm print rushed forward, hitting Wang Aihu, sending him flying backward. He yelled, "Erg! Damn it, how can he be so strong?" Ye Qing ran over to support him, asking with concern, "Wang Aihu, are you alright?" He said softly, "I'm okay, bro, Ye. This old geezer is too strong. I'm no match for him." The Yi family head, seeing this, worriedly shouted, "Qinger, don't push yourself too hard. This Wang family head's father used to be a cultivator. I thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Leave now and return to the sect immediately." He turned his head to look at his dad, promising, "Father, leave the rest to me. Just watch here." The Wang family head looked at his father landing on the ground, pointing at him and sneering, "Ignorant child, you still dare to stand up. Don't you know your own strength? Father, kill him. This little bastard is the most annoying." He slapped the old man away, shouting, "Get out of my way. This isn't a place for you to talk." The Wang family head's father released another illusory palm print towards him, shouting, "Courting death. My son is my darling. You dare hit him, I'll kill you." The Ye family head shouted, "Qing sour." Uncle Li also shouted in panic. Young master, Wang Aihu, remained calm, saying, "No need to panic, bro. Ye knows what he's doing." The Wang family head, standing behind, laughed loudly. "Arrogant brat, you'll die a horrible death," the Wang family head's father shouted. "One has died. Who's next?" Ye Qing stepped out from the thin mist, shouting, "Old geezer, you're not dead yet. How can I die?" The Wang family head exclaimed in shock. "What? You're actually okay?" The Wang family head's father couldn't believe it, shouting, "How is this possible? My strike was extremely powerful." The Yi family head smiled. "That's great. Qing Shekker's okay," Uncle Lai excitedly shouted. "Young master is mighty." Wang Aihu also happily replied, "I told you, no need to worry." Ye Qing extended his hand, saying, "Fake old man, if you have any more moves, just use them, or you won't have another chance." The Wang family head's father heard this and shouted, "Then I'll let you die a miserable death." With that, he waved his hand, summoning energy to strike him, saying, "Earth, fire, heavenly lightning." He waved his hand, easily dissolving it, then calmly asked, "Earth, fire, heavenly lightning, indeed not ordinary, Wang family head. Today you've witnessed my, Ye Qing's, abilities, so you should know I'm not some ordinary guy." That old geezer gathered a stream of purple power and blasted it towards him, saying, "Little punk, your tone isn't small at all. If you can take this move, this old man will acknowledge you a little." He stood still without moving, letting the old geezer's power surround him. The Wang family head exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Wang Aihu and the Yi family head also shouted in shock. What is it? The surrounding people saw this and shouted. This kid actually withstood the earth-fire heavenly lightning. A green-haired man in the crowd exclaimed, "That's right. The earth-fire heavenly lightning can instantly turn mountains into dust, but he's unscathed." A bald man asked in surprise, "Is this the power of cultivation? It's truly terrifying." Ye Qing stood still looking at the old geezer and said, "Patriarch Wang, got any more high-level moves?" Patriarch Wang's father gnashed his teeth in anger and shouted, "Good, very good. Today this old man will let you see the true strength of my Wang family," he sneered and said. "Oh, I'm all ears." The old man was covered in a huge purple energy. He gently said, "My Wang family has a 1,000-year inheritance. Our ancestor once received the grace of heaven and earth and obtained a supreme secret technique, the 9 Netherworld Flame Art. Once this secret art is used, it can summon the 9 Netherworld Flame, which will burn the heavens and the earth. No one can resist." Hearing this, he laughed and said, 9 Netherworld Flame? I heard that this flame is extremely evil. Ordinary cultivators will turn into ashes if they touch it. Patriarch Wang, do you really want to use this forbidden technique? The power on the old man's body quickly spread out, covering everywhere, and the old man shouted, "What's there to not dare?" Wang Aihu saw this from afar and shouted in shock, "It's over. This old man has really used the 9 Netherworld Flame." He worriedly reminded from afar, "Senior brother Ye, be careful." He didn't turn his head back and replied, "It's okay, I have a way to deal with it." Patriarch Wang's father released a purple fire dragon and rushed forward, and the old man shouted, 9 Netherworld Flame, appear!" That power rushed towards Ye Qing, who was surrounded by blue spiritual energy. The old man's voice rang out, "Ye Qing, if you can withstand this move, my Wang family will retreat 3 steps from now on, and will no longer oppose the Ye family." He reached out to receive that power. A brown-haired passerby exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of person is Ye Qing to be able to resist the 9 Netherworld Flame?" "That's right." The white-haired passerby next to him covered his eyes with his hand and excitedly replied, "I have never seen such a fierce battle. It's really like immortals fighting." Patriarch Wang's father coughed while holding his chest and said, "Senior Ye Qing, you won." He looked at the old man and demanded, "From now on, your Wang family must withdraw from Jinju City and never invade again." The old man exhaled and agreed. "Okay, I agree with you." Ye Qing turned around and walked towards the crowd. Wang Aihu shouted, "Aihu, let's go." He quickly replied, "Yes, senior brother." He turned to look at Patriarch Ye and said, "Dad, we should go back too." He smiled and agreed. "Okay, let's go home." A loud cry rang out from the crowd. "Ye Qing, what kind of person are you?" He turned his head to look at the crowd and replied, "Me? I'm just an ordinary cultivator." The crowd looked at each other and repeated, "An ordinary cultivator." He quickly stepped forward and said, "Let's go, Aihu." A loud discussion rang out from the crowd. "Ye Qing, who exactly is he?" Patriarch Ye looked at him and smiled, asking, "Ye Qing, what kind of technique did you use just now?" Hearing this, he didn't hide anything and replied, "This is an ancient technique that I accidentally obtained, called the Golden Yang Bodyguard Art. Today is the first time I've tried it, and it seems to be very effective," he exclaimed in surprise. Golden Yang Bodyguard Art, that's the legendary top-level defensive secret technique. You actually obtained this opportunity. He happily placed his hand on his shoulder and praised with a smile, "Ye Qing, your actions this time have consolidated the foundation of our Yi family in Jinzhou City. Those forces eyeing our Yi family will probably have to recalculate." He looked ahead with a serious face and shouted, "Dad, I'm just fulfilling the responsibility of the family. The real challenges are still ahead. We can't be careless." Patriarch Ye lowered his head and said, "You're right, Qinger. Our Yi family needs to quickly consolidate our strength." He raised his hand and announced, "To prevent other forces from taking advantage of loopholes to invade, I have decided to convene a family meeting tomorrow to discuss a plan to improve the overall strength of the family and announce your promotion to elder of the family, to honor your status and contributions." An old man with white hair and beard appeared from behind Ye Qing, leaning on a cane and said, "Little friend, Ye, this old man is really impressed." He turned his head in surprise and looked at him, praising. To have such cultivation and courage at such a young age is truly the blessing of Jinju. He cupped his hands humbly. "Senior is too kind. This junior doesn't dare to accept it." He quickly introduced, Not at all. This old man's surname is Li, and I'm the owner of the medicine shop in the city. If you have any needs, this old man is willing to use the full strength of the medicine shop to support the Yinik family." He looked at him and softly refused. Li Lao's kindness is remembered in Ye Qing's heart. If there is a need in the future, I will definitely come to your door for help.
Li Lao quickly turned his head and laughed loudly, shouting, "Wonderful! Everyone, listen up, I have an announcement." He looked at his back and thought to himself, this old man is really something. Saying this, he laughed.
A voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, are you Ye Qing?" Startled, he turned his head. A young man dressed in expensive clothes introduced himself. "I am the young master of the Liu family in Jinzhou City, Liu Chengcheng. Meeting you today proves that the rumors are true. But we are all young talents. When can we compete with you?"
He chuckled, replying, "If young Master Liu is offering, this Ye is always willing to oblige."
Hearing this, that guy quickly turned his head, instantly took off, laughing loudly. "When I'm fully prepared, I'll definitely invite you to a duel."
Ye Qing stroked his chin, musing,
"Looks like Jin Province's younger generation isn't lacking in powerhouses either. The road ahead will probably be even more turbulent." A girl with purple hair appeared, responding to him. "Young Master Ye, I'm a student of the Jin Province Academy," she said softly. "I'm Sun Qing, and after witnessing you saving the situation today, I feel immense admiration. I have a request, and I was wondering if you could spare some time."
The system's voice then chimed in, saying, "Your beauty is feeling all hot and bothered and wants you to listen to her." He mentally cursed. "You're always so noisy, shut up."
Ye Qing looked at her and smiled in agreement. "Miss Su, please speak." She looked at him, shyly asking,
"I wanted to ask you to give me some pointers on the path of cultivation.
I don't know if young Master Ye would be willing."
He chuckled, putting his hands behind his head, saying, "Sure, leave it to me. If there's an opportunity, I'll come to the Yi residence to give you direct guidance."
The space was bathed in a light purple hue. Not a sound was made. Inside a large room, the Wang family head slammed his hand heavily on the table, roaring, "I can't accept this. How could a useless nobody cause our Wang family to suffer such a crushing defeat?"
The Wang family head's father glanced at him, saying, "Ye Qing once cultivated in the Qingyun Sect. It's as if he's been reborn. Our Wang family is no match for him."
The Wang family head turned back, furiously clenching his fist, shouting, "Use the demonic pill from the secret realm. As long as a member of the Wang family swallows the demonic pill, they'll receive the power of a demon king, and will definitely be able to destroy Ye Qing and the Ye family."
The old man, hearing this, hesitated, saying,
"But this method is very easy to lose control. The entire Jin province would suffer the consequences. Our Wang family would probably have a hard time protecting itself." The Wang family head furiously shouted, "Father, what time is it? If the Wang family is destroyed, then there's no need for this world to exist." The old man raised his hand, stroking his beard, saying, "Then let it be as you wish." The space was plunged into darkness. Time passed quickly. Before long, a moment later arrived. The Wang family head's father led him into a dark place, asking, "We're here. This is the place. Will you eat it, or should I?" He replied from behind with a smile, "Father, you eat it. I still have to handle the Wang family's affairs. After you become an unparalleled powerhouse, the Wang family will continue to benefit from your legacy." The old man, hearing this, smiled, asking, "Are you inviting me to die?" The old man reached out, taking the black pill that was hovering in the air, saying, "Not bad. Worthy of being the Wang family head. To do this at this time is the right thing." The old man quickly swallowed the pill, saying, "It's divine. Both demons have finished eating." Continuing, "I'm swallowing." The Wang family head's father was enveloped in immense power, raising his face to the sky, challenging, "Ajia. This feeling. It's so painful." The Wang family head excitedly shouted, "Father, father, how is it? Do you feel like you've become stronger?" The Wang family head's father gradually grew long, sharp fangs. That old man continuously shouted, "Strong, strong, I'm becoming extremely strong. Ugh, this feeling."
Seeing that the old man was quickly growing a long black tail, the Wang family head asked in confusion, What is this, father?" The old man grew 2 horns and a 3rd eye, his fingernails also lengthening. That old man reached out, grabbing his throat, shouting, blood, fresh meat. I want it all." The Wang family head's father had completely transformed into a monster. He turned his head, shouting, "Blood."
He quickly rushed forward, biting hard into the Wang family head's back. He screamed in agony, "Ah, no, I'm your son. I'm the Wang family head, father, no."
The old man quickly threw down his son's corpse, raising his head to the sky, yelling,
"Humph, humph, Yi family. Yi family, kill Ye Qing. Eradicate the Yi family." In an extremely quiet space, in the courtyard of the Ye family, Ye Qing stood looking at the Ye family head sitting on the chair, asking, "Father, you said the Wang family is a 1,000-year-old clan, always with a deep foundation." He wrapped his arms around his chest, replying, "That's right, what's wrong?" He reached out, stroking his chin, musing, "Then that's bad. The Wang family probably still has an ace up its sleeve. Quickly prepare to face the battle." Wang Aihu, holding a chicken leg in his hand, munching away, comforted. Senior brother doesn't need to be so tense. You already beat the Wang family head's father away before. Suddenly, in the middle of the courtyard, the Wang family head's father appeared in his monstrous form. Wang Aihu turned his head, seeing this, dropping the chicken leg in his hand, yelling, "Holy crap!" Ye Qing was also startled, asking, "What's this monster?" He, in his monstrous form, with blood-red eyes, yelled, "Humph, humph! Your Yi family is destined to be destroyed. This world belongs to the Wang family." Wang Aihu quickly rushed forward, yelling, "Ugly monster, die! Let me personally fight you." He raised his hand, calling out, "Wang Aihu." He was quickly blown away by the old man. The old man bellowed, "Wriggle around, die!" He reached out to support the wall, standing up, saying, "Oh man, Shixong's getting wrecked, totally outmatched. This guy's a pro, a real pro." Hearing that, Ye Qing exclaimed in shock, "What the?" Seeing the purple energy, he yelled, "Everyone fall back, I got this." Wang family head unleashed a wave of power, sending Ye Qing flying. He roared, "Die!" Ye Qing was sent flying, letting out a PMF. Wang family head's eyes flashed crimson, shouting, "Ye Qing, you're definitely gonna die today." Fresh blood streamed from his mouth and nose. Ye Qing pleaded in his mind, "Hey organ bros, please don't fail me now. Gotta step it up." Putting on a brave face, he shouted, "Come at me! Show me what you got!" The system voice chimed in, translating his thoughts. "Your heart needs beauties to power up, your kidneys perk up at the mention of beauties, and your brain's just humming along." Wang Aihu shouted from behind, "Ye Xixiang is so badass. He's spacing out in a crisis. Is this some kind of power-up technique?" Wang family head emanated a massive purple aura, sneering, "Kid, you dare act cocky in front of me, I'll make sure there's no place for your corpse to rest." Ye Qing closed his eyes tight, yelling in his mind, "Guys, I promise I'll find you 100 babes when this is over." The system voice announced, "Your organs are ready, fight for the babes." Ye Qing's eyes flashed blue, shouting, "All right, bring it on." The system voice continued to announce, "Your strength has increased 30-fold, your reaction speed has increased 20-fold. Ye Qing quickly shattered the rocks in his path, yelling, "You ignorant fool, I'll teach you some manners today." Wang family head raised his muscular arm, scoffing, "HMPH. How can a mortal body withstand my demonic form? A waste is still a waste, utterly clueless." With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, yelling, "Heavenly Demon Meteor Fist." Ye Qing's eyes flashed, yelling, "Piece of cake! Not even a challenge." Wang family head was incredulous, gaping, What? You, who are you? How can you block meteors with your bare hands?" Ye Qing lunged forward, punching the old geezer square in the face, roaring, "I'm your daddy, Wang Aihu." Wang Aihu clenched his fists, cheering, "Oh, one-hit KO, Ye Xixiang, you're my idol." Ye family head asked in surprise, "Qingfaber, could it be that you didn't use your full strength in the previous battle?" Purple flames erupted around Wang family head. He glared at Ye Qing and roared, "I've lived for so long I refuse to believe I can't defeat a little punk like you." Wang Aihu pointed at Ye Qing, shouting, "Xixiang, watch out. This monster might be about to use his ultimate move." Ye Qing glared back, yelling arrogantly, "Come on, ugly monster. If I take one step back, I'm your grandkid." Wang family head bared his fangs, snarling, "Arrogant brat, you overestimate yourself." Then, a massive burst of energy erupted from him. Heading straight for Ye Qing, he continued, "I'll show you what true despair is." Ye Qing was incredulous, yelling, "Holy crap, is this old guy juicing up on hormones? And lightning too? No, this is demonic lightning, his aura. This old guy is seriously evil." Wang family head teleported behind Ye Qing in an instant, roaring, "To die by my boundless power is the greatest honor of your life." Ye Qing's face turned purple, gritting his teeth. "What? He's so fast, I can't defend my back completely." The energy slammed into Ye Qing, sending him flying. He cried out in pain, "Ugh, OWW." Wang Aihu cried out in worry. Ye Qing Xixiang, Ye family head also yelled, "Qing goer." Ye Qing knelt on the ground, his face ashen, spitting out a mouthful of blood, saying, "This old demon is just chillin' here, undergoing tribulation. My acupuncture points are being frozen and struck by lightning all at once." The system voice then announced, "Dantian will pull to full power, the brain will pull maximum reaction, limbs will pull full force of action." Ye Qing's heart cursed unhappily. "Damn it, system, couldn't you have said that sooner? I thought I was going to be barbecued." Wang family head let out a ferocious laugh, yelling, "Victory and defeat have already been decided. Show me what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Any hint of resistance will be annihilated immediately." A bright golden light emanated from Ye Qing's body. He calmly replied, "All right. Then I'll show you what I've got." A purple light emanated from Wang family head. He asked suspiciously, Strange. Could he have something else?" Ye Qing rushed forward, unleashing a punch right in Wang family head's face. Blood splattered from Wang family head. He was sent flying backwards, letting out a yell,
Ugh! Triple A! Wang Aihu jumped up and down, laughing loudly, saying,
Awesome, I knew it. Senior brother Ye is the best.
completely engulfed in immense power, he yelled. Is that all you got? Living your whole life and still suck this bad? Go home and farm? Patriarch Wang's father collapsed, shouting, You, how could you? In his heart he thought, My body feels like it's about to fall apart. I can't move. What kind of power is this?
Wang Aihu shouted from afar, annoyed. What? If you don't have the strength to talk, shut your mouth. Be careful. One more word and you'll die. Ye Qing raised a sword and said with a smile, Is it my turn now?
The old man knelt on the ground, watching him approach in horror, and immediately shouted, Wait a minute. Hold on, Patriarch. Ye, hurry up and stop your son. In the end, he could only scream, saying, Don't kill me. I am the most respected cultivator in Jin province.
Patriarch Ye said expressionlessly, You brought this on yourself, Qingrecker. Quickly send him on his way.
He raised his sword and stabbed forward, saying, Let me take care of it, father, you ugly monster. I'll send you on your way right now. He closed his eyes and chopped off the old man's head, saying, Die? Watching the fresh blood splatter, he said, Now you can rest in peace. The system's voice rang out, relaying, The brain is really the main character in a Shuangwen. My heart feels for the first time that the host is a man. Another organ annoyedly shouted, Hey, show some respect, will ya? He's not the only man here. And I always have to. Wang Aihu excitedly rushed over, shouting,
I gotta say, Senior Brother Ye, you're just too awesome. I'm about to fall in love with you. Want to try something like that?
Hey!
Ye Qing's eyes gradually closed, shouting, Get lost!
He put his hand on Wang Aihu's shoulder, who gradually slumped down. He immediately raised both hands and shouted, I won't do that with you. Did I scare you to death?
His eyes closed, and the system immediately rang out.
Alert! The host's body is overloaded. Warning, warning!
The space was immediately immersed in a pure white color. The space was extremely quiet. Without a sound, Ye Qing lay on the bed, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing him open his eyes, a caring voice immediately rang out, Son, you're awake. You scared me to death.
Wang Aihu happily said beside him,
No way. You woke up so fast. I only gave you one elementary spirit replenishing pill.
He sat up, holding his head and shouting, Damn it, every time I fight hard I faint, it's so annoying. The system's voice relayed, My kidneys can't take it anymore either. Quickly find a beauty to make up for it. That voice continued to say,
My heart is circulating blood too fast. I need 5 high-level spirit replenishing pills. Hearing this, he turned his head and glared at him, shouting, Fatty Wang, quickly take out all the pills in your storage bag.
Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, All of them? I say, bro, are you trying to kill yourself? These pills are not just for replenishing your body. He looked at him with an ugly expression and shouted, Hurry up if you don't want to die. Seeing this, he turned his head and left. I'm going. Patriarch Ye looked at him and asked in a deep voice, Qing Golker, tell your father the truth. Have you lost your way? He just pointed at himself, jokingly asking back,
Does getting lost in admiring beautiful women count as losing my way?
He looked at him with a serious expression and asked,
I know your talent best. In just a few short months, how on earth did your cultivation skyrocket like this, as if you were reborn?
Ye Qing sat on the bed and said seriously, Father, this is a stroke of luck. I can't say it, he urged worriedly. Qingher, if you want to cultivate, I'm very happy, but you must not go against your conscience. He looked at him and said calmly, Father, wasn't my fiancé accepted as a disciple by a cultivator back then? That's called a stroke of luck. A stroke of luck can't be explained clearly. He brought the token from Kun Yao in front of him and asked,
Stop talking about these things, Father. What do you think this is?
He reached out and grabbed it, shouting, This is the Yi family's personal token? He held the token with both hands and shouted,
This is the symbol of the Ye family in Jin province. Father has sent people to search countless times. How is it in your possession? The space fell silent.
He quietly recounted, and finally he concluded with one sentence. Then I discovered this token in Kundiao's cave. Patriarch Ye raised his hand and stroked his beard, saying, So that's how it is. It's really fate. He sat on the chair, looking at his father, asked, What are you thinking, father? His father, arms crossed over his chest, asked, Qingri, what's the name of that senior sister you mentioned? His voice echoed in response. Su Qingyue. He was startled, describing, She's over 20, beautiful beyond compare, and also from Jinzhou. Ye Qing stood up, walking towards him, said, Is senior sister that famous? Even father, all the way in Jinzhou, knows about her, his father replied. That's right, but I don't know if she's from Jinzhou, he continued to probe. Have you ever shown her your jade pendant? He reached out, holding his jade pendant, and asked, Senior sister seems to have seen it before. Ye Qing clutched his head and said, Father, just spit it out already. I haven't fully recovered yet. Just thinking a little gives me a headache. The system's voice cut in, replacing his words. System voice. Brain, come on, I haven't even told you to ache. You're just being lazy and don't want to think. He stroked his chin, pondering, I feel like the relationship between senior sister Sue and the Ye family isn't simple. Hearing this, his father pointed at him and bluntly replied, Su Qingyue is your fiancé, the one you've never met. With a shocked expression, he yelled, fiancé. In his heart, a realization dawned. So senior sister Sue is my fiancé. No wonder she said I'd understand everything once I returned home. He stroked his chin, feigning deep thought, hearing the system tell his brain, a peerless beauty. This is your fiancé right here. What a heaven-sent blessing. Your kidneys are blessed, truly blessed. The system, imagining Su Qingyue with a mischievous grin, said, Go. Quickly say you're very satisfied with this marriage. Hurry up and get married, he replied, still feigning contemplation. Get married? What are you even talking about? Senior sister and I are fellow disciples right now. It, the system, irritably exclaimed. Mouth, ignore him. If he won't say it, I'll say it for him. His mouth immediately acted, loudly declaring, Father, the first time I met senior sister Sue, I felt she was different from everyone else. We're practically a match made in heaven. Let's get married soon. Patriarch Ye let out a sigh and said, Your engagement with Qingyue was set when you were children, that's true, but Qingyue has outstanding talent and embarked on the path of cultivation very early. Your fate together. He placed a hand on Ye Qing's shoulder, patting it, and said, Anyway, now that you've joined the Azure Cloud Sect, the first thing you need to do is cultivate. As for the matter with Qingyu, that depends on your fate. Hearing this, Ye Qing muttered in his heart. So even my own father looks down on me, thinking I'm not worthy of Su Qingyu. The system's voice cut in again. Mouth, hurry up and tell him you're not useless like you used to be, now you have us. What, he might not trust you, but he wouldn't possibly disbelieve us, right? Hearing this, Ye Qing gave a wry smile and said, Big bro, setting aside your strength for a moment, if I tell everyone you guys can cultivate on your own, I'll be seen as a freak and surrounded. By then, everyone will be dead. Ye Qing cupped his hands and bowed, proclaiming, Qingjier will definitely remember father's teachings. Wang Aihu walked in, carrying a bag, and loudly shouted, Senior brother Ye, I've brought all the pills. You wouldn't believe it, the butler even asked me to help him move several batches of stuff. It made me so tired I broke a sweat. Chapter 87, Ye Qing reached out, taking the bag from Wang Aihu, then said, Father Fatty, you two go out first, I need to rest. The space quickly fell silent. Not a single sound echoed. He held the bag in his hand, generously asking, All right, spill it, what do you want to eat? A voice echoed in response. Heart, high-grade spirit guarding pill. Brain, high-grade marrow cleansing pill. Limbs, high-grade injury healing pill. Brain, high-grade spirit acuity pill. He opened the bag, quickly tossing the pills into his mouth, cursing, Damn it, do you guys think I'm some Lu Yao? He muttered in his heart. I've eaten the pills, the rest is up to you guys. His whole body glowed with a blue light. He exclaimed in shock, Holy crap, I'm on fire. The system's voice rang out. Warning, please, host, stabilize your 3 states. Ye Qing's face turned purple-blue, sweat pouring down like rain. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, even a sauna isn't this hot. They're not going to roast me as a sacrifice, are they? Could it be that my system is messing with the heavenly Tao, and now I'm facing a backlash? No way, right? I haven't done anything wrong. He knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, groaning inwardly. It feels like all my internal organs are about to explode, the system's voice announced. Warning, warning. If you forcibly use spiritual energy, the host will bear the consequences alone. He sat cross-legged, clasped his hands together, and cursed inwardly. FCK, so all I can do is endure it. System voice, Dantian spiritual QX1000. Blood circulation speed X1. His whole body was engulfed in flames, sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and asked, What the hell is going on? This circulation speed is so fast, do you really want me to die an untimely death? He frowned deeply, yelling in his heart, Hot. So hot I could die. This time, I'm really gonna die. Suddenly he threw his head back and looked at the sky, letting out a loud cry. Unbelievable! He looked at his own fists, happily thinking, I've mutated. His mind suddenly felt at ease, his body warm as if bathed in sunlight, his skin still very hot, but the burning sensation was gone. His whole body suddenly glowed. The system's voice rang out, Congratulations, congratulations! You have cultivated the Blazing Sun Divine Body, he exclaimed in surprise. Blazing Sun Divine Body? Looks like I've awakened the fire attribute. Ye Qing looked at his fist, pretending to ponder, and said, It must be that the fire element in my body activated during the fight with the demonic squid beast, plus the stimulation from a large amount of pills, directly led to a grand sublimation. The system's voice interjected, Your Dantian feels it has absorbed too much spiritual energy and needs to continuously consume high-grade spirit-guarding pills for 20 days. His face turned pale, and he asked in his heart, No way! You guys made me eat so many pills, and now you're full.
a voice from one of his organs rang out saying, "Dude, aren't you seriously dense?" After that old geezer died, we, your brothers, automatically absorbed his spiritual energy. We originally felt it wasn't even enough to stick between our teeth. But turns out your physical constitution is too weak, you simply couldn't handle it. He threw up his hands, asking in his heart, "Whether my constitution is weak or not, don't you guys know already?" He rummaged in his bag, let out a sigh, and said, "Seriously, I'm raising a bunch of living ancestors here." He picked up a blue pill, softly negotiating. "I only have one medium-grade spirit guarding pill left here. How about you guys bear with it a bit and digest on your own?" He felt a headache coming on, clutching his forehead, and said, "Forget it. I'll go to the back kitchen and ask Wang Aihu." The space went silent, not a sound to be heard. Wang Aihu was sitting at the table, a drumstick in his hand, asking, "Ye Qingba, you're here, quick, try this big drumstick. The food of the mortal realm is seriously too good." Ye Qing approached, holding out his hand, and said bluntly, "You got any high-grade spirit-guarding pills, gimme?" He immediately jumped up. "My family treasure. High-grade spirit-guarding pills are such awesome medicine. Why would I have any? Besides, don't you have some in your storage pouch?" Ye Qing calmly replied. "All gone." The drumstick in his hand fell to the ground. He excitedly asked, "What? There were at least a dozen in there? You're telling me you drank them all?" He quickly appeared around Ye Qing, staring him up and down, saying, "You're not messing with me, right? A normal person drinking so many pills would definitely die because their body couldn't handle it, or at least be unconscious for days." Ye Qing impatiently charged forward, groping all over him, shouting, "I don't believe you don't have even one spirit guarding pill on you. Hurry up and hand it over. Don't force me to beat you up." Wang Aihu felt ticklish and laughed through his tears, replying, Okay, I'll give it, don't get so worked up." Ye Qing held out his hand in front of him, saying, "Give me however many you have." Wang Aihu, with tears in the corner of his eyes, replied, "2 pills. This is really my entire fortune." He clenched his fist, starting to lament. "Do you know how hard I had to work to get these 2 pills?" This was the reward. After completing 3 dangerous missions, Ye Qing brought the golden pill to his nose to sniff. Xing Ying approached, grabbing both of Wang Aihu's shoulders. "Sniff test." Wang Aihu immediately panicked, shouting, Ye Qingba, why are you sniffing me?" "I was just joking when I said I wanted to play gay with you. Don't take it seriously." Ye Qing looked at Wang Aihu, holding out his hand and saying, "Who TF wants to play gay with you? Give me the remaining spirit guarding pills you have. At least 2. Wang Aihu was startled and exclaimed, "Spirit guarding pills? What? Didn't I give them all to you already? How could there be 2 more?" Ye Qing smiled, looking at him and saying, "Oh, you sure I can smell the scent of high-grade spirit guarding pills on you?" Wang Aihu gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Are you CMN a dog nose or something?" Sweat dripped down his forehead, but he still stubbornly denied. "Ye Qingba, I'm really out. You must be mistaken." Ye Qing raised his fist, charging towards him, saying, "One last chance." Wang Aihu raised his hand to block, saying, I'll talk. "There's 2 more, really the last 2. Ye Qing glared at him threateningly. "Next time I find out you dare to be slippery again, I'll send you flying back to the sect." Wang Aihu, with tears in the corner of his eyes, reached into his storage pouch, saying miserably, "This old man can't bear to eat high-grade spirit-guarding pills himself. This is really it this time." He handed over the pills, but still tried to negotiate. Ye Qingba, look, you've already eaten so many, can you leave me just one last one?" Ye Qing quickly snatched them away with one hand, saying, "Thanks." Watching his departing back, Wang Aihu waved his hand, cursing inwardly. "Damn you, Ye Qing. If you weren't so OP, I'd beat you to a pulp." Ye Qing seemed to sense it, so he turned his head to look at him. Wang Aihu immediately hid his hands behind his back, asking, "Is there anything else, Ye Qingba?" Ye Qing calmly said, "Returning to the sect the day after tomorrow." The space immediately fell into endless silence. Time passed quickly. Ye Qing was walking on the road in the sect when Zhang Kui skipped happily in front of him, shouting, "Daji Yi, you're finally back." Ye Qing asked suspiciously, "What's up?" He immediately smiled brightly, saying, "I stole some enlightenment tea from my grandpa's side again. Do you want to come to my place and have some?" The sound of his inner organs echoed. My stomach is the first to agree. Mouth's watering. Before kissing a beauty, drink some good tea first. Hearing this, Ye Qing laughed, replying, "Looks like I have no choice but to drink some." The 2 of them quickly left, the space quickly falling into silence. Zhang Kui held up a cup of tea, handing it to Ye Qing, who was sitting down, saying, "Da Ji Yi, please." Ye Qing reached out and took it, taking a sniff, praising, as expected of famous tea, endless aftertaste. Seeing him drink, Zhang Kui clasped his hands in front of his chest, pleading, "Da Ji Yi, I heard you went out on a very dangerous mission recently. Can you tell me a little about it?" Ye Qing raised his teacup, smiling and saying, "For this cup of tea I'll tell you a bit." He looked at Zhang Kui sitting on the chair, beginning to tell. Wang Aihu and I were ordered to escort the princess, but we encountered a lot of twists and turns along the way. I relied on my own strength to safely get the princess back to the imperial capital, and even helped her ascend the throne. You don't know how twisted her foolish father was. He even sucked her spiritual energy. Hearing this, Zhang Kui touched his chin, asking, "Ge, you're at the foundation establishment stage now. Is your body able to withstand using too much spiritual energy?"
He looked at Ye Qing holding the teacup, reminding him with concern.
I'm not saying this, but your physique. Ye Qing angrily smacked him on the head, cursing. Who do you think I am? Of course I can handle it. I can kill people without spiritual energy too. The disdainful sound of his inner organs echoed. My limbs are trash, don't they rely on us? Hearing this, Zhang Kui immediately smiled brightly, raising 2 fingers to take credit. Ge is indeed Ge. I originally prepared 2 high-grade spirit guarding pills for Ge, but now it seems Ge doesn't need these things at all. Ye Qing's attitude immediately became friendly, smiling and replying, Need? Of course I need them. I need to study a bit how spirit guarding pills are made. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. Holy SHT, are you a god or something? How did you know I had an ancient pill-refining book?
Ye Qing was startled, muttering inwardly, Holy crap, I just casually said it, and managed to touch a hidden treasure. He looked at Zhang Kui, beginning to promise.
Zhang Kui, since you've recognized me as your Ge, I definitely won't treat you badly. You give me the ancient book, and when I've mastered it, I'll definitely give you a sack of high-grade pills. Zhang Kui thought of the missing pages in the book, replying, Of course I can give it to you, but this ancient book is missing a few pages, and the language is difficult to understand. Ordinary people can't even understand it, let alone fully comprehend it. Xuan's face instantly fell as he asked, You don't even trust me? He immediately plastered on a smile, replying, How could that be? I'll go get it for you right away. He handed Xuan a tattered book, saying, Senior brother, this is the one. Xuan took it, promising with a smile, I'll study it when I get back, and I'll take you out for some good food someday. Time flew by, and the space was filled with white. Ye Qing walked along the road, thinking happily, I was worried about not being able to make pills, but I unexpectedly got an ancient alchemy book, and it doesn't look like a mortal item. Suddenly, Su Qingyue appeared in front of him, approaching step by step, shouting, Ye Qing, you're back. Ye Qing gave an embarrassed smile, replying,
Senior Sister Su, I didn't expect to see you here, he thought to himself. Mortified. I'm done for. It's Su Qingyue.
He turned his head and said, Senior Sister Su, it looks like your cultivation has increased a lot again. I have something to do. I'll go first, he thought to himself. Ever since I found out Senior Sister Su is my fiancée, these encounters have been a bit awkward. The system's voice immediately rang out. Your brain is telling you not to run? What about the 100 beauties you promised us? Ye Qing replied, annoyed. Don't mess around, I'll find 100 beauties another day.
Suddenly, Ye Qing's body went out of his control, turned around, and walked towards Su Qingyue. The system voice echoed, Your precious legs agree that you should meet Su Qingyue. Head towards her. He turned his head to the side, refusing to look at her, cursing inwardly. Hey, what are you guys doing? Taking over my body again. It's already awkward enough meeting Su Qingyue right now. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, Ye Qing, why is your posture so weird? He raised his hand to support his neck and explained, It's nothing. I just got a crick in my neck last night.
The Qingyun Sect's male disciples stood far away, loudly discussing. Who is that guy? Why do I get the feeling that Senior Sister Su is familiar with him? Another person whispered. That's the top dog from the new talent competition, the one who single-handedly killed a lot of demon race people.
He reached out and touched his face, modestly saying,
You all praise me too much. The system's voice chimed in. Brain, what's there to be shy about? We're super awesome, lift your chin from me. His head refused to listen to him, automatically lifting up, disdainfully glancing around.
Seeing this, Ye Qing roared inwardly. Are you guys deliberately messing with me? Don't Fing cause trouble anymore? Su Qingyue looked at him, wondering. What's wrong with Ye Qing? Did something happen in Jin province? I wonder if Patriarch Ye told him the truth.
His body uncontrollably moved forward, hugging her waist and grabbing her hand, calling out, Senior Sister Su. Ye Qing roared in his heart, Damn it, are you all crazy? Stop it now.
She looked at him, her cheeks flushed red. The system voice rang out, relaying the words of his organs. Your kidneys absolutely cannot stop. Adrenaline secretion tripled. Your hand feels that tiny waist, a forewaist. Your mouth says, I want it too.
The male disciples were instantly agitated. A brown-haired disciple clenched his fists, shouting, Holy crap, is Ye Qing out of his mind? The short-haired one yelled, He actually dares to do something like this.
Another male disciple excitedly shouted, Kid, let go of Senior Sister Su.
Zhang Kui stood with his hands on his hips, adoringly shouting, Senior brother Ye is indeed my role model for this life. He dares to do anything. Ye Qing, unable to control himself, leaned closer to her. Her cheeks flushed red, and she cried out, Ye Qing, we're in public. What do you want to do? Ye Qing sighed in embarrassment. What can I do? I can't control myself either. I can't take it anymore. Su Qingyue kicked him away, shouting, Get lost? Her cheeks were so red they were practically steaming, and she scolded, Ye Qing, you're truly shameless. Ye Qing was shocked when his mouth involuntarily asked, Anyway, senior sister Su and I are going to get married. What's wrong with understanding each other a little earlier? He frantically covered his mouth with his hand, cursing inwardly. Holy crap! He cried out in his heart, God, this is too offensive. I can't even listen to myself anymore. She was taken aback and stammered. You know? Seeing this, Ye Qing asked, Senior sister Su, do you like me? She stuttered, hearing him ask so directly. You? Ye Qing completely snapped, his face turning purple and black as he fiercely threatened, Don't push it, you guys are going too far, aren't you? If you guys keep this up, I'll castrate myself. The system voice rang out. It is said that your trachea was successfully frightened by you and has relinquished control of your body. He quickly bowed deeply, sincerely saying, I'm sorry, senior sister Su, I was being presumptuous. I'll leave right away. Su Qingyue held up the tattered book from before, calling him back. Just as Ye Qing was about to leave, she called out, Ye Qing, you dropped something. He reached out to take it back, saying, Thank you, senior sister. She opened the book and glanced at it, asking, You want to learn alchemy? Ye Qing scratched his head, replying, Yeah. He thought to himself, Aren't they saying that ordinary people can't understand the words in it? How can Su Qingyue recognize it? She looked at him and instructed, Alchemy isn't a game. If you don't master the techniques, it will lead to the explosion of the pill furnace, and the power is not to be underestimated. Ye Qing replied with a smile. Yeah, senior sister is right. I'll be careful. She looked at him intently, saying, Only inner sect disciples can enter the alchemy hall. I can take you with me, but you have to promise me one thing. She held out her hand, stating her requirement. Before you are completely proficient, you can't refine pills on your own. I have to be there every time you refine. He smiled brightly and agreed without hesitation. No problem. What Shiji says goes. I'll definitely do what I say. She handed the book back to him and said, All right, you can go now. He took the book and immediately said, See you later, Shiji. In a snow-white space, without a single sound, Ye Qing sat in his room reading a book. He looked at the book and couldn't help but sigh. I gotta say, this ancient book is really hard to understand. He had no choice but to close the book, throw it heavily on the table, take a breath, and curse loudly, WTF, what language is this? Need a translation god to save me. A system notification sounded, detected that the host's cultural level is extremely low. A huge pile of books quickly appeared, flying around in front of him, the system voice announced. Forcibly transferring thousands of years of culture before and after, he exclaimed in shock, Holy crap! My brain has become a database, containing so much stuff. Ye Qing watched in astonishment, as the words he had looked at before were quickly translated, and he exclaimed in surprise, Awesome! Who am I now? He quickly picked up the book from before, happily glanced through it, and kept praising, This system is way over the top, it's like cheating. Suddenly, he looked at a page and blurted out, There it is! This book really lets you practice whatever you want. The sound gradually disappeared, and everything was silent in a glossy white color. Su Qingyue startled and looked at him, asking, What? You want to refine pills right now? She squinted one eye at him and said, Do you know that it usually takes 10 years just to get started? Even I can only refine some intermediate level pills. He scratched his head and stuck out his tongue, saying, Su Shiji, I stayed up all night reading the ancient book yesterday, and I'm eager to try it out today. Can you not discourage me? She turned her head, closed her eyes, and said, I already told you, pill refining is not a joke. You don't listen at all. Ye Qing grabbed the corner of her sleeve, pouted, begged, and said, Help me out, Shiji. I'm really interested in pill refinings. The system voice sounded, saying, The nerve of this guy. He thinks the host is King Zhao reborn. He used to have some shame, calling me vulgar. Tsk, 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 tsk. She crossed her arms over her chest, closed her eyes, took a breath, and said nothing. Finally, she turned back to look at him and replied, But I'm afraid something unexpected will happen to you. I won't be able to protect you then. He raised 3 fingers to the sky, making a vow. Don't worry, Shiji. If you tell me to stop, I'll stop immediately. Absolutely nothing will happen. She sighed and replied, All right then, you have to listen to me. Seeing his goal achieved, he secretly laughed in his heart, saying, Women are still easy to coax. In a quiet green space, they arrived at the pill refining pavilion. In just a moment, the pill refining pavilion floated alone in the air. 2 male disciples of the pill refining pavilion saw Ye Qing wanting to enter and stopped him, saying, Halt! Who are you? What business do you have here? He exclaimed in surprise. Yo! Su Qingyue spoke up, saying, I brought him here, it's fine, you guys step aside, he and I will go in together. He followed her in, saying, Shiji, where are we going to refine pills? I've never been here before. She walked up the stairs, stood in front of a room, and said, On the 3rd floor, my private pill refining room. Hearing this, he said with admiration, As expected of the best. You even have a private pill refining room, so impressive, it really makes people admire you. He was startled when he saw the huge pill refining cauldron in front of him and exclaimed, Oh my god, isn't this a diamond-made pill refining cauldron? She didn't turn her head and replied, Yes. Su Qingyue approached the pill refining cauldron and said, You actually know your stuff. This is called the indestructible diamond cauldron. It can withstand extreme pressure, ensuring the quality of pill refining. Ye Qing knelt down in front of the cloth, on which various ingredients were laid out, and he said with a smile, All right, let's try out some of the ingredients I've collected. She looked at the ingredients in front of him and asked curiously, Judging from the ingredients you've collected, you want to refine intermediate-level meridian-protecting pills. He picked up a branch and replied with a smile. That's right. Since I happen to have the ingredients to refine intermediate-level meridian-protecting pills, she looked at him, trying to remind him tactfully. Well, what I mean is, you should start from the low level. He raised his thumb, winked, and replied, Don't worry, Shiji, I have my own plans. Hearing this, she could only remain silent. In his heart, he said confidently, It's just intermediate-level pills. I have the system protecting me. Even if it explodes, I can retreat unscathed. Okay. Su Qingyue lowered her head and sighed, thinking to herself, Ye Qing is much more stubborn than I thought. Watching him throw the ingredients into the refining cauldron, she thought to herself, When I was young, I heard my parents talk about Ye Qing. I don't know why I always feel that Ye Qing and this Ye Qing now are different. He stretched out his hand to control a stream of red power flying towards the refining cauldron. Seeing this, she pondered, Maybe it's just growing up, or maybe it's another reason. She looked at him and said, Ye Qing, you can only say the second half in your heart. You must not let anything happen. Ye Qing's whole body was covered in flames. Looking at the pill furnace emitting a blue light, he said, Next is the moment to witness a miracle. Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock, What's wrong? The raging flames are too fierce. Seeing this, Su Qingyue panicked and shouted, Ye Qing, stop now. The furnace quickly fell to the ground, emitting a small explosion, and he was blown backward. Su Qingyue ran over in horror and asked, Ye Qing, what did you promise me? Didn't you hear me telling you to stop just now? Do you even know how dangerous that was just now? Ye Qing turned to look at her, winked, and gave her a thumbs up, saying, Senior sister, it's done? Then he burst into a bright smile. She was startled, looking at the blue light that appeared, and exclaimed in surprise, It actually succeeded. You? She looked up at the pill furnace in shock, wondering, a self-taught person with no practical experience actually succeeded in refining a mid-grade vein-protecting pill in one try. The system's voice sounded, Activate your brain's boasting function. Quickly brag and make her worship you. Ye Qing crossed his arms, arrogantly raised his chin, and said, Ahem, well yeah, I am the legendary genius. Hearing this, she looked at him in surprise. She looked at him, gently pursed her lips, smiled faintly, and thought to herself, This guy is both narcissistic and cute. Ye Qing turned to look at her and asked, By the way, senior sister, do you know where to find dragon essence grass? Su Qingyue asked doubtfully. Dragon essence grass? What do you need that for? He reached out and took the pill that was still burning, saying, Actually, I don't really need this. I need to refine a high-grade spirit-protecting pill. Hearing this, she asked suspiciously, The main ingredient for a high-grade spirit-protecting pill. Then, she said softly, It is indeed dragon essence grass. But dragon essence grass grows in the Azure Spirit Hidden Valley, which is very dangerous. He raised his hand to touch his chin, looking thoughtful, and exclaimed, Azure Spirit Hidden Valley? She looked at him awkwardly and said, But I have a few high-grade spirit-protecting pills here. I can give them to you. Hearing this, he excitedly shouted, Okay. Before he could continue, the system's voice immediately rang out. You're using someone else's stuff? Don't say any more. You can't agree like that. It will make the beauty think you're very cheap. Shen also spoke up to stop him. Stop, shut up now. You must fully consider the beauty's feelings. He reached out and pulled at his cheeks, muttering, Sometimes I really want to shut down this damn system, tui. She saw him turn away and glanced at Su Qingyue suspiciously, reaching out to touch her waist, saying, What's wrong with you? Why are you so quiet? She was surprised in her heart, thinking, I thought Ye Qing would happily agree, but this kid is actually silent. He raised his hand to scratch his head, smiling and refusing. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but the world is so big, I want to go and see it. Hearing this, she closed her eyes and praised with a smile. All right then, I didn't realize you had such ambitions. I really underestimated you before. His face was full of black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He forced a smile as he watched her, cursing in his heart.
I just want to be a salted fish and ruin the game. What does this have to do with me if these stupid NPCs want to go on an adventure?
The system's voice issued a warning. Please do not insult the system, or you will bear the consequences. He broke out in a sweat and muttered, Okay, you're awesome. What you say goes. The sky was clear with fluffy white clouds. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived.
Ye Qing walked down the street, adjusting his clothes and muttering, Okay, I've brought everything I need. Time to set off. I hope everything goes smoothly.
Suddenly, Feng Yungier appeared before his eyes, asking, Ye Qingage, where are you going? He looked at her in surprise. She struck a cute pose, asking, What's wrong? Do you like my new clothes? He blushed, praising in his heart, Wow, clothes really do make the person. Just looking at her appearance, no one would associate her with the current empress. He repeatedly praised, Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Shen's voice came from the system. I see that little Lolita on your shoulder again, and it seems like she still won't let me touch her like before, Ye Qing said with a smile. I'm going to the Azure Spirit Hidden Valley. In his heart, he complained. This is really tough. Is it going to be a yandere again? Feng Yunjie reached out to touch her cheek, tilting her head to recall, saying, Azure Spirit Hidden Valley. When my imperial father ruled the court, it was a restricted area, and only those who were allowed could enter. She put her hand on her chin, adding, But it's not certain that you'll survive and come back. Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, Not certain to survive and come back? Are there monsters there? Or are there other reasons?
She explained slowly as he asked, I don't know exactly what it is, but there are rumors among the people that strange roars are heard every year on the second day of the second month.
He raised his hand to touch his chin and thought, Ah, the 2nd of February. The dragon raises its head. He looked at her, speculating.
Plus the name. There's probably a dragon in there, right? Hearing his speculation, she cheerfully pointed to the sky and exclaimed, Dragon? I've never seen a true dragon before. Aren't dragons supposed to be extinct for thousands of years?
Ye Qing thought.
The dragon race was small in number from the start, so they were wiped out by demons over 1,000 years ago. Feng Yongxi sighed softly, replying, Guess I'll never see one in my life.
Against the clear blue sky were small clouds, growing thicker the higher they went. Ye Qing and Feng Yongxi flew on their swords to a high mountain. She looked at the trees below, saying, The trees here are lush, only ordinary beasts live here. He glanced around, muttering to himself, The spiritual energy here is weak, not the kind of place dragon egg grass grows. He softly said, Let's keep going. Suddenly, he spotted a strange place, and called out, There's a barrier. Let's check it out.
White clouds quickly rolled in, obscuring the sky. The clouds gathered, and then slowly dispersed. Feng Yongxi glanced to one side, saying, The scenery here is completely new, surrounded by rare and exotic flowers. The shades of green everywhere. It looks like paradise.
He took a deep breath, saying, So refreshing. The spiritual energy around here is so pleasant. He turned his head and blurted out,
Is that the sound of running water? Dragon egg grass likes trees and water? The entire Qingling Valley is covered in trees. We can only judge the location of the dragon egg grass based on the stream. Now? Hearing this, she smiled and praised.
Gurge knows so much. I'm so impressed. He shyly reached out and touched her head, turning his head to look to one side, suspiciously saying,
Wasn't it supposed to be dangerous? Why is it so peaceful? He muttered to himself. Too normal is extremely abnormal.
Ye Qing looked at the stone tablet in front of him, approaching step by step, thinking to himself, Based on my years of reading novels, this stone tablet must record something important.
He reached out and touched the words on the stone tablet, saying, These words are so interesting, but what kind of writing is this? A flash of light went off in his head, his eyes widening as he shouted, I remember now! This is dragon script.
A huge shadow appeared next to him, a blue light striking his hand.
Ye Qing startled, yelling, Oh no! An ambush.
He clutched his injured hand, retreating, cursing. What the hell was that ambush?
A blue dragon appeared, roaring, You humans! You are all dead.
He clutched his hand, exclaiming in disbelief,
This world is insane. We were just talking about the extinction of the dragon race this morning, and now I've met a true dragon.
It quickly lunged at him, shouting, Those who enter here shall all die.
He gritted his teeth, urgently calling out in his heart, System, save me. I can't feel my arm. Help me increase my reaction speed even more. A voice echoed back, The system has granted the host's request. Reaction speed has been maximized.
He quickly dodged to the side where the dragon wasn't attacking, shouting, I dodge! Ye Qing flew up high, yelling,
Little sis, this dragon is stronger than me. Its scales are sharper than sword tips. The dragon's tail swung, sending him flying, its voice booming. "Keep dodging, you dead chicken!" The dragon watched him like a tiger stalking its prey. Ye Qing sat slumped on the ground, propping himself up with one hand, coughing, saying, "Organs, quickly think of something. This dragon is beyond my limits, I can't beat it." The voice of the organs echoed back, "My arms are numb, I need to rest." Dantian spiritual energy exploding, 100 brains are thinking. Ye Qing raised his hand. His whole body emitting golden light, he shouted, "Spiritual energy activate! Flame burst!" The dragon's eyes flashed, opening its mouth wide to say, "You insignificant human dares to show off your axe in front of the expert." Strands of blue light quickly swam towards him. He looked around, crying out, "Oh no, there's no way to dodge this." The strands quickly bound him, its voice resounding, "You bold human, you actually dare to come to my territory." He looked up at the dragon, thinking to himself, "This dragon is terrifying, this power is beyond standard, this is clearly defying the heavens." He smiled brightly, trying to appease it, explaining, "Big bro Azure Dragon, I just came to get a branch of dragon egg grass to refine some pills. I had no intention of offending you." His eyes lit up, and he moved closer to Xu Feng, saying, "I think you're a goner." Ye Qing glared at him, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this ancient mythical beast is stubborn as hell. Fine, I'll just have to save myself. Flames erupted from his entire body, and he exclaimed, "Come on, can't you just treat me like a lump of mud?" The dragon looked at him, astonishment in its voice, and asked, "Human, you can actually understand my words?" "Tied up," he blurted out in surprise. Yeah, apparently I can." It opened its mouth and asked him, "Do you know where this is?" He replied without hesitation, "It's Qing, Ling Yu, Ji Yu." He lowered his head, thinking randomly, "Gotta say, this dragon looks pretty badass. Too bad its entire race is extinct." A voice echoed in his mind, "System, your brain thinks maybe you can charm it." He looked at the huge dragon head in front of him, incredulously asking, "This is what you came up with?" "Yep." Ye Qing gave up, thinking, "Whatever, charm it is. It's not like I have a choice anyway." It stared intently at him, asking, "Qing Ling Yu Ji Yu? Is that what the mortals call it?" Still tied up, he looked at it and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the celestial ancient dragon, right?" It exhaled and raised its head, asking, "You recognize me?" He calmly replied, "I've heard of your great name for a long time, but this junior has a question. Why are you here?" It looked at him and answered, "Because I am tasked with guarding the Jade Dragon Jade and awaiting the arrival of the savior." Ye Qing was shocked and asked, "The savior? What's that?" The dragon calmly replied, "The one acknowledged by the Jade Dragon. Jade is the savior." Thinking of the Jade, a voice echoed, recalling, "Those shameless people, hearing about the power of the Jade Dragon Jade, used all sorts of sinister tricks to snatch it away, even burning the mountain, causing countless creatures to die unjustly. It's truly infuriating," he said in surprise. "So I don't think those people will ever come back, not because you deliberately want to kill them, but because they want to steal the Jade Dragon, Jade." The dragon looked at him and said, "Kill them, because both the demon and monster races deserve to die." It turned around and pinned him to the ground with its foot. "I used to think humans were weak and needed protection, but after being here for more than a year, I've seen all the evil in their hearts. If the world falls into chaos, you won't be able to escape the consequences." Ye Qing lay under its claws, took a breath, and asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" The dragon glanced at him and replied, "For thousands of years, you're the only one who's understood my words, so I'll let you die knowing why." He looked up and shouted, Hey, I just came to find the dragon egg grass. I didn't know there was a Jade Dragon Jade that you were guarding." It opened its mouth, unconcerned, and replied, "I won't trust humans so easily, unless you can get the approval of the Jade Dragon Jade. I will spare your life." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Is this dragon's brain broken? What do you mean the Jade Dragon Jade acknowledging me? Then my freaking mom would be the savior." It pressed down harder with its foot, saying, "You're not answering. Looks like I have to use force." It pressed down so hard that the ground beneath him cracked, and Ye Qing could only shout, "Wait, let me think. I can understand your words. Maybe I am the savior you've been waiting for." The dragon lifted its foot to let him stand, saying, You know what's good for you." It turned its head to look at Ye Qing holding the sword and squatting on the ground, threatening, "I hate being teased the most. If you're not the one, I'll tear you apart and make you a delicious meal for the carnivorous flowers." He stepped forward to observe the stone tablet, thinking to himself, "Seriously, isn't this just an old stone with dragon carvings? How am I supposed to get it to acknowledge me?" The blue dragon behind him opened its mouth wide and urged, "Hurry up, I told you, my patience is limited." He reached out and touched the stone tablet, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I just have to try." Suddenly, strange symbols appeared in his mind, and he was startled, thinking, It seems like I have a weird connection with these dragon carvings. The stone tablet quickly shattered to reveal the jade, and he said in surprise, This isn't the jade that the dragon was talking about, is it? The dragon looked at the jade that appeared and said, You are the savior, my lord. An excited voice echoed, System, congratulations, host. On obtaining the ancient divine artifact, Jade Dragon Jade, Ye Qing was stunned and shouted in his heart, Holy crap! Summons wind and rain, can absorb the spiritual power of the earth, eliminates evil spirits, no wonder it's an ancient divine artifact. He reached out to receive the jade that was flying towards him, saying, I didn't expect it to fly over here on its own, truly not an ordinary object. He turned his head to look at the dragon and asked, So, you've been waiting for me here for 1,000 years. Its eyes glowed as it slowly recounted, Human, don't disappoint me. 1,000 years ago, the world was in chaos, and countless races vanished from the river of history. The dragon gradually disappeared, transforming into a middle-aged man. He looked at him and instructed, Suffering lives are everywhere. What's broken will eventually mend, and what's mended will eventually break again. Although the surface is beautiful now, there may be terrifying dangers hidden beneath. I hope you can shoulder this responsibility. He clasped his hands and bowed, saying, This junior will definitely remember your teachings and cultivate diligently. The man transformed back into a dragon and flew away, dropping a scale, saying, If you need anything in the future, use this. You can find me. He reached out and caught it, saying, So it's a scale. The sound completely disappeared, and the place became eerily quiet again. Ye Qing clasped his hands behind his back and stood in silence, pondering. Everything that's happening seems a bit too unbelievable, a bit like a dream. Fang Yunke suddenly appeared in front of him, waving her hand and shouting, Ye Qing Gage. He saw her, and asked in surprise, Yunke, why are you here? She approached him with concern, saying, I saw that you had been gone for a long time, and I was afraid that you were in danger, so I came here to find you, Ye Qingen. What's wrong? Did you encounter any danger? He raised his hand and said, I'm very tired right now. Wait for me to rest for a while, and I'll tell you. Hearing him say this, she replied, Let's go back then. The space became quiet again. Without any sound, Su Qingyue anxiously pushed the door open and rushed in, shouting, Ye Qing, I heard you were injured. He was holding out his hand for Fang Yunye to bandage, and he turned around when he heard her voice and asked, Su Shiji, why are you here? She coldly replied, I came to see if you were dead yet. Fang Yunke felt uncomfortable hearing this and shouted, Shiji, Ye Qing Gage, just returned from the Qinglingyu Valley. How can you say such a thing, wishing for his death? Hearing her say this, Su Qingyue's expression darkened. Calling Ye Qing Gage so intimately, he pointed towards her and introduced, Yunye, this is Su Shiji, be polite. Then he turned to look at her, saying, Su Shiji, don't mind her. Yunye is still just a little girl. She raised her hand, turned her head, and left. All right, I'm an outsider. I'll leave first then. Sorry for disturbing you today. The space immediately fell into silence. Without a single sound, Su Qingyue held her sword and appeared in the forest, slashing fiercely at the air, cursing loudly, Damn you, Ye Qing, I'm so pissed. Remembering him and her sitting close together, laughing happily, she panted and cursed. Men are all the same, womanizers, scumbags, always wanting what they can't have. Suddenly she slowed down, gasping for breath, thinking to herself, What's wrong with me? I clearly wanted to find an opportunity to cancel the engagement with Ye Qing, so why am I letting him affect my mood now? Su Qingyue turned around and walked away. As she walked, she made excuses for herself. I still have to go and see how he's refining pills. I should bring up the matter of canceling the engagement while I'm at it. As she was walking, she suddenly saw those two sitting and talking to each other. Feng Yunye looked at him, comforting. Ye Qinggage, don't worry, Su Shiji will definitely be alright. After all, this is her sect. No matter what, she won't leave. She's stuck in her own sect. Her expression was unsightly as she asked, Haven't you two finished getting all cozy yet? He led her closer to her, saying, Shiji, where did you run off to? I tried chasing after you for so long, but I couldn't catch up. Su Qingyue looked at him unhappily and said, Why are you chasing after me? With such a beautiful junior sister taking care of you, shouldn't you be happy? He stood silently, without any emotion. The system notification rang out. Your system senses that Su Qingyue is jealous. Your head is agreeing with your pounding heart. Your adrenaline hormone is rising constantly. Your hands are suggesting to move forward for an embrace. Your legs strongly approve. He quickly moved closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, and said, Su Shiji, I'm sorry. She was embarrassed, and pushed him away forcefully, shouting, Ye Qing, what are you doing? He held his chest and said, Su Shiji, I'm sorry. It really hurts this time. I didn't do it on purpose. I just... Fang Yunxie covered her mouth from behind, exclaiming, Oh my, Ye Qing Gage, your wound has reopened. Su Qingyue saw her touching him and asked, What's wrong with you? How did you get so badly injured? He didn't look at her and replied, "It's nothing. I just fought with the giant dragon in Qingyun Valley." Hearing this, she quickly stepped forward and checked him over, shouting, "What? You fought with the giant dragon of Qingyun Valley? Let me see where you're hurt." Ye Qing grabbed Su Qingyue's hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing, just a small wound," she said angrily. "How can fighting with the giant dragon be a small wound, Ye Qing? You're being reckless." Fang Yungar immediately stood between the two of them, scolding unhappily. "That's my brave Ye Qinggarage. How could he be doing something bad?" Su Shiji is underestimating Ye Qinggarage too much. He quickly covered her mouth with his hand, forcing a smile. She's just talking nonsense. How could I be brave? I'm impulsive. I mess around, Shiji. Don't worry, I won't dare to do it again in the future." She ignored him, took out a talisman, and said, "No matter what, your injury can't be taken lightly. Wait here, I'll get someone to examine you." She released a beam of light, and from within that beam, Third Elder appeared. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "I heard you fought with the Azure Dragon of the Azure Spirit Hidden Valley." He chuckled and replied, "Not at all. I just wanted to pick some dragonface herbs and accidentally ran into it." He quickly grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "Nonsense. What kind of place is the Azure Spirit Hidden Valley? Is it a place you kids can just go to as you please?" He held his hand, thinking to himself, to think this kid really wasn't injured at all. He calmly said, "You're lucky. You really weren't seriously injured, just a bit of spiritual energy depletion." He released his hand, took out a small porcelain bottle, and said, "I happen to have some spirit pills here that can help replenish spiritual energy. You can take them and use them." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked at him and asked, "Right, when you were dealing with the Azure Dragon, did you discover anything or did you hear it mention anything? Like the Jade Dragon Disc, for example?" He calmly listened to the system notification. "He wants to snatch your Jade Dragon Disc. Your mind feels extremely panicked. Your hands vow to protect it to the death. Your mouth says, 'No, I didn't see that thing.'" He feigned surprise and asked, "No, I didn't see that thing. What kind of precious item is it?" He walked closer, patted him on the shoulder, and instructed, "It's good that you didn't see it. It's not something good. If you see it, you must tell us. If that thing falls into the hands of outsiders, it could cause a great disaster, you know." He solemnly promised, "Elder, don't worry. If I see that thing, I will definitely hand it over to you." The space sank into a white void, completely without any sound. Looking from above, one could see the entire building here. Ye Qing sat cross-legged in the middle of a forest, tossing the jade piece up and down, saying, "There's a risk of being discovered by the elders for hiding this good stuff. I hope the system isn't lying to me." His whole body emitted a faint blue light. Looking at the jade piece floating in front of him, the system's voice sounded, announcing, "Meridians rapidly absorbing spiritual energy. Dried up spirit sea revived with hope. You can increase the absorption speed." Suddenly, his complexion turned green. Sweat poured down like rain, and he muttered in his heart, "Why do I feel like something's not right? Don't absorb anymore. I feel like I'm about to explode." A surge of spiritual energy from his body quickly shot straight into the sky. In a large room, the elders were startled and realized, exclaiming, "This is..." A balding elder cried out, "I just felt something, like a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation." The long-haired pink elder, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "That's right, I felt it too. Since when has our sect had such powerful spiritual energy? Could it be that something from outside has invaded?" The sect leader quickly calculated, then shouted, "It's behind the mountain. The remaining 3 elders, raise your hands and control your spiritual energy. Chase after me." The 4 of them immediately appeared behind Ye Qing. They said in unison, "It's right here." He looked back and thought to himself, "Ugh, I deliberately chose this place to avoid being discovered. Now all the sect's big shots have arrived. What should I do now?" Suddenly, 3 swords stabbed down from behind, and a cold voice rang out, "Which wayward thief is this? Why don't you come out and meet us?" He sat down in fear, and the system's voice rang out, relaying, "Your brain feels humiliated and angry." He broke out in a cold sweat, looking at his fist, pleading, "Please, big brothers, I'll die." The system's voice rang out, reporting back, "Your hands want to hit someone. Your legs are supporting your hands' actions and are actively moving in front of the opponent." His whole body uncontrollably charged towards the sect leader. He cried and groaned, "God, are you guys trying to kill me?" The sect leader saw him and was surprised. He quickly moved behind him and asked, "Where did you come from, you rascal?" Ye Qing missed and cursed. "Damn it, too fast," Third Elder exclaimed in shock. "This is Ye Qing. Why are you here?" The system's voice rang out, announcing, "Your hands feel angry about the failed attack and are ready to attack again. Your legs express their approval and come together again." His face was ugly, and he was sweating profusely. Said, "Third Elder, let me explain." He was sweating, and quickly entered the position. Said, "I was just punching to the right, saying I couldn't sleep, then ran to the left, saying I wanted to go outside and exercise, and finally punched with my right hand, saying my bones and muscles were loose."
Sect leader, you look very powerful. Would you like to practice with me? The balding elder asked doubtfully.
Where did this idiot come from? Daring to ask the sect leader to practice in the middle of the night. Is he tired of living? The sect leader slapped me away, saying, "You little rascal, how rude." The long-haired pink elder, with a pipe in his mouth, said, "Just a foundation establishment brat? The sect leader could crush him with a finger."
Then he burst out laughing. I knelt on the ground, propping myself up with my hands, and heard the system relay. Your hands feel angered and unleash 10 times the power. Your brain is very excited. I groaned inwardly, saying, Big brothers, this is getting out of hand. Playing any further will kill me. Ye Qing's entire body was enveloped in dazzling light.
I looked at my hands and heard the system announce, "Your Dantian expresses its support and provides 10 times the spiritual power." I couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "You're kidding me, you want to keep playing?" I waved my hands, throwing out blades made of spiritual power. The sect leader leaned back to dodge, saying, "Quite interesting." He struck out with a palm, sending me flying, saying, "Then let me teach you a lesson." That bald elder turned around to look, asking suspiciously, "Doesn't something seem a bit off? Are all the foundation establishment disciples of our sect this strong?" The long-haired elder took a puff of his pipe, saying, "Should we too lend a hand?" The third elder walked over from behind, saying,
The sect leader is disciplining a disciple. What are you two interfering for? Besides, do you think the sect leader can't beat an outer disciple? The two of them were startled when they heard him say this and looked at him in astonishment.
The bald elder asked in surprise, "What? An outer disciple?" That elder woman also gaped, dropping her pipe, saying, "Who is it?" Ye Qing was pinned down by the sect leader.
Where he raised his hand in reverse and hooked it towards between the sect leader's legs, he said, When stealing peaches, the sect leader lifted his foot to kick my hand away, blocking me, saying, Where did you learn this kind of low-down trick?
The system sound rang out, announcing, "Your spiritual C feels humiliated and is preparing to counterattack. Your hands are very supportive as well." I raised my hand to punch the sect leader in the face, feinting to the east while attacking to the west. The sect leader leaned to dodge, grabbing my punching hand, scolding, "HMPH, petty tricks of deceit." Ye Qing knelt on the ground, raising his hand towards the sect leader hovering high above, saying, "Wait, stop, I was wrong, okay?" A dissatisfied voice rang out in my ear. "Your mouth feels very unconvinced and decisively decides to retaliate." I reached out to wipe the blood from my mouth, and my mouth uncontrollably said, "Are you bullying the small with the big? Is that interesting?" When the sect leader heard this, his face darkened as he replied, "You can say that this Seed is bullying you, but in half a month there will be 100 sects gathering. Go and see if this Seed is bullying you or not." Then the sect leader turned to look at the elders behind him, asking, "Have you found any other clues?" That bald elder quickly replied, "Apart from this brat, there are no other clues." When the sect leader heard this, he turned to leave. To think this brat has only this much strength, it seems that the intruder is not this person.
We must find out who the intruder is.
The third elder came over and smacked me hard on the head, scolding, "You say you're not in your room cultivating. What are you doing messing around here? And even offending the sect leader." My face was smeared, and I stood up, saying, "I didn't want to either, but today, at the Green Spirit Valley, I don't know why all my strength couldn't be used, and I felt uncomfortable." When the third elder heard this, he grabbed me, probing a stream of spiritual power into me to check. Green Spirit Valley? Wait. Let me pour spiritual power in to search your inner self. No wonder there was abnormal spiritual power lingering behind the mountain. My whole body trembled, and I thought, oh, this feeling of being searched, really. Finally, the third elder withdrew his hand, saying, "All right, go back first. I will report this matter to the sect." I turned my head to look at the third elder, calling out, asking, "Wait, third elder, what was that 100 sects gathering that the sect leader just mentioned?" The third elder waved his hand lightly, saying, "You don't need to know about this. You'll find out if you ask around. All right, go back quickly." In the azure sky, a small part of the leaves of the tree of time could be seen passing quickly, and soon the next day arrived. Zhang Kui was sitting, munching on melon seeds, and asked back when he heard me say like a bolt from the blue, "What? You're going to the 100 sects gathering?"
Ye Qing rested one hand on his chin, saying wearily, "That's right, but now that we're talking about it, what exactly is the 100 sects gathering?" Zhang Kui cracked a melon seed and began to narrate. "This is a long story. It happened 300 years ago." Zhang Kui raised his hand to the sky, slowly recounting. The demon and monster races were still rampaging everywhere, and the immortal cultivation sects were being brutally bullied by the demon and monster cultivators, because they were too scattered. In order to change the situation, Zhang Kui spat out the melon seed shells in his mouth, saying, "The people of the 5 lakes and 4 seas then planned to unite to deal with the demon and monster cultivators. and the 100 sects gathering was passed down from that time. But isn't that all for inner disciples to participate in? What does it have to do with you, an outer disciple? Ye Qing put a melon seed to his mouth and cracked it, saying, That's a long story. Come closer and let me tell you. Putting his foot on the table, he leaned closer and whispered, The situation is like this, blah blah blah. Zhang Kui stomped his foot on the table, exclaiming in surprise, There's even such a thing. Zhang Kui pointed at me, saying, Not participating in the 100 sects gathering isn't without its benefits either. I heard there's a treasure at the 100 sects gathering. Zhang Kui raised 3 fingers, shouting, That can increase your cultivation by 3 levels in one night. I stroked my chin, looking at his 3 fingers in front of me with interest, saying, Oh really? 3 levels? That's really a great fortune. Zhang Kui exclaimed with excitement on his face. Really, I can't be more serious. There are also countless rare and precious treasures. If it weren't for my grandpa not letting me go, I would also want to go and take a look. I stroked my chin and pondered, saying, So, according to you, I can't go to this 100 sects gathering. Ye Qing, who was sitting down, was startled when he heard the system notification. Your stomach feels hungry. Your spiritual core feels empty. Your hand intends to feed itself. Your feet agree and put it into action. He quickly rushed into the room, rummaging everywhere. He pleaded in a low voice, Hey, big shots, this isn't my territory. Can you guys not mess around? Didn't I just give you a bottle of spirit pills this morning? Wait a bit, I'll find you something to eat later, okay? Zhang Kui appeared behind him, asking suspiciously, Big bro, what are you looking for? Need any help? He raised his hand to look at him, explaining, No, I just feel like I've been sitting for too long, just stretching my muscles. In his heart, he pondered, Ever since that jade dragonstone merged with me yesterday, my abilities haven't increased, but these organs are acting like they've been possessed by a teote, constantly hungry. I don't even know what the hell is going on. He quickly left, ignoring him behind. The system sound rang out, clamoring. You feel angry because your hand can't find food. Your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose have discovered spirit pills outside the door, and your brain has decided to bring them over. He stepped outside, muttering, not paying attention to Su Qingyue, who has already flown over on her sword. Ha, big brothers, the spirit pills outside aren't mine. You can't just randomly snatch them. He immediately lunged toward her, reaching out his hand. Seeing this, she was shocked. Ye Qing, what do you want to do? She raised her sword and placed it on his neck. He hurriedly shouted, Senior sister, do you have spirit pills or not? I'm addicted to spirit pills. I need spirit pills to save my life. Her face flushed red as she took out a green jade bottle, asking, Are you talking about this spirit pill? Ye Qing snatched the bottle from Su Qingyue's hand, saying, Yes, this is it. Seeing him open the bottle and pour all the pills into his mouth, Zhang Kui shouted in horror, Ah, those are all high-level spirit pills. You can't eat them like that. He threw the bottle aside, plopped down on the ground, and exclaimed, Sigh, finally back to life. He ran over to him, asking with concern, Big bro, how do you feel? Are you okay? Su Qingyue also asked anxiously, Yeah, are you okay? Don't you feel anything weird with your limbs and meridians? He looked at his hand, saying, No. Is there something wrong? Zhang Kui moved closer, reaching out to touch his chest, asking, Are you really okay? You ate so many high-level spirit pills, and you're really okay? Is there a problem with eating so many high-level spirit pills? Su Qingyue looked at him suspiciously, saying, Normally, 1 high-level spirit pill is enough for you to digest for a long time. What you just ate is enough for someone else to consume for a year. Finally, she decided and said, No, I'm still not at ease. I have to ask an elder to take a look at you. Hearing this, he thought to himself, I barely managed to trick people yesterday, and now I'm looking for someone to check. Won't that expose me? He refused loudly, then changed the subject. No, there's no need. I know my body. You seemed so anxious just now, senior sister. Is something the matter? Hearing this, she suddenly snapped out of it, moving closer to him and asking, Ah, right. The elders are summoning disciples to go to the 100 sects gathering. I heard them say you're going too, right? Ye Qing asked with a calm face. Yes. Is there a problem? Su Qingyue glanced at him, grabbed his hand, and flew away, saying, There's no problem. It's just that this 100 sects gathering isn't as simple as it seems. You come with me first, I'll tell you later. The space here was suddenly covered in white, without a sound, extremely quiet. Su Qingyue and Ye Qing quickly landed on a large square filled with people. Han Xiang, seeing her bring him along, shouted in dissatisfaction, Senior sister, this is the place for our inner disciples. Don't you understand why you brought an outer disciple here? The two immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound system. At this moment a translation arises. Your eyes see something filthy you can't control but to move your eyesight. Your ears selectively shut off hearing. Your hand cannot control. You want to go up there and hit him. Your feet are ready to act. He quickly controlled his left hand to grab his right hand, pleading in his heart,
"Hey, big shots, this is someone else's territory after all. Can you guys not cause a ruckus?"
Seeing the third elder arrive with a piece of paper, cries rang out in the crowd. "Quick, stand still! The third elder is here!" He stepped forward and shouted, "Because the acting sect leader is in seclusion, the 100 Sects gathering is about to begin, so I will be hosting it for everyone this time." He walked up to her, asking,
"Qingyun, did you summon all the inner disciples like I told you to?" She immediately bowed her head and reported,
"Reporting to the third elder, everyone has arrived."
He raised the paper in his hand and announced, "Because the rules have temporarily changed this time, each sect is only allowed to send 15 people to participate. I know you all work hard in your cultivation usually, but this ultimately represents the face of our Qingyun Sect."
Then, the third elder unfolded the paper and shouted, "Therefore, I will choose the 15 best of you to go to Putuo town, so if anyone hears their name, please step forward." Su Qingyue, Jiang Nian, Wang Xingli, Ye Qing saw this,
leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Senior sister, you just told me that this 100 Sects gathering wasn't that simple? What's going on?" Su Qingyue turned her head and replied, "In the past, the 100 Sects gathering only required participation in competitions, but this time I heard there's also a mission." His voice rang out, asking, "Mission?" Before he could finish speaking, the third elder shouted, "Ye Qing!" He immediately stood at attention, shouting, "Present!" Finally, he closed the paper, saying, "These are the people who can participate in this 100 Sects gathering. Prepare yourselves, we will leave later."
Han Xiang, seeing this, immediately rushed out, pointing at Ye Qing and shouting, "Wait, third elder," he asked suspiciously. "The strongest person in the sect can go. We won't talk about senior sister Su, but he's a useless outer disciple. What makes him qualified to surpass us and participate in the gathering?"
The system voice immediately rang out, "Your personality feels humiliated. Your brain expresses that you are not convinced, and your mouth has answered for you." He replied calmly, "What else could it be? Because I'm stronger than you." As he answered, the crowd erupted in discussion. "Who the heck recruited this kid? Isn't he being a bit too cocky?" Someone immediately replied, "I heard he used to be close to senior sister Su. Could she be secretly helping him?" Another person immediately retorted, "Senior sister Su would never do something like that." Hearing this, a voice asked, "Then how do you explain a mere outer disciple spouting such arrogant words?" Han Qiang clenched his fist, angrily shouting, "Some people shouldn't be too arrogant. Talking so big, aren't you afraid your tongue will fall out?" He raised his index finger, disdainfully saying, "Beating you only requires one finger." He heard this and immediately charged forward in anger, yelling, "I want to see how you can beat me with just one finger today." He quickly jumped back to dodge. He angrily shouted, "Didn't you say you could beat me with one finger? What's the fun in dodging like that?" Ye Qing landed lightly, thinking to himself, "Well, even though this is collateral damage from those big shots, if I don't beat him today, it won't end. I'll get a little serious. Consider it an explanation." After deciding, he said, "Forget it. Today I won't even move my feet." Han Qiang drew his sword, shouting, "Let me see how long you can be so cocky." Ye Qing used 2 fingers to grab the blade, then flicked it back, hitting him right in the face, shouting, "Dog eats food." He immediately thrust forward, saying, "Die for me." He calmly leaned to the side to dodge, saying, "Meat bun beats dog." Then, he snatched the sword from his hand, turned and swept it horizontally, shouting, "How's that for ya?" Luckily, he jumped back in time to dodge. Seeing him fall to the ground, the crowd behind them immediately burst into loud laughter. He was completely enraged and angrily shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Su Qingyue, watching him rush towards him from behind, immediately shouted, "Ye Qing, don't provoke your fellow disciples." He raised a hand to block the fist, turned his head to look at her, and replied, "Got it, senior sister." He raised his foot and kicked him far away, dusted off his hands, and sneered, shouting, "Inner disciples are nothing special after all." He was completely furious and immediately threw out a large number of talismans, yelling, "That's ridiculous." Looking at the talismans in the air between him and him, a voice rang out, "Thunder talismans." 3 talismans immediately created 3 huge explosions. He quickly jumped back to dodge. Han Xiang raised his hand, preparing to summon more talismans, saying, "Next." Third elder waved his hand, creating a surge of energy that separated Ye Qing and him. He shouted loudly, "All right, stop it there." Han Xiang was still not convinced, pointing at him and yelling, "But how can an outer disciple like him represent the Qingyun Sect?" He was not willing to be outdone, saying, "So what if I'm an outer disciple? Aren't I stronger than an inner disciple like you?" He immediately retorted, "You said you wouldn't use your feet, but you did." He angrily shouted. "You," third elder decided. "All right, I know you're not convinced by him. How about this, Han Qiang? You add Ye Qing as an escort. How does that sound?" he asked unhappily. "An escort." Before he could say anything more, Su Qingyue put her hand on his shoulder to stop him. He glanced at him mockingly, saying, "All right, an escort it is. Anyway, it's better than some people who are just freeloading." He immediately angrily shouted, "You! Unable to hold back!" Third elder shouted, "All right, stop arguing. Get ready, depart in 3 hours. The entire place immediately fell silent, without a single sound.
Third elder stood in front of the crowd, sternly saying, "This trip is not about competing for glory, but about training you. Be humble and stay calm, don't be greedy and act recklessly, understand?" The crowd immediately clasped their hands in front of their chests, bowed, and shouted in unison,
"Disciples will follow elders' teachings. Disciples will follow elders' teachings." Third elder watched the crowd disappear before him, saying, "If that's the case, then go quickly and return quickly." The entire space was silent in an instant, without any sound.
3 days later, the Qingyun Sect group was riding on 2 carriages heading forward. Han Qiang looked at Ye Qing lying on the carriage and said with contempt, "Useless, so useless. You've only been out for a few days and you're already this tired." He glanced at him mockingly and said, "If you know what's good for you, hurry back, lest we lose the Qingyun Sect's face when we get there." Su Qingyue coldly rebuked, "Han Qiang, stop talking. This is the headmaster's order, not Ye Qing's idea." His face darkened,
hearing the system say, "Your brain is too hungry. Your hands and feet are also hungry. Your heart, your liver, your kidneys are all hungry." Lying limply on the carriage, he thought unhappily, "If I had known my body would get hungry so quickly, I wouldn't have come out with them. I could at least find something to eat in the sect. What can I find to eat in this desolate place?"
Seeing him like this, she handed him a black cake and said, "If you feel too hungry, eat this. Let's see if there's anything else to eat when we get to the inn ahead."
Ye Qing brought the cake to his mouth and took a bite, saying, "Thank you, senior sister, but senior sister, we all have teleportation formations. Why do we still have to travel so far?" Hearing this, she replied softly,
"Teleportation formations can only take us a certain distance. Putuo town, which we want to go to, is in a very remote area with all sorts of complex forces. Using teleportation formations is not safe at all. If you're hungry, rest for a while." From afar, a group of people appeared being chased by a giant purple monster. They ran and shouted, "It's bad! There's a demon! Save me! Anyone! There's a demon!" Su Qingyue exclaimed in shock.
"Oh no, it's already become a tier 3 demon. What are you guys standing there for? Run." Han Qiang immediately drew his sword and quickly flew out of the team towards the front, saying, "It's just a tier 3 demon, what's the big deal? Wait a moment, and I'll rip out its inner core for you to see." As soon as he rushed forward, he was tightly bound by its tentacles.
He immediately threw out a large pile of talismans, turning around to escape from it.
He immediately turned back to the other Qingyun Sect disciples and said, "It's carrying a tier 2 demon on its back, we can't beat it, run."
Watching the people running past him in a panic,
Ye Qing stood there stunned, hearing the system announce, "Your tummy finds this very palatable."
He jumped up close to the monster, silently listening to the system continuing to relay,
"Your mouth thinks so too. Your hands and feet are preparing to act." Ye Qing stood on a tentacle, looking at the entire monster, shouting in disbelief, "No way, you guys can even go for something this ugly." The monster quickly swung its tentacle towards him, but he easily dodged it.
Suddenly, Su Qingyue realized with a shock, shouting, "Oh no, Ye Qing is still there, I must go back and save him." Han Qiang turned his head to look at her, shouting, "Hurry up, he's just an outer sect disciple, what's worth saving him for? It's his just desserts if he stands there and dies." She waved her hand, disagreeing, and said, "No way, we came out together, I must save him."
She immediately raised her hand, creating a magic circle to block the monster. Ye Qing pounced on the monster, constantly hearing the system nagging in his ear,
"Your stomach has secreted strong digestive juices, your mouth is unbearably hungry, your hands and feet can't restrain themselves from rushing up."
He immediately grabbed a tentacle and bit down hard. In his heart he didn't want to, saying, "No way bro, don't play like that." The system's voice rang out in response, "Your stomach feels very satisfied, your mouth is also very pleased." He raised his sword, rushing towards the monster. The system's voice still ringing out, "Your spirit core feels it's not enough. Your spiritual sea is also waiting to be nourished." He stabbed his sword hard into its wide-open eye. Then, Ye Qing jumped up to dodge the attacks from the tentacles.
He pounced forward, slashing a long gash on its body with his sword.
He immediately went deep into its body through that gap. The monster immediately exploded, revealing a small, yellow core appearing amidst the explosion. Ye Qing fell gently to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief, hearing the system announce,
"Your brain feels very excited. Your soul is also trembling. Your spirit core is urging you to quickly eat this demon core."
He raised the demon core, looking at it, muttering, "Is this the orange demon core? I heard that an orange demon core is worth the same as the spirit core of a golden core cultivator. I wonder if that's true."
Su Qingyue ran to him, asking caringly, "Ye Qing, are you okay?" He clenched his fist, replying with a smile,
"I'm fine, just a little frightened." "I'll be fine after resting for a while," she asked worriedly. "Are you sure?" Han Xiang and the rest of the Qingyun Sect disciples ran over. They looked at the body parts around them, exclaiming in shock, "What's going on with this demon? It's one thing to die, but why was even the demon core taken out?" He angrily snatched the demon core from his hand. He exclaimed loudly, What else could it be? Senior Sister Sue must have restrained this demon just now, then it wasn't paying attention and it was taken out. He turned to smile and asked her, Senior Sister, did you help me restrain the demon just now? Han Xiang tossed the core up and down in his hand disdainfully, asking in return, if not, then what? Just relying on your status as an outer sect disciple, do you think you could defeat such a powerful monster? Hearing that, he snatched the monster core back from him, annoyed, and snapped, even so, this monster core has nothing to do with you. He smiled, held out the monster core, and said, Senior Sister, since you helped me, does that mean this monster core belongs to you? She quickly waved her hand to refuse. Keep it, junior brother, it'll be more useful to you, and the rest of you disciples, don't just stand there, there might be more demonic beasts around, let's clean up and get out of here. Rays of sunlight emerged, illuminating the place. They had finally reached Xifang City. Su Qingyue and Ye Qing walked into the city, when he was suddenly drawn in by a nearby discussion. Have you guys heard? There are a lot of fusion-type demonic beasts popping up lately. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen demonic beasts like that. It's so weird. With a candied hawthorn in his mouth, he listened to a middle-aged man saying, What's so surprising about that? The Xuanyang secret realm is about to open. Before it opens, those monsters will merge together because of the influence of some kind of magnetic field. The person next to him curiously asked, What's the Xuanyang secret realm? He chewed on the candy in his mouth, listening to the man's reply. You don't even know that. It's one of the ancient secret realms that was sealed. Anyone lucky enough to enter would be blessed for life. Hearing this, he muttered to himself, Xuanyang secret realm, that lucky, huh? Su Qingyue saw him lagging behind, and immediately called out, Ye Qing, what are you doing? Hurry up and follow. He approached her with sparkling eyes, asking, Senior Sister, what they're saying about the Xuanyang secret realm, what is it exactly? Is it really that amazing? Hearing that, she softly explained, Back when the ancient gods fell, they left behind 10 great secret realms. Seeing a carriage passing by, she immediately warned, Watch out for the carriage. She winked, and continued, Xuanyang is one of them, but unlike the other secret realms, Xuanyang's secret realm has a lot of sealed evil gods inside, so normal people don't dare go near it. Han Xiang stepped forward from the side with his arms crossed, bumped into him, and said, Why are you telling him so much? He's just an outer sect disciple. How would he understand? Annoyed, he asked, Why did you bump into me? He raised his head high, arrogantly asking, So what if I bumped into you? Who told you to walk in front of me? Such a wide road, don't you know how to find another place to walk? The system's voice rang out, giving you an idea. Your body is injured and feels very angry. Your limbs are immobile. Deciding to help your body take revenge, angrily, he replied, All right, do as you organs say. He kicked that guy away, saying, First, let me have a dog eating shit. People in front saw him flying forward, exclaimed in shock. Oops! He raised his head angrily, looked back at him, and shouted, Punk! How dare you touch me? He put his hands behind his head, smiled, looked around, and puckered his lips, replying, I touched you, what's the problem? Such a wide road. Who told you to walk right in front of me? Can't you choose another place to walk? He furiously gathered spiritual energy, pointed at him, and shouted, Very well, Ye Qing. You dare imitate me, now I'm going to teach you a lesson. Su Qingyue immediately raised her hand to stop him, saying, Stop it, that's enough. Aren't you ashamed with so many people watching? Han Xiang glared at him angrily, saying, Good for you, you just wait, kicking me is like kicking iron. She looked at him angrily, asking, Why did you provoke him for no reason? Annoyed, he sighed, replying, He provoked me first. He smiled brightly, put his arm around her shoulder and said, But it's lucky that Senior Sister helped me, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. She was startled, her face turning red. She shyly pushed him away, saying, All right, stop talking so much, there will be a lot of danger here from today onward, take care of yourself. Against the deep blue sky were pure white clouds. Time passed quickly, and soon, the group from the Qingyun Sect stood in front of an inn. Su Qingyue turned her head to look at the group, saying, It's still a day until we reach Putuo town, and we don't know what the situation will be like along the way. Let's stay here tonight. A waiter ran out to greet them, smiling and asking her, Esteemed guests, are you here for a meal or a place to rest? She calmly replied, Waiter, arrange a few good rooms for us. She tossed him a green stone, saying, Here, take this. This is for the rooms. Keep the change. He quickly led her and him up the stairs, replying, Okay, I'll take you to a few good rooms right away. As he pushed the door open to enter the room, he heard her instructing, Ye Qing, it might not be safe outside the city tonight. Be careful and don't act rashly. He turned his head to look at her, agreeing. All right, Senior Sister. Ye Qing leaned against the door, saying, After traveling for so many days, we finally have a decent place to rest. The system reappeared, relaying, Your head feels hungry, your stomach also feels hungry, your liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all feel hungry. His expression darkened, asking, Sigh, why is it starting again? How long has it been since we ate and you guys are already hungry? Are you guys bottomless pits? He immediately sat cross-legged, levitating in the air to cultivate, saying, "No, I can't continue like this. I have to think of a way to restrain you guys." The sound completely disappeared. The place completely fell into silence. He opened his eyes wide, glancing at the chimney blowing in, when he heard the system announce, "Your ears have detected an intruder, and are already vigilant. Your eyes can't help but look towards the person coming." He gently approached it, wondering. Sleeping medicine in the middle of the night like this, who is blind enough to disturb other people's sleep? Han Xiang held the medicine pipe in his mouth, plugging both nostrils, then opened the window and entered, smiling and saying, "First, use the mist to intoxicate them, before making a move. I am indeed a genius." He appeared behind him, saying, "Oh, you're indeed a genius." Startled, he exclaimed, I, what the heck, why are you here?" With his nostrils plugged, cheeks puffed, he retorted, "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You did something bad and got scared yourself?" He removed the plugs, smiled at him, and said, "Since you're here, why not sit down for some tea and a chat?" Han Xiang threw a handful of pink powder, saying, I'm talking to your daddy here. Have a taste of my illusion powder." Ye Qing covered his nose and dodged. He charged forward, saying, "Pift, is this all inner sect disciples are capable of? That's kind of pathetic." He and Ye Qing were startled when they heard shouting, "Mutant beasts! Oh no! The mutant beasts are charging!" Ye Qing exclaimed in surprise. Han Xiang stepped on the windowsill and shouted, "I was going to throw you out to lure the beasts, but they're charging over on their own." Ye Qing sounded puzzled, asking, "What did you say?" He quickly rushed out of the window towards outside the city, saying, "I heard Senior Sister Su say they're planning to encircle and eliminate the beast tonight. What are you standing there for? Go attack!" Ye Qing shouted in shock. "Hey, explain yourself clearly. When are Senior Sisters going to start encircling the beasts?" The entire space was enveloped in a pale pink color. Time passed quickly. A moment later, Su Qingyue stood before the city gates. Seeing Ye Qing, she asked in surprise, "What are you doing here? Weren't you told to rest at the inn?" Ye Qing flew out of the treasure hoard, saying, "Are you guys encircling the beasts here? Can I rest alone in the inn?" "No way." Without turning her head, she said, "If the demonic beasts aren't eliminated, I fear the 100 Sects assembly won't be able to take place. You're not strong enough." Then she drew her sword and rushed towards the giant demonic beast in front of her, saying, "Just protect yourself here. Don't cause any more trouble. Wait for me to eliminate the demonic beasts, then we'll talk." The demonic beast was immediately surrounded by golden light. Her voice rang out, "Everyone prepare to form the formation. We must not let the demonic beasts invade the city." Seeing this, Ye Qing muttered, Looks like they really don't need me." Suddenly, he noticed a figure hiding behind a rock, his entire body emitting red spiritual energy. He shouted suspiciously, Hey kid, what are you doing?" Ye Qing saw Han Xiang holding a talisman and exclaimed, "Soul-calling talisman? Demonic beast skull? You're trying to lure the demonic beasts here." He was startled and turned his head to look at Ye Qing. He drew his sword and stabbed towards him, yelling, "You little brat, shut your mouth!" Ye Qing dodged, saying, "Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Seems like you've been hiding your strength all along, deliberately luring me out." His eyebrows furrowed, he replied, "You found out? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Make your move." A hand appeared from behind, placed on Ye Qing's shoulder. Ye Qing thought in shock, "Crap, he has accomplices." Then, that person threw Ye Qing hard towards the forest, saying, "Feed him to the demonic beasts," a voice shouted. "Attention, disciples. A large group of demonic beasts are attacking for some unknown reason." Hearing this, Ye Qing thought, "Damn it, this guy really is up to no good. Deliberately luring the demonic beasts here." The Qingyun Sect disciples looked at the giant demonic beasts with their dark red eyes, and immediately yelled, "It's not good! The beast horde is here! Quick, prepare for battle!" Ye Qing's face turned pale when he heard the system's voice. "Your brain has detected new prey. Your nerves are extremely excited. Your body is moving on its own." Rushing forward, opening his mouth wide to bite the demonic beast's horn, with the system reporting in his ear. Your hands are preparing to grab the opponent. Your feet can't help but act. Ye Qing could only accept, thinking, "All right then, let me taste your spiritual energy." The demonic beast's spiritual energy quickly rushed straight into his body, his whole body emitting a blue light, saying, "I'm sucking." A golden light immediately emitted from its head. On the city wall, the city lord stood with the soldiers and frantically ordered, "The beast horde is attacking! Quickly close the city gates! Quick! Quick! Prepare for an ambush!" He saw the demonic beast break through the defensive barrier and roared at the sky. The soldier panicked, shouting, "It's not good! The demonic beasts have broken out of the barrier." The soldier next to him immediately shouted, grabbing his hand with one hand and pointing in one direction with the other, saying, "No, that's not right, City Lord. Why have all the beasts stopped? And they're all heading in one direction." Ye Qing's whole body emitted a blue light, looking at the newly arrived demonic beasts. The system's voice rang out, saying, "Your stomach feels very satisfied. Your space has doubled in size." He wiped his mouth with his hand, licked his lips with his tongue, and let out a laugh. He heard the system continue to announce, "Your spirit core is trembling. It needs more demonic cores to replenish itself. Your meridians are expanding, preparing to fully open your spiritual consciousness." A male disciple with green hair, holding a throwing knife in his hand, shouted, "Little brother, hang in there, we'll come save you right away." A male with brown hair next to him also said, "You must persevere." Ye Qing raised his hand and punched, sending the demonic beast flying, replying, "No need, I can handle this myself." On the city wall, the city lord was moved to tears when he saw this, clasping his hands together and saying, "Which sect does this cultivator belong to? He's too kind. In order to prevent the beasts from attacking the people in the city, he's using himself as bait to lure the beasts elsewhere. He's truly a hero of Four Directions City." He immediately turned his head and ordered, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and save him. No matter what, you must save that person." The soldiers immediately rappelled down, answering, "Yes, sir." The black-haired soldier shouted, "Kill! Eliminate these demonic beasts!" Ye Qing watched the beasts turn and flee before him, when a voice rang out. The beasts sensed they couldn't win and began to flee. The system sound then chimed in. "Your stomach still feels unsatisfied. Your spirit pill seems to agree, providing M times the spiritual power to help you capture the entire pack." His face darkened. Param begged, clutching his chest, "Honorable sirs, please don't take me. I came to besiege and suppress them, but my body uncontrollably lunged towards a demonic beast." He cried out in horror. "Aka!" The system voice chimed in. "Your brain refused. Furthermore, your limbs threatened to capture the demonic beast in front." The demonic beast stared at him, eyes bulging. A brown-haired young man pointed his sword at Ye Qing, shouting, "Look! That young brother is helping us hold the lead demonic beast. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." His cheeks puffed up as he turned his head and then heard the system say, "My food is being snatched. Your brain feels angry. Your hand is ready to take something back." He broke out in a cold sweat, lamenting in his heart, "No more eating, no. If I eat any more, I'm really going to explode." A hand appeared. Grabbing his hand, it was Su Qingyu. She looked at him worriedly and asked, Are you okay? Why did you run into the herd of beasts? One more step, and you would have died. You scared me to death." He looked at her and smiled, replying, "Senior sister, you've finally arrived. You successfully saved my life. Do you know?" My body automatically went forward, and my lips puckered up, kissing her forehead. The system voice chimed in at the same time. "Su Qingyu cares about you very much. Your heart expresses great satisfaction, your kidneys express great excitement, and your lips restrainedly place a kiss on her forehead." Smoke billowed from his head as he shouted in his heart, "You lecherous bunch, aren't you pushing me into a pit of fire?" She blushed, covering her mouth with her hand, and asked shyly, "Ye Qing, in front of everyone, what are you doing?" The system voice excitedly rang out, "First contact with a woman, your lips are about to go numb, your adrenaline is surging like never before, and your little brother excitedly indicates that it wants to do something useful." He said with a wry expression, "Senior sister, I'm lamenting in my heart, heavens. You guys are really going too far. How can you act like such a hooligan in front of so many people?" Her face flushed, and she stared at him. Then she waved her sleeve and pushed him away, stepping forward. Startled, he watched her rush towards the demonic beasts, thinking, "There's even a demonic beast ambushing." She glanced at him and said coldly, "Ye Qing, when we get back, I'll settle the score with you." He covered his face with his hand, feeling the gentle breeze, and said, "It's over. My reputation for life is ruined." The space immediately fell into silence, and soon 3 hours passed. Ye Qing stood still, looking into the distance, and said, "This is finally over. Time to rest." A male disciple squatted down, panting heavily. Huff, huff. A brown-haired male disciple slumped to the ground, sweating profusely, lamenting, "So tired." The city lord stepped forward and grabbed his hand, smiling and saying, "Young brother, you are our hero." He raised his hand and scratched his head, replying, not at all, city lord, you exaggerate. It was just something I should do." The city lord laughed and said, "If it weren't for you, everyone in our city might have been destroyed." Sweat dripped from his forehead as he said seriously, "How can you say that's something I should do? In our Four Directions City, I'm afraid you won't find anyone more courageous than you. Tell me, what reward do you want? And I will do my best to satisfy you." His eyes sparkled with stars as he shouted, "There's a reward, let me think about it." Han Qiang appeared from behind him, saying, "HMPH. What reward does a spy like him deserve?" Startled, he turned his head in confusion, and the city lord also asked in surprise, "Huh? What do you mean by that?" He put his hands behind his back, replying, "The literal meaning. Don't you think it's strange that the beast tide attacked the barrier together just now? I saw him there." He pointed to the back, recounting, "At first I didn't know what he was doing there, but just now I realized that it was actually a technique that could attract demonic beasts. If you don't believe me, go look at the demonic beast bones and those talismans." Whispers immediately arose. "Heavens! It really is a demonic beast attraction technique. How could this be?" "That's too much," Ye Qing said angrily. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten." The system voice chimed in, saying, "Your brain feels humiliated, your hand is ready to give him a punch, and your legs show understanding in supporting you to rush over and punch him in the cheek." He said, "I haven't even settled the score with you for plotting against me." He covered his swollen face with his hand, asking, "You plotted against everyone, and you still dare to hit a fellow disciple?" His expression darkened, and he raised his fist, angrily shouting, "Hitting is exactly what a fellow disciple is for." Su Qingyue immediately shouted, "Ye Qing, don't be rude. A fellow disciple throwing punches is really embarrassing." He saw her, and immediately pretended to be pitiful, recounting, "Senior sister, you must stand up for me. Last night I personally saw him luring those beast tides. I originally wanted to save him, but I was pushed into the beast tide by him. If I hadn't resisted myself, I might not have been able to survive and return today." Gathering strength in his hands, he gritted his teeth and yelled, "You really dare to say that?" The system voice chimed in. "Your eyes feel pain, your brain feels insulted, your hands and feet intend to retaliate and deliver a fatal blow to each other." Su Qingyue raised her hand, turned to look at him, and said, "Didn't I tell you not to act rashly? Why are you still like this?" Ye Qing blurted out, "TCH," then angrily roared. These things were clearly done by him himself. It was one thing when he plotted against me before, but now he still hits me and blames me. Han Qiang raised his head high in response. "Bullshit? Are you saying that you, a newly Foundation Establishment Outer Sect disciple, could have escaped this beast tide?" The city lord behind him was sweating profusely, saying, all right, it's useless to investigate these things now." His face darkened, and he angrily shouted, "Damn it!" He gestured helplessly, saying, "The Xuanyang secret realm is about to open, but the beast tide around us has suddenly gone berserk. If we don't handle this well, the 100 Sects gathering will inevitably say we're incompetent, and we'll all be buried here." He angrily turned his head and shouted, "What's the big deal? Just deal with all those crazy demon beasts." The city lord immediately clapped his hands, his eyes shining, and said, Oh, little brother, you have a point." He was startled, and muttered to himself, "Crap. Too much excitement, I've gone overboard." Su Qingyue immediately replied, "This disciple of the Qingyun Sect has caused trouble for Four Directions City. Please forgive us, City Lord." "Rest assured, City Lord, our Qingyun Sect will definitely give you a satisfactory answer," he happily asked. "So, the Qingyun Sect can handle the remaining berserk beasts?" Her voice rang out. "Of course." The city lord clasped his hands over his head, bowed, and said, "In that case, then I'll trouble the Qingyun Sect." She turned and left, glancing at him. "Tell Ye Qing to call the other disciples. We'll go back to the inn to rest first." Ye Qing quickly chased after her, explaining, "Senior sister, you believe me. I really didn't do anything unworthy of the Qingyun Sect." She glanced at him and said, "I know. It's just that this matter shouldn't be revealed. Wait until tomorrow when we've dealt with the beasts before talking." The space was shrouded in a grayish color. At the inn, Han Qiang leaned against the wall, listening to the man opposite him say, "The plan has changed. To avoid exposing our identities, tomorrow the first thing we do is kill Ye Qing." His face was dark as he said, "I've wanted to kill that bastard for a long time, but if I go kill Ye Qing, what about the other plans?" The masked man said, "Don't worry. They can forget about opening the 100 Sects gathering, and they can forget about taking the things inside the secret realm." The next day, the sky was extremely clear. In the misty forest, the entire group of Qingyun Sect people appeared here. Ye Qing looked at Su Qingyue and shouted, "Senior sister!" He approached her and asked softly, "Senior sister, how did you find out that Han Qiang was strange? Isn't he usually very normal?" She picked up a handful of demon beast fur, turned to look at him, and replied, "It's precisely because he was too normal that I suspected him. Han Qiang isn't usually such a competitive person, but this time he's targeting you so much it feels very strange." Changing the subject, she asked, "What's going on with you?" She looked at him, and recounted, "Yesterday, your behavior in the beast horde was also very strange." He was startled and exclaimed, "Ugh!" He reached out and scratched his head, glancing around, and stammered, that is." She crossed her arms over her chest and stared at him intently, saying, "I don't care what you're thinking, but this mission is very important. I hope you don't affect this mission, understand?" Ye Qing immediately raised his hand in a salute and solemnly guaranteed, "Don't worry, senior sister. I promise to be obedient this time and definitely won't bother you." Suddenly, something flashed past.
Su Qingyue looked up at the sky and shouted, "What is that? Stop!" The system voice rang out in his ears. Your eyes have discovered a clue. Shifting your gaze, your brain is eager to find out the truth. Your feet express understanding and support. She saw him rushing off and immediately shouted, "It's very dangerous here. Didn't I tell you to follow me?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, "I don't want to." But he opened his mouth and replied, "Senior sister, wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon." He quickly jumped away, inwardly complaining, "Aren't the big brothers in this forest all demon beasts? Can't you guys be a little more well-behaved?" The system voice rang out in his ears. Your eyes have discovered prey. Your stomach expresses great hunger. Your legs uncontrollably chase after it. He leaped up, surprised, and asked, "Isn't it too soon?" He jumped and hugged the tree, opening his mouth wide and saying, "All right then, if I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna eat." The tree, hearing this, burst into tears, screaming, "Ah, help!" The system voice announced. The tree branch's sap is highly toxic. Your stomach feels nauseous, your head feels dizzy, your limbs are weak and unusable, and your inner core has also chosen to attack. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he groaned, "Weren't you guys kicking just now so fiercely? Why are you like this at the critical moment?" Ye Qing stabbed his blade into the tree trunk to stabilize his body, shouting, "No way! Today I'm going to fight you to the death!" Han Xiang led a group of masked men. Appearing behind him, he pointed at him and shouted, "Ye Qing is right there, kill Ye Qing." He turned his head and saw this, shouting, "Not good." He gripped the blade in his hand tightly, threatening the tree, "Run and I'll peel your bark, so you can become a dry tree, do you believe it or not?" He poked his head out, looking at the massive horde of demon beasts in front of him, and cried out, "Crap! So many demon beasts! Wrong, wrong, this direction!"